for example, earlier Jewish merchants were involved in various types of trade and things. He was engaged in that. But while he's traveling, he definitely had an eye out for Jewish communities. He tells us every stop along the way the size of the Jewish people that he met. He talks about their economic bases. He talks about their intellectual population, about various errant sects of Judaism, and so on. The Samaritans. Really fascinating historical information. It's a trove of data for historians, especially of the 12th century. Here's a map where you can see where Benjamin Tudela traveled. You can see he started out in Tudela, which is in northeastern Spain, and then he made his way to the Mediterranean, traveled around the coast through Provence. Really fascinating material on many of those towns there. Tells us a lot about that great era of creativity in the 12th century. And then he made his way down the Italian Peninsula, the Greek Peninsula, and then eventually all the way out to Turkey and his final destination, the land of Israel. Now, while he was in these regions, he also collected reports on places that he never visited. Sometimes it's not clear if he was there personally, but most likely not. And he shares with us what he heard about far-off Jewish communities as well. Really quite amazing.
It's still money, but you stole your time.
What kind of things does he tell us about? Well, it was especially good for us in terms of talking about the ethnography of the Jewish people in all these various places. It's very important for the history of trade because very few other sources tell us about these kind of details. His is the first account of the Druze people in non-Arabic sources, and his is the first European reference to China by that name. So it's really significant, very important. He is the only source for a long time on the history of the fascinating David Alroy, and he also tells us a lot about really fascinating and unusual Jewish things like the Black Jews of the Malabar Coast. Benjamin Tudela, a fascinating character. In this series, we're going to look at a whole bunch of Jewish explorers, migrants, refugees, and so on, people who travel to unusual locations. And I want to put in a plug for
I think your enthusiasm and excitement shines through, and that is contagious, and that's going to put you in touch with the right people at the right time, the right place. And I've just experienced something very similar for the last 6 months, so I can relate to what you're saying very much so. So I think that's so cool.
Welcome to Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, the premier all-kosher, all-inclusive luxury Jewish cruise expeditions. Imagine luxury and expedition cruise ships, chartered exclusively for our guests, creating a close-knit community of like-minded travelers, exploring together in elegance and comfort. More than just a cruise, it's a unique experience of connection. Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions bring like-minded travelers together for worldwide exploring and celebration in a warm, inspiring, community-like atmosphere. It's a journey where friends, both old and new, come together to make memories that last a lifetime. Our 5-star ships and expedition vessels, combined with our signature all-inclusive luxury service, make every day on board a wonderful escape into pure exploration and relaxation. With renowned kosher cuisine, expertly crafted by Master Chef Malcolm Green, every meal is an unforgettable experience.
Because it's part of it.
Each day, a new destination awaits. Our specially curated shore excursions offer deep insights into both Jewish and local heritage, creating a perfect balance of adventure, exploration, and learning. Our dedicated onboard team is with you every step of the way, ensuring a seamless, luxurious journey from start to finish. Every detail is taken care of, from excursions to amenities, to dining, to entertainment. Discover the world with ease, comfort, and a commitment to the highest standards of kashrut. Join Kosher River Cruises and KRC Expeditions, where exceptional service, community, and culture come together for a truly unique travel and cruise experience.
Let's just start calling out X-Men. Can we do that? Eric does some strange stuff. Like, I swear, this guy, I'll be doing something, and I swear through this whole, 5-year process, I would, take a month off of editing it, and I would pick it back up. I didn't tell anybody that I was working on it.
Now, if we step back a little bit to
Sometimes
understand the economic
just sleep,
background
everybody's
of
good.
this migration,
So I
besides
start
the
working on it, and
political
then I
and
get a text
religious
from Eric,
background that
hey buddy,
began
just
with
checking in on you.
beginning
Like,
musician
how?
and so on,
And that happened like 6
searching for
times.
places where they
He
could
just knows stuff.
Jews
I
and
don't know what it
first
is.
as crypto
Or
Jews,
he'll just call
sometimes
you
even
and start
in
talking to you
Portuguese,
about, like,
Brazil,
whatever's
and
going on
later
in your life.
openly
You're
as
like,
Jews.
I haven't talked to
This
you in
was
weeks.
against the backdrop of a much larger
Dude, you're watching me like
economic
all the
phenomenon
time
known as the
because that's not
triangular
cool.
basically the way it looked, and
Yeah,
this is somewhat of
he's
an
an amazing dude.
oversimplification,
Really,
but nevertheless
It's an
captures
amazing
the
dude.
larger
It's
picture.
gonna be
You have
man, it's gonna be so cool.
manufactured
Yeah,
goods
it's so cool. It's
coming
speaking of
out
Eric,
of
we
great colonial
Eric
empires
had
in
to work
Europe,
tonight,
in
but
particular
we will definitely be
Portugal,
hanging out at Contact in the Desert. He'll be there with us.
Netherlands, and they're
So
bringing
we'll
their
have to-
manufactured goods down
Yeah,
to
100%.
Africa.
We would
They are
love to
then
be able to do
trading
that.
them
That's
for
and I don't know much
slaves,
about his story, so that's why I'm looking
these
forward to seeing
enslaved
it at
peoples are
Contact.
then
And I don't want to
shipped
spoil it for
across
myself.
the
I want to
Atlantic
experience
Ocean
it through your,
through the notorious and
through your
horrific
film.
Middle Passage,
But
where they are
again,
then
it's
deposited
great that
in
those
South
people are stepping
America,
forward. I don't know if
Caribbean,
he's got
and to a
implants
certain
or
degree
whatever,
in the third
but what I'm
colonies.
guessing,
I
you guys found a
especially
lot of
like
great
this map
information
because
on them.
it
And a lot of
tends
these
to imply
people,
they're
it's a
going straight to the third
lifelong
colonies, but in reality, many of
experience.
them
So
are
yeah,
being
you're
dropped
right.
off in
How
places
you're
like
trying to
Curacao
decipher
and
within
then
an hour and a half,
shipped
maybe
up
2
to
hours
the
tops,
Americas.
what to
The
put
Caribbean
in.
is
Like,
extremely important for all of this
usually,
trade.
you know,
And
I've
then
always said
from
you have to kill
the
your
Americans,
darlings
the
when it comes
southern,
down to editing. Is
Mesoamerican,
there
North
anything that
American
you
continents,
edited
the
out that you
raw
would wish
materials,
you kept
all
in?
kinds of
Oh my
furs,
gosh,
things like
what a
that from
great question.
Canada, but from the Caribbean,
I
in
would-
particular, cane sugar that is traveling.
UP studies does
By the
it
way,
again,
cane
Katie.
sugar requires heavy
Uh,
amounts of
I think you're doing the
labor,
ESP
and
on
that's
you right
where
now.
the slaves come
Dude, for
in.
me, I have
They
to
are
say,
employed
just
in
like,
these massive plantations.
so
to
out of all
harvest
the people that are in
sugar
the
and
documentary,
sugar
they're all experienced.
from the Americas. You
They all
have
have
things
their
like
own
tobacco, for
story.
example,
And
or
dude, to
cotton,
like,
the same kind of idea.
because they
It's
tell their
shipped off
story and they
to
talk
Europe,
about their
where
story
it's
like on
processed
camera as we're
manufactured
filming it.
goods, and this cycle
Falls
went
in
on
love
for a
with these
few hundred
stories, and
years
then
to
but
the
our
tremendous misery
our
of
focus
the
is
enslaved
Eric, and
Africans
it's like,
in particular.
okay,
So
these
how
are
did
great.
Jews
How do
fit
we
into this
incorporate
overall picture?
this, but
The
also
issue
like
of
stick to
Jews and
the
slave
main
trade
subject
was
of what we're trying to
especially
accomplish? So
heated
like,
and,
the
was used often
the long form
polemics and
stories
apologetics.
of like all the
I'm going
people
to
in
return
the
to it
film.
in just one second,
That
but I
was
do want to
tough
say
to like,
that
because you're like, well, that's great
on
information.
the whole,
That's
the
part of the story.
participation
It's
of
like, yeah, but
Jews
we
in
have
the
to
entire
we
institution
have to
of
focus
slavery
on,
was
we have a focus,
largely
and we can't put it all in there. So I would say like
What
a
I
lot of
mean by
the
that
story
was
stuff
they were
from
not
everybody.
especially
Yeah, that's
distinguished
a good one.
by
Yeah, I
a
mean,
high level of moral allergy
well, those goes on
to
editing.
this
You can
institution,
edit-
which
you can edit everybody's story,
nor
but,
were they grossly
you can make
overrepresented,
individual like
particularly
side movies on
correct
everybody's
for
sort of story.
not only the tiny
That would be-
size of
yeah,
their population, but their place in the overall
Except what-
socioeconomic
I would
structure.
imagine when
In fact, if you
you're
look more
putting your visuals
closely
together, at
at the
least the way
trade,
that the movie should
what
be
were
put
Jews doing
visually
primarily in the Caribbean, where a
There's
lot of
gotta
the
be
slave
some
trade was
sequences
happening?
where, nah, that
They
just
had
doesn't fit.
the so-called
I would
rotogars,
wanna make
the
it fit,
large
like,
trade, these
You know,
are
kind of like writing a song,
which
you got a
involved
line you
those
want to throw into the
three
song,
basic
but
elements,
it
the
doesn't
raw
work.
goods, the
It just,
manufactured
no
goods,
matter
and
how
the
you
slave
approach it, it
applicants.
just doesn't fit.
Jews were
And I
only
wouldn't think that anything artistic,
tangentially
especially
involved in
making
the
a
growth
movie,
of art.
or
They were
anything
very
documentary
heavily
wise,
involved,
there's
however, in what was
got
called
to
the
be
crime of
aspects of
art,
that
or
one
the
that I was really
small
looking forward to
trade,
seeing
which
that in
is
the film. Would have to
lots of
take it.
things that
Yeah.
supported
You mentioned how much footage you had that is
For
not
example,
even used.
around Curacao, where
Highlights
there's
of
a
footage,
large
yeah.
Jewish settlement,
But yeah,
the Jews, there were Jews definitely
you know,
more
the hard part
involved in
is
plantations
saying
and owning
no to
slaves and so on,
how to
and
keep
on
on
those in particular. But
schedule, how to keep
primarily
the focus,
Jews were
and that's
involved
kind
in
of what I
sort
think
of
sets our film
supportive
apart from
industries.
others.
For
Is like
example, the ships
a
come in,
lot of
and they
beautiful
need
alien
all kinds of
documentary
goods.
movies that I've
They
seen.
need
I love
foodstuffs, they need
because I had the
their ropes
attention span
repaired,
to
their
keep up
sails
with
repaired,
all
they
the
need
So,
tar, they need all
well,
kinds of things to be
I
able
didn't want
to
this film to be
outfit
that.
the
We
ships
could
and
go
so on. And so Jews
so
would
many
be
different
very
directions.
much
We could have
involved
just try and
in
cram it all in,
peripheral
and everything we
industries
know
to
into it.
support
But
the overall economic structure. So it would would be incorrect to say that Jews were on one hand,
multiple topics, but
totally
it's
divorced
not like
from
a 20
the
minute
growth of art
sequence on
because they were
every
involved
thing
in all of the
we're
economic
trying to do. So
secondary
there are some
activities,
stuff that I
but
wish
it would also
could
be
have
wrong to
put
say
in,
that
but
they were
like a
overly
5-hour
represented
I
in
guess
the slave
specifically
trade as well.
Eric, in
There
Eric's
are some
interviews,
exceptions that prove the rule,
he's
if you
talking a
will.
lot about
Geronimo Nunez da
the
Costa, for
outlets
example,
that he
also
gets.
known as Moses
They
Curiel,
got back
who
right
lived
when
between
his
1620 and 1697. He was a very important Portuguese agent in Amsterdam, deeply
physical
involved in the
incidents
slave trade. if we look at
being
Suriname,
interacted with.
which is also on the coast of South America,
And
in
the
a
following
place they
weeks,
call the Golden Savannah, or the
I don't want to
Jewish
tell the story
Savannah.
for it,
It
but
was
you know, like,
established in the
I'm
1600s.
trying to be cryptic,
All
but at the
kinds
same
of
time
Jewish
give something
migrants
interesting.
to the territory,
But
including
the
those who
downloads that he
fled
got
Recife.
were
Some of them made their way up
mathematics and
to
physics,
New
equations,
Amsterdam at that time.
concepts,
Others
and
went to Golden Savannah.
tell it. He
And
just had
at
this
its
knowing of
peak,
where to
around the year
look and
1700,
experiencers
there were about
brain
500 plantation owners,
that had to do with
primarily
precognition
and
and
about 9,000 enslaved Africans.
years later we
It was a
find out that
difficult
Gary
kind
Dolan
of
has been doing
industry as
research
a whole.
on
There were
experiencers in
multiple
the
slave
military.
revolts, there were attacks from foreigners, but what really caused the Golden Savannah to collapse, in fact, much of the slave trade as a whole,
So
was
I didn't
really
know the first part. I know basil
changed
ganglia,
by
but
this,
the other one
was
I
the
don't know.
development of the beet sugar industry in the 1760s. Beets grow in Europe, they can be transformed to sugar.
Some of the stuff that he's been telling us is like, we're like,
Addiction really
oh,
to
okay, well
sugar
that's
once
interesting.
it had
Yeah,
been
we've never heard
exported
anything
cheaply
about
from
that.
the Caribbean, but it
But
was cane sugar that
I mean,
was sent. And
obviously from the trailers, like you're making noises with
all
your hands,
derivatives
so
of cane sugar.
okay,
But once
you know, you kind of get put in a
Europe
position,
had
and then
figured out
years
ways
later,
to make
start having all
sugar
these drops,
locally
and people are starting
rather
to talk
than
about these segments
engaging
of
this
brain,
expensive
how
shipping
like
across the Atlantic,
precognition and like communication and these pilots and
and
you
it
know,
had
it's one of
a
those moments where you
disastrous
just kind of
effect
look at
on
each
the
other and you're like,
plantations,
dude,
including Yona Savannah.
he's been
But as an
talking about
illustration
all
of
of it,
how
and it really
the
like,
Jewish
so by
economy
the way,
was really
this
much
is
more
in the film.
diverse, it
I
really
guess what I
didn't
was talking about
change
that
the
it didn't
overall
include
Jewish
was
economy
everything else
that much.
around it. That
But
we
it
talked about,
had,
like
like
yeah,
a
trying to
general
have,
depressing effect
focus to
because so
the
much of the
economy
Jewish economy was attached to
that's it.
the
You nailed it. Yeah.
slave-based
In
cane
some of
sugar
the mathematics
industry.
and equations,
So therefore, from the
learning
1760s onward,
Spanish
there's
in
much
the
more of
day.
an impetus for Jews to
We do
look
touch on
for
that, but there's so much other
better
stuff that like I
avenues
can't even
for
speak for
economic
Eric. Like,
development.
just
Now, in this
the amount
regard,
of
just
knowledge
looking at those numbers again,
It is also
500
tough too
plantation
because
owners,
at the
right?
time,
Jews primarily from Europe, and 9,000
whoever he was
enslaved
talking
people.
to,
As we see
and this is
with
still a thing
non-Jewish
that like, dude,
plantation
I mean,
populations,
what
this
you're
led
gonna
to
see
development
is like,
sometimes very
you know, it
exploitative
took us
of
months
a pure
to
African
understand and put the
Jewish
story together, but like,
What this
we're
means is
literally just
that
like
many
scratching the
slave
tip of the
owners,
iceberg. Like it
typically
got to a point
males,
where we had to kind of
would take
shut him
female
down a
slaves
little bit
as
because like
wives
we
or as
cannot
concubines and
take
produce
the
offspring.
information
And they would have some
that what you're
relationship
saying.
with those
So like,
offspring in some cases,
that's also been a real
nevertheless,
exciting thing.
now
That's
you
the
have
thing
a
to
new
be doing. I mean,
population
it's
of
just like
people.
we can get it
And
out there.
how
Like now
were
we can
they
start
dealt with
diving back in.
Jewish
Like,
society?
okay, Eric,
Is fascinating. It is
continue.
important to
You know,
note
talk about
that
the
actual gender
Masterson's
disparity
thing.
of Jews was somewhat
Dr.
better. It was still
Masterson's.
definitely very
Yeah,
male
I mean,
focused, but it
I
was
wish we could
somewhat
put that in
better
film.
than
That's like a whole
non-Jewish
other, yeah,
population.
that's another
This
experience
was
that really
due
Eric
in
would have
part
to
to the
talk
fact
on,
that
but
Jews tended to
I
migrate
think
as
what
family units at
happened
a
in this
higher
situation
rate
is
than
he ends
other
up,
Europeans.
he ends up
They're
meeting
all
masters,
fleeing persecution,
and
so
his
therefore
friend
traveling as a family makes
is
more
with him,
sense.
and
But it also has to do with the fact that there were specific
when
institutions
experiencers get together,
dedicated to trying
it's like
to
their powers
Jewish
kind of
marriages.
amplified,
The Gothar
you know?
society in
So
particular
this is kind of a
was
thing that's
extremely
happening,
important.
and
This
he
was
said,
a society
you know,
based in
and
Amsterdam
Masters was on the
that,
show, and you know, he's saying like
collected
we had
funds
almost
and
like this
underwrote
like
marriages as far as possible
telecommunication
for
going. Like
brides.
we weren't
So
saying anything,
the
but we
problem
knew
was not
exactly
quite as
what we
acute
were thinking,
for
and we
Jewish
were talking to
populations
each
as it
other.
was
So
for
it was just kind of
non-Jewish, but
eyes
nevertheless
open,
it was
you know,
significant.
mouth to the
Now
floor
look at
type
this remarkable
situation.
picture here, which I think illustrates the whole
If
story.
you've never had that
On the left
experience
is Maria
with somebody,
Louise
like with an
Hart,
experiencer who's like
obviously
tapped into
with
you,
some African
it
descent,
can shake you a little
and
bit.
she
So,
is married
you know,
to Johannes Ellis,
that's
also of
some of
African
the stuff
descent.
that
They're dressed,
you know,
however, in
he's
very
capable of
European clothing, and they are in fact very
I had him,
important
you know, he
people.
stayed a night at my
That's their
house.
parentage. So
Dude, I used to sleep
Rubia's
all that
father
night. I was
was
so
a
nervous.
Jewish plantation owner, and her mother
Eric
was
grew
a
up good, man. Like he's
slave.
grew up.
And
the
Johannes
moment,
Ellis's father
I was telling him, like, when he came through, I was like, hey, if you stayed at your house,
of the
don't let him
region.
stare at a
And his
lighter for
mother
too
was a
long.
woman
Like,
from
you know,
Baptist
before you go to bed,
Jewish, by
because
the
it's just
way.
like that focus, that intention, that,
So,
like, I don't know,
how do
like,
we know about
if you were calling them or like
populations that
what's happened, but there's like a
racially look
special
different from
relationship
Ashkenazi Jews or even from
between these people
Sephardic Jews coming
and
straight
whatever
out
it
of
is
the
that's
Iberian
contact.
Peninsula? As a amazing research done
I
by
don't say
Professor
Eric has it figured out,
and basically, the kind of sources we have are
the
slave
feelings that
manumission
he
records.
has and
That is, when
understands kind of what's
slaves
going
are
on with
freed,
him
this is something that
internally to
had to
kind
be
of
recorded because
go
obviously,
and deal
you know,
with those situations.
if a person was a freed slave, they had to have paperwork
I was
to
going to say, it's,
ensure that
you
they
know,
could
shout
preserve
out to
their
all
freedom.
the people
And
that
it's also important to
participated
note
and were
that
brave enough
this
to
was
speak
an
about their
opportunity for the
experiences
state
like
to
that. That
tax
takes somebody
slave
very brave
owners if
and
they
open,
wished to
and because
free
you
their
know they get
slaves. It was an
ridiculed.
expensive
Yeah, do you
proposition.
worry about that when the
Free
film is
slaves
released,
provide
that there's going to be some
equity,
kickback,
provide,
or, you know, people
income
are going
for
to
them and
start,
so
you
on. And
know,
so people would
kind
generally
of,
only
you know, not
manumit
believing
their slaves
necessarily,
if
and
they
I mean,
felt
that would be
an
a concern
emotional
for
connection with
me.
them.
I like,
For
these
example,
are
if they
a lot
were
of the people that are in the
concubines,
film I know
or
as
if they were
well and
children.
consider them
And
friends,
we
and I
have
would hate for them to
significant
get
numbers
any
of these slave
backlash. So is that
manumission
something
records that
that
gives
you
a
guys
sense
have
of
considered,
why
and have you talked
Jews
about that with
would
the people that
engage in
participated in
this
the film?
process. Related to this, by the way,
About like
is
the
conversion, which we'll
possibility
talk
of
about.
backlash, like maybe
We also have
wrong
wills
Teased,
of
or, you know, oh my gosh, they're
former
crazy,
slave
and all the
owners who
old
then
adages.
freed their slaves and then chose to
you know,
money
I
to
haven't
them.
put
And finally, we have burial
much
records,
thought to
which
that.
indicates what happened
We
to
asked
these freed slaves or their
individuals
offspring
to tell their
once they had
story.
become Jewish. Were they buried in Jewish
For the film, we
cemeteries?
did get like a release
Yeah, this
form,
large
and we had the
phenomenon
conversation of like,
what we're
hey,
calling
like you
reputed
know, this is
children.
gonna be like a bunch of people are gonna watch
These
this.
are the children typically of Jewish
The
male
overall
plantation
consensus
owners
was
like
that
in
they're very
with
proud of
wives or
of their
concubines
story.
of
They're at a
African
place in
descent.
their
May
journey
not
where
have
they're ready
had
to
the
tell
benefits
the
of
world.
conversion and so on, but
I don't
nevertheless,
think there was one
the
person that
wills
was like, you know, I
of
have to kill
Jewish
my wife or my
testamentors.
family yet. I
Some
think
of them are
everybody
quite fascinating.
at that
For
point was like,
example,
oh, dude, no.
Emmanuel Baruch Lusada,
Going back to that
who
thing
died in
earlier that we were
Jamaica
talking
in
about with this film.
1795,
In fact, if
he
we could
left
have
a
one
very
person,
interesting
that's
will
been kind of
where
our mantra.
one of his
Our guest
sons
has
was
had
to
on
be
the
awarded a
documentary.
significant
I
amount
think
of
that's been
money.
the unifying.
And he also,
idea.
his
So,
son, by the way, who was a reputed child, was actually raised by Emmanuel Baruch's cousin,
some
who
of the stuff we kind of dive
apparently had a
into
tremendous amount of fondness for him.
the
And in
CIA,
her own will, she had left money to this child as
I
well.
don't know
What is
what's
especially
I mean, if
ironic is that
well, there will
Emmanuel Baruch
be a few
was,
there at contact
cognizant of the fact that his children,
Octopus,
presumably from his
look for the
European
Hawaiian
wife,
shirts.
it appears that
It sounds like a lot of these people, they've been out there speaking about this for a long time now, and so they know what to expect. Like, they've already dealt with a lot of that, so you get thick skin, especially as an experiencer, and you're talking about reptilians or this, you will get a thick skin, and you just got to learn to shut that out. It sounds like most of the people in your film have dealt with that already, so that's good. So I just wanted to say thanks to them for sharing, because it's brave, and it's hard to do that, so.
Absolutely. And you know, even Eric is like, you know, he had when we first started doing this, you know, he was like, I'm so nervous, you know,
gives you a sense
I mean,
of
he's been
the range
like
of emotional
behind the
attachment
scenes
that
at conferences and like
testators
on the
had
circuit
for
for
their
a long
offspring,
time.
even though
And a lot of
they
people
weren't
just walk right
necessarily
past him because they never knew who he
born by
was.
European
They didn't know his
mothers. Now,
story. They didn't
it
realize
is
that he
important
was
to note,
an
as Professor
experiencer.
Benor
But
points out,
he was,
that the
you know,
records are
kind of like,
spotty and
and so he's like,
inconsistent,
you know,
and it's
big kind of,
difficult
it tells you
to
people they just show up in regular
really
clothes and like blend in, and you never even know they're there. But like Eric was kind of the same way. He was just trying to get information just like everybody else.
reflects on
Opening it
individuals
out.
who had particularly
You know,
close relationships
He
where
had the
otherwise
feeling
you
of like,
can
well,
imagine the horrific degree
this is what's
of
happening to me,
abuse
but like
that
these
could
aren't
arise
technically
in
my
these
people.
family
And it
relationships
was just kind
because
of like,
of the
you know,
intrinsically
follows
exploitative
these kind
nature of the
of
institution of slavery as a whole. We
weird
nevertheless
points,
do have
you know?
lots of examples
News to
of
me.
the offspring of such relations being converted to
and
Judaism upon
For the most part,
manumission.
we
We have examples
we
of
stay out of the mess,
conversion
dude. We stay out of the mess. It's very messy.
that
And
are
Eric's kind of the same way,
fascinating.
man.
By the way,
He kind of stays out of the mess, and finally he got to a point
Suriname
where
is
he's
now
like,
dry, but this would have been filled with water.
you know, I'm ready to do this. You know, like we said,
However,
it's going to be like a
taking
really
all
long
this together is a
podcast.
complicated
developed
picture.
into
It's
this.
fascinating just to see little
And,
details
you know,
here and there, but it's a complicated
he's
picture.
ready,
It is
man.
important to note that
Stuff has
for
happened
one
to
other set of
him and
records,
to
and those are
people like him,
synagogue
that
records,
is
are especially
just,
telling
it's not
as
fair,
to
you know?
how this
There's a lot of stuff
society
that's just not
functions
fair
in
that happens to
Savannah.
some of these people.
And
And for them to
the
keep it bottled
reality
up
is
and not be able to
that
say
it
anything,
appears
it's like,
that
it's killing them
the
faster than
offspring
saying
of
something.
Africans
You know,
who
I
were converted to
it's
Judaism
how they feel
were
about it. The stress
accepted
must be.
within the Jewish
I
community,
couldn't
but
even
nevertheless
imagine.
there
I couldn't
was
even imagine.
kind of
So,
a layover of
yes,
racial
for them to
ideology
come out and start
within
saying
that
this stuff and like,
acceptance. This is again
acting as a team.
not at all
That's a
exceptional
really
when you
cool thing.
consider
A lot of them
the
are like
complicated
kind of teaming
degrees
up. They're like,
of
hey,
racial
we're in this
distinctions the
together,
overall
which is
society was making
exactly
between
what
Europeans and Africans and half
This sounds
European,
like
half Africans, and one
but
quarter
just saying,
African,
hey,
one
it's kind of
quarter
like a me too
European,
of
1/8 and so on. And they actually had a whole chart to describe what a person was, depending on how much European and how much African.
and the men in black show up till
They
you
had
shut the fuck up, and that's
in
damage. So
the synagogue
really, I
of
can only assume
Suriname,
you're living
you
in
have
this
a racial
prison
distinction
of,
between
you can't
two
tell
groups of
anybody about
people,
it.
the so-called
My last question is to you,
congregantes,
gentlemen,
or
would be to each of you, of course.
and that would
We'll
refer
start with
to
you, Joe,
these
first, and then Ben
partially
second.
African Jews.
Is there
Nevertheless,
anything
Jews, but
during
there was a
this
distinction,
venture
and there were
about
certain
something in your
restrictions
theology
placed
that you
upon them,
learned that you
where they
did
would sit
not know before?
buried at the side of the cemetery, things
Before
like that,
filming or
and
while
so-called yechidim,
while filming,
which is hard
before
to
you
translate
started this
exactly, sort of
project,
was like literally means
you kind of
exceptional
knew,
people, but it
you know
really
your
means like
stuff. But when you started
people,
filming, did you learn
and that's
anything that you did
purely
not know
European
before?
Jews who have more privileges,
think-
buried in
So
the
one
main
thing
section
that I
of the
learned
synagogue,
is,
things like that. So
dude, there's so
to
much
think that,
nuance
once they were
to a lot
converted
of
to
this
Jews,
stuff.
they were
You know, you can
automatically
be on the
socially
outside or
accepted.
just looking into it, like
I think
Ben and I, like, call us fanboys or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like,
nevertheless, they
just
they
love
worked
the subject.
reluctantly as
and then
Jews.
when you
And maybe I
really
can conclude by
sit
saying
down
that,
and you start
this is
getting
an
into
interesting
it, you're like,
illustration of the
oh.
overlay
So
of
this is connected
societal
with that.
prejudices
That
on
has
a
been
halachic
this the
basis,
whole
because
time.
in
It's
terms
like
of
there's just
Jewish
so
law
many
or
little
halakha,
connect the dots, right?
race plays
Just a
absolutely
spider web,
no
and like you know it's a spider web, but when you really start
role
talking
that a
with
Jew
somebody
has
who's
with
dealt with it
regards to
firsthand,
their
you're like,
obligations,
oh my
responsibilities,
goodness,
and so on.
you just said a name
There's
that I
no
know.
distinctions
Wow.
made whatsoever
Yeah.
within the halachic literature
Like it's
that
it
bear
gets pretty
any,
crazy, and you know,
reference to a person's
we're not just
racial
blowing our mouths off
background.
about
or
it,
so on.
anything, but like
So all of
it's
this other
crazy
material
to
of
just
separating the
know some of the
congregantes,
deeper
Yechidim,
stuff.
and some
You know,
burial section,
you
things
know,
like
it
that.
filters the web yourself,
It's
right?
either
Right. You know,
totally
it's like the
innovated
basics. Like,
as
I don't know what they're doing.
a
I don't know
social
where they're from,
reflection of
and
that
how much
time,
they want. They
or
didn't tell you
sometimes
still.
it's
I still don't know anything important question. Just at the end of the movie, you find out, but until then, right?
There's some
But
great
just like
work.
the
Please have a look at
nuance
Professor
behind
Abu
it all,
Ben-Hur's books on this. Quite fascinating.
I'm trying
Okay.
I'm still trying to think of it.
I hope you enjoyed this video.
Yeah, dude.
Thank you very much for watching.
What did I not know? Well, I guess I didn't know. I thought I was a good listener before we started this project, but I realized I wasn't listening. I was just stoked to like ask
Hello,
more
fellow
questions.
students
and, like,
of
I would
Jewish
just
history.
pick up on
I
things
just
like,
got
oh,
back
that's
from
why
an
I wrote
amazing
that.
trip
Wait.
to the Lesser
So I think I learned
Antilles with
to
Kosher
listen a little bit better
It was so
throughout this
fascinating to
project.
see this very
And I
special
think being
part of the world that
disconnected,
was
you know,
very,
with
very
podcasts,
crucial for the development of other communities of Jews, particularly in North America, later on in the last millennium. I'm especially fascinated with how
the question was,
the Jewish step in the
what did I
Caribbean
learn
was
or not
rather
know?
light. It's really only about 100, 200
was
years
that
where
I
Jews were very
didn't
active
know
there, but it
that I
was
wasn't a good
really
listener.
important
Now, like, I know
transitional
the
place
difference.
for
There's
Jews.
a difference.
Pre
Traditional
the
growth.
Inquisition and the expulsion of Spanish
I have one
Jewry
last
and
question, if
you
you
know
don't
the
mind.
immigration of Portuguese Jewry in particular
You know,
to this
with
part
this,
of
you
the
said
world
this
where
trip was like
they
a 5-year
attempted to make
project.
a long-lasting civilization. As we shall see, it turns out
So when all
that
is said
in the
and
18th
done,
century it was
what
less
do the
viable
18s want? Why
economically
are they
for
here?
Jews
What's
to come,
going
as many
on?
other people did.
What?
But
Shed
this
some
is
light,
really
come on.
so important for understanding the development of North American Jewish society. So let's
That's the
start
thing about
this
me, Joe, is
discussion
like,
by
we don't
looking at the
never approach the
immigration
subject of
patterns.
like,
So have a look at this map
this is
here.
it.
This map, which is kind of
What are
complicated,
your
shows
ideas?
you basically
Ben and I kind of like,
the origins of the
don't-
Caribbean Jewish community,
I
which
don't
is primarily
think
coming
we
out of the
fully agreed on
Iberians.
like
You
what
have
we think is happening.
two distinct
It
phases. You
changes,
have
might
those
changes
Jews
like
who were
once a month.
expelled in 1492, who did not make a tremendous amount of an impact in the early migration, because this is
For me,
really just
I
when
think we're
the
just
Americas
stop
were
along
being
the highway.
discovered, right?
I
The
really
last
do.
decade
You know,
of the
I
15th
think
century and moving into the early
just in the
16th
middle
century,
of this
Jews were kicked out of
massive
Spain in
universe, and
1492.
there's stuff
Although
out there,
there were
and
some
occasionally it runs
crypto
across
Jews,
us.
meaning
You
they had
know,
been
like
forcibly
it's kind of like
converted,
you're
or
driving
were
out there.
descendants
You know, we
of
live out in
forcible
Texas, so it's
converts
like you drive
who
out in the
accompanied
country.
even Columbus
You
on
drive
his
for an
voyage.
hour and a half, and then
Columbus's story
in the
was
middle of
explored
absolutely
elsewhere.
nowhere,
It's quite
there's a
likely that
beautiful
he was in fact
house
descended
with
from
like,
crypto
you know,
Jews.
cooking bacon
At
and
any
shit.
rate,
And there's
the
families
Portuguese
outside.
Jews,
You're like,
however,
that is
more
a real happening place out in the middle of
unfortunately
nowhere.
converted
it's like, well, not gonna happen. I really do. I feel like we're just
it takes them a while before they're really
in
allowed to have
a billion different things that exist, and
other
we
videos,
just, you know,
but then they make their
we're just
way
starting to kind of
not
figure it
only
out, you know.
to centers
Yeah.
that are more tolerant,
As long as we're not
such
like a
as Amsterdam, for
7-Eleven,
example,
where
which
you
is
get your little
usually
package, you
significant
just
because the Dutch are very much involved in
Want some nachos, 7-Eleven
but
nachos,
also
that's why
making
they're
their way
here.
directly with
So no, you
Portuguese
don't believe there's
travel
an agenda per se
the,
for each different race?
Eastern
No.
Brazil, for
I
example,
mean, it's kind of been some
places
new
called
revolutions,
Mexico is very important,
revelations
and
on like,
also to the northern
you know,
regions of what
we
we
always
call
think like,
today
well, you know, government,
places
right?
like
You're
Curacao,
always kind of like,
and
government
then
is kind
there's
of
a
doing this
secondary
thing.
migration.
Maybe the
that
whole of the
indicated
government
there was
doesn't
a
understand,
broken
but like,
line
there's
that
a
moves
few people
from
at the top
Caribbean
that like
up
kind
to
of get what's
North
going
America.
on.
And that's
I feel like
very,
now
very
we're pushing
important. It
more
really
towards
begins
like,
to gain a
oh
lot of
man,
steam
no,
in
like
the 18th
maybe
century,
nobody in the government
as
really understands. That's what they want, and there's like,
Caribbean changes
I, you know, like,
dramatically. I'm gonna discuss
yeah, like
this one
I feel like
second. But I would
somebody's
like to go
contracting
ahead and talk a
governments
little bit
of the
about migration
out
history
to do
before we
certain
get to that
things, you know?
economic change.
People who
So
have that
this is
type
kind of like where
cash
all
flow
these
and like
Jews are coming
power
from. Portuguese
are like,
Jews
you know, we would always say
directly
like, well, the
from
government, you know, they contract
directly
out
from
stockworks and they do their
Amsterdam.
work for them. But
There's
like
one
on a
really
bigger scale
significant
now,
movement in
kind of looking at it like it's the
1654
first,
of Jews
somebody
from
else
Brazil
is
making their
contracting
way
our
up to
government
New York
to do
City.
something.
That was
And
not
so even if
actually
our
a
government
continuous
didn't want
settlement.
to
They
do
sort of petered out
what
after
it is that,
1654.
you know, they were
But
asked to do,
it took a
that just
decade
means
or
that
two
now
before Jews began
us as a
arriving in
superpower and
America.
us as a government can't play
Now,
ball.
when you
In
look at the
industrial
second
down, we're not
major
going to
phase
won't
of
know about it
migration
because
to
our
the
government decided
Americas,
not to play
not
ball.
the
And
Caribbean
I feel like
specifically, that would be the German
you know,
Jewish migration that occurs
we got a real like, you know, our nuts are in a wrench,
1870s,
you know, on this type
especially
thing. We're like,
associated with
man,
an obnoxious
it may
practice
be so
that was
far
implemented
out of any of our
in Central
hands,
Europe,
you know,
the
that,
so-called familians laws,
you know, and some
that
people are like,
only
yeah,
would
I mean,
allow
maybe the
oldest
humans are a
male
commodity,
child
maybe we're just a
to
form of entertainment,
marry.
but there's
That
also
means
other
that
ones
all
that are
of
out
the
there
other
that
brothers
have nothing to
could
do
not
with it.
marry.
And it may be
Jews
the
are, of
fact that
course,
there
by
are
this
only
time,
saving
definitely
grace to like
monogamous
what's
in
happening here.
Ashkenazi
It's like,
lands.
man, it just goes so big
Essentially a really
that like I don't
cool
think our
social
human brains
form
can even
of
comprehend.
population control that
Even
meant
the
that
people
so
who are
many
having
Jews
the
were looking
contact,
for
they come
other
down and like,
places
so
to
what they
live and
want, they're
hopefully
like,
other
dude,
wives to
I
marry.
don't know.
And so you
You
have,
know,
But that's the thing
skipping
about
the
me is
Caribbean
when we talk to
entirely,
somebody,
you
they're
have
like,
this
dude, if I
migration
told you,
of
you
German
wish I
Jews
never
coming
told you,
to
or
the
the public
northeast
ever
part of the
finds
United
out, they'd be
States,
so
establishes
depressed and because
themselves
I'm like,
there, and eventually
what
they will be
could
very,
it
they will reach
possibly
a
be
certain degree
eating
of
us?
wealth within a
Later,
few
maybe they
decades,
can eat our
and that
souls
will
and
be
eat our
very
bodies.
significant
Like,
for
what
them.
is it?
Massively,
Because either way, we're
which
all
again
facing
also
the same
skips the
thing as a
Caribbean.
planet.
This is the
Climate sphere is not
huge wave of
runaway
migration
civilization
of
from
2.5
this reverse
million Jews
engineering, but
making their
runaway
way out of
military
Eastern
complex.
Europe after the
Because,
Buckaroo
you know, the United States, I don't think the government
and these are
knows
people coming
anything.
from
They're trying to
primarily
find
the
out what
former
the
Russian Empire,
runaway military
the former
complex in their
Austro-Hungarian
back
Empire.
row.
They
They've
are
been going
also
the
skipping the
shots
Caribbean.
and they
They
decide whether
actually
anything
come
links
to
or not.
the overwhelming
And
bulk of
I think they
American
can't
Jews.
control
About 7 out of 10 American
technology
Jews
because of
trace their
technology like
lineage
this
to these
podcast,
Eastern
your
European migrants
podcast,
that came
the
at the
internet. They
turn
can't
of
control the
the
information
20th
anymore
century.
the way
Now,
they
there's
used
one
to. So
last
they changed their
Caribbean
tactics.
chapter.
I think right now
There
some of our
is
heroes are being
a
given true
surge of
information and false
immigration from
information.
Germany and
So we're
Austria
all
out of
distracted.
Europe
We don't
and
know what's what. It
Nazis
seems
and
like
their
every
rise.
other
But
hour
by
some
this
new
time,
breaking news.
America had
You
adopted a
read
much
people,
more
I can't keep up
nativist
with it personally.
approach to these European
But
migrants.
I
They had
find that to be
largely
a case
closed
right
their
now. Is like we're
doors
so
to
inundated with
immigrants.
so much
So therefore, many of them sought
content,
out
which I think a
Caribbean
lot of it is
locales,
fluff.
often as
You know,
a
if
stepping
I don't know if you guys
stone
remember the
before they could
Miami
eventually
Mall
make their way to
incident.
America.
Like I
So you have a
don't
significant,
believe in
much
it.
smaller, but
It's
nevertheless a
certain
significant population.
But the thing is, it went everywhere. People were doing podcasts that evening. I'm like, how?
And then
What
after
information
the
do you
Cuban
have to do an
Revolution,
hour-long
many of them
podcast?
flee to
You know,
Florida,
on something you
and then
can't even see. Like
others
it's
go
worse
all
than
the
the
way
stuff
up
Jeremy
to
Corbell
Gulf
puts
and
out. Like
making
you
their way to
cannot
Puerto
see
Rico at this
anything,
time
right?
and so on.
So when we came back, that was like the first question we asked each other,
major
like live on the show is,
migration.
so we've been gone for a while.
America. The first
Has
is
a lot happened? Has not a lot happened? And we're like a lot has
secondary
happened, but
migration
it
from the
really
Caribbean
feels like it
as
kind of comes
the
down to like
economy changes.
this is
And
like
the second
almost like a
one
perfect
is
situation of the blind leading the
refugees from
blind.
the Nazis, the
You know,
so-called
and so
Cubans.
blind
Jews who
people
made
are
their
like,
way
"What are
primarily
we
to
doing?
Cuba, and then
What's
from
going
Cuba
on this
moving
week?"
up
And then
to
the
Florida.
other blind people are like, "Oh,
So
we're going
that's
this way."
basically
You were like,
where the Caribbean
okay.
plays a role.
Nobody bring your canes.
Particularly to
We're gonna wing it.
By the way, it's amazing. There's a lot of walls. Okay, well, why would we go this way? Because you have to go this way.
Brick stacks.
Yeah, like we should just go around.
Well, I look forward to seeing this movie at Contact. Katie and I are looking forward to hanging out with you guys as well. And it is such an amazing experience. I know that the listeners must be tired to hear me talk about that, but it is the biggest convention on UFOs and non-human intelligence in the world. The who's who of everybody's there, and the thing is, it doesn't matter where you're from. You may end up eating a burger right next to Paul Hynek or Dave Foley. Everybody's everywhere, and they interact with you, which you really don't see that in any other community. So I'm absolutely stoked to see you guys there. The movie is still in the distribution sort of phase, but as far as the podcast, you guys are back into swing at this point, right? Yeah, and you guys, if ever you need to, you guys meet Katie. We're always available, by the way. See how I put this in there, Katie? Guys, I look forward to this.
In the great rentals and the less rentals where we are, and also hugely important, Curacao, the Grand Inquisitor here is shown in black, gesticulating wildly.
Like we were let down with the rabbit hole.
With this book, she did a fantastic job with that. Tony and Gio, we just did a whole episode on it. But what's fun is to look back at older cases and then find out there's a bunch of clues, like you mentioned, that you have to wait decades for it to find out before it fits the puzzle. And that's what she did with this book. It's fantastic. Guys, seriously, thank you so much for coming on Human Studies Podcast. Every listener, please, obviously, you know about UFO Garage, but if you don't, go like and subscribe on their YouTube. I believe you're on Spotify as well. Apple too, right? I'm not on Apple, but I figured you guys are. Yeah, they're just bobbing their heads. They think, yeah.
Got reviews on Apple, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, so you're on Apple, yeah.
On Noodle and Scooby too, right?
Scooby too. Sites you have not heard of. They're everywhere. Like herpes, they're just everywhere. Awesome, guys. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having us.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Steve.
Well, we are back with another great episode. Michael, we have Robert Salvas joining us.
Yeah, legend in the UFO and UAP communities.
The fact that we get these legends to come on and educate us is an amazing thing. Although Katie can't join us today, I'm sure she's going to love this interview. This is right up her alley, especially with the presentations and stuff.
That's her thing.
And seriously, I don't know anybody like her. She is, like, to me, like a role model of investigations, and I look up to her for, like, dude, you know what you're doing. She's been at it for a long time. And Robert, of course, since 1967 has been actively promoting and talking about the nuclear problem with the UAPs. And that's been a big issue. I'm not too familiar with it. I don't know if you are.
I know the stories, I've seen the documentaries, I've looked at people, but it's such a complex issue that I feel like it's something that's been kind of their whole life researching, and still not feel like they understand everything.
Yeah, and you could read books, you could watch documentaries, but I think the fun part of like me doing this podcast is to ask questions that you would have if you read the book or watched the documentary. Wait, what about this? Can you clarify this? And you get to do that in the podcast, which I find brilliant because I get more educated by listening to podcasts than I do watching a documentary. Plus, I think it's the edit and the things they leave out. Like they're very limited on time, and so you can't really get that. It's like
Conversation.
yeah, like a full meal. You know what I mean? And then so we should talk about this. Contact at Desert is coming really, really fast is just around the corner. We are April 1st tomorrow. So yeah, it's right around the corner. If you guys don't have your tickets, definitely buy some. It's sold out. I believe the hotel or the resort's completely sold out for all the rooms. And this is actually turning out to be the biggest one they've ever had. The who's who of ufology is going to be there. The beast from the east, Michael Lawson, is going to be there this year. Very active. You're going to be doing podcasts only with us, but with the anomalous review. Yeah, and you got a new. Is that Michael?
There's already lots of people.
Tons. And with the anomalous review, you do have a new series that's coming out. And it's about the SCU and encounters. Just quickly describe that.
I'm interviewing members of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies who have themselves had encounters with UAP. Some of the encounters are really intense. So it's very interesting to be able to get to sit down not only with the person who's had these encounters, but who also has the sort of scientific background and knowledge to be able to analyze them in a way that people like us want to.
Get the and you were mentioning, I'm going to be so fucked today that your experiences after.
Oh, wow, I'm so happy somebody said something. You know how long it's been backwards? This is how I know no one's paying attention.
I think in all three of the cases that I've reported so far, people already had a prior interest in UAP or something very close to it. Then had this experience.
Like your Sarah Gannett interview.
Yes.
One of those people. I think you were mentioning to me how she's selected and brain is just like a unique person, right? It's crazy. Okay, guys, we're going to be back with Robert Salas. You are going to enjoy this. He's got a presentation for us, and I'm sure we're going to learn tons. And we'll be back very shortly after this intro. Well, we've all heard about UAPs and nuclear facilities or their interest in our, I guess, nuclear capabilities at this point. There's been so many incidences. And prior to starting to record that with Robert, I was saying I only know of Robert's case as being the only military personnel that has had an experience with a UAP hovering above the base, just switching on the friggin' nukes like it's nothing. And he mentioned there's a lot more people that are stepping forward, so we'll talk to him about that as well. But Michael and I want to say thank you, Robert, for giving us some of your time today and teaching us more about what took place at Melser. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's always good to talk about this. I don't know why. Everybody say KRC? There's still people out there that haven't really put in on these cases.
And it's not just an issue of it taking place in the States, but the fact that it happens in other countries that have nukes. So China has had incidences, Russia has had incidences, and even England, they have incidences all the time wherever nuclear weapons are either stored or the launch pads, if you will. And to me, it's fascinating that they know all these locations and it can come and go as they want to. And there's nothing we can do about it. We have the biggest weapons on Earth and there's nothing we can do about it. So obviously, Robert will just ask you just a brief, basically description of what happened that night. It was obviously around Christmas, so it must have taken you guys by complete surprise. But maybe just give a quick rundown for the listeners that haven't heard this story yet and will be educated along with us.
Well, sure. I do have a presentation up on my screen of what I gave to Arrow in February 2023. I was interviewed by the Arrow group. Your listeners don't know. That's the All-Grade Anomaly Resolution Office. Arrow is the official office designated by regulations let's see, probably early on in 2022, where we would be a dedicated group.
Welcome. How are you?
For the historical record, stories involving the UAE.
What up, Brandu? What's good, son?
But also they're supposed to.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish
Just a moment.
You know,
Can you hear me? Yeah. Dude, you're really hard to hear. Is there any way you can come closer to the microphone? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, Brandu? Oh, that's amazing. Have I told you about myself? Oh, excellent. Well, firstly, apologies for my kickbot that clips people. I do what I do for a good reason. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I'm currently live on more than 22 simultaneous YouTube streams. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on basically everything but Kick because Kick bans me. I do so because I don't want war anymore in the world. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, Brandu? Yeah. It's okay if you haven't. It's basically the story of somebody whose entire life's on camera, as is mine. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, everything. Data overtook petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, Brandu, I'm going to make sure that you, your friends, your family become financially independent if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to create generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound? Absolutely, 1,000%. So I not only stream my life, but I talk about some things that are interesting to people, like ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I am an advocate for ending world thirst. I am sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those projects sound to you? Excellent. I talk about some other things that aren't generally discussed in the mainstream, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light, travel faster than light technology, artificial general intelligence, artificial superintelligence, quantum computing, nuclear energy. I talk about things like de-extinction technology. If you didn't know this, the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing opportunity. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I just think is a really exciting goal. They've recently made headlines with their dire wolves. Their dire wolves are about a year old, and Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things that are going to affect you potentially if you want. I talk about things like life extension technology. When you were born, Brandu, the average life expectancy for someone like you is probably about age 80. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 if you want. with your consent through the use of technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, stem cells, peptides, things like cryogenics, things like perhaps nootropics and ambrosia therapy, cold shock therapy. But eventually you may get to be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, this has been a really great run. Everything that you've done or told me about back in 2025 has come true. What's the next plan? And if you want, this is again with your consent, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, Brandu, is there may be an opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Brandu, I couldn't even hear what you were saying. But that's okay.
crazy alligator about to attack a man and then give him a thumbs up. Or here's the craziest cat biting a lion video you've ever seen, and it's all AI generated. There is a push now to use some of those AI generated tools, especially the visual ones, as part of the movie making process. And there is concern among old school Hollywood that this is going to destroy the industry. The other attitude is it's not going to destroy Hollywood. Hollywood just needs to kind of readjust, maybe reinvent itself when it comes to the creativity of using these things. For example, there's a company called Dream Machine. But their company is called Luma. They have one of their platforms called Dream Machine. And basically what you do is you simply put a prompt in, think of whatever you want. Say, LeBron James playing cornerback for the Las Vegas Raiders. And it will generate several seconds of a very lifelike, very realistic scene of LeBron James playing corner for the Raiders. There's another tool that they have called Modified Video. It's just launched a couple of weeks ago. Instead of generating nude cornerback effort, instead of generating nude video, it takes what you've already done. So let's say you had Shannon Farren playing cornerback for the Raiders, and then you wanted to change that and have Shannon Farren play cornerback for the Rams. It would change the uniforms, it would change all of that stuff, just based on what you told the computer to do. Now, at this point, it can only spit out several seconds of video at a time, because as we've said many times with AI, it takes a massive amount of computer power to come up with these things, which is still incredible, but it does take too much power for them to actually come into full-length movies, for example. Then you have to get into the idea, yes, you can video or you can create video, but can you create a story? Is AI threatening the storytelling aspect of Hollywood? And they're saying it's got a ways to go, because how do you tell a computer how to build tension in a story or conflict in, between a family that you would want to watch? Well, does it jump to that with dialogue? It's appearance of tension, or it's the feeling of tension. Right. But then how do you teach it that very human thing? It's amazing because it's gotten so much better at even the visual stuff that it's terrifying to think it's not going to take that long for it to get the language stuff. A major hurdle for it. I used to think so. Well, you could even say, if you had a story about your life, you could give AI several prompts about your life, and it could come up with a script for a 2-hour feature about you. The thing is it just a slice of your life, or is it a major moment in your life that was defining, and it came up with the funny parts and the dramatic parts? I feel like we saw this recently in the sports world, where they used AI to celebrate someone's retirement. Was it Jimmy Johnson? Oh, yes. You are, 100% right. And they used an AI Jimmy Johnson on the big screen. And it was clever, but there was something missing. It was one of those cognitive dissonance things where you're watching it and you're like, the uncanny valley. Which is usually a visual thing, but I think there exists that uncanny valley when it comes to if you read stuff that AI spits out. There's still something there. It was Jimmy Johnson's voice reading, kind of taking you through his life. It was Jimmy Johnson AI generated images, and it just it didn't feel right. It was cool. I hope that we don't lose that. I hope that there will always be in us that ability to evolve to not even knowing that. People aren't going to care, right? I know that. We'll be dead. That's the good news. I don't think so. I think it's going to happen with one future thing. So sure it's Tommy. My what? I mean, we're here for like this.
I'm definitely becoming old, because I'm right there with you. People honking the horns with a 4 or 5 crosses under the 5.
being held today in Santa Clarita for the second of 3 LA County Sheriff's detectives killed in an explosion in East LA. Joshua Kelly Eklund joined the Sheriff's Department back in 2006. He worked in a couple of jails, became a field training officer in South LA, was promoted to detective in 2016. He became an arson and explosives investigator with the Special Enforcement Bureau in 2022. He had a wife and 7 children. People in Porter Ranch and parts of Granada Hills can boil tap water before using it for cooking or drinking because of a problem at a pump station. Crews have been working on repairs since yesterday, and people in the area are urged to conserve water. Some say they don't have any water at all.
We know that most of the people like going on these amazing Kosher River cruises trips primarily because of the historical information, right? It's just so amazing to learn about Jewish history and then actually visit the places where it happened. And, you know, that's where I go. However, people tell me that they also go for the beautiful scenery, for the luxurious surroundings on these gorgeous boats, things like that. Okay, I understand that, and I appreciate it too. But a lot of people tell me they come short of food because Chef Malcolm, Chef Tobias are just geniuses with food. And so I want to make this a public video appeal to Chef Malcolm and Chef Tobias. Would you please include some chocolate on this particular cruise? Now, why? Because it is historical as well as delicious.
That's like
The
telling
fact
us that we
is
have
that
Christmas in
chocolate
July.
was
So
only
yeah,
discovered by
odd.
Europeans with the discovery of the New World in the 15th century. And it was imported back to Europe where it was consumed basically in the same way that it was consumed in the New World. That is, as a liquid. People would drink chocolate. For decades and decades, they only drank chocolate. And of course, it's not easy to export a liquid like that. It's very heavy and so on. And the beans, you know, well, that's a possibility too. But Jews were very, very active in the cultivation of the sources of chocolate in the New World and in their export. But one figure in particular is especially connected with the Caribbean, and that is Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, who was one of these Portuguese Jewish traders who specifically invented a method to convert the chocolate into pellets, which could then be much more cheaply transported, thus lowering the cost of this otherwise high luxury item to be able to be enjoyed by hoi polloi, all kinds of people. And so as you enjoy your French chocolate, because he was dealing primarily with the port of Bordeaux, you think about how wonderful it tastes. Think back to the fact that Jews were really at the basis of this chocolate trade, and in particular the Jews of the Caribbean. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. It promises to be absolutely amazing and fascinating on a historical level. But if not, I'm looking forward to sharing with you some of my research in these videos. Thank you very much for watching.
Monitoring and control of 10 nuclear missiles.
And Robert, just a quick question on this. So this is underneath the ground. Is there a specific reason why they place you guys underneath the ground as opposed to a building
fellow
above ground?
students of Jewish history.
This is supposed to be a hard.
So I'm sure you're familiar with the great American founding father, Alexander Hamilton, with his storied career that has been so popularized in recent years with a very successful Broadway musical. But there has been new research that's been coming out recently that suggests very strongly that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. Now this connects to the Caribbean, and the upcoming Kosher River cruise there in January is because he was educated in a Jewish school on the island of Nevis, right next to St. Kitts. And this is one of the small biographical details that so many historians have looked at and said, what a strange anomaly that he would go to a Jewish school as a child. So a new book came out last year, this book, The Jewish World of Alexander Hamilton, by Andrew Forwancher, that is actually quite fascinating. And so I want to walk you through his main arguments to suggest, I think convincingly, that yes, Alexander Hamilton was in charge Jewish. The book is, I can't tell you how fun it is. It reads like a detective novel. As a professional historian, I especially enjoy how he looks at the twisted and convoluted ways in which previous biographers have attempted to deal with the strange anomalies in Hamilton's own biography. And then he says, well, the most obvious suggestion is simply to say he was in fact Jewish. So first of all, one of the most useful things that Alexander Forwancher does, and it goes beyond the scope of this specific book, is he asks, well, what does it mean to be Jewish? Right? It's a question I happen to be quite fascinated with in general. And he defines 8 different forms of Jewish identity. This is really worth thinking about. So let's look at it quickly, and then we're going to kind of fill in this chart with Alexander Hamilton on this chart. So first of all, legally, does Jewish law consider you a Jew? So although there have been some changes in the late 20th century in certain of the various Jewish movements, historically, for the last 2 millennia plus, Jewish law considers the child of a Jewish mother or a convert to Judaism a Jew. That's the definition of a Jew. Either your mother was Jewish or you converted to Judaism, and everything else, like what you do with your life, that's secondary. There are a lot of rabbinic debates, but that's the basic rule. Does Jewish law consider you Jew? That's like the legal definition of Jewish identity. What about a personal form of Jewish identity? Do you consider yourself a Jew? We have so many examples of people who fit the legal definition, but do not consider themselves Jewish. Thirdly, ethnic. Did your ancestors consider themselves Jewish, right? Like we saw this with Christopher Columbus a little while ago. According to the DNA research that's come out, now it has not yet been fully peer-reviewed and things like that, but there are a lot of reasons to assume that it should have a problem with the peer review, but let's just assume for the sake of argument it doesn't. The ancestors of Christopher Columbus apparently did consider themselves Jewish, so that's an ethnic definition that does not necessarily correspond to legal and personal. Communal. Do other Jews in your community consider you a Jew? You may consider yourself fully Jewish, and you may proclaim a legal definition as well, but if the community doesn't consider yourself Jewish, that changes things too. Universal. Can you go anywhere to any Jewish community in the world and be considered Jewish? Also very relevant. Cultural. Do you consider yourself a participant in Jewish culture, even if you may not meet some of the other markers of Jewish identity? Public. Does the non-Jewish community you live in consider you a Jew? This is unfortunately a reality for much of Jewish history. There are a lot of people who wanted to escape their Jewish identity and were unable to because the rest of the world still considers themselves a Jew. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? Meaning, do you consider yourself someone who holds with the basic tenets of Jewish religiosity and the behaviors that go along with it and so on? There are people who can do that without necessarily being religious. So Jewish identity is like a complicated thing. People might have heard some of these notes, not others. What exactly does it mean to be a Jew? Okay, so now let's look at Alexander Hamilton himself and the arguments that Dr. Korwancher brings to suggest that he is in fact Jewish. So, legally, this is the simplest one. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. There's no question about that. It's clear in the historical record. His mother, Rachel, converted to Judaism. She married a man named Johann Levine. Levine, whose identity is not entirely clear, but the name Levine certainly seems to suggest he was Jewish. That may have had something to do with the conversion. He has a whole discussion of this book you can look at there. That marriage did not survive. Johann Levine was not Alexander Hamilton's father, but according to Jewish law, that doesn't matter because it's the mother that matters. A different man later was the father to Alexander. He would become her second husband. It was a messy and unfortunate situation, but at any rate, Alexander was born apparently out of wedlock to a Jewish mother, a woman who had converted to Judaism. So on a legal definition, it's all over. Once Rachel converted to Judaism, that makes her Jewish. Any of her progeny are also Jewish. Okay. What about personal? This is where it gets a little bit more complicated, but fascinating as well. Alexander Hamilton never presented himself, at least in the historical record, as a Jew. On the contrary, on those few points where he had to sort of like definitely indicate his religious identity, he declared himself, for example, as an Anglican. And he did that in a legal proceeding in order to testify as a witness. Now, the way things were set up then, only a Christian could testify, and so he declared himself an Anglican, but when they queried him, which they felt that he declared, he was still living in the Caribbean at the time, and by the way, he was orphaned at this age, but he admitted that he had never taken communion, which is very strange. There was also no baptismal record for Alexander. he was in fact not allowed to testify. In other words, even though he said he was the court was not prepared to believe that to allow him to testify. Okay, thirdly, did Alexander Hamilton's ancestors consider themselves as Jews? Well, obviously on his father's side and on his mother's side, her parents did not consider themselves Jewish, but Rachel's the only one who counts. She clearly considered herself Jewish, and there's lots of evidence that even after leaving her husband, Rachel still considered herself Jewish. She did not, for example, baptize Alexander's older brother Peter. He was baptized as an adult and was very, very young. So every indication suggests that when Alexander left her husband, she still considered herself fully Jewish. Thirdly, and this supports that as well as a local Jewish community can consider you a Jew, Rachel had her son Alexander educated in the Jewish school. And that's, obviously she considered him deserving of being within a Jewish educational environment, and the community considered him appropriate to be in that environment. That's not to say that you don't have Jewish parochial schools that have non-Jewish students as well. It's actually an interesting phenomenon. We see that, for example, school has a really good reputation for academics, and so a lot of non-Jews will sign up because they want to study in that environment. That could be that what happens.
This gives you major credibility because I always wonder
universal.
where
Any
disclosure
Jewish
comes
community
from people
consider
like
you
you that have had
in
incidences
Alexander
like
Hamilton's
this.
case.
And as
If
this amounts,
her
this is
version was
what
considered
we want. We want
valid,
people like you to
which
step
is
forward.
not
Whether
so
it was
simple to
any
argue
sort
it's
of,
true, especially
the 90s, this
exactly
like
like
this
this.
happened. We
But
want you to
you
step
know, she
forward.
had a big and she was
Yeah,
converted.
thank you for that. Now let's
Yes,
continue.
he
Sorry,
would have been considered
I
Jewish
interrupted
anywhere,
you.
especially if he presented himself as Jewish as the son of a Jew. But you know, this is still one of the stickier things, even in the 21st century. Cultural. Did he consider himself a participant in Jewish culture? One of the interesting things in Dr. Rothschild's book is that he compares Alexander Hamilton to a lot of his peers, and you know, compared to many other founding fathers, Alexander Hamilton was universally positive towards Judaism and Jewish causes, and he recalled with affection his education in Jewish school, speaking with great detail to his children about how he remembers how he memorized the Ten Commandments in Hebrew and things like this for his childhood. So perhaps he did consider himself in some attenuated form of culture, but we for sure don't have much data on that. Public, general community in the Caribbean islands, would they consider him Jewish? In his youth, we don't really know, although the preponderance of the evidence might suggest yes, because he was admitted to Jewish school. Of his adulthood in North America, no, or at least not yet, because now this book has been around for a while. And finally, religiously, do you consider yourself an adherent of Judaism? It's unlikely that Alexander considered himself as a practicing Jew for lots of reasons that no point going into. But the bottom line is, when you look at all of this material, it seems pretty clear that the simple explanation for all of these things is that Alexander Hamilton was in fact Jewish. I leave it up to more sophisticated historians to tussle out the argument, but in Dr. Rothschild's book, I think he makes a very convincing case, and I think that the Hamilton advertisers might want to be modified a little slightly, perhaps. Okay. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in the Caribbean. It's going to be fantastic. And if you can't make it, I look forward to sharing my research with you in these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
But both he and I, as he says right here, we were directed to remain silent about the incident. We both had to sign non-disclosure.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about this upcoming cruise with Kosher River Cruises to the Caribbean, specifically the Lesser Antilles. And it's such a fascinating chapter in Jewish history. First of all, where are the Lesser Antilles? Here's a map of the Caribbean. You can see where the United States, Florida, and its hangs down into
Made the world go round, 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 and nothing in the world like a big idea. Make that come.
the so-called Greater Antilles, which is like the islands of Cuba,
Oh, baby, that's what I like.
Rico, for example. And then then you have the lesser Antilles.
Antilles had a perfect face, ponytail, hanging down, a wiggle and a walk, and a giggle and a top low. Ladies and world go round, 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 like a big hot girl, to make me act so fun, make me spend my money, make me feel real loose, like a long neck goose, like a girl.
But for generations, for centuries,
Oh, baby, that's what I like.
Called New Christians, which was really a derogatory term because specific laws were put in place to prevent them, for example, from emigrating from Portugal for quite some time. But once some of those laws were finally lifted, they emigrated along with other Portuguese travelers to the New World, and quite often simply assumed their Jewish identity once they felt that it was safe to do so. The Greater and the Lesser Antilles, also in Suriname, the very important center of Curacao, Barranquilla in Colombia. These are really important sites of Jewish settlement and have a major impact on later settlement in North America. It is a beautiful part of the world. And it's funny, you hear a lot of these protests saying that Jews in Israel should go back to Poland. Okay, Poland, but it's pretty cold in Poland. Why don't they say go back to the Lesser Antilles? I mean, we spent a lot of time there as well. One of the most fascinating little details of the Jewish civilization that developed in the Caribbean is this unusual preoccupation with creating sand floors in their synagogue. Here's a picture of the sand floor in Curacao. You can see the bima there where the Torah scroll is read and the sand is on the floor. Here's one from the U.S. Virgin Islands. Not only do they have the predilection for sand floors, it appears that they like Pepsi Cola as well, not a product placement. So I was wondering, what is the deal with these sand floors? There's no source for it in the Talmud or in the Shulchan Aruch or any of the great works of Jewish halakha. It appears that there are 3 or 4 separate reasons that are adduced. One is kind of prosaic, that it seems like a good way of controlling snakes. I don't know. It seems to me it would be easier for snakes to move around in sand. They'd feel at home there. Another more poetic reason is the idea that, since these were originally crypto-Jewish communities where they had to hide their identity, it would be like quieter to walk around on the sand and people wouldn't know how many people were in the synagogue. That seems a little stretched to me, but who knows? Another one, and this one I find most beautiful, is the idea that as long as the Jews are standing on sand outside of the land of Israel, it's as if they're still walking through the desert on their way to the land of Israel. That's a very beautiful poetic sense of why the sand in the synagogue. Pusher River Cruises is specifically going to focus on the Lesser Antilles. And here's a
Antilles had a pretty face, ponytail, hanging down, a wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk loud. Man, look at it, round, round, to make me act so funny, spend my money. Make me feel real loose, like a long neck goose, like a girl. Oh, baby, that's what I like.
And the Latvians, if you can believe it. Some of these regions are now sovereign states, others are still controlled by their European
Antilles had a pretty face, ponytail, hanging down, a wiggle and a walk and a giggle and a talk low. And the one like a big-eyed girl. To make her act so funny, make her spend my money, make me feel loose like a long neck of goose. Not a girl.
From Antigua, we're going to go down to Guadalupe. Really interesting person comes out of Guadalupe. Mentioning that Joseph de Andrade was a former crypto-Jew who was able to re-adopt his Jewish identity. He originally came from Bayonne in southern France, and while he was there, he discovered that the product of chocolate, which had first been discovered by Europeans in 1502 as a drink, it was something that the indigenous peoples would make into into a drink, and they would export this drink to Europe, where it became very popular. So at any rate, Benjamin da Costa de Andrade, he figured out how to make that drink into pellets,
So
a
that the
solid,
people
which
scalping
was
the
much easier to transport.
just went
And once we sent chocolate pellets over to
see,
Europe,
look.
it just exploded. So next time you were eating a chocolate bar, just think to yourself, oh my gosh, this is essentially impossible to imagine were it not for the Sephardic Jews who inhabited the region of the Western Antilles. Then from Guadalupe, we're going to head down to St. Lucia, where they have a fascinating Roman volcano. And we'll see that. And finally, we're going to return to Via Barbados. The promise to be a beautiful cruise that combines natural beauty with the amazing and unusual history of the Sephardic Jews who lived here. And I really look forward to cruising with you. And for those of you who aren't able to join us, I really look forward to sharing with you some of the insights that I discovered as I do research on this unusual Jewish community. Thank you very much for watching.
Our strategic limit of 10 seconds of each other in this incident occurred on this date and time. So this is March 16th, 1967.
This is not, I want to repeat, this is not
Hello,
a,
fellow students of your history.
I play
First of
Call
all,
of
I
Duty,
want to
Mike,
thank
but
you
I'm
to
kind
all
of
of you who have
confused
sent me
because he
notes
said
saying, hey,
he
did
would
you
be
see
on
that
the
Christopher
stage.
Columbus was actually
So
Jewish?
what does
Thank
he
you very
mean?
much.
Is he on
My
the stage
email box is
for this segment?
absolutely stuffed. Please
Or
stop
is
sending
it
the
on the
messages. I've
stage
got it.
playing
I was a
all
little
the
bit driven
time?
by the news because in
Because
2017 I gave
again,
a lecture on
when
the topic
I'm
in
probably
which
going
I
to
said
restream
we
the
probably
video.
wasn't Jewish, and now I am
When
once
I
again
streamed it
proven
last
wrong.
time,
I hope my wife does not
cut.
see this
Is
video. But what I'd like to do today is talk a little bit about what has been discovered, and then I'd like to play you the material that I said back in 2017 that still is quite relevant, and then come back and say, well, what does this all mean for our understanding of Columbus's background, right? Okay, so here we go. First of all, the new genetic testing that has been conducted was done on remains that are believed to be those of Columbus and also those of his son. And the DNA research indicates that there are features both on the Y chromosomes and in the mitochondrial DNA, which is associated with the mother, that are consistent with patterns found in Sephardic Jews. Now, we should mention here a very important caveat that according to traditional Judaism, DNA is not in itself sufficient definition of Jewish status. Mitochondrial DNA through the mother is much more significant, but in general, DNA is not usually a definition of Jewish status. What the study actually indicates is that Christopher Columbus had DNA that was comparable to DNA that many Jewish people had, and that's something that a lot of people, especially in the Iberian Peninsula, especially in Portugal, and actually in America, they place people who don't identify as Jewish and nevertheless have some Jewish DNA. We know that Christopher Columbus himself was especially cagey about identifying one way or another, which led to a lot of the mystery that swirled about his origins literally for centuries. So let me play for you what I had to say in 2017, which kind of runs through the evidence one way or the other, and then I'll admit the part that I no longer believe after we see this short film. The question, so was Christopher Columbus Jewish? The answer is, to give it away, we can all go home right now, probably not. It is highly unlikely that he was in fact Jewish. But still, we still have the question, why would one think so? Let us just quickly look at the work of Cecil Roth. We actually studied his work earlier. He wrote several books on the history of the Inquisition and the experience of Jews in late 15th century Spain. He wrote about Columbus that the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity, meaning Columbus himself enjoyed projecting the image that he was secretly Jewish. It was kind of like a chutzpah. So anyways, his own mendacity, meaning he used to lie.
He used to dissuade. He used to try to put it in people's faces like, "Don't mess with me because I have Jewish blood." He would say like, "You know who I am? I descend from King David." He would say things like this. He would write things like this, and he openly cultivated this kind of mystique surrounding his lineage that he hoped would add to his own grandeur. There are many characters like this you see in Jewish history. Another good example of someone who actually was ethnically Jewish would be, for example, Benjamin Disraeli, who was baptized and lived his life as a Christian, but he really enjoyed throwing it in the faces of his parliamentary interlocutors that he in fact was Jewish, and he had a unique kind of skill and a unique kind of logic that they had no access to. So he played up this quite a bit. This was the element. But since Columbus frequently made these references, and his background is incredibly murky, Roth concludes, as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or an ex-Jewish family. In other words, probably not, but there's enough nagging doubts that at least we can talk about it for half an hour or so. Let's look at those nagging doubt issues. So here we go. So first of all, his surname. We say Columbus in English, but it would be Colon. He also signed his name as Colon, Christophe Colomb. This was a common Italian name. Italian Jewish name, excuse me. So used quite often by Italian Jews. He could connect himself to many Italian Jewish families. There's quite a bit of dispute as to whether or not he came from Italy. There are, he refers to himself as coming from Genoa or Genoa. Also, there's documents that indicate he may have come from Mallorca. Even documents that he may have come from Poland, which is another possibility for this Jewish origins, but none of them are really very reliable. Quite likely he may have come from Sicily. So the last name is something. The first name definitely not. Christopher, of course, means bearer of Christ, one who carries Christ. So it's not a typical Jewish name, just like Mary. As I mentioned earlier, Columbus loved making references to his Jewish origins, in person and in writing. This is kind of like a dangerous thing to do because we're living in a period when the conversos are being actively persecuted, and at the same time he was kind of like a transitional liminal figure that was moving in and out of many royal courts from Portugal and Spain, Italy, elsewhere, trying to gain support for his venture. And whatever he thought would make himself look more exotic and more appealing in his request, he would not hesitate to use. But nevertheless, that's part of it. Third, we know he had a lot of Jewish friends, a tremendous amount of associations with Jews. He was very close with Abraham Zacuto in Portugal. You recall we spoke about him for an hour a few weeks ago. And he relied very heavily on Zacuto's astronomical research. The astrolabe that Zacuto had refined by making it out of metal was incredibly important to Columbus, as was the Alphonsine tables that were translated through Hebrew into Latin for him. He had many Jews on his ship. We're not precisely sure because we only have like the ship manifest. They're not complete, and they have surnames. Very many of them we simply don't know what the biographies of them are. We do know that his translator was Jewish. This is, by the way, a typical kind of Jewish profession. Jews in medicine, Jews in law, Jews in finance, and Jews in linguistics are very big. Jews, the exception of American Jewry, it's a very unusual exception. 20th century American Jewry, very monolingual. But for the most part, Jews typically are polyglots, speaking several languages, and very valuable to their host societies as a result. I have a feeling that might be because Jews tend to exist on the outsides of mainstream society. In America, where we were accepted so well and so deeply, especially in the second half of the 20th century, we lost a lot of our linguistic skill because it was not necessary. But in the first half of the 20th century and earlier, perhaps in the later 21st century, we will develop that again. Hard to say. He was also very close to conversos, that is, Jews who had converted to Christianity during the course of the Inquisition. In particular, de Santagel, who was one of his main economic backers, a very important person in the royal court of Isabel and Ferdinand, who supported him and made crucial recommendations to allow the king and queen to promote his work. And a man named Sanchez as well, another major backer. And in fact, when he actually discovered the New World and he returned back and landed in the coast of Africa, he immediately sent letters describing his discovery to the king and queen. Obviously, he couldn't send letters back from the New World because postal service was not too great, connecting transcontinental messages. But he did not address those letters to the king and queen. He sent them to his Jewish buddies or his converso buddies, Bisandajah and Sanchez. Very unusual that they would be the first people he writes to. There are some really tantalizing things, like, for example, he was the ships. And by the way, you should recall that he spent about a decade petitioning wealthy kingdoms to back his enterprise, pushing for his idea, bouncing from state to state. Spent a lot of time in Portugal, no luck there. Eventually ended up in Spain and got a positive yes from Isabel and Ferdinand. And the ships were completely outfitted in the first week of the month of Av. And he was ready to go on Tisha B'Av of 1492, and he delayed it one day. Even though everything was set to go, but since that is an inauspicious day in the Jewish calendar for travel, one does not embark on major journeys of any type on Tisha B'Av. For reasons that no one can really adduce, he decided to push off this highly anticipated departure for the day after. He wanted to not leave on Tisha B'Av, perhaps. Then we have lots of things that he himself said in his own writings, like his journal of his trip to America, which of course was a very celebrated work, began with the sentence, "On the day that the Jews were expelled from Spain, I set out for the New World." I mean, the very first clause of the very first sentence of his journal references the Jews and their situation in the Iberian Peninsula. A remarkable kind of way to begin this document. It doesn't begin that something like, "I knew I would find land." It begins with, "The Jews were expelled from Spain." Let's have a look at some of his personal correspondence. Here's one of the few letters that we have in his own hand that he wrote to his son Diego. There's a whole story about what happens after he discovers the New World. He ends up kind of dying in disgrace and madness and not having any credit. And so we do have a lot of material from after the discoveries as well. This is one of those letters. And you see on the top left corner, there's this funny little squiggle right where the arrow is, right where the cursor is, you see over here, that is not part of the letter text itself. It looks a little bit like he's testing out the ballpoint on his pen, but of course this is about 400 years before they invented ballpoint. So what exactly is that? Some scholars have opined that it looks something like the traditional invocation at the beginning of a Hebrew letter. The letters Beit Hey. I didn't have my computer easy access to handwritten letters. Like, it would look a little different if you wrote them by script rather than in the Assyrian block script like this. But in fact, you can conceivably see you've got the Beit on the right and the Hey on the left in a cursive script, which is an abbreviation for the term Baruch Hashem, or blessed is the name. Which reminds me of a joke that I will try to tell you right after this. So the signing the beginning of his letters with this strange little squiggle. And by the way, he only did it in his letters to his sons. He didn't write it to other people, just as a family thing, perhaps then as Baruch Hashem. And you may be asking, but it's on the wrong side of the page. What do you want from him? He's pretending anyways. I don't know, it's true. Normally you would write this on the right-hand side of the page, but it's not at all uncommon to see it at the center top as well. So what'd be terrible if he puts it on the left? It doesn't even look very neat, but neither does his custodian there. So, and one last detail from this same letter: he developed this rather unusual signature that he was very particular about. You can just see it here. I have another copy that shows a little bit greater contrast here. No one has yet been able to decipher this strange signature that not only did he use in the latter years of his life, but he insisted that his children also use this signature, which is a strange kind of thing to do. I want you to sign my name like I sign this name, not on checks or something like that. This part we can sort of figure out. The X is, of course, the Greek chi letter, as in Christos, and this is the Greek R and the Greek O, so Christo, this is the short form for Christopher, let's say, or just for Christo at any rate. And then Ferenc is a Latinized version of the fur part in Christopher, meaning the one who bears Christ, right? Christos, Ferenc, Christopher. So that part is easy. Well, what's the business with this? Either the Latin letter X or the Greek letter chi, an M and a Y, which could be an U, and the SAS with those two dots around the S's, which he insisted on being written exactly like this, in this shape and so on. Cecil Roth, the major historian who we saw a little while ago, he argued, not specifically, not really convincingly, but nevertheless it's worth noting, that this was kind of like a secret symbol to his sons that they should say Kaddish for him after he died. The Conversos did definitely use a lot of secret messages that they handed down in all kinds of coded forms to their children. Do this behavior to remind you of a particular mitzvah that we have to keep and so on. So it's not at all impossible, but it's difficult to see this in his signature. Nevertheless, you take all of these things together, and you can add it up for yourself. It's hard to believe that he was actually Jewish. I think it's more likely that he liked the image of being Jewish, and he actively cultivated that with his population. And that's about it.
So obviously what I have to take back from what I said 7-9 years ago is that whereas I believed at that point that Christopher Columbus probably was not Jewish, now I have to say that probably he was in fact Jewish. And I'm just kind of bummed out by this because I wish we had this DNA evidence like a half century ago when colonialism was still favorably regarded in the Western world. Now it's just like another reason people don't like Jews. What are you going to do? Figures. But let's just clarify what we're talking about here. What we're saying is that Christopher Columbus, he himself, we know, did not identify exclusively as a Jew. In fact, that would have been virtually suicidal. At least it would have been a career killer at the time he lived. He identified as a faithful Catholic, perhaps for pragmatic reasons. But as I said before we watched the 2017 clip, his ancestors were quite likely Jews. Now, why did they become Catholics? Most likely they were victims of the forced conversions in the pogroms of 1391, or possibly he was descended from the many conversions that followed the disputation at Tortosa in 1414. These are people who are the so-called Marranos, that in itself is a derogatory term.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Which was quite significant in the Iberian Peninsula leading up to the year 1492. It actually constituted a very major element in the migration to the New World from the Iberian Peninsula.
This is really the fight of the kid.
And that brings us back to the Caribbean.
Hello, Brian.
Anybody just working my neck a little, still wrestling today. Just duck unders, did some arm tracks, two single legs and stuff like that. So
click on
working my wrestling is that's priority 58. Dude, you know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you put all your eggs in that basket.
It's not that. It's just that I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so secure because they're big, they can bench, and they don't know that there's literally something called an Achilles heel.
There's literally something called back here.
Someone asked me, is Brian tough? And I just go, keep you busy.
That's what I like to hear. He'll keep you busy, right?
Yeah, for a little bit.
His head's going to be in your chest. His head's going to be on your head. His head's going to be in the crook of your neck.
What would be cool is if you did it so much you got cauliflower at 58.
That would be.
You'd be the oldest guy.
It's squeezed out. It's like, guys, what are we doing now? But there's no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. And I talked to Brigham and Waste well. There's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, something. I got to do something. It's got to break it down.
That's what you want to do. Yeah, your age. Just
And by the way, you know, I'm not live wrestling. I'm just moving around.
still alive. Yeah, still alive. Still alive.
Oh, look at this.
But that can be you, man. Should be hanging on. To gear.
That looks natural.
Yeah.
By the way, you're probably 47.
And
then the last lecture was
I got shred, Bill.
temporary period.
Shred. That can be you, dude.
Could be me.
Yeah, it took a long time to get to that level. Yeah, his dick grew, man, at that age. It's tough.
Yes. That guy right there. That's probably AI, but I love that. First thing I want to say is
gorilla.
Yeah, right there.
That's probably real.
Yeah.
I bet you that guy's like 50.
You know what? That's when you realize you're like, how old are you? 48.
Just because if you shave his beard, you're like, oh, that's that influencer that we had on the show. I'll make something come along. Right?
Yes.
No, but that's a different thing.
It's also that's a photo shoot. It's probably a little enhanced from AI.
Maybe.
Israel had the birthplace of two.
That guy's a
It's
dog.
got some tents on it. See how the nipples start to fall down?
There's nothing you can do about it, dude.
That'd be what is that? That's gyno. That's no gyno.
Yeah, or just saggy tits.
Or gyno. He's got
Or you see around and just your tits start to sag.
Yeah.
And you see how it gets loose on the end? Like even Hulk Hogan had that, The Rock has that. Like,
we gotta tighten that up.
it's tough. You have to have surgery.
Yeah. Well, some things work. Surgery. Once your tits get sagged, we got a problem.
Dude, Boston had tryouts yesterday. You know, it's all about team, but Boston had tryouts yesterday. They decided to have them because they in the evaluations, they put them with the 8-year-olds. He's 5. And 7 to 8-year-olds. Oh my God. He had to catch pop flies, which isn't his thing. Most young kids are scared of pop flies. They had him do grounders, and then he got 5 at-bats.
Pop flies are hard because I'll miss that ball sometimes.
Yeah, and the security in the face. Yeah. Boston balled out, though. He made the squad.
Let's focus on
8-year-old squad.
Really? Yeah. At 5.
Yeah. Went 5 for 5, hit 3 for 3 field. Pop flies we had to work on. We got in the car, I go, buddy, proud of you. You're going to get ice cream. What do we need to work on? It was pop flies. Like, there you go. You should know. It's funny, the coach goes, how do you think you did? But he goes, definitely the best player here.
You said that?
Yeah.
The two major economic
So, yeah, all right, man.
definitely the best player here.
Yeah, well, because some of the kids were it's Rex still. Yeah, at 5.
Oh, okay.
You're a little worried about him.
I had a girlfriend one time, and she was, I remember, I was 30, fucking whatever. And I meet these, I had friends who were older, and they were actors, and I kind of wanted to impress them. I liked them a lot. And she said, so you're Brian's girlfriend? She goes, he likes him. She just looks at him. She goes, hey, he likes him beautiful and young. So I was like, I swear to God, she goes like this. No, she goes, she likes him beautiful, young, smart as a whip.
Smart as a whip?
She said, smart as a whip.
Well, that's a little complicated.
And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. I was like,
It's a little
cringy. Let me say that. You don't have to say
Yeah,
that.
it's a little cringy.
Yeah.
When Boston said that at 5, you like it. And it just is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports.
If you ask us,
Especially because he's 5, and he's surrounded. He's by far the smallest kid.
yeah.
And he's amongst these giants. And for him to go, the best kid here, you're like,
So gun to my head.
different than your girlfriend, right?
I don't know if she said smart as a whip, but I think
you
she
added
said
that on.
added that on.
And I was going to call you out, like, yeah, that never happened. But I was having fun with the story. But I don't like how you made that seem like Boss was saying the same thing yet. Because he's a 5-year-old playing with 8-year-olds, and your girlfriend at the time, who said she's smart as a whip.
Delete that.
Just bleep it out. Just bleep it out.
That is such an outrageous thing.
But her saying that is because she's in her top.
The reason I bring that up is because I remember that she did say like young, beautiful, and smart.
Right? She's smart as a
Probably not smart as a whip. That I added that.
You made that for the story, which I appreciate.
For the story.
That's what we do.
Gotta add good for the story. Right?
Have fun.
But we used to have. The reason I brought that up is because we would have arguments where she would be like, "Well, I'm really intelligent." She'd say stuff like that.
Intelligent people don't say that.
And I was like, and I you know me, when I was younger, we're the same guy like that. I can't let certain things go. I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by that? What's your criteria for intelligence? What's your criteria?
What degrees do you have?
Yeah, right. And there weren't a lot. And I was like,
She like had a college degree?
she was no. She was.
But I would be willing to bet she could suck the meanest dick this side of Venice. California.
She was. I didn't date her long. I dated her. I may as well get into it. Should we get into it? Were we in the circle of trust? Nobody else is listening?
No.
I remember I didn't date her long, and she was always dressed really well. And she gave me. She had my wiener in her mouth. She was performing, and she took a thumb and stuck it right at my shin. Yep. And she had long nails, and it didn't feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that.
She knew how to play with her.
And I was like, what in the world?
She got a whole new world.
And
that's what you knew you liked ass play.
I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, and I lost it.
And you're like, this is great. Now we're like, God stuff feels like, right? Because that's the next step in that conversation. Yeah.
Is that the next step?
Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb.
You got it.
Help me widen this thing up, and I get your nails done in my ass. And I start jacking off to those videos.
That's just all that is college stuff.
Yeah, fair.
It's just college stuff.
Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking
McConnell?
McConnell.
I did not see that.
He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket. Some other fighters can probably use it. But here's my thing, Bubba, and I'm a fan of McConnell. And I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter, we're fighters.
Well, I think you went hard in the press. I think
I'll be finished. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response of fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or a professional, well, now you got my attention, and because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying. That's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, the UFC fraternity, well, now we can both play this game. But here's the thing with McConnell. Is if you're going to start a beef, if you're going to go back and forth, you can't wait. You can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they have to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back from the entertaining. I've moved on. When someone and fans are here, like, oh, McConnell's taking shots at it. What? About what? Dude, this is it's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, "You'd be surprised." Well, first of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. That's so weak. You're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He's a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb and ourselves, I would call myself an idiot compared to him, I'm Elon Musk.
Well, he's not talking to you.
Think about my fans, which is, but if you listen to me, that means I'm dumb and the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, finish up show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it. And the comedy special. Hold on. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out, but I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. We probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters. So you're putting more money in my pocket. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of that and pursued fighting. So he's a smart guy. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built their platform in near Hawaii, has a big platform, just to reach me, bud. I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Well, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't get it.
He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that? Or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? A fight, maybe release some brand or some brand deal. He went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then you have, and he's trying podcasting on the mom, right? Weird. Who's the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call and show me the money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one. But I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. This is, if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You'll look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 days fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat PSD, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Kaziev. These are all tough in the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, PSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. It was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out in a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce-back fight with an older Dariush, and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot isn't a shot at him. Fucking 99.9%. I never fought for a title.
You're being honest.
Yeah, and it's fair he's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. Wants to have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess, and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? And he fought for that pretty good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on. The smart, and I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing this. He's already lost 2 in a row. You lose another one, it's going to get dicey. He might say, instead of taking this antitrust lawsuit money, I think 200 or 300,000, it's not. I know how they break it down. He's going to give about 120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I just don't think he has the facts. So he's not actually turning down 200,000 like he said. He's probably turning down a low 100,000, which is still a lot of money. Yeah, he makes after tax and all that. But he probably makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's going to scratch his back, which I doubt it, or maybe they are, is I'm like 2 fight losing skin. They give me a bad matchup, I'm fucked, dude. I'm going to make way less and more money. If I'm going to just win one more, that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. Favorite. Yes, so that's going to extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. Correct. So I think he's playing chess, and we're thinking it's checkers. That's what I assume he's turned down.
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be he's smart. Sort of.
He doesn't say that though. He doesn't say he goes. It's a pride thing, respect thing.
It probably is as well. It's probably
that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around the league longer than him. Yes. I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. At the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, Connor, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. I hope that's why you're doing it. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty fun. It's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. I'll say Dana goes behind the scenes, hey dude, tight move, show loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup for you, and you win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real, and you're back with the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on McConnell saying that 55 is the most top division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking?
13,
I think that, yeah.
You know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world?
I think you said what a lot of right?
Anyone that knows the sport knows if I'm 100% correct. I think he was even higher up before he lost his you're talking about top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him.
It's the truth.
But they can't get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a blow back from this 14 days.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got too many fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that. I never got that you were actually attacking Kano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. And
he may have a great relationship with Dana, though. And he may have been like,
so does Donald Cerrone.
Play the long game.
No, so a ton of guys do. They're still taking the money. There's no negative side effect from taking the money.
My guess is Dana would say, take the money. It's already been.
Dana would be like, oh, dude, yeah.
Well, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money now.
No, and that's why I'm glad he's not taking the money. Comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Yeah. Only 3% aren't. I know Big Fish is not taking it. But again, I don't know McConnell's financial situation, and he was going on to be a lawyer, and I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer out there than it does here. He might be completely fun. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200, 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100,000. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People have figured it out. He actually turned down about 100,000. It's still a ton of money without the taxes. I can see myself doing this and just take it back. That's the longest time you So I don't think he's doing it to play the game.
Which is the name of the Romans used
I
for this.
don't know. Where he's at, Chandler? Chandler be fun.
Yeah. Where it becomes Syria, Palestine. You know? Syria was actually
or like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Pimlet.
That'd be a fun fight, actually.
It's a fun fight. It's a huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Just engaging.
Yeah, it's a good fight. Keep him away from the wrestling stuff. Is that weird?
He's a black belt on the ground. No, he wrestled. He's a black belt. Legit black.
Are we not going to see Taporia, Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Sarukian.
Yeah, I don't know. If they're going by the rankings, it should be Sarukian. It's a tough sell at Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for the title. It's a tough sell.
So that was
how I would love to sell it. I could sell it.
In fact, there is a major document, sometimes called the Jerusalem Talmud, that was written in the land of Israel in the 4th century, and it's typically called, in older scholarly literature, the Palestinian Talmud, which I know sounds like a contradiction of terms, but that's only because we developed an equal sensitivity to the political implications of that particular text. At any rate, that's a brief discussion of the Philistine, the Philistines, their connection to people later known as the Palestinians in the 20th century is something we'll discuss in the 3rd lecture, but that's at any rate where the name comes from. Under the 3 kings, the empire expands significantly. Solomon will take it even further out there. You can see it extends well into Jordan and to Lebanon as well. But it doesn't last. After King Solomon passes away, there's significant dispute between the northern section and the southern section, and they formally split, with the northern section becoming the kingdom of Israel, with its capital in Samaria, and in the south, the kingdom of Judah, with its capital in Jerusalem. There's a lot of fascinating archaeological evidence that talks about many of the events that are described in the later books of the Bible, particularly the Book of Kings and the Book of Chronicles, including this stone, which was discovered in Jordan, called the Mesha stele. And this is essentially a Moabite, meaning non-Jewish, version of a story that's described in the Book of Kings, in particular war there. And it's quite fascinating. It's long description, but at the end of one section it says, I looked down on him and his house. This is referring to Omri and his son King Ahab. And Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to ruin forever. Once again, you see the pattern here, right? Remember proclaims the destruction of the Jewish people. Now, Nesha proclaims the same kind of destruction. We shouldn't be surprised. This is another beautiful image from the Europa synagogue that describes various Purim scenes. You can see on the right is Queen Esther seated next to King Ahasuerus. On the left, you can see Mordecai riding on a beautiful white horse, and he is being led by his enemy Haman. And not surprising, Haman is angry because look, nobody even gave him any pants. But at any rate, this is a period where you begin to have a large amount of Jews living outside of the land of Israel. The first major group are the Jews from the kingdom of Israel that were displaced under the Assyrian kings, Herod and others, who took large sections of the population and dispersed them to these areas shown here in a classical map and here in a contemporary map, the region of Lebanon, Syria, the region of northern Syria, Turkey, perhaps the Kurdish region, and further on the border of Iran. Now, there's been a lot written about the idea of
showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good.
It wasn't a complete population movement. There were many Jews who remained behind in Israel. Many of them
feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that.
Weird. She knew how to play with your hoop shape.
And I was like, what in the world?
She had a whole new world.
Yeah, a whole new world. And
That's when you knew you liked ass.
I was like, this is not terrible. And I went, and I lost.
You're like, this is great. Now, what a guy stuff feels like, right? Because that's the next step in that conversation.
Yeah. Is that the next step?
Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb.
You got it.
Widen this thing up, and I get your real stuff in my ass. And they start jacking off to those videos.
That's just, all that is college stuff.
Yeah, fair.
It's just college stuff.
Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking the McConnell?
I did not see that.
He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket. Some other fighters could probably use it. But here's my thing, Bubba, and I'm a fan of McConnell. And I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter, we're fighters.
I think you went hard in the press. I think
hold on, let me finish. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response to fighters. You call me out, if you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, well, now you got my attention, and because I'm not gonna come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. He called me out. We're from the same fraternity. We can both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying. That's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, the UFC fraternity, well, now we can both play this game. But here's the thing with Makana is if you're gonna start a beef, if you're gonna go back and forth, Cuddy, you can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they had to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back to me after 10 days. I've moved on. When someone and fans are hitting me up like, "Oh, McConnell's taking shots," right? What? Who? About what? I've moved. Dude, this is it's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, "You'd be surprised." Well, first of all, I've already moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. That's so weak that you're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is prototypical chat GPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting. He was a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put in chat GPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Shaw? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb, I understand stuff. I'm gonna call myself an idiot, but compared to him, I'm Elon Musk.
Well, he's not talking to you.
Think about my fans, which is, but if you're listening to me, that means I'm dumb and he's the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Shop show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it. And the comedy special. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? So it's just like, again, if you were going to come with this rebuttal, you got to do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out, but I'm not going to play your game. But if you're going to wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. They probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters. I get more money in my pocket. And I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know Marcano, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of that and pursue fighting. So he's a smart dude. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining. And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me, how no one watches my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built their platform in near Hawaii, has a big platform, just to reach me, but I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Well, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point.
No, but did he go on? No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't.
He didn't go on. He didn't go on
to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that. He didn't go on there for other.
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? A fight, maybe release some brand or some brand deal. Now, he went on another grown man show to get the message out because he can't do it from here. And then he's tried podcasting on his mom, right? Weird. Who's the first 55 to do podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call and show me the money. And then when they show you the money, you turn it. Right? So he's trying podcasting on the mom, right? Weird. Who's the first 55 to do podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call and show me the money. And then when they show you the money, you turned it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one. But I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. This is, if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 that he's fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat PSD, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all top of the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, PSD, who we know is overhyped, and that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. He was fake hype, but he has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out at a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with a older series and you lose to him. So we're just being analytical about it. He's saying you're not getting a title shot. He's not a shot at it. Yes, it is. You're just being underfought for a title. You're being honest. And it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? He fought for the main event, probably got a good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on, the smart, and I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's already lost 2. You lose another one, it's going to get diced. He might say,
it hasn't connected.
It's like this anti-trust lawsuit.
It's going to be 7 with big and it's ending equally from 9. This is where we can be seeing elite taken from Spirit Academy.
So he's not actually turning down 200,000, like he said. He's might turn down a low 100,000, which is still a lot of money. Kind of makes the after tax and all that.
Yeah,
But it makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's gonna scratch his back, which I doubt he is, maybe they are, is I'm a 2-fight losing skin. They give me a bad matchup, I'm fucked, dude. I'm gonna make way less more money. If I can just win one more, that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. Yes, so that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down,
He makes a lot more.
correct. So I think he's playing chess, and we're thinking it's checker. That's what I assume he's turned down.
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be the smart sort of.
He doesn't say that though. He doesn't say, he goes, it's a pride thing, it's a respect thing.
It probably is as well. It's probably
that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who's been around the league longer than him.
Yes.
I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I have the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, Makano, maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do, and I hope that's why you're doing it. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's it's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because that's the way it will work. Let's say Dana goes behind the scenes, hey, dude, Tiger of showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup, and you win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real, and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on Makano saying that 55 is the most tough division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking, right? Probably top 15.
13, I
think that,
Hello, fellows.
you know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world?
I think you said what a lot of people were thinking.
Relatively
right?
low light.
Anyone that knows the sport knows I'm 100% correct. Look. And I think he was even higher than that before he lost 2. So, you talk about a top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him. But again, they get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a blowback from this 14 days later.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got too many fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that. I never got that you were actually attacking Makano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all. And also,
he may have a great relationship with Dan, though, and he may have been like,
so does Donald Cerrone. So a ton of guys do. They're still taking the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effects from taking the fucking
my guess is Dana would say take the money.
Dana would be like, oh, dude, yeah.
Well, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now.
And that's why I'm glad he's not taking it. The money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking it, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Yeah, only 3% are. I know Big Fish is not taking it. But again, I don't know what kind of financial situation. And, he was going on to be a lawyer. And I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer out there than it does here. He might be completely fucking. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200 or 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100,000. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People have figured it out. He actually turned out about 100-something, 110,000. Still a ton of money, but after taxes, I can see why it's like, just give me a good matchup. Because that's the long game. So I think he's doing it to play.
What's a good matchup for him?
I don't know. Where he's at, Chandler.
So what's going on?
Chandler would be fun.
Yeah.
Big name,
Perhaps the most significant
or like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Pimlet.
That'd be a fun fight, actually.
It's a fun fight.
That'd be a very
It's a huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Just engaging.
Yeah, he's a good fight. Keep him away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that weird?
He's a black belt on the ground. He can wrestle. He's a black belt, dude. Legit black belt.
Are we not going to see Taporia Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Saruki.
Yeah, I don't know. If they're going by the rankings, it should be Saruki. It's a tough sell. Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for the title. It's a tough sell.
So that was
Now, I would love to sell it. I could sell it. But to the fans and the rankings, you hear that the guy jumped from 9, he just beat a old Chandler. Jump to the queue. You see Sarukian's fucking win?
That's a very, very problematic fight.
If it's any other sport, this isn't even a conversation.
Very, very problematic fight for Ilya Taporia.
He's still favored.
Do you think he should be favored in that fight? Really? Okay.
I mean, Taporia is the fucking real deal.
You know, he walks around about 190 Taporia, which I had no idea. So he's very thick. 55 is, the fact that he can get down to 45 is so insane. I mean, what he did to Charles Oliveira,
That was a split decision. That'd be a bad one to reference. So that was a split decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliveira fight against Taporia. No, Sarukian.
I'm talking about Taporia.
Oh, yeah. But we're talking about Sarukian. Because remember that his last one was Charles Oliveira. That was a split decision, and it was only a 3-round fight. And Charles Oliveira was coming back super strong, catching all sorts of submissions. Most experts would say that fight went 2 more rounds, Charles Oliveira was going to pull that out. So that'd be the knockout Sarukian. And then he misses weight in the championship fight. And that's when how he get to McConnell. That's how he got a fucking opportunity.
Star Wars,
which
are now evolving. Again, you'll recall this in first century Christianity was essentially.
But again, UFC's fucking. It's owned by DQ. It's WWE. What's gonna be the bigger fight? Patty's a much bigger fight. Not even remotely close. To sell tickets? Are you fucking kidding me?
Because we all the fight fans want to see what Sarukian can do.
The hardcores want Sarukian, and Sarukian deserves it. He's ranked fucking number 1 for a reason. Patty's number 9. So if you're UFC, the game you play, all right, do we give Patty another good matchup? Maybe give him a just engage. He beats him. Now we can sell him, and he's proved he's worthy of it. Do we do that? Well, if he loses, that fight hopefully comes back. But I don't know.
It's dicey.
Yeah. So it's like, do you make the fight now while it gets hot, undefeated? And Taporia also said he'd rather vacate than fight Sarukian.
He said he did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he said that there's so much that goes into camps and fight week, and this guy pulls out a fight. Argument there is that doesn't work. Sarukian's only pulled out 1 fight ever. It was when he was going to fight his last time shot.
Taporia wants the Patty Pimble over Sarukian.
We all did. Yeah, because he thinks it's just a fight. I actually think I think it's a better fight than most people think. I think Patty's better than most people think.
I think though that
Patty wins that fight, it's going to be fucking tough. But again, if he does, UFC's going, we finally got our another big star.
I think Taddy has a real chance of also getting knocked out because he's just not in that mid distance. He's not what Taporia is, and he gets hit. You can't be.
That's what I'm saying. If the guys are 10 foot deep, they'd probably be there today. That's the thing. That sun, I got those first fights, and that sun comes out.
So, it's a different thing.
Patty's entertained. I'd rather watch Patty, but the Sarukian deserves it.
Patty is, I would say, not only does he rise to the occasion of the big fights, but I think he's so sneaky athletic. He's so athletic. He's a freak, freak. Big.
And legit superstar material.
Yes.
Legit superstar.
Yes.
And if I know this, the UFC definitely knows this, and that's why he would jump the queue.
So do you think he'll jump the queue?
I don't know.
Someone said this is
Too bad they even figured out how to get around it. Look at that shit. It keeps banning the exact same user over and over.
I've heard their stuff. I've heard from the Joe sources, Patty. I've also heard legit sources like jail. Jail. They're no Sarukian.
are actually two versions of the comet. One is called the Richmond comet, or although the
Certainly is bigger, much more obscure fight a lot of these. And you don't get the same. Now, will that payday change? Will that purse change? Yeah. How do you think he'll be able to that? Because he wants to be paper.
Well, he gets paid for you no matter what. But now he's just going to sell a ton more paper. And you could sell out Wembley Stadium.
It just turns it into an image.
How do you take that?
Massive. By far the biggest one. You know, you're on that. Almost makes a fork. You don't have to fight.
Really? No. I love that fucking kid.
Yeah, it's great.
But a series
Sorry, we didn't rush it, Jeff.
Sailor break, Brandon. Tell me about
Let's talk about cars for a second, pal.
I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get the parts I want, like windshield wiper blades, etc. Okay?
Dude, you need O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all the things you just mentioned. They got thousands of parts, accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. So if they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. All right, we got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, and Good Burger.
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
I'm gonna have myself a magic money on my back.
Oh, I already had one. Yeah.
You guys want to get in the flow state?
McConnell hurt my feelings, so I felt dumb, so I took my max.
That's what happens sometimes.
I know, dude.
If you feel dumb, somebody hurts your feelings. You want mental clarity, you want alertness, you don't want to be jittery. This has time release caffeine. It's the same technology pharmaceutical companies use. I don't know of any other energy drink that actually has time release to caffeine. It's got about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, 165 milligrams. But over a long period, it's awesome.
They sell out non-stop. It's hard to get.
Yes.
Because once you try Max, there's no going back.
If you want a sharper brain for tomorrow, it supports a healthier, sharper brain. And if you're a high performer like us, you got to get yourself some Max.
The difference between this and the much larger Babylonian Talmud is that
Too.
had
It's like smooth,
this
sustained power. I'm looking for sustained power.
They're reading the
I'm just looking up to be done.
They're opening up themselves to questions they're developing.
You had to down a couple magic
They're
by
also
Maxes.
interested in different issues because Israel has a lot of discussion about agricultural laws that apply there.
I bet if we said McConnell back in those, he'd do that.
Babylonian Talmud, because it's written later,
He'd snap
generally
out of
considered
it.
the more authoritative.
Yeah.
Certainly
Take that
very well.
Anybody who's got a decision to make, you want to get more done without burning out. Stay sharp, confident, in control.
Real culture. All right, first one is the news of Howard Stern potentially being canceled.
Other houses
No, it's not potential. No, they're still in
He's been on the air for 40
They're
years.
still negotiating a contract. So he's apparently insiders are saying that he'll probably do it if the money's right. He'll do 1 or 2 more years. But yeah, it's
$100 million.
the executive at Sears came out and like, we're just not seeing a return on the $100 million. Here's the thing, like people on the right are going to celebrate, and I think partially this is true. Like you look at Stephen Colbert, you look at Howard Stern. What's the one common denominator they both have in common? They went super political. So they're talking shit about Trump. They were super pro-COVID. So it went from fun entertainment to just anti-Trump rhetoric. Right? And people just don't want that. Right? They just don't want that. We need to take a fucking page out of their book before we become like them. Because there's topical stuff when it comes to politics.
But they can get that
It's not what we
anywhere.
do. And you can get from much smarter minds. I don't hear Howard Stern, this guy makes $100 million a year talking about his fucking, from his fucking castle, tells him that you're a piece of shit if you don't take the COVID shot while he's in his fucking sealed castle. That's not going to work. For Colbert, before I go to bed, I don't want just a huge anti-Trump program. Even if I'm not on board with anything Trump, that's not what makes you feel bad. You're like, all right, what's the common denominator? They both went super hard in the paint politically. Did he start losing his appeal so that we track that? They certainly weren't making their money back. No. He's also in his 70s. He might be tired of it, right? He might be tired of it. Keep doing it, but also, like, he kept his hair. Sure. But I think, too, with Howard Stern burst on the scene, being super crazy, dude. You remember, he was in blackface. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper-competitive. You know why he got fired from D.C.? Dude, he would go into markets and be like, who's your biggest DJ? And then take over the radio station, beat him in the ratings. Yeah. So, well, he'd also go hard after him. Of course, yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying. So then he would take over these markets, and people love that. He'd do, porn stars. He'd have one of the best interviews ever. He'd have the celebrities on getting their sex life. They'd shut that door. He'd find a way. He was actually a very important cultural figure. Oh, massive. Even Rogan said that. Like, he's a huge influence on Rogan. He's not Rogan's biggest fan now, but how old you say he is? In his 70s. You're damn near in your 60s. I'm in my 40s, almost mid-40s. When you've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it nowhere as long as him. It's fucking tough. You can have the fact that he's waking up at 3 in the morning, right? There's that's hard on your body. But then also, he doesn't have his ear to the ground. He's a little bit he's out of touch. So he's in his ivory tower. He's out of touch. So him speaking on COVID, the political climate, inflation, any of that shit. Some sources indicate a drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to as few as 125,000. Wow. Now part of this is him doing the whole political rant, and also part of it, he's just older. Where people are like, this is everything. That's right. And then also Sirius, the majority of the listeners, when you buy a new car or you rent a car, that's Sirius in it. So they would count those as Howard Stern listeners. Do you know anybody that has Sirius? I never listened to it. Because Apple and Spotify took over, and then he never made the adjustment. Which I think he'd be huge if he went back to his old ways and was on. If he was on YouTube, it'd be massive. Agreed. So even if they do cancel this, if I'm Howard Stern, if he wants, he makes so much money. I don't know what he'll still do if he wanted to. You imagine Howard Stern just have the same celebrities on YouTube or Apple or Spotify? If he was like, oh, no more waking up at 3 in the morning. Why don't you build a studio in the city? Why don't you build a studio in the city? Meet me at noon. And release it the next day. Just meet me at my house. Because I work hard at house. Wow. But dude, there's no one wilder than Howard Stern when he was on the scene. But that, again, I don't fault them for it because we've changed too. Like when you come up, when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy. And then you grow up. He got fired from a radio station in D.C. when that plane flew into the 14th Street Bridge and people were killed. He called the airline in America. He said, how much is the ticket from Washington National to the 14th Street Bridge? Like, he would do shit like that. And they were like, you're out of here. Dude, he did terrible shit. He had a lady that he shaved and she committed suicide. Well, that was my friend, my buddy. His wife ended up. Yeah. They had porn stars on, remember? They had Beetlejuice on, they had guys with stutters, right? It was like this huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. Now you can't really do that. You go blackface, it's just a different time. You ever see his movie? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's got a nose job in the middle of that movie. I said his nose was too big, and then they had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Good, scroll down for a sec.
Jews practice a dietary system known as
back in the day. You know what he could do? He could also sell his entire catalog. He may interview. He could just upload old interviews that people love. Now, most of it he can't afford now for all that stuff.
By the way, and Islam has also a system of rules for the dress of females and I would assume
he's off in the summer, but this year he has been saying maybe I should retire.
Although they're not identical, of course.
How many times can you? How many people?
Rothschild dominated radio for over 40 years, earning nearly $1 billion while developing a reputation as the biggest shock jock of all time. But the term shock jock
broadcast from its home over the past 5 years, citing fears over COVID-19. You know how big of a bitch you have to be? That's what I'm out. Like, if you're just that big of a sissy, I don't give a fuck if you're the funniest guy in the world. I'm out. I can't condone it. If you're that big of a bitch, will you stay in your house in 2025? That's tough. He's a scary kid. But again, he used to be super edgy.
Yeah, he was edgy behind the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's a very
He did wild shit that he knew he'd get in trouble for.
Smartass.
And he still risked it.
Great to be a smartass.
Now you can't get him out of his house.
Don was on the show all the time.
It regulates the space for non-Muslims in Muslim
Yeah, that was a big deal.
in particular Jews and
Back in the day.
There is.
There's Robin, his sidekick.
they had, according to
She's
Islam,
heavy.
received a
I'm not looking at
legitimate
that.
transmission
Yeah,
that's
of
what she's doing.
notification
That hair.
as,
That's your boy, Andy, going.
you know, Islam would argue that
You know, Andy?
they misunderstood those
But serious, though, is also just a dying breed. Like, they shut down all their MMA content. Like, Tom used to have showing their odds and negotiations with them. You know, Jason Ellis was on there. Ray Trump was on there. They shut down all of that.
It's not making money. It's just too much competition, too.
It's also just changed.
I'm not going to pay
And also the landscape's changed.
But why would I pay a subscription for a series when I can get Rogan and anybody else? You know, Tucker Carlson and all these people.
They're not allowed
Look at Madonna. She was, I think, so out. She was so
leadership,
out.
like
That's what
carrying a weapon.
My buddy dated her, too.
Of course,
I should say, I told you I went to her show because you know some girl invited me, so I didn't really want to go. What years?
Many of these
Last year?
things were
Less than a year ago? She's in her 70s, right? She puts on a freaking crazy good show. And she's still good. Yeah, especially like her energy and everything, it's still there. Dude, if she was performing next door and the pod just ended, I would have stopped it. I wouldn't even peek my head.
The amount of work she's had done and how crazy she is now. But when she was, that was when she should have just made it off.
Yeah,
Become a producer or
you her have the same size arms.
dude, be cool, man. I do wrestling. Did I do wrestling? Be cool, man. I really don't. Did I do wrestling, bro?
No, Howard Stern's a legend, dude. He just, you know, lately he's just a giant man.
Yeah. I got older.
And the real men go, I can't fuck this anymore. That's also true. The men go, I just can't.
That's true.
You're your ivory tower.
Guys go.
Telling people that they should die who don't get the COVID shot. Like, all right,
They say that shit.
Yeah,
Fuck you.
yeah,
Go fuck yourself. Yeah, you saw the real.
He's just
You saw how nasty people
yeah,
are.
he's just not a guy's guy. That's how this goes. You know, I talk to Smack on podcasting. I have a feeling he might just end up going into podcasting for himself. The thing, he probably has $500 million. So I don't. If I'm him, dude, fuck it, bro.
That's the thing. That's what I don't understand. Like, you have that kind of money. Like, I'd be like,
That's what I don't get. But I asked how he doesn't
he has
say
kids, though.
no.
He doesn't have kids. He doesn't have children.
No.
That's like as somebody with kids. I gotta say, somebody who resisted it until he's 40. Like you're just not. I'm telling you.
Oh, yes,
he does. So,
I don't know how to follow that well, but I guess he does.
okay. So, spend time with your kids, bro.
Well, they're older now.
Yeah. You know, like that anyway.
I definitely. Hey, definitely.
Is he still married?
You don't get as big as him and be a good dad.
Yeah.
You just can't. You can't.
Well, you can. You just
I
gotta.
don't know anyone that does. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give.
Yeah, but if he comes home and he's with his kids, you know.
Well, her smile is terrifying.
She's cute.
Her smile is terrifying. This one is like
It's a strong. It is a strong villain.
It looks like the Joker cartoon.
Well, it's an aggressive smile.
Looking for him. She's only 53, dude.
Yeah. Wow. So okay.
But back then, why would Howard Stern would do it? So Howie Mandel makes more money than God. He's set. He owns stuff you guys don't even know about. He's set.
Yes.
And I sit down for his podcast, and before we go on there, I go, why the fuck are you giving him
podcasting.
Shows
You're good, bud. You're good. And he goes, I have to. Gives me something to do. There's other businesses don't. If their guy's talent that shoots, sees it, and then it gives me something to do when I wake up. Like, I get it. Just because you have money, you still need. That's when you die. When you retire is when you die. You need something. So that's it. I don't know if I still do it, but I love how it's said. Yeah, I get it. Because then me and Casey got in the car because Casey was with me. I go, man, I believe he still does it. He goes, you're going to be the same way. What are you just going to stop? No. For Howard Stein, we didn't give a fuck about money and ratings and shit. Like, he's set. Dude, I can't wait for the day where we don't have any ratings and we just podcast. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
We're going to just do podcasts. We don't have to worry about ratings.
If we're smart, we would have done Patreon fucking 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And so then eventually that gets built up enough, we're making the same money you are on that. Where it's just all free for the actual fans.
We're going to do it. We're talking about the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just for the, because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. The one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yeah. So it'd be for them. Yes. That's the reason I would do it. Yeah. And you can regulate, so, because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. Like that. You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of free show. Why they're paying whatever is $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right? We're like, dude, we got it free for 10 years.
I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man when they train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. Sure. If you get some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. I'm down. Are you though? That's my biggest fear. Are you? What do you mean? You down? I wouldn't have to commit to it. Because it's going to be a beast. It's more work than we
Let's go, bro. All right.
Especially good farmers, however,
afraid. What do you think, Jay? I'm done. As long as it gives, we'll still put up free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. And the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have any reason, we're just doing it. And they can just enjoy the content without having to. That's the biggest thing, too.
So we don't have to go through much.
No, yeah, just so you can just play music on there, videos. Like, we don't have to edit the video. No, oh my gosh, it's the Wild West stuff. Really? Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. It's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just edit it out. Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. That kind of stuff.
Give me something else.
Oh, you mean Kurt Event? Yeah. Real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. You gave me a Chipotle burrito.
Yeah, it cost me like.
They're expensive, man.
$7.99.
Yeah, there's not a ton of Chipotle. There's one that's not too far, but
it's one right near our type.
All right. Have you guys heard this story? This is wild. I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbee's house in the early 2000s, right? And this dude that broke in, now Bisbee got away, right? Because he's gonna beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisbee got away and ran up, I think scuffed him up and then got out of the house. The dude that broke into his house is a serial killer. So it says, did UFC legend Michael Bisbee escape with the Torres Hammer Killer, which is the serial killer in England? So while recounting a harrowing home invasion in his recent documentary, the British UFC champion Michael the Count Bisbee may have unknowingly reopened one of Northern England's coolest murder cases. In the late 1990s, Bisbee was ambushed in his flat by a massive intruder dressed in black, welding a hammer and dousing the room in gas. Bisbee escaped after a brief struggle, but a chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2004, a string of unsolved murders across northern England followed identical
plan, right? Force entry, gas-soaked crime scenes, and blood-force drama from a hammer. The attack seized abruptly, leaving the case cold. However, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicions. The man now serving a life sentence posted to fellow inmates about his close call with Michael Bisping, implying the UFC star nearly escaped becoming another victim. Though authorities have yet to confirm his claims, this chilling connection suggests that Bisping's intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive serial killers.
Crazy.
And Bisping posted goes, "Oh shit, this happened." Wow. Face to face with a monster, my exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be Northern England's exclusive hammer.
Okay, try again. How does it sound?
He terrorized a region for over a decade, left a trail of unsolved murders, and now he says Michael Bisping was nearly his next victim. The great Michael Bisping almost was his next victim. That's so fucking. Dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer breaking into my house.
Yeah, how old is Bisping though?
Yeah, must have been super young. Yeah. He's in the UFC.
No, I don't think so.
No.
So I see there are
2000, early 2000s, so he's still a professional fighter, right? Coming up.
Early 2000 or is it 90s?
No, it's in the late 90s, early 2000s. So he was still, coming through the ranks.
Beat your ass.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
It is.
But I'm not getting any feedback from you.
There's not a serial killer alive who could beat up a UFC fighter. Your best chance is Ed Kemper.
Big boy.
6'6", 300, 6'9". Is he that big?
Yeah.
Ed Kemper
I'm
would
tell you what I'm
but still
experiencing from my end is
6'9".
that I say
The
something
co-ed killer
and
6'9".
Big fucking guy.
So we're killing at 15.
oh wait,
Any
I
other
think I saw
brain
that. Actually,
clusters?
Valve is open.
That
Okay,
can
that's
be a
great.
handful. Like if
So
he broke
that's-
into like a
that's
flyweight's
improvement.
house, you
Now
might
let's
have
see.
some
Do I
issues.
have
And
any
he's an
other
eyes.
questions?
He's
here?
fucking
Let's see
huge.
what I've got.
Also,
Yes.
IQ.
Great. I've got
so
some questions there in the chat
Look
here.
at that.
Okay. So I see Taylor 26 is on.
You know,
Thank you.
his IQ is like the same as mine.
Delshon
Yeah.
Prejean is on. Hope I pronounced that correctly.
That is terrifying. That big.
All right.
That's
That
sick.
looks like we solved this. Okay.
He would kill hitchhikers in
So
Santa Barbara and shit.
let me start with the questions
First
that
of
I
all,
have.
if you're hitchhiking and the
from,
guy's over 6 foot,
my
don't
notes
do
here,
it.
and I hope
Sure
that
as
they
fuck.
will be useful
Don't
for you
jump
as well.
in the car
And
if he's
please feel
6.
free
I got a better one.
to add your
Don't jump in the
questions,
car
in the
if
chat
it's
so
a
that
guy in general.
Well, back then in the 70s, you wanted to ride. I get it. If he's
a lot of
6'9".
people reacted to the review of Elon on Facebook.
You want to foot straight? So he killed his mom and then fucked her dead throat.
For members, because I really did not like this book. I don't really want to
that sounds
share
like some
negative
resentment.
things
Yeah.
with the whole crowd. It is towards a fairly critical review,
That'd be
and I do appreciate that many of you asked me to make it public, but
issues.
this
And
one
then
I'm
he
not
would hang out at
However,
the bar that all
the
the
things
cops
that I
did
learned
to pick up like clues.
book
And
and
they use friends
my
called
reactions to it as well. I will include this in more standard presentation, so that we'll get to see that as well. Now let's go on to some of the Trancoso inscription. So a lot of people had a lot of theories about what's going on with those strange
Very
inscriptions
smart.
So the
on
whole
the
point of this story is
exteriors of the houses in the Jewish border.
There's not a serial on earth, even Ed Kemper,
A couple of people said, well, maybe that strange one that looks like it says the word Roro
because he's 6'9".
is actually
But outside that, they're
Ruro,
all
like the letter
bitches.
Resh.
They'll have to like lure you in and you
Very
head
close
in
to
the
a dollar,
yard.
just difference of
Yeah,
a sharp corner, a right angle as opposed to a
or
slight
like
curve.
the
And that's possible, but it should be noted that
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
the
the
night soccer dude,
location
he would kill like
somewhat
someone.
south of
Yeah,
the
but he would like kill
Ruro
old
River.
ladies.
Yeah,
Like,
really
piece of
so
shit.
close
Yeah, and
that
like children and shit,
people
like
want
such
right
a
there. Not
piece of
right
shit
twice.
BTK killer with
So
like
it's
kids and
really
women.
quite a mystery. I still have
And
a lot
also,
of time
they would sneak in the house, they take the
But I
husband
got a
out
few
in their
other
sleep, they would shoot him with a gun. This is usually
Yosef
their mouth.
Israel
Because they don't want
writes the last bit at the end.
confrontation.
The
They're
inscription
bitches.
looks like it says the word
That's why you gotta respect Jeffrey Dahmer.
spirit.
That's my whole
referring to the
roundabout was to show some
horizontal
respect to Jeffrey
line
Dahmer.
under one of the last
Serial killer
letters
that just went for
that
dude.
it actually
He
spells
was a
that
gay man,
sound.
but he was still
But when you
physically
actually
overpowering gay dude.
hit the wall, you'll see that it's not actually carved into the wall. The video shows up, but
Yeah,
it's
you
a
feel
little
all
bit of
messed up.
light.
Yeah,
It could be that that light is there because there was
And then one time you get
competitive
this
perfection
couch
to
with
the
an
rock,
actual
but
black dude. The black
it's
dude kind of
definitely
went
not
fast.
dug in as deeply.
Yeah.
So he's still a bitch. But if you're gonna give credit to anyone, it's him because he did kill a guy.
Klaus
Yeah,
Mecki,
he got away.
2262
Did he get him back
writes,
in
the
though? Okay.
inscriptions would have to be analyzed and dated by archaeologists
he
in
killed
the
a
first
deaf guy.
place. True, I'm not a trained
Yeah,
archaeologist.
not a
I'm a regular
yeah.
All I'm
historian.
saying,
I
though, if
read
we're gonna
fairly
get show
widely
any
in archaeology, but
respect here,
Yeah,
he
I
did
don't
kill
have all
only
the tools
men.
for it.
Which these
The
other
question
guys,
is,
these
how
other
old
bitches
are
go
they
for
really?
grandmas,
Are they
kids.
during
Yeah,
their
but he killed
post
men.
position? Could the stones have been retrieved
Tracy Edwards,
from earlier
Tracy
buildings?
Edwards.
Was the location affected by the Great Elizabeth earthquake
Escaped
of 1755?
Wow.
There were earlier earthquakes in the region too, 1321,
My
1356,
lord.
1531, and also another
Gay
earthquake in
man.
1761. So a very erudite kind of complex question there.
Yeah,
But
Don, when
it's
they call
really
him,
the
because I'm
main
really
problem.
bad.
We
Yeah,
know
you don't
that
understand.
the
I'm really bad.
I know. You know, when
have
they
been
got
around
me, it
for
was
quite
thank
some
God you got
time,
me.
but they
He was
couldn't
ready. He
even
was like, thank God
possibly
you got me.
go
Because
in.
he actually
no
had
way to
remorse
carve
for
it
it. He was like, thank God, because I wouldn't stop. Like, I'm glad you got me.
nature
And then the
organic
inmates went,
materials and so
oh,
on.
you're the serial
The
killer? And
buildings
they killed him. They killed him over that with a 45.
pre-Inquisition
Yeah, a guy
period,
called himself
13th
Jesus.
century,
I don't know if you've
14th
seen his
century.
killer.
So
Yeah.
sometime over the last 500
Yeah.
years,
And
someone
like, you think about the bitch Charles Manson,
walls
he was like
with these
5 foot,
strange
dude. He was
symbols
5'2". He didn't even do the kill. He would talk to
They were
others
not
to do because he
affected
was
by the
physically
earthquake of
intimidating or strong enough to
1755.
do
We're
it.
aware of that one.
So
Totally
yeah, girls do
destroyed
it.
much of Lisbon.
Girls and men.
Didn't have the
Dallas,
same kind of impact on
Tex
that
Watson
building.
did it.
These buildings
But he
are
was a bigger
definitely
dude.
from the
But
Inquisition
in
period,
general, serial killers
but
are bitch.
the
When you think about
inscriptions
their
could have had as
bitches, dude.
late as the
They're
20th
super
century.
soft.
In fact, I had a really interesting discussion with
The sniper, the DC
zoologists
sniper would do it with his
in
with a kid.
Porto who suggests they may even have been inscribed for the purpose of attracting
none of them are doing it like real shit,
really
dude.
well, but not impossible at
They're
all.
all bitches.
Yeah.
So
Alright, what else you got,
it's
Chip?
still likely that they were inscribed most likely by Jews because
Next one
it's
is,
a Jewish neighborhood. And they
Ryan
don't
Garcia.
appear nowhere near
It's just odd.
completely outside of
He's
the
in a
neighborhood.
car with an orangutan that's eating grapes. And he's
Another
So you
username,
guys know it's a
Elio
female
Tishu,
orangutan.
suggests that Roro
How do you know
might be
this
a
one?
nickname.
Because I
Yeah, could
studied
be.
the high
But
sands.
why would you put that on a wall? Why would you inscribe it twice? You know, it's on either
Here's my
side of the
question.
wall.
Do you rent this orangutan? Because
It's
that's
a
illegal.
bizarre thing to write.
No,
in your
orangutans, so they're
especially
very, very different.
that's how
Orangutans are very different than
someone
chimpanzees.
tagging it with
Because
a
orangutans are
That's
gentle,
aggressive.
very
you
gentle.
know,
You would not do
inscribed
that
in
with
the
a
wall.
chicken,
You have to
no,
spend a
especially
couple
a
of hours with
Georgia.
hammer and
You
chisel
didn't know
making
that,
a
Jim.
lot of noise.
But orangutan has the power
Describing
with
it
this
so
thing.
it's
It does, but they tend to be
There's a
really,
clear,
really.
like,
They're,
But that's
why
why
would
you're
you
giving
spend
grapes,
hours
right?
shoving
when I
it
was
into
with
the side
when I
of the
was
house under the hot
rehabilitating the
sun?
orphans back in the
question.
wild in Indonesia with this thing
Well,
called Earthwatch,
Anik,
I could be around the
9463
adults, and the adults were afraid.
maybe it's a
They weren't so afraid of women, but they were afraid of males. So they will not confront you. They'll be like, hey, and they're like, oh, and they run away from you. Chimps will rip your face off. They will not. You can never have chimps.
For Ryan Garcia, it's just for the gram. Like, I love Ryan, but he's just doing it just for the views. That's watch. Yeah, because that's not a orangutan. Runs out of
And the
grape.
last one here on this section,
No, she wouldn't. She
J.M.
should never attack a female.
Are there crypto Jewish personal names that can be identified? Yes, definitely. There's quite a few names. Ramirez, Perez, Sanchez, Gonzalez. These are often very
Is this
well
Ryan's own
associated
song?
with
I wonder if he's in a
crypto
music video
Jews.
because people are filming
Ferrer,
it. So he might be in
he
a
asked
music
also
video.
put a
That's a
Jacob,
good call.
shoemaker from
That's
the
a good call.
Netherlands,
And the orangutan's
hired to fight for
driving,
Britain
and
in the
it's
Revolutionary War in
That's
the
a
U.S.
good
He
call. I
identified
bet
as
that's what's
Jewish.
going on.
Well,
Why do orangutans have
Jacob
such
is
tongues?
definitely a Jewish name, also a non-Jewish name too.
Because they eat so
shoemakers,
much vegetation. They live on leaves.
So does gorillas.
Yeah, but
So,
that's all the gas.
The answer is
and
yes,
methane.
could be
but so
Jewish,
do
but
gorillas
could
and
be
chimps.
really
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, so those are all the questions
Gorillas
that I
have
reported
chimps
on
prefer
that.
meat.
Let's see, let's check
But
the chat
gorillas
here. So
have
nice
big
to
tummies.
see if that
Do they like not
Jake
yet? But the chimp has a
asked me
chest
if I
like
read
That chimp's not eating a lot of people
It's
food.
not
The
good.
chimp
the
eats.
same chest, yeah?
Why does it
No,
mix
no, I have better chest than that.
Chimps,
Chimps get super.
the author Daniel
Well,
anticipated the
in
apocalypse
captivity,
to
they can
occur
develop
shortly
diabetes because
after
they
the
get fed
fact
too
of
much.
the
Goddamn.
Yeah. I had
So
a female
that's-
grab
those are
me.
really hard
She,
questions.
I played around with the babies. They feel like
like they're made of wood, right?
Yeah.
Reading the book of
I had a
Daniel is
female
definitely one of the most
reach under a
complex
bridge and she grabbed me and
parse
pulled.
books in
And I'll never forget that strength.
There's
Like that, she just pulled and let go. She was playing.
Just like with it.
I was like, motherfucker.
She could have done whatever she wanted.
Yeah, then you see the males. Now, the males are elusive. They spend time on my girl.
They just, do you look at the males?
A male orangutan is a massive animal. I don't know how
scholars
their
approach
arms
this, and
and
academic scholars approach it with a very different perspective.
They get the dad guns. You know the dads that drink all the beer all the time?
Yeah,
They always have those round tubs.
The way we
and they have those in a
understand
while.
the apocalyptic
It's just from
projections
leaves,
that
huh?
are coded in it.
So this is
200
Definitely a massive
6
topic.
feet tall.
okay.
The interpretation of that
Between
is
110
very
200
heavily
pounds.
on
Yeah,
what
it's a big
kind
animal.
of scholars you're asking.
Yeah, they're not-
Trying to
they're
figure out
not,
what this is book mean. Taylor 26 also asks, what's my favorite commentary on the Torah? Well,
Yeah, and they're so
a
sweet.
lot.
You see,
It
I
says females
definitely
way
am
between
most I love
66 and
Rashi.
100. Get these fucking
Females
things on my
that
face.
would
These
fall in
things
love.
are a piece of shit.
Yeah, it would fall in love. If you were friends with, if you had a female pet female, she'd always be around.
Precise manner.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
In terms of modern commentators,
And the babies would always clutch on.
prefer Rush time zones.
They love you.
Study
They
his
really
work
climb up
every
your
day.
leg and they hold on. They want to be cuddled.
Okay,
You're
let's
doing
see.
the right things. Guy goes around them.
Del
And they want you to take
Sean,
put them down for naps. That's cute. They wear diapers. I swear to God.
writes that Nissan
And
the
they
14th is not
they throw
occurring in the
tantrums
same
too. If you
month
take
this
away their
year
toys,
as my devotion
if you don't give them
to
food, they will go
How do I
just like a
explain
kid.
that
They will throw a
the
tantrum.
is not a
Exactly.
spiritual
And you want to know something else?
God
They're so close to humans.
That's
There was one. So they were all of them were there. There were the females. There was no males. There were adolescent males.
the
females
calendar
and the
Jews
babies.
follow.
And when they had a problem with the adolescent males would take the babies up and
it's a complicated
yes,
loony
in the
solar
tricks. They do that. The adolescent males
What we
love
have
chickens.
is the Bible is essentially a lunar
The dick's about the size of my
completely
pinky,
born
but
from the moon.
yeah.
But that
But
would
man,
result
oh man,
in
those
354
babies
days.
calling me on chimp
For the
crazy.
Muslims, for example, they have a
Chimps
lunar
are terrifying.
And that's why they
They
lose
should do a
11
new documentary
days every
called
single
Crazy
year.
Crazy.
And Ramadan right now.
There was one chimp there named Asif, and I swear to God, he was the nerd in the group. And if you saw him, he looked like a fucking nerd. He literally was like, and he was a nerd. And all the other chimps were mean to him. All of them. So the humans were nice to him. So he would cry. They wouldn't let him eat. They would beat him up. I swear to God. And so he'd come running over. He was like a baby. He was only like 3 or 4. He was just a nerd. And it was like, it was so incredible to see how human beings are. Because you can see so much of our nature through apes. And you know what happens, dude? You want to be a naturalist? Wake up in the middle of the night or when it's still dark, set up your hammock, and then you follow them and you collect their feces and study them that way. Enjoy that shit. I ain't no scientist. I'm not a scientist. Let's take a little break because I want to talk to you about True Classic.
We're talking about noticing. We're just itchy, man. You don't have a True Classic.
That's true. I'm wearing the True Classic underwear. Here's the thing, man. They never. My wardrobe is True Classic, and the good thing about it, I was thinking about this. Every time I put the T-shirt on, they don't wear and tear. They're just great colors.
All I wear is my white tees. If you see me in white tees, True Classic. I've had them for years. They're awesome. They look fantastic.
I got the sweatshirts. I got the jeans. I got the sweats. I got the underwear. They even have socks now. It's unbelievable.
They got it. So for you like designer brands, ditch the disposable fast fashion. True Classic is built for comfort, built to last, built to give back. We've been with our boy Ryan at True Classic before it was a cool thing to do, before they were in Target, before they were in Costco. Ryan's our boy, so go to trueclassic.com/fighter and get hooked up today. True Classic.
The same day to the death anniversary of the York side every year.
What does orangutan mean?
They're different. That's exactly when you're. But this year we can't have Japanese president.
Interesting.
Let's see.
So there's an old clip of Mike Tyson.
What is the fragment of the Dead
And it's just Mike Tyson moving his hand away from him. It's like he laughs and
just check Wikipedia. I don't
he
know
always
how
touches somebody.
particular scroll that specific question. Let's see. Sven asked me, what do I think of Clement of Alexandria? Was he just a Greek who was trying to self-explain Judaism? Or is his understanding of Judaism?
Who was that? Keenan? Well, yeah, Keenan Williams.
That's also a hard question. The truth is, I don't know how Simon of Alexandria to say it.
What is this?
So,
Hold on. Go back up. Hold on, please. Go back up. After she goes into the vowing to give it. everyone a ticket because she didn't want to sex.
Listeners, it says it's a picture in the caption says a cop in Texas now under investigation after she posted a TikTok.
Why don't I go back to the prepared listener, please? Whoever's on
Give
this
everyone a
live
ticket
stream,
because she didn't have sex the night before.
So I got a lot of questions
For a cop, she's a dime.
older videos that have to do with the genetics of Ashkenazi. I don't know why people are so
what's alarming is the way she spells. Didn't, D-I-N-T, didn't go back. Didn't get cracked last night. Don't say cracked. Didn't get cracked last night, so everyone was getting a ticket. Now she's on administrative leave.
Definitely sort of like
because as a cop, if you don't get cock, you can't give out tickets. I just think that it's hard.
There are a lot that can help her out with that.
Dude, I'm like, oh, what? There's only one way I can get this ticket in this thing.
Not a lot.
You know what I'm saying?
Certainly
You
not
don't
a lot.
You don't got to give me a ticket.
I'm so sorry, it's going 200 in my zero. I can't, I'm ashamed.
Yeah.
I heard you need a crack.
Conspiracy-minded people.
I heard you need a crack.
You can watch my videos where I
If
look
there's
at
one
what
thing
other
I'm
people
good
have
at,
and so on.
it's fighting and cracking.
Ashkenazi Jews.
And I'm not talking about cracking skulls. I'm talking about cracking that ass.
Can I tell you a story?
Do you mind if I crack open that ass?
I'd love to get
Because I saw your TikTok this thing.
How many guys, if she walked up and
I
said,
hate to ask
I'll
this,
give
but
you a
weren't
ticket,
many of
or
the
let's
crack
check this out,
physicians
you give me a
who were
crack.
population
How
as a
many
result not of
guys?
intermarriage,
See, I'm so
but
dumb.
instead
I went to shout to McConnell. I'm so
Jews
dumb.
were
I
brought
would
as
say
slaves by the Roman Empire.
crack. You want me to
Slaves
fight
are the
you?
sexual property of the
And she's like, no, crack, because and I don't know where they speak that lingo. I'm just not in the streets anymore. So do they call sex cracking on the streets?
I don't know, but I like the way it's. I like
Yeah, it's kind of hot.
you got to crack.
Check out Mr. Callan. You're very old, but I'm into old guys
and
that
the answer
look like
is
orangutan.
complex.
Listen,
The
it's
reason
either
why
give me a crack. You're doing right.
No, I love my wife, but I'd have to go like this. I text my wife.
You don't think
you
you
want
want
to have to get I gotta get out of this ticket. This is expensive. So I'd say, look, this money could go to our children, or it could go to the state.
She's like, babe, you're going
And
6
all I gotta do
definition.
is step up a
This
little
is
bit.
You're going 6 miles an hour over.
All I gotta do is surprise her with the heft of my piece.
Listen, if I got going 205, which they
That's
use
the
0 can do
definition
that.
that
If I got going 205, they're
working
in powder
definition
cough,
for
it's a
about
felony. I'm gonna do some
2,000
prison.
years,
Yeah, I'd say, babe,
depending on who you
I
are.
can get out of all of this.
Yeah.
If I just give her a
See
crack.
in the Bible some
I don't
examples
think
where
my
you
wife
have
being Latino would
Jewish
go for
males
that. Yeah, she wouldn't even
marry
at that level.
women
She'd go
from
surf through
non-Jewish backgrounds, and their children are considered
What?
Jewish. Some really
What?
important, like
But then in
Moses,
prison, I'm still cracking. I'm locked up 3 to 5. I'm
Joseph,
cracking.
and
Still,
others.
I'm cracking.
and so some scholars have said, well,
Would you
there's
rather me crack bros than this one hot cop? I'm still cracked. I can crack. You still crack. You know me. I can crack. You still crack. Crack.
Now,
the traditional view
I would
is,
say,
not quite like
I
that.
would say that
Because
this, I
there's
had a
a
girlfriend,
passage in the book of
and
Deuteronomy
she told me a
that
story,
when
and I'm
you
just going
read
to
it
tell you the story.
carefully, it
Tell me
indicates
what you
that
think.
grandchildren
And she said she got pulled over by this kind of macho
birthed
cop.
from
She was hot.
one's daughter
She was hot. She was hot.
Jewish,
She was hot.
grandchildren birthed
She
from
big tits.
one's son, presumably the non-Jewish women, are
And
not considered
yeah.
Jewish.
and so
There's a lot of discussion in
Yeah,
traditional
and
rabbinic commentaries.
yeah.
Well, how do we
But
square
more
these
importantly,
two facts that we have
all the
Joseph,
sprinters' ass and sprinters'
Moses,
legs.
and Mary?
Yeah. Well, you ever have girlfriends sometimes, and then her friend is like smoking, and you're like, oh, Jesus, you know. If this doesn't work out,
that,
yeah,
it's the
she was
practice of
something else.
recognizing
And she was a real,
as being Jewish and not the children.
real, she's just great
The,
at shaking
there's
up.
lots more to say
Always
about
had
how that works out.
Oh, man.
But
And this
in the 20th
macho
century, there were
tattoo, she goes, I saw his tattoos, I saw his muscles.
Men
And he was just such a pro. And I said to him, if there's anything I can do to get out of this ticket, like anything,
But to get more
like
specifically
whatever,
to this
I'll
question,
do it.
we can certainly assume that there is a significant amount of
Had sex with
material
her back
that
in
is
his
passed
patrol
along
car. This was before
through
people had cameras.
sexual violence.
So this was in the like,
However,
I think
when
it
we
was the
look at the
90s.
Ashkenazic situation
Yeah,
in
he
particular,
knocked the
there
bottom
are
of
these
it.
genetic
And I'll be honest
bottlenecks
with you, they cracked
where
her proof
scholars
that,
are able to analyze
Yeah,
the
no, I also
DNA
get
and
drawn
work
with that
back
stuff. But then
through
I have a friend
generations
that
to
that's in college football, and his brother was a cop, and
incursions
he was
of
picking up
other peoples into
you know,
this
he's just drinking his
so-called
rounds.
genetic
There's a very attractive lady who got drunk.
genetic scholars have identified
Listen,
the
go away for 5 to
9th
10 years
century
or
as an especially important time
crack.
And in fact, especially among Levites, they've identified four putative Italian mothers to
so there's also that and
Jews who call themselves
and I caught up with my friend and go,
the short answer
he goes, oh, you didn't hear me? No, this is my hometown. He goes, oh, dude, he got busted, bro.
However,
this is the kind of thing where I'm sure this happens a lot. Now you got cameras everywhere, but
it's happening right now.
It's happening on cameras right now.
Like this.
It's happening right now. I knew a girl who used to, that there was a married detective, and he would come over and she was like, he has his gun and badge, it's so hot. He would put her in call. He would show up and she'd service him immediately. It happens all the time. Cops like a stud.
I'm so stressed.
That's my best guess.
I milk.
The preponderance of the evidence is that there's
Do we have her Instagram? I need to do more research.
I'd like to do more
connected to this crime.
Yeah, I would like to.
Because right now,
we're not shaming her.
No.
So we are in support of our brothers and sisters in blue. She's a human being. Give her a slap on the wrist and get her back out to
Toronto in my Sierra 1. I lose my license. Oh, fuck. I gotta figure this out.
I mean, listen, man, and you're a good-looking kid. You work out. You'll be fine. You go to church. That's all. And that's for forgiveness. I'll repent. I'll repent. I mean,
hugely important.
I've been Jennifer.
Yep. She's gorgeous.
Propagation of Christianity.
We don't know if she's gorgeous yet.
I support her regardless. I support her.
That generation, or transitional generation,
Seriously.
50 or 60 years.
Come on, man. We're all only one. Why are you guys ruining? They ruin all the fun. They just ruin everything.
Not to be fair, though.
They just ruin our lives.
Hold on, Brian. To be fair, though.
Catastrophe.
She's in Texas. She's in Houston, bro.
That's right up the street. I mean, 4 hours.
You might want to go up there and start speeding. You might want to go up there and start breaking some laws. That's all I'm trying to say. Because
signaling that Christianity is something that should be
if you're into it.
So that transitional generation did not last terribly long.
Come on, here's my thing. We would do the show all the time. We bring up hot teachers having sex with the students. We bring up cops having sex with criminals. I have never in all my years had a hot cop or a hot teacher. I did see an attractive UPS lady this morning. I went, oh, good for you.
I saw that when I was going to get my passport. The security guard, when you go through the machine there, was so beautiful. I said, am I the only one who's like, she should be on the cover of every magazine that ever come out, dude. I was like, oh my God. Sometimes you gotta call it out. Jennifer,
and sometimes
you're right there.
Sometimes you say to yourself, what the fuck?
Such a fan.
What the fuck is going on here?
People are
welcome. How are you? What's going on, Jamo?
Why not?
Jamo, Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, dog, can you hear me? Yo, Jamo. Pimp, can you hear me? Jamo. Yo, what up, baby? How you living? How'd you find out about me, Pimp?
I was here before, I think like last week, but yeah, I want to join back.
That's tight. Did we talk?
Yeah, you explained yourself, like who you were, and yeah, I remember.
That's tight. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Nothing right now. Just relaxing right now.
All right. What are your plans for the day?
Just relax. I knew what I had to do earlier, so I'm just home relaxing now. Rest of the day.
That's tight. What are your hobbies?
Gaming.
What do you like to play?
I like to play War Thunder, college football.
Oh, tight. Who's your team?
I have a favorite college football team, but my favorite NFL team is the Raiders.
Oh, tight. Are you a fan of the move to Las Vegas?
Personally, no. I wish they stayed in Oakland.
Yeah, I wish they stayed in LA.
Yeah, me too. But I mean, it's okay.
I got you. All right. So, if we were playing college football 26, who are you choosing right now?
I would say North Carolina Tar Heels.
Yo, dog. What's up with Bill Belichick, and more importantly, what's up with Jordan Hudson?
Ooh, I don't know.
That girl is fine.
Yeah, that's strange. I don't know about that.
How are they going to do this year?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how they're going to do this year. The season hasn't started yet, but they might do good this year. I'm not really a fan of the Tar Heels, but I just play that team because that's where I'm from.
I gotcha. They're the biggest question mark, perhaps, in college football. Nobody knows what's going to happen with them.
Yeah, that's true. That's with any team, really, you know?
That's true, especially in college. All right, so what are your thoughts on the whole Jordan Hudson situation?
I don't know who he is.
It's a girl. That's okay. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who's like 24 and he's like 1,000 years old.
Oh, I see. Oh my goodness. Well, I think
Google this bitch. She's hot as fuck.
Okay, hold on. You said Jordan Hudson?
Yeah.
Okay. Jordan. Oh, okay, yeah, she is pretty.
Word, dog.
Yeah, she is pretty. Okay.
So you're gonna have that on the sidelines.
Strange though, Bill Belichick and her.
Yeah, dog.
I think Bill Belichick is paying the Hudson's girlfriend.
I would. That girl's hot as fuck.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Bill Belichick is paying her though. But there's no way, like, I just don't see how else she would go out with Bill Belichick.
Word, dog. There were rumors that she was a high class hoe.
Okay. That's probably it.
All right, so you like college football. Who do you feel is North Carolina's biggest rival in football? Is it Duke? Is it South Carolina? Is it NC State? Who is it?
Football. I think. Now I'm not sure because, like I said, I don't watch Carolina football that much. But I think NC State.
Okay.
I believe they've been in a few fights last season. So I think that's probably NC State. Now it could be any other team, but I think NC State.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, are you into other games? What other games you like?
The only other game I really play is Planet Side 2.
Okay, what's that?
It's like a MMO first-person shooter game where like there's three factions, right? There's three factions you can play as, and every one of those factions battle a continent. They try to gain the most territory in the continent. And whoever has the most territory by the time runs out, that's who wins the content. It's basically like a big first shooter game.
Very cool.
It's fun.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun.
What are your other hobbies aside from gaming?
Other than that, I just like to go outside, like ride my bike. Sometimes walk outside. That's really about it, to be honest with you.
Very well. How old are you?
I'm 24.
Excellent. What kind of bike you have?
It's a mongoose.
Oh, tight. Yeah. Do you like to do like BMX tricks and stuff?
To be fair, not really. I tried, but I'm not really good at it.
I've gotcha. Do you have
Do you have
pegs?
Pegs?
Yeah. Oh, you've got pegs? Yeah, that's tight.
Yeah.
Then you can take a buddy.
I just like the look. Yeah, it just looks cool. That's why I got it.
I think they look cool too. All right, very cool. Are they on the back tires or the front tires?
Back tires.
All right, very cool. So you like? Are you in a relationship? You got a girlfriend? You got somebody who you like?
No, I'm single.
All right, very well. Okay, so you like video games? You like your bike? Do you play any sports?
I used to play basketball when I was younger.
What position?
But not anymore. I was a point guard.
All right, so you're good with the ball?
Yeah.
Did you turn it over a lot?
Sometimes. Yeah, I turned the ball over a few times, so they switched me over to shooting guard, and I ended up doing really well in that position. But I'm actually a good shooter.
What's your height?
I'm 5'6". I'm pretty short.
Okay. How are you at free throws?
I'm decent.
Okay.
I'm decent.
I mean, like, what's your free throw percentage?
Like 75%.
Okay. All right. And you played in high school?
No, I played in middle school. I didn't play any sports in high school.
Okay, so you used to play basketball. Do you like any other sports?
Basketball, football, that's mainly it.
Okay, so what'd you play in football?
Oh, I actually didn't play football.
Oh, you just like football. Okay, very well. All right, do you play any fantasy teams?
Like fantasy football?
Yeah.
Yeah, I play with my family.
Oh, that's tight. When's your draft?
My draft. Actually, wait, did they start the draft?
Fantasy drafts are like throughout August, so it could be basically whenever.
Okay, yeah. I think my dad will message me when it's about to start. So, yeah, they didn't start the draft yet, I think.
That's really tight that you have a family one.
Yeah. Do you draft too?
Yeah, dude, I'm in 26 teams.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I do this. So here's my secret. I follow sports. I mean, like more than most people, but it's hard for me to get into some sports. Like I'll watch a big game, but to watch like some random Thursday night game against, maybe like the 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 Browns versus the Atlanta Falcons. Like I'm not too into that, but with fantasy, I'm all about it. I'm waiting to count down the time for the kickoff because it makes all the games like much more exciting. So what I do is I go on ESPN every year and I draft 25 teams. And I just have the computer draft the teams because when you have 25 teams, chances are, like, I don't have a single favorite player. I like them all. So I have the computer draft all the teams, And then what I do is I just, as the season goes, I keep an eye on my teams, and I just do like auto, like not just auto picks, but like auto matchups and stuff. So I don't have to do all that much work. And then by the end of the year, when the playoffs come around, I have like 10 or 15 teams that have winning records and are going to the playoffs. Then when I get into the playoffs, I have these teams go, and chances are I'm going to have like 5 or 8 teams that are in the championship game, and then I'm going to have a winner. So I win like every year. It just depends on what league. Now I've got a bunch of teams that don't do well as well. So I've got that going for me, but then I've got this I'm in a community there. It's a cryptocurrency. I've been in there for a few years now, and we do a fantasy league as well. And that one I'm serious about, because then you only have one team and it's for money, and the people are, we do a little bit of trash talking, nothing crazy, but just kind of, being nice. And this, last year I had the number 2 pick overall, and the number 1 pick, like if you remember, everybody was going after Christian McCaffrey, and that's who went first. So I had the number 2 pick. I took Tariq Hill, and like in the first game, before the first game, he was driving too fast in Miami and got pulled over and like was in handcuffs, and like just started the year off like, not what we wanted. And he just didn't have that great of a season. Now this year, the number 1 picks are kind of, there's no like one player that everybody wants. So I again this year did the random draft with ESPN, and then we'll do a draft within our community in the coming week or so. And once that happens, then I'm locked in. Then I'm ready for the season, which starts up like in early September. And then it's exciting to me. Then I'm watching every game. I watch every game in here. Dude, and then the thing that I love perhaps most of all is the Red Zone. You know what Red Zone is? Where you get to watch all of the big scorings. Yeah, so nobody's got money for that kind of bullshit, but you can stream that shit, and it makes your Sunday so much fun, because it's like I don't have time to be like flipping channels and seeing what's going on. So in Red Zone, they put it out there where you just have I think their rule is this: every scoring play they show, and everything within the 20, but sometimes they show it a little outside the 20, which is tight. So you basically see every score, and it's pretty amazing that like they used to do it. They had no commercials, so it was absolutely no commercials, and it was all free. And I'm sitting there with my team, and just like hoping that some guy I've never heard of, who's like a second string fullback, gets the ball and scores, because it'll be important to my team. And that kind of stuff gets really exciting to me. I can't tell you how much fun it is. And so what changed this year is ESPN bought NFL Network, and NFL Network owned Red Zone. So what's going to happen is once ESPN takes it over, I'm sure they're going to muck it up with commercials and all kinds of garbage like that. But that's cool. It's not like I'm paying for it. I think it's $30 a month or something. But you just get it free online and then follow along with all your teams. And that's the way to do it. So at the end of the year, I know that I'm going to have at least one team generally that has won its league. And that's always kind of cool. And I try to see if I try to win as many leagues as possible. And so that's tight. I do that with basically every major sport. So I have 25 baseball teams. There are 162 baseball games. Like that's way too much. So just once a week, I auto I do all the matchups. I do WNBA. I have 25 WNBA teams. Like nobody's watching the WNBA, but it does kind of allow me to have a little bit of a pulse on the WNBA and the players and what's going on. And you know what? My WNBA teams are very good. Like every week I go like 20-5, which is like really good. And I don't know if it's because the other people just don't care or they're not paying attention or whatever, but my my WNBA teams, I'm like really good at that. Then I drafted hockey teams, and those will be coming up. And like I don't know anything really. I don't know too much about hockey, but I'll do my best to follow along with these teams. And then I've got NBA teams. So those are my big ones. Then I do a thing on ESPN that's like a college pick'em. I don't know if you're aware what these are, but they'll take like 10 random games, and all you have to do is pick the winners. It like you don't even have to worry about the spread, but it's hard. You would think like, oh, it's easy to just pick winners, but there's always upsets and stuff. And so I'll do a college pick'em, and then I'll do an NFL pick'em, without the spread, just who's gonna win. And so that gives me like a lot of entertainment for the sports, the fall. And if I had to give any advice to anybody, if you're not into sports and you want to have a little bit more interest, that's the way to do it. That makes it like aside from just straight up betting on games, which really makes it interesting. Just doing fantasy is a lot of fun. So, but if I could, I mean that's sweet that you've got your family who does a fantasy football, and that's amazing. How do you usually do in that league?
We just basically draft players and then just play like a regular season.
No, I know. How do you do in the league? Like, have you ever won it?
Oh, how do I do? I actually won last year for the first time.
No way. Who was your first pick? Do you remember? Do you remember who your first pick was?
Wait, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Do you remember who your first pick was?
I don't. I think it was Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Who are you looking at for your first pick this year?
Probably Patrick Mahomes again.
All right. Okay, that's cool. He's your boy.
And then, he is. He's on a team that I hate, but he's a good player.
Yeah, he is. I had like last year, I had my almost I would say like my favorite players, and they ended up not doing as well as I would have wanted, and so this year I'm kind of like whatever, like I don't care who it is, who I draft or whatever. I'm not gonna have my heart in it, or I'm gonna try not to have my heart in it. I wish there was like one player that I was like, I have to get that guy, but there really isn't anybody. What happened to me last year in this community league that I did, and it's just something I kind of do, is if my team's not doing well, which I was losing by like 0.1 points, like barely losing it some weeks. And I ended up probably just being in like just right in the middle of the pack. So I threw it at the end when we did the playoffs. I just was like, I'll let everybody else beat me because I wanted to be absolute last. If you're not going to be first, I'd rather be last. And so that it didn't give me any benefit. It's not like it allowed me a better draft pick this year or anything, but so I was at the end just drafting guys that I knew like weren't even going to play, like Tom Brady. I had Tom Brady like on my team, like nobody, he hasn't played in years, but you could still draft him, or at least get him off of waivers. And so yeah, but I absolutely loved, I loved doing that with that community, and that's amazing that you won. What was the prize?
I didn't win anything. It was just like an achievement, I guess.
It's just for fun. It's just a fun thing in the family. Bragging rights.
Yeah.
All right, that's cool. Very well. All right, so are you? Go ahead.
Yeah. We did fantasy football for like 5 years. Like we started like 5 years ago, and last year was the first time I won.
That's tight. That's super exciting. Okay, so who do you want this year? Oh, you said Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Anybody else you want?
I want Ashton Gentry.
Sure.
Running back.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the Raiders. Yeah, he rookie. So let's see how he do. I think he's going to do good.
From Boise.
Numbers, so I'm gonna choose him.
From Boise State, right?
Yeah, Boise State. Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be an interesting one because he set the record for yardage, career yardage as an undergrad or something like that, and then I think he was the 6th pick of the first round of the of the Raiders. So it'll be interesting to see. He could be really big. He could be like a really great running back, or the thing is with running backs, and it's so sad, their average career is like 2.5 years. It's like because they always get injured, and so you want to put all your money on one guy, but then like the chances are like on any play, this guy could get hurt. Which it's so much different than like a quarterback. Like a quarterback, the league does so much to protect them. But like a running back, they don't care about, which is really sad. And so they're just like, okay, well, just run it up the gut or whatever. So yeah, that's a really good pick. So he'll be on the rookie. He'll be on the. I'm not sure where he'll go this year, like in the draft, but so I don't know who I'm gonna pick first. I think it just depends on where I end up with my draft order. But there's a player I really want, and I might make some moves to try to get him, and that's Brock Bowers, the tight end from Las Vegas. And the reason why I want him is like all the positions, whatever quarterback you get, like they're all kind of the same. They're going to put the same amount of points up for you generally. Same with running backs. A lot of wide receivers are the same, but tight ends can differ. And it's like tight ends are one like where there's this big gap between the top tight ends and just your regular guys. And so and he played at Georgia. He was a phenom at Georgia. I think last year was his rookie season, and he just was unbelievable. And I think like he was the best tight end in the league by the end of the year. So I'm looking forward to hopefully getting him. When it comes to a defense, like one that I had last year was San Francisco, and I'm a Niners fan, but they just had a whole bunch of injuries, and so they went from like being like far and above like maybe the best defense in the league at the beginning of the year to being like, I think I traded them at the end of the year. I mean, they just weren't that good, and that can happen where you don't know what to do with defenses. Another one, the kicker. Oh, the kicker was a big thing with me. So I forget the guy's name, and I should know it. I'm going to look it up real quick. Okay, so the best kicker in the history of the NFL, Justin Tucker, I drafted him. He was the best kicker in the history of the NFL. So I'm like, oh, this is a great pick. And he goes out and almost gets cut from the team. He had a terrible season. I think it had to do with like sexual assault allegations he had at massage parlors. But it's like, of course, the year that like I need this guy to perform, he goes from legitimately the best kicker in the history of the NFL to like not just mediocre, but a terrible kicker. I was losing points because of him. And like of anything with a kicker, you don't want to lose points with them. So I'm not taking that risk again. Who else did I have that it just didn't go my way? Okay, so this one I played pretty well, which was Jalen Hurts, the quarterback of the Eagles, because they had that tush push, and I figured like he's going to get a lot of just random touchdowns just because of that, and he did. So that was a good move.
Right.
And he got better as the season went on. So, like he may not have had like a bunch of rushing yards or may not have had a ton of throwing touchdowns, but that's fine. All he needed to do was get behind that line, that offensive line, and just get that 1 yard, and then it's automatically like 6 points or whatever. So that was a good move. I would pick him again. He did a good job for me. Another disappointment that I had was my tight end, Travis Kelce, who had the whole Taylor Swift thing, and I'm thinking like this guy's going to put up tons of numbers. He was considered to be the best tight end in the NFL year after year after year, and then he had a down year, and that when you've got like you only get so many guys to put up numbers, and if they're not performing, it's sad. And then Tyreek Hill, who had the issue at the beginning of the season, and he just never turned it, just didn't blossom into anything. And then when it came to running backs, I didn't put a whole lot into running backs just because running backs can get hurt. And when the running back gets hurt, it's like you took this guy for a really high draft pick and then he just gets hurt. And running backs can vary week to week, really, and like who they're playing and if they're coming off an injury or whatever. So I didn't have like anybody like really who I drafted really highly as a running back, and I think that kind of bit me in the end because the guys who had like Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley, like those guys would end up with some weeks where these guys would have like 40 points alone, like just huge weeks, and I never got that out of my guys. And then the thing that I can't stand that I do sometimes, I mean, it's just like what are the odds? But like, I'll take a guy and I'll be like, you know what, this guy's playing like a really tough defense or whatever, or he's coming off an injury or whatever, and I've got some other guys who are going to do well. I'm going to bench this guy, and the guy who I benched puts up 62 points, and none of them, are worth anything for me. So, I'm ready for the NFL season. I'm not into the preseason at all because it doesn't really count for anything. And those games are they're just like they don't even start the starters or whatever. But once the season comes out,
right,
I'm on. Well, like the college football season is the week before. I think it starts the week before, and that'll be exciting. And then when it's off and running, it's like 16 weeks or whatever, 18 weeks of the NFL, and it's just week after week. It's fun. And at least in here, what I do, and you're more than welcome to join me if you ever want to. I get people who do. We watch the Thursday night game on Amazon. Then there's the Saturday night. Well, they do Saturday night like the end of the year. But then there's the Sunday games where we do all day, and then the Sunday night game, and then Monday night. And that Monday night game can get really exciting, especially in fantasy, because you may need a guy to get like all your guys are done, but you've got one last guy. All he's got to do is get 3 points, and like you're waiting the whole game. Come on, just give this guy the ball, or have this guy make this kick, or whatever. Or maybe all your guys are done, but you're playing against a team that still has a guy playing, so you have to watch because of that. If you want to know what's going to go on, I mean, it's a lot of fun. So, that's kind of how the season goes, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. All right, so we covered NFL. Do you get into NBA at all?
To be honest, not really.
Yeah,
I just watch the highlights.
Absolutely, dude. It's too many games, 82 games, and the guys don't try. And to me, a lot of things are bothersome to me about the NBA. One of the big ones is the foul situation, where some guys get like the whistle on their side, other guys don't. Some guys are like getting hacked in the paint. There's no foul. Other guys are doing a fadeaway and they get the foul. And it's like, it's too subjective with these referees that it just doesn't make it enjoyable to me anymore. It used to be more exciting to me. Another thing that I can't stand, and this has never made sense to me. Okay, let's say we've got a best of 7 series. I don't care who it is. You choose the teams. All right. You'll get team 1 beats team 2 by 50 points the first game. Like, to me, that would tell me like team 1 is just superior to team 2. Yet team 2 in the second game will beat team 1 by 30 points. It's like, how is it like that? Like, shouldn't these games be closer? Like, shouldn't you be, if these teams are really that like competitive, that you shouldn't have these blowouts that happen, but it just does. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver. I'm not a big fan of Adam Silver, though I wasn't of David Stern either. I think that if I know the name of the commissioner so well, or the general public does, that then you're not letting the game do its job. Then then the commissioner has to come out with excuses for the refereeing and all this other stuff. So, like the big thing that happened last year was that Nico, whatever, from uh, Dallas trading, um, trading, what's his name? Luka Doncic. Yeah, exactly. And then all of a sudden, like, surprise, surprise, they get the number 1 pick, and Dallas gets the number 1 pick. And then the other weird thing is then the Lakers were sold for $10 million, which is like, it raises the bar for all of the other teams. It's very business oriented, and I just don't like that about it. I like ball. And so, like, I'll sometimes watch G League games or highlights, or like 3-on-3 like leagues, just because like those guys, nobody's watching, so they can just, you watch really good basketball. And if I were the commissioner, in my opinion, in basketball, you shouldn't be putting your hands on any player at all. No hand checking, nothing. Why do I say that? If you want basketball to be an art, which it should be like jazz. You shouldn't make it football. It shouldn't be like guys crashing the boards. And, if you touch another guy, in my opinion, that's a foul. And if they played it that, no matter who it is, and if you play it that way, then you're going to have guys who, have to make jump shots. And it's not just going to be, I'm going to crash the board for a dunk every single time, because you'll get called for the foul. You can either play basketball one of two ways, I feel. You can play it where you don't call the fouls, and then it just becomes football on a court, and nobody really enjoys that. Or you make sure to blow the whistle whenever there's contact. And I understand that that's going to mean that they're free throws and things like that, but that's fine. Guys will learn. And that's just kind of how I feel, that when it gets this subjective, like, well, we're going to let LeBron get away with that, but we're not going to let some random bench guy from the other team get away with it. I don't like that. So, yeah. And so I don't know why they don't play it that way. And it just seems like I don't know if you know who Tim Donaghy is, but he was the referee who got caught gambling many years ago. And he got caught gambling on the NBA. And they said it was just a one, and he went to jail because of it. They said it was just a one referee issue, but I don't believe that. I think that it's rampant, and especially with how gambling has taken over. I mean, when you were a kid, there was no gambling on games, like not like there is now on your phone. And now you get players who are getting involved in it. I mean, they have these prop bets that are like get really strange. Like there was one guy in the MLB who got in trouble just recently, because he had a third party that was doing prop bets on first pitch strikes. So basically, they would bet that the first pitch would not be a strike, and they would have this pitcher just throw the ball into the dirt, and like really crazy like balls just on that one. And they were making a lot of money doing it, because whether you make money on whether the team wins or just because of a prop bet, they still pay out the same. So
Right.
I think that's changed just how players are playing. Like there are some players it's like strange that their team is maybe up by 17 points with 1 minute left, and these guys are still playing all the way out just so they can get like a certain amount of points for the over under. And it's just confusing. Like normally the players are like, okay, we lost, that's fine, but one guy's just still going all out just so that he gets like, that 7.5 point over under whatever. It's changed the game.
Right.
And so I'm not a big fan of the NBA as much as I am college basketball. I like college basketball. It seems like pure. I wish there was a way that they did fantasy college football. Like and I've looked into this. Why isn't there are some minor leagues that do it, but the reason why is because with fantasy football, basically there's a lot of parity in the NFL. So you're not going to have one player who gets like 4 touchdowns every week. But in college football, a perfect example of this is Boise State with Ashton Gentry. And he gets like they're not playing anybody each week, so he's putting up huge amounts of numbers. And that's not really fair to everybody else. Like somebody who picks some running back who is playing tough competition each week isn't going to have the same kind of numbers as the guys. So, and then there's also the thing where there's like, it's just so broad. There's so many more players to get that can cause issues. But I think with now, they like moving the college is moving away from NIL and moving straight up towards paying players as employees. I think that's what they're doing now. You'll have fantasy college football, and then when that happens, you'll get fantasy college basketball and all those other things. And
Right.
even you'll get fantasy women's basketball, and then you might even see it branch out to other sports like college baseball and that kind of stuff. Which when that happens, I mean, at least with the betting aspect of it, I think it can cause, it can be tempting for guys, especially in college. I saw some statistic that like 60% of all college players have had some kind of pressure on them from an outside source to do something for some betting. And so I think that, that's some pressure, especially because if I say to you, look, Jamo, your team doesn't need to win. You don't need to even score a touchdown. All you need to do is touch the ball 3 times in the third quarter. It doesn't even matter if you get a yard. We just need you to get 3 touches. So you just say to your teammates or whatever, or to the coach, like, hey, I really need to get the ball on this play. I'm feeling it, coach. I'm feeling it. Okay, that's cool, Or the reverse of that, where they say, look, you don't have to score. You don't have to catch the ball. Just don't get 5 yards on this first drive. We've got an over-under of 5 yards. So you just get 4 yards, and then you pull yourself out of the game. You just say, oh, coach, my knee, it's messed up. So they put somebody else in there, and then you win. I mean, if you're a college person and you're not making that much money, generally you haven't, it's a huge temptation. And I think that can distort the game a little bit. And I want players to decide the games. I don't like when referees decide the games. Here's one that bothers me more than anything, perhaps, is in the NFL, is the fact that we don't have laser, like we still have the chain game, and we don't have like laser positioning of the ball, if you understand what I mean. Like basically the chain gang is just like a bunch of old dudes who run out there, and It's like there are thousands and millions and billions of dollars that are riding on the game, and they're like, oh, it's this short. It's like, it's not that short. I saw the guy cross the ball, midfield on instant replay, and we're going with this old-fashioned system of the chain gang. When I've seen they have like that, to me is ridiculous. Now it is, and it's a way that they rig it, and the reason why is they never show where the chain gang starts. So like when they're let's say you're like a foot short, you don't know if you're really a foot short because the chain gang could have started a foot backward. And it's just, they have the referee and the NFL headquarters in their ear, and the referee just goes up and says, "Oh, we're a foot short," but they don't show where the ball originally was placed. And I've seen this replacement for this system that is really cool. It's just this little robot, like a Roomba, that keeps track of where the ball is all the time. There's like a little chip in the ball, which there already is a chip in the ball, and it just puts the ball down exactly where the guy went down. And like, I know it's kind of like still in its early stages, because what if a guy reaches the ball out, or what if he fumbles? When did it actually go down? But okay, I get that. But the fact is that we don't have like an accurate system for the chain gang is just absolutely ridiculous to me. It allows people to. There's so much riding on just it's a game of inches, as they say, and that we don't have an accurate way to measure that, or we do, but they just don't allow it. The one that bothers me as well is the balls and strikes in baseball, and they're starting to use the robot umpires, and that's great because we don't need umpires anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous that like you actually get to see the scores of the umpires now, and it's like, oh, this umpire is really great. He's got a 92% accuracy rating. Dude, that means he's wrong 8% of the time. That's not good. Why not have it be that's high? Yeah. Why not have it be 100% of the time it's accurate and correct? And it's like, oh, well, and again, they use it because they rig the system, and the umpires get involved in this. I didn't like I didn't study this too much until I became older, but like you would hear about Babe Ruth, and Babe Ruth being like the best, the great Bambino, 714 home runs, like the greatest hitter of all time. But back in the day, he could just pay the opposing pitcher to throw him an easy strike, and so he could hit him out of the park. And the guys weren't making any money then, so it was a win-win. It was a win for Babe Ruth, and it was a win for the pitcher because they were paying the pitchers like $75 a week or whatever. They were, they had really small contracts or whatever. And that kind of mentality hasn't changed. It's only evolved until modern day, where you have umpires who are making like, I don't know, a couple $100,000 a year, if that, and they're playing with players who are literally signing contracts for $750 million. And there's a certain amount of like questionability, like, hey, why is this guy making so much more money than I am? Well, I'll make it up by not betting on the game, but I'll have my brother-in-law bet on the game. And all my brother-in-law's got to know is that we're going to have more balls than strikes in this game, or whatever it will be. And that's how they make money. With the Tim Donaghy issue, which was the NBA betting scandal that happened, like 15 years ago, they would say that the NBA referees would get jealous of the NBA players, because the NBA players are arriving to the stadium or to the arena in Ferraris and Rolls Royces and Lamborghinis, and they're getting all the attention of everybody. And the NBA referees are making like At the time, it was like, $120,000 or something like that, which is a good living. But there's some jealousy that occurs because it's like, well, I want some of what that guy's got, and so how do I get it? I start point shaving, and like that's a big one too, and it's really hard to stop. Is point shaving? Are you familiar with what point shaving is?
I actually don't.
That's okay. So imagine you've got your friends when you were back in middle school playing, and we say to you, all right, you guys are gonna win the game. We know you're gonna win the game. You just don't win the game by as much as you normally would. So you're playing some crappy school, and we're gonna say to you, you guys are favored to win by 25 points. Okay, that's fine. Just win by 15 points. And so you're still going to win, but just don't win by as much. And we're going to make sure that you all get money. This was a big, there have been big controversies about this in college basketball. And it's a big thing in pro sports as well. So you say to the Lakers, you're gonna crush the Charlotte Hornets or Charlotte Bobcats or whatever they are. You're gonna crush Charlotte tonight. You're favored to beat them by 22 points. Just beat them by 9 points. That's all. And it's a win-win for both sides because the team still gets to win. It's not like they have to throw the game. They just have to shave the amount of points that they were going to win by. That's why it's called point shaving. And that's a really hard thing to stop because it's not obvious. Like who cares or who can know if you're really playing all the way out? You're already up 10 points or whatever. Just don't get up by more than 20 points. And so, you might have a team just pardon me. You just might have a team just not play as hard or put in its backups or its bench players or whatever, turn the ball out over if they need to, or just slow down the pace of the game. And it's really hard to detect that. So I think point shaving could be a big issue as well. And on top of that, nothing changes at the end of the game for the team. They still won. The guys still get to score. They just don't do as well as they would have done. And I think that's a big thing. So with all of these things, I have lost my sense of like sports are the ultimate like what's the word? Sports are the like basically the ultimate challenge for these people because it's really easy for them to cheat basically. Do you know who Shohei Ohtani is for the Dodgers?
He's a pitcher, right?
Yeah, he's a pitcher and a designated hitter, pitcher and yeah, and so he plays both ways, and he's like the best player in baseball easily right now. Well, he had a situation where his translator was allegedly betting illegally, and yeah, but not just a little bit of money, like $20 million. Like, where does a translator who just knows Japanese like get $20 million? So there was all of this rumor that it was actually Shohei Ohtani who was doing it, and just they got caught or whatever. But because baseball did not want to lose their best player, they said that he had to have Tommy John surgery and sit out like a year. He had to sit out like last year, at least from pitching. But in reality, it might have been like a untold punishment for him. Well, there's the whole issue of Michael Jordan in the 1990s, why he took 16 months off from basketball to play baseball. There's always been the theory that was a punishment from David Stern because he was betting on basketball.
I see.
So when you there's the idea that like we really want these guys to be larger than life and these superstars and everything, but even they get tempted with this kind of stuff. So with that said, it's very cool that you're into sports. Do you do anything else? You've got your bike, you've got video games, you do fantasy football. Do you have friends?
To be fair, I don't have a lot of friends.
Well, you have one now. I'm always here for you, big dog. And I don't want to take
I appreciate that, man.
absolutely. I don't want to take up all your time, but you should know that if you ever need anybody with whom to speak, I'm here for you. If you want to watch football
Okay.
or any other sport. Oh, one last question. What are your thoughts on the UFC?
UFC, I never really looked into it that much.
Dude, I didn't either. I wasn't into it. I kind of thought it was lame until I watched a few fights, and you get hooked. And to me, it's the most exciting sport of all of them, even more than football, even more than baseball, hockey, soccer, everything, because it's like 5 minute 5 minutes. These guys just go at each other, and they're like fighting each other to the death, basically. So if I have any advice to you, next there'll be like a UFC like like this month. Um, get a stream and just watch, just have it on, and you'll get excited for it. And man, it is super exciting. It's like I'm telling you, it will become the number 2 sport in the United States in the next decade. If I don't know if it will surpass football, but it will definitely surpass baseball because baseball's lame. I mean, it's cool, but it's just 162 games is too much. 162 games was great when there was no internet and no cell phones, but people have other stuff to do now. It's bigger than basketball. 82 games is just a lot, and for all the reasons that we said, is limited. Hockey only has niche appeal, but UFC, you can take a fourth grader and say this guy's going to beat up this guy. You can take a woman, middle-aged lady, and just say this guy's going to beat up, and they can understand it immediately. It has a very low barrier to understanding, and it's really, really exciting. So I'm like you were. I was like that like 2 years ago or so. I didn't care about the UFC. I couldn't name anybody in the UFC, even their biggest people like Conor McGregor and stuff. I didn't know who that was. And there was like at one point you'll watch it, and all you have to do is just get hooked once, and it will hook you, and it will then immediately become like, if not your favorite sport, one of your favorite sports because of how exciting it is. I mean, these guys are, you know, it's like every person's dream. Like, who would beat up whom? Is like every little kid thinks about that. So I'll leave you with that. You should check out the UFC. I'm telling you, in the next decade, it will become the number 2 sport in the United States.
Okay. Yeah, because I've seen like highlights of it. Like highlights of the fighters. It was actually interesting.
It is.
But I haven't looked in your highlights in a long time.
And it has everything that boxing has, but more, because they can go to the ground. With boxing, it's a lot of dancing, and like these guys are just like, not that boxing's not cool. It is, but there's a certain element when you kind of think to yourself, okay, if I were in this situation in this octagon, would I go for this guy's legs? Would I try to put him in a headlock? Would he start trying to punch me? You can basically do anything that you need to survive. It's like basically like what everybody does when you're walking down the street and you see some guy and you're like, could I take this guy? Or would he just whoop the shit out of me? It's the same idea, except it's put on display for everybody. And it's becoming more and more popular. And I was exactly like you. I was like, well, it's not that exciting. It's all these guys that I don't know. They're all from like some place I've never heard of, and I just didn't have a lot of interest in it. And then I watched like one complete UFC night. So basically, like where they do like 12 different fights, and I was hooked. I was like, wow. So with boxing, they only generally, a lot of times they'll just do one big fight, or maybe they'll have a couple of like maybe a couple fights before then, but everybody's just waiting on this one fight, and it's like 12 rounds, and sometimes these rounds just go for too long. With the UFC, it's usually at least the main fight is 5-minute rounds. That's it. And these guys are like doing everything they can to kill each other. And it's just it gets really exciting that and when you watch them, when they do a UFC fight, like a UFC pay-per-view or whatever that you can just stream, you're going to get to watch like 12 different fights. And even if you don't think that you have no dog in the fight, you don't care about the country the guy's fighting for or his size or anything about him, it's just interesting to see two guys or women go at it and, like basically see who's the better competitor. And you've seen the rise in the sport over the last even 5 years or so, and you watch, the only thing that will still be bigger, at least in the United States, is the NFL in a decade. So the next UFC is going to be August. I mean, they do them every weekend too, which is a really cool thing. So what do I mean by that? They have like the big fights that are usually once a month, and then they have UFC every weekend. They're called like fight nights. So the next big one is gonna be August 16th. So like in a week from this weekend. If you want, check it out in here. We'll stream it. But the cool thing about the UFC is that there's no off season. You know what I mean? Like with football, we've been waiting 8 months for football, and with baseball, there's the off season, and with basketball, there's the off season. Hockey, there's an off season. There isn't an off season with UFC. So you literally, there's always something going. So, again, I was like you. I can't say it enough that it was pretty boring to me because I never got into it until I watched a whole one, and I was like, wow, that was flipping awesome, amazing. Like that, these guys, they're like, it's phenomenal. So, check it out if you can. I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I know you've got stuff to do, but J-Mo, I'm glad you came in here. Well, I'm just.
Yeah, I'll just chill in here. What show are you watching right now?
Sure. I like Jewish history lectures, so I don't know how exciting it is for you, but feel free to listen. And if you want to talk some more, let me know. And if you've got other stuff to do, that's cool. But you should know I'm always here if you ever need anything. Okay.
All right, thank you, man. I'll just be here. I'll be playing my game right now, actually, but I'll still be here on the call.
Absolutely.
I'll probably be muted though.
That's totally fine. I get people who stay in here for like days on end, so you're always welcome here. And if you want to stream your game, I'll comment on it. If you don't want to stream your game, I totally understand that. But yeah, if you just want to be around somebody, I'm here for you, big dog. Okay.
Okay, man. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. One piece of advice I can give you: if you want to listen to the lectures, that's great. If you don't want to listen to the lectures, sometimes there's an echo. Just mute the other account that I have, the one with the professor on it, and then you won't get such an echo. Just a heads up.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Abram and Hagar. This is Delshawn asking if Abram and Hagar's child was Ishmael. Was he not a Jew? Or was he Jew-ish? Again, it really depends on how we understand the development of matrilineal descent as a concept. Tosfot, for example, a very important body of scholars in the Talmud, 12th to 14th century, argue at one point that the idea of matrilineal descent is something that was introduced when the Torah was given to the Jewish people. It was obviously a traditional view. So that would mean that the birth of Ishmael occurred before matrilineal descent was defined. That's one way of solving the challenge of Joseph and Moses and so on. And so, technically speaking, he could have been considered Jewish if he was, taken in by the father. Of course, the story is that Ishmael and Hagar were sent away to the east and created a different civilization. So, complicated question, but I would think they would not be considered Jewish by the standards of the time, at least understanding it through the lens of Tosafot. Oh, this is hard. This stumped the professor. Barb Dodd writes, just a thought, but I think that the reason for mothers to be Jewish could be from Ezra, and the problem was their practice of other religions. That's definitely a very important observation. Barb, if you look at for those of you who may not be so familiar with the book of Ezra, this is written after the Jews returned from Persian captivity to the land of Israel. We call them Jews at this point. It's not anachronistic. And one of the first things that happened is Ezra makes a rule that no marriages between Jewish men and non-Jewish women. And so it was clearly at that time kind of like a communal acceptance that Jewish women produce Jewish children. And that's basically how it was enshrined for centuries. Although, again, the historical scholarship still points to many examples of Jews who did not have Jewish mothers and were still considered Jewish by at least the surrounding society. Read Josephus, that seems to be abundantly clear. Alice asks, speaking of Jesus, are there any writings attributed specifically to him? I am unaware of that. The Gospels were all written by his disciples, for example. Sean writes, is vaudeville as important to our Jewish culture as the Yiddish language? I would think not. Yiddish we have a recorded history of Yiddish that goes back centuries. Vaudeville is much more recent. Joseph writes that I am being misled when I say Italian DNA. Those genetic studies are speaking of ancient Anatolian, meaning Levantine DNA. It's interesting. My understanding was it was more from the region of Piedmont, but Joseph, if you want to put a citation in the chat, that might be very helpful. Okay, folks, I budgeted half an hour for this experiment. We got a couple minutes left. Is anyone else? Well, we'll just have a quick look at the notes for other questions from the audience. Right, so Tom Guitar 22 asked me to make a video about the historical accuracy and some of the disputes over the Purim study and the book of Esther. He writes, I think many Jews, including myself, wonder if the events actually happened. Would love to hear what you think about some of the historical conflicts within the Persian royal lineage and how this impacts the validity of the story. Yeah, this is a really complicated thing. It has to do with the calendar. And for those of you who are less familiar with this, basically we have a challenge that the chronology, traditional Jewish chronology, like right now, the year we're in is 5,784, does not quite jive with non-Jewish calendars of the ancient world, and particularly the reigns of kings in Babylonia. So it's hard to place the book of Esther within it, and there's also some internal literary difficulties as well. In terms of the calendar controversy, my go-to work on this is a man named First, who wrote a book under the title of, I can't remember it. It's Mitchell First, F-I-R-S-T, and he wrote probably the definitive work on calendar controversies and chronologies in Jewish history. And from a traditional rabbinic viewpoint, there's a very persuasive essay by Rabbi Shimon Schwab in his collected writings, I think volume 3, that explains that. Last question from S2P-org. Where can I go to get historical information about the ancient Canaanites, who, according to the biblical text, inhabited the region of Israel before it was promised by God to Abram and his descendants, before Joshua led them to them? Have we done a video about this, etc.? I have talked about this a little bit, but since most of my professional interests are in Jewish history, I haven't spent a lot of time on the Canaanites, but there's quite a bit of historical research. My go-to source, my beginning source, is a man named Grabbe, Grabbe. He's written about 40 books looking at ancient ancient Israel, both before and after the advent of the Israelites, and I would start with him. There's also a really nice thin volume by a man named Eric Klein, Clein, I think so. And it's a really short book, An Introduction to Biblical Archaeology, which is a really interesting kind of special sort of archaeology. And I think if you're not looking at 40 books, you're looking at one book that's under 200 pages or so, just a quick introduction. I like that book very much. And I thought that, and Delshon also mentions that I refer to the Yiddish language as a Creole. It is in the sense that it mixes in lots of other languages, so that's quite true. And Morami Pashikani says she likes this. We should try it again. Maybe we should. Okay, and do I have any lectures where I talk about the Rebbe of Klausenberg? I haven't done that yet, although he's quite a fascinating individual. It's a great biography available as well. Okay, I guess that's it for this experiment. I thought this was kind of fun. I talked on Blue Street, but it was nice to kind of have an opportunity to interact with you live. Thank you for the members who decided to support the research with donations. That's really nice. And okay, maybe I'll try and schedule one of these again. Thank you very much for listening, and hope you have an excellent day. Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. Let's see if this is working. Please write something in the chat if you can hear me all right, see me all right. Let's see, the sound seems to be working. Waiting for someone to say something in the chat. Please write something here. Oh, very good. Okay, I've got some confirmations. All right, why don't we get started with a few questions? Hello, Yosef and Delshon, London for Jane, Lottie Block, Army Farajun. I guess you can all see these names as well. So let's have a quick look at some of the questions I received in the last little while that I think are really useful. Please add your comments here. Oh, and I see Michael Klein. Look at that. I haven't seen you in a long time, although we worked together for many years. And hello, Brant. Man, oh my God, so many. Okay, I'm going to stop saying hello to everybody, but now let's go to the questions. So, someone asked last time we had a live chat to talk a little bit about Clement of Alexandria. I didn't have a lot of time to look into this individual, but he looks quite fascinating. I really like to study a little more of him. His name was Titus Flavius Clemens, and he lived in the end of the 2nd and into the 3rd century. He's one of the church fathers. And apparently, he has kind of like a split personality vis-a-vis the Jews. On the one hand, heavily influenced by the Jewish thinker Philon, also known as Philo, very important Egyptian Greek thinker who was Jewish, of course, and spent a tremendous amount of time sort of mediating Judaism for a Greek-reading audience. And so in a whole number of areas, Clement of Alexandria, who lived a couple hundred years after Philo, decided to follow his way of thinking in so many areas. However, at the same time, Clement of Alexandria also participated in the Adversos Judaeos tradition, which was basically a kind of epistolary or literary attempt to argue against Judaism that's very common among the church fathers. So really quite fascinating, going in both directions. On the one hand, very much relying on Philo and appreciating his sort of Jewish philosophy, and on the other hand, still criticizing Jews vis-a-vis Christianity. So you can look into him in a little bit more detail later. It looks like we have the Tominator writing from Toronto. Did Purim really happen? Can you explain the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes? So, hard questions. First of all, did Purim really happen? Yes, it was just a few days ago. I had an amazing Purim. Thank you for asking. I suppose what you're really meaning are, did the events described in the book of Esther really happen? So I think the answer to that question depends on who you want to ask. If you will ask rabbis or believing Jews who retain the oral tradition, the vast majority of them say, well, absolutely, this is historical fact. This is all these people lived and all these things happened and so on. Literary scholars, biblical scholars from the academy, from the university and so on, tend to disagree and tend to say that the book of Esther was probably comprised quite a bit later during the Hellenistic period. And so this is like one of those key areas where you'll have a sort of divergence between the rabbinic world and the scholarly world. To be sure, the holiday of Purim, as I indicated in my argument, is definitely deeply enshrined in Jewish memory and tradition, and is observed with tremendous excitement, especially by young kids who get to dress up as Mordecai or Esther. In terms of the discrepancy between the timelines of King Xerxes, and this is, for those of you who may not be familiar with this issue, there's like almost 2 centuries of missing time between the accepted religious chronology that is recorded in a 2nd century document called the Seder Olam, which was written by a Talmudic figure named Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafta. And that's how we get this year 5784, meaning this is the calendrical year that we're in right now, Jewishly. And the chronologies that we have from outside sources, particularly Greek historians like Herodotus and so on. So what do we do with the confusion of, what happened to all those years, particularly in Babylonia, and which king is Ahasuerus? Like that's the king described in the book of Esther. Should he identified with Xerxes or with other kings? Very, very big confusion. So there are multiple ways to deal with this apparent contradiction between calendars. And I would refer you in particular to an excellent book. It was originally a master's thesis that was later published under a strange title. The author is Mitchell First, First. The title has something like Calendars and Conflict or something. And he goes through all of the theories behind this because the problem has been known for centuries to Jews. And there's basically 3 ways to solve it. One way is to say that Seder Olam is right and the Greek historians are wrong. We will find a certain segment of scholars who will argue that. There's another way, logically, to argue that no, Seder Olam is wrong, and that the Greek historians that we essentially follow in Western scholarship are correct. And the third argument is that there's a way to synthesize them to somehow mathematically make them work. I find that third argument the hardest to really work with. In my own publications, I typically rely on the Western dating that would make the placement of the actual events of Purim very difficult. And on this, I follow an Orthodox scholar, very well regarded, named Rabbi Rothschild, who essentially says we're going to wait until the time of the Messiah to figure out the calendar issue. So that's the short version of it. If you want the longer discussion, have a look at Mitchell First. Great. Someone named Joe Paul says, all my beautiful Jewish people, stay vigilant, stay the course. We will win this attempt to get rid of us. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's see. Now, here, Mike, of course, is asking very, very difficult questions. And again, I really should not have advertised this as Ask Hard Questions. So what Mike Klein is asking, I'm sure you can see the chat there, but, what is the whole deal with the relationship between Esther and Mordecai and Ahasuerus? And once again, it depends a lot on who you ask. If you ask a biblical scholar, let's say, who was living entirely within the world of Tanakh, of the Hebrew Scriptures, well, the story as described there is not really, as difficult, because the whole relationship she has with Mordecai is one of an adoptive father, perhaps an uncle, or some kind of like a protective figure, but there's no marriage described there, if I'm not mistaken. In the Megillah tractate, however, in the Talmud, which just is mind-blowing in terms of the kinds of things it says about what actually happens in the book of Esther, which are like wow, huge, amazing divergences from the text, and with tremendous agadic lessons buried into them. What do these things mean? Like, for example, off the top of my head, Esther is described in the biblical book of Esther as being extremely beautiful, and everyone, loved her. She found favor in everyone's eyes. But in the Talmudic text, it says that she had a green complexion. Maybe you could say nicely olive complexion. But, the text seems to imply green as in, green, like green screen. This is the blue screen, but the green screen. And so on one level, this really, this has to do with how do you understand agadic statements in the Talmud. But on another level, I think it's possible to kind of say that the Talmud is saying that physically she may not have been so but there was something about her. She had a level of, the Hebrew word is chayin, a level of she made everyone feel welcome and warm and important. And so everyone liked her as a result. That's sort of the way I tend to understand these things. So one of these big areas that my client is asking about is, Esther married Achashverosh, but in the Megillah she also married Mordechai. How is that even possible? So the answer that the Talmud arrives with that particular understanding of events has to do with the whole idea of defining what is non-consensual relations. And that's really the crux of the issue when Esther decides, after discussing it with Mordecai, that she has to voluntarily go to Achashverosh, which would ultimately, remove the legal permission that she had granted, since things were non-consensual, and that's why it was considered such a huge deal. Mike, you're asking a really tough question. It'd be much better to discuss this, I think, over maybe a shot of whiskey, but I appreciate the hard question. Let me go back up to what we got here. We have Hiram Bifidum. Thank you for supporting the research. That's very nice of you. So he asked that an interactive discussion, I assume Hiram Bifidum is male, I shouldn't, but Hiram Bifidum asks, and Temple Beth El Makor Chaim, is it possible the hero protagonist of the Megillah Book of Esther may be represented as an idea of maturity and not person or people? It's an excellent question. The reality is, it boils down to the question of how do we deal with texts, right? Do we consider them as literal, unmoving, inflexible statements of historicity, or do we have a broader sense of what they mean, possibly poetically, allegorically, in terms of the hidden meanings that may be like sort of a Kabbalistic mystical bent? We have the basic level of four ways of interpreting the biblical text: Pshat, Remez, Sod, and Drash, which is sort of translated into English as simple meaning, allusion, secret meaning, and homiletical meaning, like meaning things that you don't have to take them exactly literally, but you can expand greater lessons from them. That's one level, and the Talmud itself says, Shivim Panim LaTorah. There are 70 faces to the Torah, just like the Talmud offers a metaphor that when you strike a rock with a hammer, 70 sparks fly out, and 70, by the way, in the biblical imagination means the largest number possible. So, too, the Torah admits of a tremendous amount of interpretive directions. And so, as a historian, I can answer that way. As a fan of rabbinic scholarship, I can give you some sense of that, but I'm not, as I like to remind people, I'm not a rabbi, just a regular guy. Okay, tough questions. Let's see, what else we got here? So, let's see. Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, there was a time when Bukharian and Ethiopian Jews were not accepted by the wider Jewish world. What happened that got them accepted? I'm asking with the Ugandan Jewish community in mind. So, excellent question. I don't know how to answer the question that well. I think a lot of what you're asking here has to do more with sociology than history, where I spent most of my time. But I think that's sort of like a simple answer, simple in the sense of being not very sophisticated, is that, when Jews feel relatively safe, then unfortunately, like many societies, Jews tend to fight with each other. And, tiny differences between various groups of Jews are magnified, and small controversies just get kind of blown out of proportion, and so on. And so the degree of sort of centrifugal force is exerted sociologically on the Jewish community, like many communities, when there's nothing else to argue about, so we'll find things to argue about. On the other hand, when there is an external threat, as many Jews are feeling right now with the current situation in the state of Israel, then those minor differences tend to lose their importance appropriately so, and there's a centripetal effect where people will come together. And I would like to think that, especially with Ethiopian Jewry, which I know much better, there was much more of a feeling of, this is a time of ingathering of exiles, that the Ethiopian Jews should be, welcomed as long-lost cousins, as long-lost siblings, and that's basically what happened, especially in the land of Israel. Bukharian Jews I'm not as familiar with, but I know there's a lot of interest in that, and I intend to work on their history much more closely in the second volume of my book coming out. Question here. Per Olaf Sinerhammer asks, was Jesus a rabbi? The short answer is basically no. The term rabbi, as used in the first century, involved a level of formal recognition of rabbinic authority. And Jesus never appears in the rabbinic literature where you would think, you would get a legitimate statement as a rabbi. He's sometimes called that man, which is a slightly derogatory term. Sometimes he's called Ben Torah or Ben Stata, which is also somewhat derogatory in the sense it means son of, and then there's the name of a couple different people, and obviously the argument to say that he was not of divine parentage, because you wouldn't call him son of a particular person if he was. So that would be in the rabbinic literature. Definitely, we have no evidence that he was a rabbi. He was, however, definitely a rabbinical student. There's some dispute as to who exactly were his teachers. Likely Rabbi Yoshua ben Barakia, but there are others, and he definitely followed many of the teachings of the great Rabbi Hillel. So he definitely was within the circle of the Pharisees, but he does not seem to have actually received that level of ordination, at least among rabbinic censors. Is it possible that this was later omitted in the record? Not impossible, because these texts that I'm citing for you right now were written a few hundred years after his death, and so therefore it could be that they simply omitted that, but that's an argument from silence. In the Gospels and in the New Testament literature, I'm not sure if he's ever referred to by the title rabbi. Perhaps someone will put it in the chat if they're more familiar with these texts. But he was certainly regarded as a teacher, and the word rabbi basically boils down to teacher. It really means more like master, but in the sense of an intellectual master. So that's the technical answer to the question: was he actually a rabbi, like it would, capital R rabbi? Was he a teacher of Jewish things? There's no question. He had a significant following of people, particularly in the north. He was, however, somewhat of a controversial figure even in his lifetime, as we can see, primarily from Christian sources, but also from Jewish sources looking back in time, whatever distortions may happen in historical records as it is. Oh my gosh, good question. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I don't know what purple deer means. What do I think of Yehuda? Abraham Friedman asks, what do I think of Yehuda Landi, a Ben Torah licensed archaeologist research, was written permanent in the Persian Empire and uncovering Yirmiyahu? Unfortunately, I haven't read either of those books, so I don't know what to say about it. I do want to address one issue related to saying things about books, but let me just quickly scan the chat here. Why, Melissa Martinez asks, why do Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox shun B'nai Anusim conversos from converting back to Judaism? And Moshe, God bless his memory, was also a converso. Wow, lots of questions here. So first of all, I would not say, first of all, I dislike speaking about large groups of people in generality. So, but even with the specific statement, I don't think that Orthodox and ultra-Orthodox people shun specifically B'nai Anusim conversos from converting back to Judaism, because there is a tradition to discourage everybody from converting to Judaism, period. Now, you use the term converting back to Judaism, which I probably should explain to people who may not be so familiar with this particular situation. The term in Hebrew, B'nai Anusim, means the children of those who were forced. And what that is referring to is the descendants of those Jews from the Iberian Peninsula who, primarily in Spain in 1391, and then later during the 1410s, and then in Portugal in a large number in 1497, were forcibly converted to Christianity and lived for hundreds and hundreds of years as Catholics. Reason being, the Inquisition was horribly persecuting Catholics who had adopted Catholics who had adopted Jewish behaviors. And so even though they were formally converted to Christianity, various degrees of coercion involved, they were nevertheless legally Christians, and adopting Judaism behaviors was definitely forbidden by the church. So the Inquisition really, went after them for hundreds of years, basically in every Catholic country in Europe, but in particular in the Iberian Peninsula, in South America, Central America, and so on. So in the 18th century, the Inquisition began to really lose force. By the 19th century, it was shut down. And in the 20th century, these communities began to explore their original Jewish identity from hundreds of years ago. And some of them, wanted to retain their current behaviors and still absorb or adopt a Jewish identity. And, people can choose whatever identity they want. You can identify as an alligator if you like to. But if you want to join an organized club like Judaism, then you have to, meet certain markers of club membership. And since they could not document, for the most part, continuous matrilineal heritage, because traditional Judaism follows the mother in terms of giving status. So since they couldn't trace all of their grandmothers typically all the way back to a Jewish grandmother, they had to go through at least a technical conversion process, which is known in the Hebrew literature as gerus mechumra, converting for stringency. And this usually was a little bit lighter process, but it did involve, for example, circumcision for men and immersion in the mikvah without the reciting of a blessing and so on. So that happens all the time. And I have members of my own family who are in that category, and they are totally beloved and accepted. So I would not say that there is a blanket shunning specifically of B'nai Anusim conversos. However, the whole idea of coming into the Jewish fold when you don't necessarily have to is specifically shunned. Not shunned isn't the right word. Discouraged. Ever since the Hashmonayim, the Maccabean kings, way back in the 2nd century before the Common Era, forcibly converted a few peoples to Judaism, the Idumeans and the Itareans in particular. And this was considered a shameful act, which had grave negative repercussions for the Jews. Herod the Great was descended from these Idumeans, and he's kind of like a mixed, record for the Jews. On the one hand, rebuilding the temple, very nice, running, the trains on time in Israel in the 1st century, but on the other hand, a brutal tyrant who murdered most of his own family and all kinds of things like that. So ever since then, we're talking about 2,100 years, there has been sort of a rabbinic impetus to try to avoid anyone converting to Judaism. If they insist, and there's a tradition of like sending them away 3 times and things like that, then of course they are welcome. But it's definitely not something. Judaism is not historically a proselytized religion. When I say historically, I mean since the 2nd century before the Common Era, it's not been a proselytized religion. Wow, tough question. Let's see here. Delshan London Rajan says, "Why are we so Sheol bent?" Sheol is that's a word in English for the underworld. On being served time. Yeah, I agree. These are calendrical issues, and actually, in the first volume of my book, I had about 10 pages dedicated to it. And the peer reviewer said, "Who cares? Just get past it." And so I cut like 10 pages of the book specific on it. So thank you. I agree with you. Okay, now let's see. Oh, we got a follow-up question from Hiram Bifidum. Have you ever studied the story of possibly that Yochanan, son of Yochanan Hagadol, found in the 9th century could have been Yeshu, Jesus of Nazareth? I think probably you're referring to the remains of there was a crucified remains that were found in Israel. Rather dramatic. An ossuary was found, which is kind of like a box where bones were kept, and it has a few Hebrew names inscribed on it. One of them has it's actually like a pretty awful thing. It is the photograph is included in my first volume, which, by the way, God willing, will come out around Hanukkah time. I hope that'll be nice so we can see it. And it's got an ankle bone, and there's a nail driven through it, and the nail could not be removed from the ankle. So they simply cut the cross, as it were, and buried him with the nail still in his foot. It's unlikely that it's actually Jesus. Jesus is an extremely common name of the period, and there's no other indication to suggest that he was also buried with other people. Of course, it contradicts the gospel account in so many ways, but so it's unlikely. But thank you for asking. This is like, let's see what we got here. Zoltan Kurvis asks, are Yeshu in the Talmud and the Jesus of the Christian the same character? Someone said they are not the same. Yes, that's exactly the case. Again, remember that the Talmudic accounts were recorded about 200 years after the events of the life of Jesus. And he's sometimes associated with specific rabbis, sometimes associated with other rabbis. And some of those other rabbis, like the Yeshua ben Krakya that I mentioned earlier, did not live in the 1st century such that Jesus could be their student. Not too far off, but still very hard to imagine that. And this was exactly the point that was brought out by the great scholar Nachmanides, the Ramban, in the 13th century when he was forced into a formal dispute with the priest Nicholas Donin, who was a former Jew who was arguing that the Talmud was essentially anti-Christian, and they were brought to trial before King James of Aragon in Spain. And Nachmanides says, "Oh, you mean these passages about Jesus? That's not the same Jesus you're talking about. It's a different Jesus, a different Yeshu." And that name is very common. So, yeah, there's a lot of argument about these texts. Most of them, I think, seem to refer to the Jesus of the New Testament, but it's hard to pin it down when you start doing chronologies. So maybe we should be concerned with time. Time is an important thing to start. Okay, let's see. Trying to see lots of statements here. Solar eclipse on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. We do have a cool thing coming up. I'm looking forward to going to Dallas. Not this Shabbos, but next Shabbos for a Shabbaton there, because we're going to pull together a lot of people to talk about the idea of an eclipse in Jewish history and thought, and of course watch the eclipse ourselves. Let's see. I think I'd like to step away from this for a second here to let's look at something that's been coming in the comments over the week. I want to mention one specific thing. So, Since October 7th, I put out a lot of videos on Israel, trying to produce a little bit more light, a little bit less heat on the history of Jews and Palestinians, and hopefully we can move to a peaceful and lasting resolution to the conflict there, so everyone living there can enjoy, peace and prosperity. And I get a lot of hate online as a result. And one particular scholar, people tend to say to me, like, hey, haven't you read Ilan Pappé? And I did, read Ilan Pappé. He's a controversial figure in many ways. He's kind of like one of the more extreme of the so-called new historians in Israel, who have generally done a lot of, I think, very useful work at re-examining the sort of official narrative that has been widely accepted by the state of Israel and by Jews worldwide. And, that's what historians do. We establish narrative models, and then, after time, new historians come up and say, wait a second, what about this aspect of the narrative model? Is that correct? Should we look at the documents again, go back to the archives? And, they discover new things. We have to revise the narrative models, and that's what historians do. But sometimes you have historians who spend much more of their energy delighting in, being an iconoclast and destroying old models and really building what are effective models. And that's why I do not rely on Ilan Pappé's research. I do believe there are some value aspects to what he has done with the history of the land of Israel and the Palestinians and so on. And I talk about them in my review. But as you know, as members, I don't make that review public. And the reason I chose not to make that review public is because I think it's worthwhile talking about scholars I disagree with, but I don't think that I have to share my negativity with the rest of the world. There's so much positivity I would much rather put out there for the sake of scholarship and for the sake of people who might want my opinion on something. I do put it behind a paywall. So that's the reason why. Okay. Let's see. Shoshana Zirka. So Shoshana Kiria Ziraba asks, historically speaking, what makes Jewish religious movements grow or become popular? The Chabad movement is growing while resisting the trend towards relaxing tradition. Good questions. Again, another sociological question, though not necessarily something I can speak to historically. But a lot of reasons I think would go into it. I would just add one small detail about the kind of stringency movement. There's a great article that appeared about a year ago in the Atlantic. I can't remember who wrote it, sorry, but it was an article on the Mormons. And asking the same kind of question. Mormonism apparently is growing, and why are people converting to Mormonism? What is the attraction? And one of the theses is that it's actually the greater degree of demands placed on Mormons that may be more attractive to people. In other words, why should we assume that people always like things easier? Maybe people like things harder. Maybe people like things stricter. Maybe people feel that rules, boundaries, things like that are actually good. And I would think, I remember being very impressed with that argument, I would think that not only does that speak to a degree of motivation for conversion to Orthodox Judaism, or not to use the word conversion because a lot of Jews are attracted to it, so it's really the Hebrew word to be kiruv, meaning drawing closer. But at any rate, an adoption of an Orthodox lifestyle, I think, first of all, there's a lot of appealing things to it intrinsically, a lot of really good things about it that, of course, I enjoy myself. But there is a sociological impetus. I mean, having no boundaries also means no structure, no definition. It really is hard on building communities. Like, for example, the fact that Orthodox Jews will not drive on the Sabbath means that we have to live close together in order to gather in synagogue. And that means that we build very tightly knit, dense communities, that we know our neighbors, and that we spend time not engaged in electronic communication, but in actual face-to-face communication. Those positives are all the result of the restrictions. If it weren't for those restrictions, you wouldn't have, as you do in unfortunately many Jewish communities, this diffusion of people living far away by car. They could come together by car, but they tend not to. The communities become more diffuse. So the restrictions actually have lots of positive, side effects, if you will, or maybe they're interesting. Another argument I'm not going to make right now, but if we had more time, I would say that marriage is exactly the same thing. There are incredible benefits to marriage. I have enjoyed them personally for well over 30 years, and those benefits exist precisely because of the restrictions that come along with the institution of marriage. Okay. We're a little over half an hour now, so let me see what I'll try and get back to any other questions here. Yes. Can I discuss Avery Nunley? Can I discuss Ivri in detail? So, probably not in detail, but I can say a little bit about it. The term Ivri is usually applied, it's translated as Hebrew. It is a term that is used to describe Abraham, the patriarch in the Bible. And it literally, it comes from the root. All Hebrew words come from a root, usually 3 letters, that means, that is avar, meaning the other side, or to cross. And so,
welcome.
That
how are you, Robert?
Calling Abraham from.
Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Robert, can you hear me? Yo, dog, what's good? How's your day going? Hello? Robert?
From the other side refers to his migration from the other side of the Euphrates River down into Israel. That's possible. And then there's a lot of homiletic things that go on. The whole world on one side and Abraham is on the other. That's where that term comes from. So that's one of the earliest designations of the people we call Jews today are Hebrews. Let's see. I should really cut this off here. Nodnar BRS asks, do I know how many people have unbroken lineages, verifying them as Kohanim? How is this verified historically, and would these men be acceptable, quote unquote, for future sacrificial temple service? So, historically speaking, there are obviously a diminishingly small number of people who have genealogical tables that trace back to, let's say, even the 1st century. It became like much more popular to create these things around the turn of the millennium in the year 1000, more or less. Rashi's family, for example, began to have genealogies, and so there are some people who can connect themselves back to, let's say, the Maharal of Prague, and then back to Rashi, and let's say around the 1st millennium. But then there's a big
living the dream, Pimp. How are you?
How do you get from Rashi back to the 1st century? 900 odd years. Most historians do not consider.
There you go. Hey, come to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi.
So it's really it's impossible to verify that. On a genetic level, there's some fascinating studies that.
All right, cool story, bro.
Specifically at the Y chromosome of people who claim to be Kohanim, and there's like a statistically significant number of them that indicate that they are all similarly related to a single paternal ancestor 3,000 years ago. That's the so-called Kohen gene. But there are a lot of people who have that gene who are not identifying Kohanim, and there's a number of people who identify as Kohanim who don't have.
That's what I said. Come to my Discord, big man.
And that's obviously impossible under Jewish law. The bottom line of the argument of Kohanim.
All right, you're a big boy. You can figure it out.
Really know for sure who is actually a Kohen.
Okay.
So much
enjoy
so
your
that the Vilna Gaon, who lived in the 18th century,
inebriation.
who was the with his family, and there's a ritual called Bidyan Ben, where a firstborn male has to receive redemption from a Kohen as a child. The Vilna Gaon would famously perform that ritual for himself with every single Kohen he ever met to be sure that he had the best chance of actually fulfilling that command. Most Jews today, including myself, I'm also a firstborn male, it's just done once with some person who says he's a Kohen, and you're good to go. In my case, it was Harry Graham, who drove the snowplow in the winter and the garbage truck in the summer. He was the local Kohen of Northern Ontario, and that's how I was redeemed. Okay, folks, we're already well over my half-hour mark. I'm really grateful for all of your participation. Thank you so much for joining me, and I guess we'll try this experiment again. I hope for those of you who celebrate, I hope you have a fantastic
My ugly ass girl wants
you mark Good Friday and Easter Monday. I hope you have a wonderful, religious experience that's uplifting, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future. All right, take care. Bye-bye. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I'm really excited about this new set that I just received from Korn Publishers. It's a really amazing set. It takes up about a meter of space on my bookshelf. It's a multi-volume set. It's called the Lore Family Edition of the Chumash Koren Mikraot Hadorot, the scriptures or the readings of the generations. This is actually, this is one volume here, volume 10. This is actually a remarkably new and original new work. It follows on the heels of the remarkable Tanakh of the Land of Israel, another really original work from Korn Publishers. And I think it speaks to the expansive and creative vision of this publishing house based in Jerusalem and its CEO, Matthew Miller. And it makes me feel, I have to say, like, is Koren publishing these books just for me? Because I feel so personally attached to these new scholarly publishing endeavors. I'm really excited about this. So let me tell you about this particular book, which is really cool. So first of all, I'm sure many of you are familiar with the classic compilation known as the Mikraot Gedolot, which we translate as kind of like the Great Scriptures. It was first published in the 16th century in Venice. And basically, it took like a verse or two of the Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, read on the yearly cycle, and then arranged around it a whole pile of Hebrew commentaries from the ancient period, like Onkelos, through the medieval period, where most of the commentaries come from Rashi and Ramban and so on. And that's like been a staple of Jewish study for the last 500 years or so. But this volume is very different. Whereas Mikraot Gedolot is usually published in 5 volumes, one for each of the major books of the Chumash, the Mikraot Gedolot is published with each volume covering one parsha, or in some cases 2 parshot if they're like typically read together. So the Mikraot Hadorot really focuses much more deeply on each individual parsha, but it does it not so much by exploiting the space on the page, but by exploiting the time of the commentators. How is that done? They organize the commentaries into 3 large groups. There's one section that focuses on the time of the sages, which is basically anthologized commentaries from the Midrash, from the Talmud, and so on. And then from the classic commentaries is another section, which is basically medieval, and that's most closely related to the Mikraot Gedolot. That's familiar to us. And then finally, a really interesting section, Confronting Modernity, where they present commentaries from the 18th through the 20th centuries. And reading the commentaries roughly grouped by when they were written in major eras of Jewish history, you really get a feel for the historical texture of the commentators and the kinds of issues which remain eternal but are really rooted in the specific kinds of issues that Jews of that time faced. Really fascinating. Like, so great for people who are interested in Torah and Jewish history. Wow. Okay, let me walk you through the structure of the book, which is also highly unusual. First of all, it's a book that you open from both sides, right? It takes advantage of the right to left left to right difference between Hebrew and English. On the sort of Hebrew opening side, you have the Chumash with Rashi, and that's kind of like much more traditional in terms of its content. It is really great in that the translation of the Chumash, which is presented alongside the Hebrew like this, is the translation of none other than the great Rabbi Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory, a beautiful writer and a brilliant thinker. So his translation in itself is a tremendous gift. And then you have, oops, sorry, I opened it from the wrong side. Here's the Hebrew side. So the translation is from Rabbi Sachs, and then there's a translation of Rashi alongside the original Hebrew by Jonathan Mishkin. He also, by the way, translated all the commentators on the other side, which is really useful because it means that with one translator, you have sort of a common emotional literary baseline that allows for the idiosyncrasies of individual commentators to really stand out, rather than a jarring kind of collection of translations from different translators. So it's really, really useful. Also, I read of course, the Hebrew Rashi, which I normally do, but I also read the English Rashi, and I actually appreciated it because there was a lot of helpful parenthetical comments. One of the classic issues in studying Rashi is sometimes he will provide a statement, and you wonder, like, why is he saying this? And this is the question that he's saying in Yeshiva. What's bothering Rashi, right? Why would Rashi feel the need to say this particular thing? So the questions as to why Rashi might be prompted to say such a thing is helpfully included here, and I really benefited from that. The only small criticism I have is that while I am a huge fan of the regular Koren font, which of course the publishing house takes its name from the author of that font. It is really gorgeous. I use it for my own personal prayer books, but I never really liked the Rashi font that Koren developed. I still have difficulty with certain letters in it. I don't think it's quite as beautiful as the main font, but that's a small quibble. I'm overwhelmingly impressed with this series, and I hope that's coming across. Now, let's go to the other side, which is really where you have something unusual. It's not just Chumash Rashi, it's something totally new. So the editing here is the key, and there's a great team involved here. There's a managing editor, Rabbi Yedidya Naveh, but I think the strongest editing voice through this is Rabbi Shai Finkelstein. He's the editor-in-chief, and his vision really permeates the entire book. And it's fascinating. I'm really getting a lot out of it. He's the one, of course, who makes the tremendous number of selections here, choosing from more than 40 different commentators that are represented for everything, and it's really fantastic. So let's look at those three main historical sections. In the section that they call the Time of the Sages, which has this helpful sort of timeline in front here like this, there are standards like the Talmud Bavli, the Talmud Yerushalmi, lots of Midrashim and so on, but also Philo. Wow, I never studied Philo before. Of course, I've read about him and read little bits and pieces of him, but selecting the sections from Philo that make him stand out really give you a sense of how different the Torah of Alexandria was from the Torah of, let's say, Tiberias or Jerusalem, a place like that. I really appreciate that very much. Then in the middle section, there's the classical commentators, which is more standard, like you'll get Rashi, Ramban, and so on, many others, but also some voices that I've never studied before, like Avraham ben Rambam, the son of Maimonides. It's really interesting when the son of Maimonides quotes his grandfather, and you feel like, wow, isn't this so interesting? He must have heard that either from his grandfather personally, or maybe from his otherwise unnamed father, Maimonides himself. It's so fantastic. And then in the modern period, that's when it's like so unusual. You have the standard, modern commentators like the Ha'emek Davar and so on, but you have Shadal, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, who's just brilliant and brought into here. Rabbi Abraham Kotler, 20th century thing, was Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik, the Lubavitcher Rebbe. So fascinating to see this range of ideas brought together. And Nechama Leibowitz, she's an incredibly well-regarded commentator on the Talmud. It's so refreshing to see a woman represented in an anthology like this. It's really quite unusual and path-breaking, like most of this book. And then the book concludes, or at least concludes in the way I chose to read it, because of course you can read it from both sides, with the center section, which has a selection of 3 brief essays by Rabbi Finkelstein, which I read for yesterday's Parsha for Miketz, and I have to say they were like really insightful, and I got a lot out of them, and made me feel again like, wait a minute, is Corin writing these just for me? Because they felt like personally directed. They address a lot of the concerns that I have about life, the universe, and everything. And, it was really great. So this is really a game changer in terms of Chumash. And it's a significant investment. Each individual volume is really quite reasonably priced. Happens to be on sale for Hanukkah right now. But the whole set, we're talking about somewhere around 50 volumes. That's a lot, but nevertheless, it's huge return on investment in my humble opinion. It's going to change the way I study Chumash for the next year for sure. I think what I'm going to do is on Shabbos afternoons, I'm going to do the following week's Parsha with Rashi, which kind of like make sure I fulfill sort of like that halakhic obligation. And then on each day of the week, I plan to learn the 3 levels of commentary for that particular aliyah. So it's Sunday morning as I record this right now, and yesterday afternoon I finished Parshas Vayigash. I just read through Miketz when I got this set, and this morning I did all of the commentaries. So I'm really looking forward to the next year of learning with the Koran Mikro Torah. Thank you, Rabbi Finkelstein, for this remarkably creative work, and thank you, Matthew Miller, for the vision that brings these volumes to the broader public. It's really fantastic. I hope you will have a look at this particular book, and I wish you tremendous success in your learning. Thank you very much for watching.
We're technologically advanced enough to where we don't need to have animals drag us around. And it's not as glamorous as it used to be.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. My goal in this short video is to quickly cover the roots of this current unfortunate conflict, with emphasis on the period from the middle of the 19th century to the armistice of 1949. There's a lot of material on this crucial period that occupies much of the world's attention right now and really for the last century. Much of the material online is unfortunately highly tendentious and very misleading. I'm going to be relying very heavily on the research of Professor Rabbi Kramer from the Free University of Berlin, who wrote a very serviceable 1-volume history. She has made a very good case for the fact that most historians come to this topic with a great degree of tunnel vision and tend to see the entire history from within the perspective of their own national, religious, ethnic backgrounds. And I'm going to do my best to try and rise above that. Obviously, I have my own biases and my own opinions like everybody else, but let's try and go over the facts in as dispassionate a manner as possible, and then I can leave it up to you to debate what it means for our current moment. So let's start with a discussion of terminology, because as Professor Kramer rightly points out, there is power in naming things. And so my intention here is just to achieve clarity, even though some anachronisms may result. And I apologize for those of you who are deeply steeped in this history. This will be somewhat basic. But let's just make sure we're all on the same page first. First of all, the term Palestinian. So Palestine is the name that was given to this region of the world. In the next section, I'll take you through some maps to say, well, which region exactly. It is a term that derives originally from a Roman adaptation in the 2nd century, after having dealt with 3 revolts of the Jewish population. They decided to completely wipe out the name Judea, which was the Jewish name of the southern part of what would be the land of Israel today, and they renamed the entire section Palestina. So that term entered into Western usage already from the 2nd century and was later adapted, for example, in the Arab world as Philistine. Now, Palestinian was also used in the 20th century and in the 19th century as well to refer to Jews who lived in this region as well, who would call themselves Palestinian Jews. So that sounds strange today, but for example, look at this newspaper, the Palestine Post, which is actually a Jewish newspaper its name was later changed to the Jerusalem Post, but that's just because the term did not have the strong ethnic and national connotations that it has today. So that's Palestinian. Israeli refers to people who have citizenship in the state of Israel, and approximately 20% people who have citizenship in the state of Israel. This is just an indication of how confusing it is. Israeli citizenship is extended to a large number of Arabs, Druze, Christians, Baha'i, and other peoples who are not Jewish. So Israeli refers to a citizenship in the state of Israel. What about the term Arab? So Arab is an ethnic term that refers to a large number of people all across the entire Middle East. It includes Palestinians, but it does not include Muslims. Muslim is an even larger term. It is a religious term referring to people who worship according to the dictates of Islam, and that includes all kinds of people in the Far East, for example, or in Africa, and of course in the United States. The term Jew is also, it's a religious term, but it's also an ethnic term because many people who are Jews do not consider themselves religious, but nevertheless they still fall within this ethnic definition. And as I mentioned, about 80% of Israelis are also Jewish, but about half of the world's Jews are not Israelis. Israel houses about half of the entire population of the world's Jews, in other words. Finally, Zionist. So Zionist, the term Zionism was coined in the late 19th century to describe this movement towards reestablishing a Jewish homeland in the land which we're going to call Palestine. This is an aspiration that does not necessarily mean it has to come to fruition in actual Israeli statehood. It can also be understood as support for the land of Israel. And once again, the majority of Jews clearly are Zionists and support the state of Israel to one degree or another, but there are many Jews who are not Zionists. There are even some Israelis who are not Zionists, believe it or not. That's because Israel is a democratic country that tolerates a very wide range of difference of opinion on a whole host of political, social, economic, and other issues. So that's our basic survey of terminology. Let's look at the maps a little bit. Where exactly is Palestine? The borders of the region which has been called Palestine vary significantly over the space of the last 6 millennia. There has never been a state of Palestine, that is true, but the region has had that term already, as we see, from the 2nd century. It is especially well used after the 7th century when it becomes an Islamic land. And in the region of the Ottoman Empire, which ruled for almost exactly 500 years until the beginning of the 20th century, it was actually divided between two administrative sections, that of Jerusalem and that of Beirut. So the regional identity of Palestine, or in Arabic, Filastin, was not very well developed really until the 20th century. It nevertheless did have consciousness. You see from this newspaper, Filastin, which was actually established in 1909, very early on in this period. But for many, the term Palestine geographically is identical to the boundaries of the state of Israel, which in itself is a huge problem. As you see in this depiction here, Filastin, which has the slogan "Min il Nahar il Bahar," from the river to the sea, the river being the Jordan River on the west and the Mediterranean Sea on the east. By saying Il Nahar il Bahar, you're saying essentially, at least this is how Jews hear it, that there's no space for Israel, there's no space for Palestine. In other words, Palestine will be free, meaning free of Jews, which is why many Jews find this deeply offensive. So in other words, the boundaries of Palestine, as understood by many Palestinian supporters today, are virtually identical to the boundaries of modern Israel, shown here. In the next video in this planned series, I'll explain what are the differences between Israel proper, Gaza, the West Bank, and the Golan Heights. But for now, this is basically the territory that we're going to be speaking about over the course of this video. the risk of horrible oversimplification, Jewish claims at their root are based on the idea that this is the ancient homeland of the Jews, and Palestinian claims are based on the notion that they conquered the land in the 7th century with the advent of Islam, and that makes them essentially indigenous because they have been living in that region for some 1,300 years. This is a little bit like something I saw with 2 of my grandchildren the other day. I don't mean to reduce these complex and painful issues to something very juvenile, but this will at least help as a metaphor. 2 of my grandchildren have a favorite chair, which was given to them by the other set of grandparents, and it actually has the name of the older child written on it. So the younger child was sitting on it, and the older child wanted to take it from the younger child, and we said, no, you have to let her sit there. But then she saw something that distracted her. She got up from the chair, and she went off to do something else. And in that time, the older child went and sat in the chair, which upset the younger child, seeing that she was in there. And that involved a whole bunch of fighting. But basically, that's the same kind of claim. I was here first versus you left, and then I took it. And the fact that the name is written on the chair does not necessarily feed into whose chair it is forever and ever, because, to extend this back to our situation, the main source of the claim, the deed as it were for the land of Israel for Jews, is the Bible, and Muslims do not regard the Bible, the Hebrew scriptures, and for that matter the Christian scriptures, as being duly sanctified the same way that Jews and Christians do. So the deed is not relevant here. It's true that there's multiple points to demonstrate that Jews were in the land of Israel from ancient times. The oldest non-biblical example is the famous Merneptah stele shown here, which dates from about the year 1209 BCE and refers to a people called Israel living here. But the counter-argument that when the Muslims conquered in the 7th century, as we see in this map, is also a very strong one. And in the absence of divine intervention, which I'm sure both sides would like to appeal to, there's no easy way to reconcile these claims. So let's move to the Ottoman period, and specifically to the area we'd like to concentrate, the 19th century, to understand how this conflict expressed itself. The metaphor of my grandchildren in the chair is not entirely accurate for a lot of reasons, one of which is that there was always a small presence of Jews in the land of Israel, as best we can tell from historical records. Having a look at the very weak statistics from the Ottoman Empire, it wasn't until the latter part of the 19th century that they started to provide more reliable statistics, but this gives us at least some sense of it. In 1850, looking at Ottoman subjects only, not foreign people living in this land, Muslims and Druze who were included in this survey amounted to about 88% of the population, Christians about 8%, and Jews about 4%. But by the time you move to the later part of the 19th century, there is a significant shift in Jewish attitudes. And many Jews, really absorbing the national movements that are rocking much of Europe at the time, Eastern Europe in particular, they begin to explore the idea of developing a Jewish nationalism with the object of creating a Jewish national state in this part of the world as well. The most famous early movement is called Bilu, taken from this verse in the Bible, Beit Yaakov, house of Jacob, let us arise and go to the land of Israel and colonize it there, in order to establish a Jewish settlement back in the ancient homeland. And in fact, they did, working the land with some success, but they were heavily supported by Jews around the world. The idea of Zionism, especially promoted by Theodor Herzl, really caught the imagination of Jews living around the world, saying, yes, of course, this is a fantastic idea. And although most Jews were not specifically willing to pick themselves up and move to Israel, they were overwhelmingly very happy to support the movement, especially financially. You can see in this poster, English language posters, help build Palestine. Once again, it's clearly a Jewish poster. At the bottom, it's written in Yiddish. Help Goyim Eretz Yisrael, help him build the land of Israel. This was the kind of fundraising poster that was used by the Jewish National Fund, established specifically to buy lands in Palestine, which they bought legally throughout this entire period. Here's another one that gives you a sense of the kind of modern feeling of it. A nation reborn on its ancestral soil. It really appeals to the imagination. It's young, it's powerful, has kind of like a socialist vibe to it. And in fact, the early settlements did have very strong socialist leanings and so on. So basically, as you move through the early 20th century, the population of Jews in the region increases dramatically. Looking at this chart of statistics, which was taken by the British, much more accurate and reasonable than the Ottoman figures, you can see that in 1922, the blue column are Jews. Of course, the green column are the Muslims. There's also Christians. And then here we've broken out the Druze, the Baha'i, and many other peoples living on land. By 1931, there has been a natural increase of Muslims, both through birth rate, but also through immigration. And the Jewish increase has also been marked by 1946, even more dramatic. And in fact, this is one of the arguments that needs to be teased out is how many of the Arabs who moved to this region were in fact from other parts of the Arabic world and later adopted a Palestinian identity. It's something that the historical literature discusses at some length. Basically, what happens is the Ottoman Empire absorbs these Jewish immigrants with a certain amount of tension. They are buying the land legally from Arab notables living in the region. There's a certain amount of competition with the local Arab workforce and a certain amount of hesitancy to admit people who are definitely trying to build a new nation state in this region. There's also a culture struggle between the highly conservative Muslims living in the region and these European modern Jewish immigrants who are having women dressed differently, educated very differently, engage in different kinds of cultural activities, which many of the Muslims find shocking and different and so on. Is in the context of World War I, the Ottoman Empire disappears, and the British and the French engage in very large geopolitical discussions to essentially divide up the region between them. The way this plays out specifically for the region we're talking about is especially represented in this document here, written by the Foreign Secretary Lord Balfour. This is the so-called Balfour Declaration, in which he writes this message to Lord Rothschild and asks him to send it to the Zionist Federation. And look at the inside paragraph there, which really encapsulates the problem that the British would have for the next 50-odd years. His Majesty's government view with favor the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people and will use their best endeavors to facilitate the achievement of this object. That's at the point where most Jews just stopped reading. And it was a big party for them because it looked like England, which was in fact very soon going to take over this region with the collapse of the Ottoman Empire. England was going to give Palestine to the Jews. But the second part of the paragraph reads, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. Meaning, the British were saying essentially two things at the same time. On the other hand, they're going to give some of this land to the Jews for their Jewish homeland, but at the same time, they're saying as long as the Arab peoples living there do not object. That's basically going to be impossible. It's also going to be something which will definitely affect the Jews living in any other country as well, as we shall see. Jews celebrate this with great excitement, and Arabs are concerned. They're not using the term Palestinians for themselves, but as I mentioned earlier, let's just refer to them as Palestinians. That term will become much more popular when we get to the second half of the 20th century. The first series of disturbances were associated with the Nabi Musa festival, which ironically commemorates the life of Moses, held sacred by both Jews, Christians, and Muslims. And in the context of this initial riot, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed, and 230 people, primarily Jews in this case, were injured. And this kicks off a series of riots and retaliations. Arab riots against Jews and occasionally Jewish riots against Arabs as well, that go throughout the 1930s, culminating in a major period between 1936 and 1939 of very, very heavy violence. I will allow other historians to work out, which acts of violence were more significant, but there's no question that what people refer to as the cycle of violence really begins in 1920, right after the Balfour Declaration. So the British right away, they're very good at establishing commissions, and they establish a nuclear commission under Earl Peel, and he issues a massive document called the Peel Report. And very rarely has anyone said it as well as this particular report does. I'll just read to you one section. This is from chapter 20, which could basically say the same thing about much of the later part of the century as well. The problem of Palestine is briefly restated. Under the stress of the World War, this is of course World War I, the British government made promises to Arabs and Jews in order to obtain their support. On the strength of those promises, both parties formed certain expectations. The application to Palestine of the mandate system in general and of the specific mandate in particular implies the belief that the obligations thus undertaken towards the Arabs and the Jews respectively would prove in course of time to be mutually compatible, owing to the conciliatory effect on the Palestinian Arabs of the material prosperity which Jewish immigration would bring in Palestine as a whole. That belief has not been justified, and there seems to be no hope of its being justified in the future. In other words, the British said that they were hoping that, by having Jews move in and improve the economy, and the Peel Report actually discusses that, Jewish immigration did help the economy significantly. There was a lot more employment, there was a lot more capital flowing, and a lot more foreign investment, but that prosperity would not help to solve the political dispute between the Arabs and the Jews in this region. Let's go back. But the British people cannot, on that account, repudiate their obligations, and apart from obligations, the existing circumstances in Palestine would still require the most strenuous efforts on the part of the government, which is responsible for the welfare of the country. The existing circumstances are summarized as follows. Irrepressible conflict has arisen between two national communities within the narrow bounds of one small country. There is no common ground between them. Their national aspirations are incompatible. The Arabs desire to revive the traditions of the Arab Golden Age. The Jews desire to show what they can achieve when restored to the land in which the Jewish nation was born. Neither of the two national ideals permits of combination in the service of a single state. This may be the genesis of what was called the two-state solution, which was eagerly pursued by many diplomatic efforts in the second half of the 20th century. God willing, we'll get to that in another lecture. The Peel Report had an appendix which laid out a map, a very controversial map here, that said we should partition this region. And the area outlined in red was to be given to the Jews as a homeland. As you can see, it's a tiny fraction of the later boundaries of the land of Israel, and not entirely conforming to the way the populations had spread out through the land. A lot of Arabs were in this region, a lot of Jews were outside this region, and Jews were incensed that this is what Peel was suggesting. And there's also that kind of it looks like a word bubble extending from the ocean to Jerusalem. That's supposed to be like an international zone allowing for access to the holy sites in Jerusalem for everybody. And the rest of the region outside of that red line would be an Arab country, presumably attached to what was called Transjordan. Transjordan was actually separated from the British mandate applied to Palestine earlier. So the Jews were incensed, the Arabs were not satisfied, and this came to naught. The period of 1936 to 1939 saw extensive dissatisfaction with the British mandate and the mandate authorities. Arab uprisings, Jewish violence against each other and against the British were pursued throughout this period. The British attempted under Colonial Secretary Malcolm MacDonald to look at the problem again. The British, again, are very good at establishing commissions. And he wrote up a white paper that suggested perhaps they should limit Jewish immigration to the land to 75,000 people over 5 years, which was guaranteed to blow the lid off Jewish aspirations, because look at the time we're talking about. It's the late 1930s. Anti-Semitism is ramping up in Europe under Hitler. And of course, World War II would begin in 1939, just a few months after the White Paper came out. And immigration of Jews anywhere was a top concern for the entire Jewish people, because of course Hitler would take 6 million lives over the course of World War II. After the Holocaust, you have millions of displaced people all over Europe. Hundreds of thousands of Jews in particular are unwilling or unable to return to their homes in Poland, and they're seeking to establish themselves in the ancestral homeland of Israel. Legal migration and illegal migration is happening at a tremendous clip, and the British are desperate to try and hold off these thousands of Jews who are seeking to make their way to safety in the Middle East. The Arabs, of course, are very incensed with the idea that Europe's problems should be solved with migration to the Middle East, but as one Zionist from the Arab put it, the Arabs have a problem of appetite and the Jews have a problem of starvation. They needed someplace else to live, and no other place was acceptable. So basically, the British gave up. Very similar to how they dealt with their departure from India. The entire geopolitical world had changed. They had to retrench themselves after World War II, and they handed the problem off to the United Nations. The United Nations came up with this resolution, number 181, which essentially said the land should be partitioned into 7 sections. Here's a map, which was attached to the bottom of Resolution 181, that divides the land of Israel quite differently from the Peel report. The green areas were to be Jewish. There are 3 of them connected by tiny little wastes. And the goldenrod areas are to be Arab, also connected by little wastes. And a 7th section was to be around the area of Jerusalem, and that was supposed to be, like the Peel report, some kind of internationalism. The history after this point is well known. The Jews, now Israelis, accepted the plan, and in 1948 they proclaimed statehood, and they were immediately attacked by Arab armies surrounding them. They fought a very, very difficult war, but ended up managing to not only keep this territory, but in fact expand it somewhat. That's a very important part of this whole history, but we should understand that the conflict with the Palestinians really began even before that war happened. As soon as Resolution 181 was passed and before the British could leave, there was already violence erupting between Jews and Arabs. And a large number of Arabs living in Palestine chose to flee. Somewhere in the range of 700,000 Arabs left their homes seeking safety. Now, one of the larger debates, like we mentioned earlier with the cycle of violence, one of the larger debates focuses on the question of why exactly did they leave. It does not take a tremendous amount of imagination to realize that families flee theaters of war. There were examples of atrocities. Even an atrocity that is exaggerated and spread through the rumor mill is something that will strike fear in the heart of the family and would cause them to flee. Once again, I defer to other historians to go through the details. I'm sure you will find it useful to look at Professor Kramer's work to go into more details as to what specific events, Deir Yassin and others, that prompted many of these people to flee. But this was called the Nakba, the catastrophe, which essentially displaced something like 750,000 people from what would become the state of Israel in the armistice of 1949. If you look at this map here, you can see the green areas were assigned to the state of Israel in 1947 partition plan. But after successfully defending the territory, the Israelis were able to actually add those pink areas to make the boundaries somewhat more defensible than they were before. That's essentially the origins of the Palestinian Nakba. It's also important to note that there is a Jewish version of this Nakba at the same time. Shortly after this war, there was a wave of anti-Jewish persecution throughout the Islamic world, particularly in Arab lands, and Jews were forced to flee from many of these countries. Perhaps 800,000 Jews were required to flee, many of them making their way to Israel, which ironically achieved the opposite purpose of what many of these states might have had in mind, because it made Israel much more stable and stronger demographically and further cemented its presence in the Middle East. So that's a very quick overview of the major events that contribute to the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. I'm sure that many of you will comment that I forgot to mention this or forgot to mention that. And it's true, it's inevitable that as I attempt to compress this massive history into a very, very short presentation, it's inevitable to omit certain things. But I hope that this overview does something to break down the tunnel vision that's so prevalent on social media today. People can have hopefully productive discussions about how this conflict may be resolved peaceably, and that all the peoples in the land should enjoy health and prosperity. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to continue our discussion of the origins of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict by looking at the second half-century in this very complex topic, specifically moving from the period of the establishment of the State of Israel in 1948 through the Oslo Accords in 1993. I've subtitled this towards the two-state solution because that was one of the most important elements of this period. In this discussion, I'm going to try and focus my comments primarily on the ways in which both Israelis and Palestinians saw the major historical events and how they shaped the path towards some kind of peace. I will not be devoting attention to every single element of this history because it's overwhelming for a very short presentation, but hopefully these elements that I present will be cogent and coherent and will help to provide some background to understanding what we are to make of the current crisis today. History and her fraternal twin sister memory are closely interrelated. History affects memory, memory then turns around and affects history. A simplistic view of history is one in which we say, just tell me what exactly happened and when. We don't realize that every time we tell something about history, we tell it from a particular perspective. You consider, for example, two people standing at very different points of an intersection witnessing a traffic accident. They'll both see very different things because of the place in which they're situated as an accident. So when we look at something far more complicated than a simple fender bender, the 100-year-long conflict between Israelis and Palestinians, how much more so is it crucial to understand exactly where we are standing, what kind of perspective we have.
Alright, so since there's been some talk of Brennan Shaw potentially fighting again, I thought now would be a good time to take a look back at the intervention Joe Rogan gave him to get him to stop fighting, because this was obviously a pivotal moment in Brennan's life and career. It is probably one of the most intense podcasts of all time. I mean, this was only 2 days after Brennan's last fight, where he got TKO'd in round 1 by Travis Brown. So going into this, Brennan was already depressed, and then Joe started telling him he's not as talented as the other fighters in his division.
Very positive writing, obviously. Displays the behavior of the enemies of the state of Israel, their negligence.
Dude, I'm on a jet ski on the lake this Saturday.
Aims to create
now
unity for the state of Israel, for the
I'm gonna make
and so on. And I believe that the skeletal structure of that historiographic model is basically sound. However, as memory and history interact, and specifically back to the archival sources and read
I went on jet skis on
details and different perspectives on those same events, some of those historical evaluations have to be re-evaluated. And so I'm going to rely for this presentation on much of my prior research based in that heroic school, but also on newer research that I think qualifies that material. First of all, I want to rely on a lot of the excellent work done.
Still doing it, but I get it. Yeah, I love how. Yeah, but I get it. Because then me and Casey got in the car because Casey was with me. I go, wait, can you believe he still does it? He goes, you're going to be the same way, dude. What, are you just going to stop? Oh, no. No, for Howard Stop, you didn't give a fuck about money and reads and shit. Like you said, dude. Yeah, dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and we can just podcast. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
If we just do podcasts, we don't worry about reads.
If we're smart, we would have done Patreon fucking 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually, if that gets built up enough, we're making the same money you are of ads, and it's just all free for the actual fans.
Who's going to do it? We're starting with the idea of doing Patreon, aren't we?
I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just because we've been around so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. Yeah. So it'd be for it. Yes, that's the reason. Yeah. And you can regulate so there's a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I you have to give them incentives after 12 years of a free show. Why the pay for just $3? You have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. We're like, dude, we got it free for 10 years.
I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man. They train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. You know?
Sure. If you give some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for Patreon, you give them a reason to subscribe. That makes sense. Yeah. I'm down. Are you though? That's my biggest fear. Are you? You're down? To commit to it? It's going to be a beast. It's more work than let's go, bro. All right, fuck. All right. Afraid? What do you think, Jim? I'm down as long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which I've been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, just in there. And then the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have any reason, we're just doing it. And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. Also, we don't have to go punch. Yeah, just so you can play music on there, videos. Like we should have done that. Oh my gosh, it's the Wild West on really. Just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. No, it's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just being edited out. Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. You know, that kind of stuff. Give me something else. I give you credit, man. Yeah. Real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. You gave me a Chipotle conspiracy. They're expensive, man. Yeah, there's not a ton of Chipotle. There's one that's not too far. There's one right near our town. It's more like David versus many David. All right, have you guys heard this story? This is wild. You know I love my serial killer.
So Shab arguing with Callan about Callan not wanting especially if they switch to Patreon. So he's right now expecting should have done 10 years ago, but he knows King and the Sting was on there, Golden Hours on there. I like how he admitted that the podcast is dead. So, but earlier in the podcast, he was saying, I just talked for a year, and I've been for 12 years. Why is this guy responding? But now he admits that his podcast is dead. You can tell he's extremely frustrated. But he also admitted something in there else other than he brought up Reddit and YouTube and that he would like to be able to make comments and not get destroyed. And so he is so petrified of Reddit. He thinks going behind the paywall. There's only one thing stopping him, and it's the number one reason why it's not going to happen. No one's going to pay for the Fighter and the Kid podcast behind a paywall. The only reason why some people pay
What that means
for
golden
hour water is that
many of them,
the king of the snake,
hundreds of thousands,
and they were 100% paying for
and as you can see from this map,
Now the others
camps were
are
set up
just paying for Chris W.
in the Gaza Strip.
No one's paying for these two
Of course, from
to do a podcast, and they have zero contribution. This podcast is dead.
In terms of
The last thing you can do with a
looking at it,
dead podcast is put it behind the phone.
5.5
It's
million
not
people
going
who are
anywhere.
registered with the United
And
Nations.
he's talking about you need to do more content. Maybe some live
Those are the
shows.
children, obviously, of
Didn't he just earlier say he had to get off the road or
and
else he's
about
going to cheat on his
1.5
wife?
billion of them are
So
still
you want Bob is itching to get back out there more addies and baddies so he can cheat on his wife.
Syria, 200,000 Lebanon, and 700,000 in Gaza. It is worthy of note that most of the descendants of those original refugees have made lives for themselves in the Palestinian diaspora. But still, that massive number, 1.5 million people living in refugee camps throughout the region, is deeply troubling and, of course, is a constant reminder of how important this problem is and how it must be solved. By 1949, the armistice lines had created something which would later be known as the Green Line, the borders of Israel, even if the states surrounding it did not recognize its official existence. Israel continued to deal with infiltrations from neighboring countries, in particular, and there were conflicts like the 1956 Sinai War that were very relevant for many other reasons, but I want to focus on the 1967 Six-Day War because that is especially crucial from the Palestinian perspective. We have a look at this map here. In June of 1967, Israel looked like the map on the left, and you can see that Gaza was a part of Egypt, and the West Bank was part of Jordan. Israel then fought a war primarily with Egypt, but also with Jordan and with Syria as well. And amazingly, over the course of a very brief period of time, specifically Syria established their superiority early on. Israel was able to increase standards for their surprise and victory for everyone involved. And Israel had to decide what it was going to do with these territories. They decided to annex every part of the annex. They took those parts and made them permanent part of the state of Israel.
That boy smoking cigars. Cigars and shit. Yeah. I just took a Long Island. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Joe Money got on the Long Island joints. It's kind of like it's all the older crowd. I'm not the youngest guy here. I was like 35 plus. He's really elegant though. I really wear a suit and ties and the pinkies. I'm wearing a do-rag and a fucking fitted cap. You had to do that.
Palestinian population pose a much greater threat because annexing the territory would involve giving all those Arabs citizenship. And that would be the demographic balance that Israel must maintain.
Well, here we are.
And let us recall that Israel is striving really
for King of Scrubs.
goals. One, to establish a Jewish state, a country that is free for Jewish immigration, where Jews can flee there if they are persecuted elsewhere. And secondly, it wants to establish a democratic state. It wants the political basis of Israel to be essentially one person, one vote. About 20% of Israel's population is not Jewish, primarily Palestinian Muslims, also Palestinian Christians, also Druze and Baha'i and many other peoples. And 20% is a sizable minority, but it still retains the basic Jewish.
You just can't. There should be a crack division. I don't see why she can't get 10 minutes to crack. I mean, it drives me nuts. If you're really, speaking of crack though, keep saying the word crack. Can you go to Hunter Biden for me?
So the West Bank and Gaza
I'm going to live here and say Hunter Biden's back to crack. Now, wait, did he sell it? Look at this. He had great teeth. They're fake. He's about my age. I think he's younger, though. Look at his first. That's all right, Blam it. All right, so let's feature the crack.
Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile that came into enormous wealth by very mysterious circumstances and had connections across the globe to very, very powerful people. And he was murdered right before it was all about to blow up. And now there supposedly are no files that the American people can see to explain all of that.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff.
It's crazy. Like, do I think that there's an actual list? I don't think that there's an actual list. I don't think that he was that stupid. But do I think that what they do have implicates him? Yeah, I think so. You know, I mean, Epstein introduced Melania to Trump. The connections are like,
she's suing. I say that she's suing.
Anyway, why do we think they don't want the files released? I don't know. I think John, that thing that
motherfucker can paint. That crackhead can crack. That crackhead can paint.
Which is everything is projection or confession. Everything. So when he puts out that tweet, he says Epstein now is the Russia hoax or the Hunter Biden laptop. The laptop from hell.
Well, no, the laptop's real.
Came from Russia. Came from Hunter Biden's bathroom. Like, I wonder if it works. You know what I mean? When he says to his followers, like, you're no supporter of mine if you keep talking about Epstein. Yeah. What do you think was in the files?
That's what that sounds like. Some real journalism. Yeah, I don't know, man. She's suing Melania Trump. She sued the tabloid or the newspaper. I don't know if they still call them tabloids. She sued the outlet that printed that.
Yeah, it's a fun little thing to kind of like float out there, probably with zero evidence.
It's a good conspiracy, though. They're fun, but we don't want to get sued.
I don't like it.
He's 55, by the way. He's younger than Brian.
Even if it's true, I don't know.
I definitely want to know.
It's not good.
But I definitely want to know. Release it. I'd love to.
No, I would protect it. If I had that information, throw it away.
God.
If I had that information, I'd be like, I'm protecting the first.
Oh no, I would waterboard you. I would torch you and crack your ass.
You couldn't break.
I'd crack your ass wide open and have you tell all the listeners on it.
I'd be like, I'm not gonna answer.
You know how many views we would get off that?
Well, you cracking my ass and waterboarding me?
They have that too, but to get
how are you gonna crack my ass? What are you gonna use?
In terms of the Palestinian misunderstanding,
just my hands. Like those orangutans.
You're gonna peel my peach?
Yeah, you know how those orangutans felt strong?
You're gonna go thumbs in there and just peel out?
You know how you were like, that baby orangutan was so strong. I beat the shit out of it. I would open your ass up like a fucking cupboard.
And then what are you gonna do with it?
Like I'm getting true raspberry jelly.
I'd be like,
there we go.
What are you doing? What do you do then?
Crack. Crack.
I know, but now
and I'm not a hot female cop. I'm me. Crack.
And so now the air's getting in there. What are you gonna do after that?
I gotta fill a hole.
Oh man.
What? I'm cracking, dude.
Well, train on
Hunter Biden's on crack.
Well, he certainly, I think that's wires you up a little bit. I can't talk about it.
God, he's older than you, or younger than you.
Yeah, he's 3 years.
Crack isn't good for the skin.
He was also looking at real jail time.
Yes, he should. He still should be in prison. But listen, that's not the point here. The point is he's 100% spot on with his take on it. Yes. Yeah.
Powerful people.
Joe Biden's like, just shut the fuck up.
I just want to know, like, it's like, if there are files, I don't think there's going to be anything. I don't think you're going to find any smoking. I think that shit's all.
No, they have to.
I think it's all been discounted.
Even if it is gone, they're going to have to create a fake one.
Yeah.
What else you got, Jen?
Because they ain't going away.
By never taking those
you guys were talking about Melania. So,
disrespect
brings me to this. J. Paul
He hired an attorney to potentially sue anyone who talks about his or claims that he's fixing lights.
It's interesting. Like even podcasters.
He's. I think they're even going after Piers Morgan.
No, I don't think any of it. The only fight where I'm like, okay, this is just a glorified sparring match is the Tyson one. I think there was an agreement there not to kill Tyson. Yeah. So fix is not the term for it. But I will say this, and I love Jake Paul, I love Logan, they're my guys. But if he were to beat Anthony Joshua, the fix is in, right? Yeah. Don't sue me, but the fix is in. Yeah. Allegedly.
I don't think that fight with Travis Jr. was fixed.
No, that's the one that they're talking about.
No, I don't think those are fixed. Legit fight. No, all his fights have been real. It's just the only one where I do think there was some sort of agreement being like, hey, Mike, take this fight. I'm not going to fucking kill you. I'm going to hit you. It's going to be real, but I'm not going to take you out.
He was fucking cracking. He was hitting Julius Caesar Chavez.
But he wasn't Mike Tyson.
Egypt felt that they were simply too destabilizing element to bring to their calling.
Yeah, so this attorney has worked with Jay-Z, Elon Musk, Alec Baldwin, and you see the same here. Paul made it clear he was going to defend his name. He recently revealed he was fed up with the narrative when Piers Morgan weighed in on his bout.
Stage bullshit. I can see what Jake's doing there. Because all the Nate Diaz, right? As real as they get. Badass, blah blah blah. So when he fought Nate, do you think Nate agreed to that? No, that's real, dude. Nate's not gonna sign up and agree to lose to a fight. If you know Nate Diaz, he's a fighter's fighter. He was actually trying to win that fight. He didn't lose that fight on purpose. So I'm with Jake on this. I'm with Jake, like, but are you gonna go after because this is only gonna make it worse. So they'll be able to go out with guys like Piers Morgan and let's say ESPN blasts something out, whatnot, because they're new to it. But let's say there was like if Rogan said it was fake, Schulte, like big names, I get going after them because they have money. But you're not gonna go after 0076 _ slapdick that he posts a fight of him winning that goes, it's rigged. You can't win that fight.
Is that it?
That's it for the Jake Paul thing. You guys want more current events? Give us one more. Okay, you know what? Let me scroll through these and you tell me which one you guys like most. How about the Lizzo? Yeah, I guess Lizzo. Let's end on Lizzo.
Let's see Lizzo.
Okay, so this is her, I guess, responding basically to.
Is she mimicking Sydney Sweeney's exact commercial, or this is her own version?
Let's see what she has to say.
Let's see.
It's way too hot. I'm out. My legs. Don't need no boxer to be pulled up when I'm running.
Yeah. Not my type.
Bitch, what did I tell you? I'm going into October.
That was it. Give me Sydney Sweeney.
Yeah, there's just somebody leaning into whatever it is. Yeah. But does it that body positivity? All I see is diabetes.
No, her health, her cholesterol's fucking disaster. Her insides are.
Say whatever you want. Well, kids, come see me in San Diego, August 22nd, 23rd, and see me at the Covino Laugh Factory, September 11, 12, 13, I think, and then I'll be in Charlotte, North Carolina, September 19, 20.
All right, kids, that's it. Last month for Drive Fast All Gas. That's right. The giveaway ends this month. I've been promoting this thing for a hot second. It's 2024 TRX with over $50,000 in upgrades, and it's gonna go away the end of the month. This is it. We're dropping new merch. There's some new special incentives, so get on down. We got our new bundles now. Definitely in blue. We got the greens on there. We got all the new merch. Diesel Dad, everything. Go to drivefastallgas.com. Ends this month, so get to it. All right, kids, this is the Fine Kid. We're out.
Even their mere presence in the States ordering.
This is really the Fighter of the Kid. Hello, Brian.
Hey, buddy, just working my neck a little bit. Did a little wrestling today. Did some duck hunters. Did some arm drags, 2 single legs, and stuff like that. So working my wrestling because that's priority at 58.
Dude,
you know what I'm saying?
I'm glad you put all your eggs in that basket.
It's not that. It's just that I just I like knowing that people have to worry about their body from the knee down, and they don't know it. So when they're around me, they feel so secure because they're big, they can bench, and they don't know that there's literally something called an Achilles heel. There's literally something called the back of your knee.
So someone asked me, they go, is Brian tough? And I just go, he'll keep you busy.
That's what I like to hear. He'll keep you busy, right?
Yeah, for a little bit.
Because his head's going to be in your chest, his head's going to be on your head, his head's going to be in the crook of your neck.
What would be cool is if you did it so much you got cauliflower at 58.
That would be,
you'd be the oldest
guy
guy
to get cauliflower out. It's like, guys, what I'm doing now.
Yeah.
But there's no way, I'm sorry, there's no way, and I've talked to Brigham and Ways to well, there's no way I can do this the way I'm doing this and not do something like a peptide, testosterone, something. I got to do something. Did I break it down?
Depends what you want to do. Yeah, your age, just all the time.
And by the way, I'm not live wrestling. I'm just moving around.
Still alive.
Yeah,
still alive.
Yeah.
Still alive.
Oh, look at this.
But that could be you, man. Shave your head, get a bunch of gear.
That looks natural. Yeah. By the way, he's probably 47.
That guy's Shredville. That could be you, dude.
Could be me.
That'd take a long time to get to that level.
Yeah.
His dick grew, man, at that age.
Stuff. Yes. Proud of that guy right there. That's probably AI, but I love that look.
That's a real one.
Yeah, right there.
Albino. That's probably real.
Yeah.
I bet you that guy's not even 50.
You know what? That's what you realize. You're like, oh, yeah, 40 years.
Just because if you shave his beard, you're like, oh, that's that influencer that we had on the show that's in trouble with the law. Right? The Ricky?
Yes.
No, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, that's a photo shoot. It's probably a little enhanced with AI.
Maybe. Like I said,
It's got some tits on it. See how the nipples start to fall down?
There's nothing you can do about it, dude.
That'd be what is that? That's a gyno a little bit? Little gyno?
Yeah, or just saggy tits.
Or gyno. He's got his nipples
sits
around the
gym.
gym.
Your tits start to sag.
Yeah.
And you see how it gets loose on the end? Like even Hulk Hogan had that. Rock has that. Like,
we gotta tighten that up.
It's tough. You have to have surgery.
Yeah. Well, some things are worth surgery up.
Agreed.
Once your tits get saggy, we got a problem.
Dude, Bossy had tryouts yesterday. You know, it's all about team, but Bossy had tryouts yesterday. They decided to have him because they in the evaluations they put him with the 8-year-olds. He's 5. They had trying with 8-year-olds.
Oh my God.
He had to catch pop flies, which isn't his thing. Most young kids are scared of pop flies. They had him do grounders, and then he got 5 at-bats.
Pop flies are hard. Don't miss that ball sometimes.
Yeah, and the security hit in the face. Yeah. Bossy balled out though. He made squad.
Yeah.
8-year-old squad.
Really?
Yeah.
At 5.
Yeah. Went 5 for 5 hitting, 3 for 3 fielding. Pop flies we gotta work on. You got in the car, you're ready, proud of you. You're gonna get ice cream. What we need to work on is pop flies. There you go. They should know. It's funny, the coach goes, how do you think you did? But he goes, definitely the best player here.
Yeah. He said that? Yeah.
It's like, all right, dude. All right, man.
Definitely the best player here. Oh.
Yeah, well, because some of the kids were, it's Rex still. Yeah. Not 5.
Oh, okay.
Be a little worried about him.
I had a girlfriend one time, and she was, I remember, this is probably when I was 30, fucking whatever. And I meet these, I had friends who were older, and they were actors, and I kind of wanted to impress them. I liked them a lot. And she said, so you're Brian's girlfriend? She goes, he likes him. She just looks at him. She goes, hey, he likes him beautiful and young. So I was like, I swear to God, she goes like this. No, she goes, she likes him beautiful, young, and smart as a whip.
Smart as a whip?
She said, smart as a whip.
Well, that's a little cocky.
And I remember just being so embarrassed by that. I was like,
it's a little cringy.
let me say that. You don't have to say that.
Yeah, it's a little cringy.
Yeah.
With Bossy saying that at 5, you like it. And it just is what it is. You need to have that cockiness in sports. Especially because he's 5, and he's by far the smallest kid.
Yeah.
And he's amongst these giants. And for him to go, best kid here, you're like, all right.
So gun in my head.
You're different than your girlfriend, right?
I don't know if she was as smart as a whip, but I think she
added that on. I was going to call you out, but that never happened. No, I was having fun with the story, but I don't like how you made that seem like
Bossy was saying the same thing because he's a 5-year-old playing with an 8-year-old, and your girlfriend at the time who said she's smart as a whip.
Delete that.
Just leave it out. Just leave it out.
That is such an outrageous
But her saying that, she's in her
No, the reason I bring that up is because I remember that she did say, like, young, beautiful, smart. Probably not as smart as a whip. That I added that.
You made that for the story, which I appreciate.
That's what we do. I added it for the story. Right? But we used to have, the reason I brought that up is because we would have arguments where she would be like, well, I'm really intelligent. She'd say stuff like that. Like, people don't say that. And I was like, and I you know, when I was younger, you know, we're the same guy like that. I can't let certain things go. I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by that? What's your criteria for intelligence? What's your criteria here?
What degrees do you have?
Yeah, right. And there weren't a lot. And I was like,
she not even have a college degree?
She was no. She was.
But I'd be willing to bet she could suck the meanest dick this side of Venice, California.
She was. I didn't date her long. I dated her. I mean, I may as well get into it. Should we get into it? Were we in the circle of trust? Nobody else is listening?
No.
I remember I didn't date her long, and she was always dressed really well, and she gave me. She had my wiener in her mouth.
Yeah.
She was performing, and she took a piece and stuck it right at my shitter. Yep. And she had long nails, and it didn't feel like long nails. She just knew exactly how to do that.
She knew how to play with her.
And I was like, what in the world?
Yep. She had a whole new world.
Yeah, a whole new world. And
that's when you knew you liked that spot.
I was like, this is not terrible. And I went,
this is great. Now, I wonder what a guy's part feels like, right? That's the next step in that conversation. Yeah.
Is that the next step?
Man, this feels great with this female skinny thumb. You got it. Widen this thing out, and I just, you overhear stuff in my ass. And you start jacking off the those videos.
That's just, all that is college stuff.
Yeah, fair.
It's just college stuff.
Speaking of college stuff, did you see finally McConnell respond to me criticizing him not taking
McConnell? I did not see that.
He responded to me criticizing him for not taking the money. Now, let me be very upfront here. Him not taking the money helps me out. So at the end of the day, I don't give a flying fuck.
Yeah.
It actually puts more money in my pocket, Don Cerrone's pocket. Some other fighters could probably use it. But here's my thing, Bubba, and I'm a fan of McConnell. I expect a rebuttal. Whenever you criticize a fighter, we're fighters.
I think you went hard in the press. I think
hold on, let me finish. So whenever you call out a fighter, I expect a response of fighters. You call me out. If you're just a general fan or hater, I don't respond. If we're from the same alumni or you're professional, well, now you got my attention. And because I'm not going to come off as a bully there. Like with Nate Diaz, that's not bullying. They call me out. We're from the same fraternity. We both fight. So if we fight, we both have a set of skills, and we both agree to it. That's different than if you're just some schmuck at the bar. That's not cool. If a professional beats up an average Joe, that's bullying. That's not the way to do things. But if you're from the same fraternity, UFC fraternity, well, now we can both play this game. So here's the thing with McConnell is if you're going to start a beef, if you're going to go back and forth,
ChatGPT, how do I talk chess?
You can't wait 10 days to respond. I don't know if it's a language barrier. I don't know if it's a translation thing where they had to figure out what I said. Either way, your handlers, you can't get back from after 10 days. I've moved on. When someone and fans are hitting up like, oh, McConnell takes your shots right. What? About what? It's like with Nate Diaz. It took him several days to respond, and all he said was, you'd be surprised. First of all, I've moved on in my life, dude. And second of all, that's not original. That's so weak. You're making a reference from fucking 12 years ago. And your team, your handlers, that's what you got. And with McConnell, right? And this is prototypical ChatGPT. How do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Here it is. He's dumb. He's a meathead. He's bad at podcasting.
he was a bad fighter. If I post a drug, did you flip it? The standard shit, right? The standard shit. None of it's original. So his team put in ChatGPT, how do I talk shit to Brendan Schaub? Again, he's in Brazil, so I don't know. Maybe it's a translation issue. Yeah. If you think yourself as dumb, I never said I was dumb. I might call myself an idiot, but compared to him, I'm Elon Musk.
Well, he's not talking to you.
Think about my fans, which is, but if you're listening to me, that means I'm dumb and he's dumb, and the fans are dumb, right? And then he goes, Brendan Schaub's show on YouTube. Oh, it's a podcast, mainly audio. We do YouTube just for the fuck of it.
Sorry,
and the comedy special. Hold on. And the comedy special. Oh, you're talking about from 5 years ago? This is so. It's just like, again, if you were gonna come with this rebuttal, you gotta do it at least within 24 hours. Otherwise, I'm out. I'm not gonna play your game. But if you're gonna wait a fucking week, 10 days, however long this took to come up with this rebuttal, it has to be good. Then I'm like, all right, they took their time. We probably got some writers. Then I'm in. But when it's this, and listen, I like McConnell. Him not taking the money helps me out, helps the other fighters out. You're putting more money in my pocket. And McConnell, I hate to tell you, 99.9% of UFC fighters, alumni, current fighters, staff, anybody who works at the UFC, is on my side. You're not going to find many fighters that agree with you. Everyone thinks it's fucking stupid what you're doing. Now, again, I don't know McConnell, and I don't know how far the dollar goes in Brazil. Maybe he's set. Maybe he comes from family money. I think he was going to be a lawyer and dropped out of that to pursue fighting. So he's a smart dude. He's a very smart guy. He's entertaining.
He's great.
And here's the other thing. If you're going to respond and then make fun of me how no one watches my show, or I can't podcast, can't do this stuff, blah, blah, blah. But to get your message out, you have to go on another man's show to reach me. I sit down over there in a chair for the last fucking 12 years and get my message out. And you saw it. It got to you. You have to call another grown man who's built a platform in near Hawaii, has a big platform, just to reach me, bud. I do it from here, and you're making fun of me.
Wait, it might have been that he let it go, and then Ariel asked him about it.
No. Oh, okay. He doesn't have a fight coming up. This is the only thing that's current.
But wasn't he on Ariel when he said that?
Correct, Brian. That's the point. Hold on.
No, but did he go on?
Hold on. Yeah.
No, but he didn't go on.
Brian doesn't get it. He didn't go on to address this. He doesn't have a fight.
Only that, or did he go on there for other?
He doesn't have a fight coming up.
Right.
So if you're going to go on shows, it's usually because you have something to promote, correct? A fight, maybe release some brand or some brand deal. No, he went on another grown man's show to get the message out because he can't do it from him. And then he's trying podcast and knowing the mom is, right? Weird. Who was the first UFC fighter to do a podcast? Do you know who it is? Right? So he's going to launch a podcast. You're going to call and show me the money. And then when they show you the money, you turned it down. Oh, but I'm the dumb one.
Do you think that the clapback came as a result of you saying he'd never be champion?
Probably. And I stand by that. I'm not trying to hurt his feelings. Let's go black and white here. Take feelings out of it. Let's be analytical. Let's take feelings out of it. If you look at his record, and this is, I'm not being mean. This is, if I did not know him, we didn't have this beef. You look at the lay of the fucking land at 55 days fighting at. Anytime he's fought top echelon competition, he has lost. He's lost. He's coming off a 2-fight loss streak right now. Right? He beat BSD, who was overhyped. So that's probably his best win. He lost to RDA, which is years ago. He lost to Paziv. These are all tough in the division. Keep going. He lost to Korean Zombie. He lost to Jose Aldo. He lost to Brian Ortega. So just be analytical. So you haven't beat any of these top guys. You're not going to. You beat Drew Dober, Jalen Turner, BSD, who we know was overhyped, and that's my fault. I overhyped him. He was a beast, but he's not. It was fake hype. He has no legit wins, right? So you beat him, and then by beating him, you got a title shot because the main event fell out in a short notice. That will never happen again. It will never happen again. And then they give you a bounce back fight with an older Dariush, and you lose to him. So for just being analytical about it, me saying you're not getting a title shot isn't a shot at him. Fucking 99.9. I never fought for a title.
You're being honest.
Yeah, and it's fair. He's a fighter to criticize that. But if you take your feelings out of it, he knows this. I know this. The fan base knows this. Now, he's a fun fighter to watch. He's exciting. He'll always have a career. But again, he's a smart dude. I'm not going to call him dumb and all this shit, blah, blah, blah. But he might be playing checkers. I'm sorry, he might be playing chess, and we're playing checkers. Because he might be thinking, I don't know what they pay him. It's probably a good amount of money with how many fights he has, right? And he fought for the main event, probably got a good payday. He's fighting top echelon guys. He might be saying, hold on. I think he's a smart dude, so maybe he's doing this. He's already lost 2 in a row. You lose another one, you get Tyson. He might say, instead of taking this antitrust lawsuit money, which he said was, I think, 200 or 300,000, it's not. I know how they break it down. He's going to get about 120,000. So he's off even on his numbers. I just don't think he has the facts. So he's not actually turning down 200,000 like he said. He might turn down below 107,000, which is still a lot of money. Yeah, but he makes the tax and all that. But it probably makes more fighting, right? So the smart thing to do, if he thinks Dana's gonna scratch his back, which I doubt he is, maybe they are, is I'm a 2-fight losing schedule. They give me a bad matchup, I'm fucked. I'm gonna make way less more money. If I can just win one more, that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. Favorite. Yes, so that's gonna extend my career another 2 to 3 fights. So by turning this $100,000 down, he makes a lot more. Correct. Yeah. So I think he's playing chess, and we're thinking check. That's why I assume he's not down.
That's what I feel like. That's what makes sense. That would be the smart sort of.
He doesn't say that though. He doesn't say. He goes, it's a pride thing, it's a respect thing.
It probably is as well. It's probably
that's all garbage. That's all garbage. And I'm coming from as an older guy who has been around the league longer than him.
Yes.
I've been behind the scenes way longer than him. I have the relationships to know how this works. I'm telling you now, McConnell. Maybe you're right. Maybe they give you a favorable matchup and you extend your career. Maybe. And I fucking hope they do. I hope that's why you're doing it. But typically, it never works out that way. They never scratch your back. They just don't. And it's all good. You're in the fight business. It's pretty fucking. It's the most cutthroat business you can be in. Because this is the way it will work. Let's say Dana goes behind the scenes, hey dude, tight move showing loyalty to the UFC. Here's a good matchup for you. And you win that one. He's not going to continue to give you good matchups at the level you're at. The next one after this, it gets real and you're back to the drawing board. That's how this goes. That's just how it goes. And you're in the toughest division in the world. It's at 55. So it's no knock on Mercado saying that 55 is the most talented division. He's ranked in the top 15. You know how impressive that is? His wins are super impressive.
What's his ranking, right? Probably top 15.
13, I
think that, you know, yeah.
You know how hard it is to be ranked top 13 in the world?
I think you said what a lot of people would think.
Have a look at this map here, which comes
anyone that knows the sport knows I'm 100% correct.
Yes.
11.
I
think he was even higher than that before he lost 2. So, you know, you're talking about a top 10 guy, which is super impressive. But you look at the top 5, it's not a pretty picture for him. And that's all good. That's not a knock on him, dude. But again, they get upset about that, and I get it. I understand that. I expect even a blowback from this 14 days later.
Keep it going.
Dude, I got too many fish to fry. I fried this Brazilian fish fucking 10 days ago. I don't go back for leftovers.
I don't know that. I never got that you were actually attacking Nakano anyway. You were just kind of saying, hey, the UFC doesn't work this way, right?
Yeah, that's all. Yeah. And also, at the end of the
he may have a great relationship with Dan, though, and he may have been like, I'm so playing the long game.
So a ton of guys do. They're still taking the money. The UFC, there's no negative side effects from taking the fucking
money. Yeah, my guess is Dana would say take the money.
Yeah.
It's already been.
David would be like, oh, dude, yeah.
Well, first of all, the money's not going back to Dana. It's not like I'm not going to take the money and now.
And that's why I'm glad he's not taking it. The money comes to me. And the rest of the fighters that are taking, and I think it's like 97% of the fighters are taking it. Yeah. Only 3% aren't. I know Big Fish is not taking it. Yeah. But again, I don't know McCullough's financial situation, and he was going on to be a lawyer, and I don't know his family in Brazil. The dollar goes a lot longer up there than it does here. He might be completely fine. But again, remember, he's in a different boat than a lot of us. He thought he was going to get, I think he said he turned down 200, 300,000. That's not the case. He turned down about 100-something. Because the formula they use to break down how much you're going to get, you can figure it out. People have figured it out. He actually turned down about 100-something, 110,000. Still a ton of money, but after taxes, I can see why it's like, just give me a good matchup. Because that's the long game, 100%. So I think he's doing it to play.
What's a good matchup for him?
I don't know. Where he's at with Chandler. Chandler be fun. Yeah. Big name, or like to get a big fight if they're going to reward him. Patty Pimlet.
That'd be a fun fight, actually.
It's a fun fight. It's a huge name.
That'd be a fun fight for him.
Justin Gaethje.
Yeah, these are good name, good fights. Keep away from the wrestling kind of stuff. Is that what you're?
He's a black belt on the ground. No, he can wrestle. He's a black belt, dude. Legit black belt.
Are we not going to see Topuria, Patty? Because I want to see that before I see Saruki.
Yeah, I don't know. If they're going by the rankings, it should be Saruki. It's a tough sell. Patty at 9 and a win over Chandler to fight for the title. It's a tough sell.
So that was.
Now, I would love to sell it. I could sell it. But to the fans and the rankings, you're going to let the guy jump from 9. He just beat a old Chandler. Jump to the Q. You see Sarukian's fucking run?
I mean, that's a very, very problematic fight.
If it's any other sport, this isn't even a conversation.
Very, very problematic fight for Ilya Topuria.
He's still favored.
Do you think he should be favored in that fight? Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I were to,
I mean, Topuria is the fucking real deal, man.
Yeah. He walks around about 190 Topuria, which I had no idea. So he's very thick. 55 is, the fact that he can get down to 45 is so insane. I mean, what he did to Charles Oliveira.
That was a split decision. That'd be a bad one to reference. So that was a split decision. Most people thought that Charles Oliveira fight was a split decision. No, Sarukian.
I'm talking about Topuria.
Oh, yeah. But we're talking about Sarukian. Because remember that his last win was Charles Oliveira. That was a split decision, and it was only a 3-round fight. And Charles Oliveira was coming back super strong, catching all sorts of submissions. Most experts would say that fight went 2 more rounds. Charles Oliveira was going to pull that out. So that'd be the knockout Sarukian. And then he misses weight in the championship fight. And that's when how we get to McConnell. That's how he got a fucking opportunity.
It's gonna be.
But again, UFC's it's owned by TKO. It's WWE. What's gonna be the bigger fight? Patty's a much bigger fight. Not even remotely close. To sell tickets? Are you fucking kidding me? Huge.
Because we all the fight fans want to see what Sarukian can do here.
The hardcores want Sarukian, and Sarukian deserves it. He's ranked fucking number 1 for a reason. Patty's number 9.
Yeah.
So for the UFC, the game you play, all right, do we give Patty another good matchup? Maybe give him just engage it. He beats him. Now we can sell it. And he's proved, he's worthy of it. Do we do that? Well, if he loses, that fight hopefully comes back. But I don't know.
It's dicey.
Yeah, so it's like, do you make the fight now while he gets hot, undefeated? And Topuria also said he'd rather vacate than fight Sarukian.
He said he did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he said there's so much that goes to the camps and fight week, and this guy pulls out of fights. Argument there is that doesn't work. Sarukian's only pulled out 1 fight ever. It was, when he was going to fight his last time shot.
Topuria wants Patty Pimlet over Sarukian.
We all do. Yeah, because
money-wise,
he thinks it's easier fight. I actually think I think it's a better fight than most people think. I think Patty's better than most people think.
I do too. I think though that
Patty wins that fight, it's gonna be fucking tough. But again, if he does, UFC's going, we finally got our
are another big star.
I think Patty has a real chance of also getting knocked out because he's just not in that mid distance. He's not what Taporia is, and he gets hit. Nobody answers.
Nobody is.
Yeah, you cannot. You can't be. You can't actually get hit from Taporia. Yeah, but he's big, man. Patty's big. He's really big. He can take a punishment too. He's got a chin up. Yeah, so. It's a different thing. Patty,
entertained. I'd rather watch Patty, but the Sorokin deserves.
Patty is, I would say, not only does he rise to the occasion in the big fights, but I think he's so sneaky athletic. He's so freak. Yeah, freak. Big.
And legit superstar material.
Yes.
Legit superstar.
Yes. Yes.
And if I know this, the UFC definitely knows this, and that's why he'll jump the queue.
So do you think he'll jump the queue?
I don't know.
Someone says this is Sorokin doing Taporia fights happening. I read.
Yeah, but you know, Chuck has a bunch of shit he's doing for years. But again, he works for UFC, so I don't know. I've heard both things. I've heard from legit sources they're going with Patty. I've also heard from legit sources like Chael, only Chael, that they're going with Sorokin.
Arafat was much better at
Let's see.
Israel than he was at actually staying.
Sorokin's a bigger, much riskier fight than others. And you don't get the same. Now, will that payday change? Will that purse change?
Yeah.
Because he wants a piece of the paper.
Well, he gets paid for you no matter what. Patty's just going to sell a ton more paper. And you can sell out Wembley Stadium in minutes with that shit. Yeah, Patty's massive. Well, he's by far the biggest star. He's bigger than Tom Aspinall.
Homeboy makes a fortune.
Yeah, fortune. You don't have to fight.
Really?
No.
Gotta love that fucking kid.
Yeah, he's great.
This was rather different.
All right, what else you got, Jen?
Take a break, Brendan.
Let's talk about cars for a second, pal.
I need auto parts, dude. I need somebody to test my battery when I'm in my car. I need a friendly, reliable staff. I need to know that I can get the parts I want, like windshield wiper blades, etc. Okay?
Dude, you need O'Reilly Auto Parts. They offer friendly, helpful service and parts knowledge you need for all the things you just mentioned. They got 1,000 parts accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you never have to worry if you're in a jam. So if they don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day, dude. So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for everything. All right, we got you guys. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger.
This is what I call fast food.
Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia.
Hold up the cheese.
All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
I'm gonna have myself a magic microphone, my Max.
Oh, I already had one. Yeah.
You guys want to get into a flow state?
McConnell hurt my feelings, so I felt dumb, so I took my backs.
That's what happens sometimes.
I know, dude.
If you feel dumb, somebody hurts your feelings.
Are you dumb like
mental
me?
clarity? You want alertness? You don't want to be jittery? This has time release caffeine. It's the same technology pharmaceutical companies use. I don't know of any other energy drink that actually has time release to caffeine. It's got about the same amount of caffeine as 2 cups of coffee, 165 milligrams. But over a long period, it's awesome.
They sell out nonstop. It's hard to get.
Yes.
Because once you try Max, there's no going back.
If you want a sharper brain for tomorrow, it supports a healthier, sharper brain. And if you're a high performer like us, you got to get yourself some Max.
And at this point, we really have to talk about
it's like smooth, sustained power. I'm looking for sustained power.
I'm just looking not to be dumb. It helps me.
You had down a couple of Max by Maxes.
Too dumb.
It's about here to go.
Suburb.
Yeah.
I bet if we sent McConnell back to those, he would take that money.
Is that if
He'd snap out of it.
Yeah.
where
Take that money. anybody's got a decision to make. You want to get more done without burning out. Stay sharp, confident, in control.
All right, what do you got, Jim? All right, first one is the news of Howard Stern potentially being canceled. His show. No, it's not potentially, Jim.
He's been canceled. No, they're still. He's been on the air for 40 years.
They're still negotiating a contract. So he's apparently insiders are saying that he'll probably do it if the money's right. He'll do 1 or 2 more years. But yeah, it's
$100 million.
Well, the executive at Sears came out like we're just not seeing a return off the $100 million you paid. Here's the thing, like people on the right are going to celebrate, and I think partially this is true. Like you look at Stephen Colbert, you look at Howard Stern. What's the one common denominator they both have in common? They went super political, so they're talking shit about Trump. They were super pro-COVID, so it went from fun entertainment to just anti-Trump rhetoric, right? And people just don't want that. Right? They just don't want that. We need to take a fucking page out of their book before we become like them. Because there's topical stuff when it comes to politics.
But they can get that anywhere.
They do. You can get from much smarter minds. I don't care how Stern, this guy makes $100 million a year, talking about his fucking from his fucking castle, tells that you're a piece of shit if you don't take the COVID shot while he's in his fucking sealed castle. That's not good enough. For Colbert, before I go to bed, I don't want just a huge anti-Trump Colbert. Even if I'm not on board with anything Trump, that sounds like just feel bad. What's the common denominator? They both went super hard to make politically.
Did he start losing his? So that we've tracked that. They certainly weren't making their money back. He's also in his 70s. He might be tired of it, right? He might be tired of it.
He's doing it, but also like
kept his hair.
Sure. But I think too, without Howard Stern first on the scene being super crazy, dude. You remember he was in blackface. He was calling people the N-word. He was super competitive, hyper competitive.
You know why he got fired from DC?
Dude, he would go into markets and be like, "Who's your biggest DJ?" and then take over the radio station, beat him in the ratings. Yeah. So,
well, he'd also go hard after him.
Of course, yeah, I know that's what I'm saying. So then he would take over these markets, and people love that. He'd do, porn stars. He'd have one of the best interviewers ever. He'd have the celebrities on their sex life. They'd shut that door. You find the way.
He was actually a very important cultural figure.
Oh, massive. Even Rogan would say that. Like he's a huge influence on Rogan. You know, he's not Rogan's biggest fan now, but how old you say is?
He's in his 70s.
You're damn near in your 60s. I'm in my 40s, almost mid-40s. When you've been doing it for a long time, we're doing it nowhere as long as him. It's fucking tough.
You can add the fact that he's waking up at 3 in the morning, right? That's hard to body.
But then also he doesn't have his ear to the ground. He's a little bit. He's out of touch. So he's in his ivory tower. He's out of touch. So him speaking on COVID, the political climate, inflation, any of that shit.
I just say this. Some sources indicate a drop from 20 million daily listeners, which was in fact to as few as 125,000.
Wow. Now, part of this is him doing the whole political rant. Also, part of it, he's just older. Where people are like, this isn't fun anymore. That's right. And then also serious. You know, the majority of the listeners, when you buy a new car or you rent a car, that's serious in it. So they would count those as Howard Stern listeners. Do you know anybody that's serious?
No, I never listened to it.
Because Apple and Spotify took over, then he never made the adjustment, which I think would be huge if he went back to his old ways. If he was on YouTube, it would be massive.
Agreed.
So even if they do cancel this, if I'm Howard Stern, if he wants, he makes so much money. I don't know he'd still do it, but if he want to. You mentioned Howard Stern just had the same celebrities on YouTube or Apple or Spotify.
Forget it.
If he's like, no more waking up at 3 in the morning. Well, I'm just going to build a studio in the city. I'm just going to build a studio in the city. Meet me at noon. And release it the next day.
Just meet me at my house.
Good. I want to go to your house. Yeah.
What? You know? Wow.
But dude, there's no one wilder than Howard Stern when he first on the scene. But that's, again, I don't fault him for it because we've changed too. Yeah. Like when you come up, when you first start, you're fucking young and crazy. And then you grow up, dude.
He got fired from a radio station in D.C. when that plane flew into the 14th Street Bridge and people were killed. He called the airline, like American. He said, how much is the ticket from Washington National to the 14th Street Bridge? Like, he would do shit like that. And they were like, "You're out of here." We just made it bigger.
Dude, he did terrible shit. He had a lady that he shaved and she committed suicide.
Well, that was my friend, my buddy. His wife.
Yeah. They had porn stores on. Remember, it wasn't. Yeah. They had Beetlejuice on. They had guys with stutters. Right? It was like this huge joke. It was just a different climate back then. Now you can't really do that. You'd go blackface. You know, it's just a different time.
You ever see his movie?
Oh yeah, I loved it. Yeah,
he got a nose drop in the middle of that movie. So I said his nose was too big, and then they had to shoot around his nose. Hilarious. Go ahead, let's scroll down for a sec. Yeah. And back in the day,
you know what he could do? He could also sell his entire catalog. Think how many interviews he has. He could just upload old interviews that people love. Now, most of it he get canceled for now for all that stuff. Yeah. He's off in the summer, but this year he has been saying maybe I should retire.
I mean, you know, not at all, right? How many times how many people can you talk to?
As strong as I am now, but there should be like common denominator. And we see that
he predominantly broadcast from his home over the past 5 years, citing fears over COVID-19. You know how big of a bitch you have to be? That's where I'm at. Like, if you're just that big of a sissy, I don't give a fuck if you're the funniest guy in the world. I'm out, dude. I can't condone it. If you're that big of a bitch, will you stay in your house in 2025? That's tough. It's a scary kid. But again, he used to be super edgy.
Yeah, he's edgy behind the mic. You know what I'm saying? Like, he
did wild shit that he knew he'd get in trouble for.
Smartass.
And he still risked it.
Great to be a smartass.
Now you can't get him out of his house.
Look at that.
Express that positivity.
Donald was on the show all the time.
Yeah.
20 times. Chart on the right.
Amazing.
Jazz.
Yeah, Donald was a big deal.
You side more with Israel or
back in the day.
Yeah, there is.
There's Robin and sidekicks and heavy hitters. She's heavy.
American side
looking at that. Yeah,
that's what she's doing.
That hair.
But 84% makes sense. So then look at the chart below.
You know,
and see that.
Yeah, but Sirius is also just a dying breed. Like, they shut down all their MMA content. Like, Luke Thomas used to have a show on there. Odds and negotiations with him. You know, Jason Ellis was on there. Rupert was on there. They shut down all of that, dude.
Yep. It's not making money. This is too much competition, too.
Well, it's also just changed.
I'm not going to pay a subscription.
The landscape's changed.
But why would I pay a subscription for Sirius when I can get Rogan and anybody else? You know, Tucker Carlson, all these people. Look at Madonna. She was, I think, so hot when she was younger. So hot.
I told you.
My buddy dated her, too.
What did you say, Chen? I told you I went to her show because, you know, some girl invited me, so I didn't really want to go. What year? Last year? Okay. Less than a year ago? She's in her 70s, right? She puts on a freaking crazy good show. And she's still good. Yeah, like her energy and everything, it's still there. If she was performing next door and the pod just ended, I wouldn't stop. I wouldn't even peek my head in.
The amount of work she's had done and how crazy she is now. When she was, that was what she should have just faded off.
Yeah.
And become a producer or
you're gonna have the same size arms as everyone.
That's gonna be cool, man. I do wrestling. Did I do wrestling? Be cool. Did I do wrestling?
Howard Stern's a legend. He just, you know, lately he's just a giant bitch.
Yeah, got older.
And the real men go, I can't fuck with this anymore.
That's also true.
The men go, I just can't.
That's true.
You're in your ivory tower.
Guys go,
call people that they should die. They'll give them a shot. Like, all right,
you say that shit. Fuck you. Yeah. Go fuck yourself.
Palestine on a map.
Yeah, you saw the real. You saw how nasty people were.
Yeah, he's just not a guy's guy. That's how this goes. You know? You know how I talk to Smack on podcasting? I have a feeling he might just end up going into podcasting. Here's the thing, he probably has $500 million. So I don't. If I'm him, dude, fuck it, bro.
That's the thing. That's what I understand. Like, you got that kind of money. Like, I'd be like.
That's what I don't get. But I asked Howard Mendoza.
Does he have kids though?
No,
he doesn't have kids. He doesn't have children.
No.
That's like as somebody with kids, I gotta say, I'm somebody who resisted it until he's 40. Like you're just not. I'm telling you.
Oh, he has $3. He has $3.
So
I don't follow him that well, but yes, he does.
Okay. So spend time with your kids, bro.
Well, they're older now. I'm sure they're.
You probably did anyway when you got home.
I definitely did. Hey, definitely.
Is he still married?
You don't get as big as him and be a good dad. Yeah, you just can't. You can't.
A fascinating article.
Well, you can. You just got.
I don't know anyone that does. That's like hustling. It's just something has to give.
Teaches political
science. Yeah, but if he comes home and he's with his kids, you know.
What he did was
her smile is terrifying.
She's cute.
Her smile is terrifying. This one is like a strong.
It is strong.
It looks like the Joker cartoon.
Well, it's an aggressive smile.
Looking for him. She's only 53, dude.
Yeah. Wow. So he had, okay.
But back that, why would Howard Stern would do it? So Howie Mandel makes more money than God. He's set. He owns stuff you guys don't even know about. He's set. And I sit down for his podcast, and before we go on, I go, why the fuck are you getting the podcast? You're good, but
these results fit very well with what other studies are indicating.
I have to give me something to do. Yeah. There's other businesses don't, but Victor got talent that shoots, a season, and then it gives me something when I wake up. You gotta get it. Just because you have money, you still need. That's when you die. When you retire is when you die. You need something. So that's it. I don't know if you still do it, but
I get more ambivalent about it. In fact,
yeah, but I get it.
48% of Americans.
Because then me and Casey got in the car. Because Casey was with me. I go, man, he still does. He goes, you're gonna be the same way. What are you just gonna stop? No. No, for Howard Stern, he don't give a fuck about money and reads and shit. Like he's set. Yeah, dude, I can't wait for the day when we don't have any reads and just podcasts. I don't know if that day's ever coming, but if it did, that would be fucking awesome.
We just do podcasts, we don't worry about reads.
If we're smart, we would have done Patreon fucking 10 years ago. Yeah, and so then eventually, and that gets built up. But no, we're making the same money off that. So we're just all free for the actual fans.
I'd
be down for it. We've never really done. I'd be down for it just for the because we've been around so long. We're as big as we were 10 years ago. But the one thing we have is hardcore fans. So it'd be for them. Yes, that's the reason I'm doing it. And you can regulate, so because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God I can finally comment again and not get destroyed or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I would do it. Like that. You'd have to give them incentives on after 12 years of free show, why they're paying whatever is $3. You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. They're like, dude, we got it free for 10 minutes.
I would like to do a self-defense seminar and teach guys how to fight a big man when they train. I want to teach them how to fight a big man. Sure. If you gave some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for the Patreon. If you give them a reason to subscribe to it, that makes sense. I'm down.
Let's do that.
Arya though, that's my biggest fear. Arya,
what do you mean?
You down? To commit to it? Because it's gonna be a beast. It's more work than we do now.
Go, bro.
All right. I'm afraid. What do you think, Jim? I'm done. As long as it gives. We'll still put out free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah. And the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads and we're just doing it. And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. Also, we don't have to go exactly. No, yeah, just so you can just play music on there, videos. Like we really don't have to edit the video. Oh my gosh, it's the Wild West. Really, just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. That's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and Jen has to edit it out. Not just that, but just saying names of people that you don't want to put that out there. That kind of stuff. Give me something else.
Downgraded their.
You mean current event? Yeah. Real quick, Brian. Thank you. Just want to give you a shout out. You gave me They're expensive, man. There's not a ton of Chipotle. There's one that's not too far, but
There's one right in your archetype.
Alright, have you guys heard this story? This is wild. You know I love my serial killers. So this dude broke into Bisbee's house in the early 2000s, right? And this dude that broke in, now Bisbee got away, right? Because he's gonna beat the shit out of any serial killer ever made. Bisbee got away. They ran it, I think scuffed them up and then got out of the house. The dude that broke into his house is a serial killer. So it says, did UFC legend Michael Bisping escape a notorious hammer killer, which is the serial killer in England? So while recounting a harrowing home invasion in his recent documentary, the British UFC champion Michael the Count Bisping may have unknowingly reopened one of Northern England's coldest murder cases. In the late 1990s, Bisping was ambushed in his flat by a mass intruder dressed in black, welding a hammer and dousing the room with gas. Bisping escaped after a brief struggle, but the chilling pattern has since emerged. Between 1991 and 2004, a string of unsolved murders across northern England followed an identical plan, right? Forced entry, gas-soaked crime scenes, and blunt-force trauma from a hammer. Attacks ceased abruptly, leaving the case cold. However, a recent confession from a convicted rapist and arsonist has reignited suspicions. Man now serving a life sentence boasted to fellow inmates about his close call with Michael Bisping, implying the UFC star narrowly escaped becoming another victim. No authorities have yet to confirm his claims. This chilling connection suggests that Bisping's intruder may have been one of the UK's most elusive serial killers.
Crazy!
And Bisping posted goes, oh shit, this happened. Wow. Face to face with the monster, my exclusive prison interview with the man claiming to be Northern England's exclusive hammer killer. Elusive hammer asshole. He terrorized the region for over a decade, left a trail of unsolved murders, and now he says Michael Bisping was nearly his next victim. The great Michael Bisping almost was his next victim. Dude, this would be like fucking Jeffrey Dahmer.
What about the most neutral one, which is the Palestine will be free? Is that offensive? That was used famously by a congresswoman and heavily criticized, and it is actually illegal in some European countries to use that because it constitutes hate speech under some of their definitions. So let's try and figure this out. So when you say from the river to the sea, we understand that. That means from the Jordan to the Mediterranean. Palestine will be free. What do you mean by the term Palestine? Palestine is not a country. It is a regional description that has been used for a long time. The Romans, of course, renamed Judea Palestine after a revolt in the 2nd century by Bar Kokhba and his rebels. They wanted to wipe out the association of the land with its long echoing Herodotus, but before that, even echoing the Bible, which refers to the Philistines, the traditional enemies of the Jewish people. So that term, Palestine, was used quite neutrally by Arabs and Jews and British and everybody involved in the region.
The man known to history as Marco Polo was born around 1254 into a wealthy merchant family in the city of Venice. Marco's father was Niccolo Polo, a prosperous merchant. The origins of the Polo family are unclear. One tradition suggests that they were originally from Šibenik on the Dalmatian coast of what is now Croatia, but that they only relocated to Venice in the early 11th century. Another study suggests that the family only moved to Venice in the mid-13th century, and that Marco was actually born on the island of Korčula, near modern-day Dubrovnik. At the time of Marco's birth, the Republic of Venice was one of just dozens of Italian city-states, though one of the most powerful, dominating the sea routes of the Adriatic Sea and with extensive trading connections and colonies.
Has been separated from Israel since 2005. God Gaza has had its own opportunity to create its own government since that time. They elected Hamas, which then kicked out Fatah. There's a lot of things to say about it, but it's not Israel, and if it's not free, that's not Israel's fault either. There is a blockade around Gaza, primarily because rockets at civilian territories in Israel. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole of what does that mean for the region. I've talked about it in other videos, but the basic thing is Gaza is not considered part of Israel. Israel disengaged already for, what is it, over 10
The
years.
man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167.
That is the whole idea of a two-state solution, which was articulated in Oslo in 1993. It has not gotten off to a good start at all, and in fact, it has been stalled for a long time.
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth between 1155 and 1167. The most commonly accepted date is 1162. His personal name was Temujin, and he was a member of the Borjigin clan. There is also no consensus on Genghis's place of birth, but it is likely that he was born around the upper valley of the Onon River, near the sacred mountain of Burgan Khaldun in the Khentihi Mountains in northeastern Mongolia. Temujin's father was a Mongol chieftain named Yesugai. According to the secret history of the Mongols, the official history of Genghis's life and conquests written for the Mongol royal family after his death, Yesugai was the grandson of Habul Khan, the head of the Borjigin clan in the early 12th century. Some historians argue that this could have been later propaganda to enhance Genghis's lineage, and Yesugai was not related to the royal clan at all. Nevertheless, he was clearly the leader of a fearsome band of warriors who served Habul's son Hatula in the 1150s. Yesugai was also the sworn brother of Toghril, the leader of the Kerai tribe, one of the 5 major tribal confederations of Mongolia. Yesugai and Toghril often fought against the Merkit Confederation, and in around 1160, Yesugai abducted a 15-year-old girl named Hoilun, who had been betrothed to a Merkit chieftain, sparking a feud that would last more than half a century. Over the course of the following decade, Hoilun would give Yesugai 4 sons and a daughter, of whom Temujin was the eldest. By the time of Temujin's birth, Yesugai already had 2 sons from another wife, and he was not his eldest son or a clear heir of any kind to him. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the 2 became sworn brothers. During his childhood, his closest introductions of the Eurasian. From a young age, Temujin learned horsemanship and archery, the 2 skills that formed an essential part of warfare for the nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe, the vast steppe stretching from Hungary in the west to Manchuria in the east. As a child, Temujin was also introduced to hunting and falconry, which would become his favorite pastimes as an adult. While Temujin was close to his siblings, his closest childhood friend was a boy from the Jadara clan named Jamuka, and the 2 became sworn brothers. During his childhood, Temujin began to learn about the complex relationships among the Mongolian tribes. The Mongol tribe into which Temujin was born was divided into 2 major clans, the Borjigin and the Taijud. The Mongol
Mongols were one of 5 major tribes in the region, the others being the Karaite, Merkit, Tatars, and Naiman. The peoples of Mongolia were surrounded by powerful neighbors. To the east and southeast was Imperial China, which since 1115 had been ruled by the Jin dynasty founded by the Jurchen tribe from Manchuria. To the south was the Western Shan in northwestern China, ruled by the Tangut people from Tibet. To the north was the desolate and inhospitable region we call Siberia today, while substantially to the west and southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century, the Arab Caliphate having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Porte, the daughter of Dai Setchen, a chief of the Ongerad tribe. The leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongerad women. But this required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yasugai could only afford to offer Dai Setchen a single horse for his daughter. Although the Ongerad chief agreed to the match, he stipulated that the horse would serve as an initial dowry, and until a greater dowry was paid, Temujin would have to stay behind and work for his future father-in-law. While the young Temujin was ashamed that his father could not afford to pay for his bride straight away, he spent 3 happy years among the Ongerad, working as a herder. Temujin heard stories about the burgeoning trade between the Ongerad and the wealthy Jin Empire south of the Great Wall. Temujin's time with the Ongerad ended when he was around 12 years old. During one of his raids, Yasugai encountered a band of Tatars. Rather than launching an attack, the Tatars invited him to dinner. Bound by the steppe traditions of hospitality, Yasugai felt he could not refuse, and was duly poisoned by his hosts. The slow-acting poison enabled Yasugai to leave instructions to bring Temujin back home. Although Dai Setchen was reluctant to part with the boy, he recognized the difficulties Temujin's family faced and allowed him to leave. By the time Temujin returned home, his mother, Hoelun, had tried and failed to assume her late husband's leadership position in the name of her teenage sons, and the Taiyuchud claimed leadership among the Mongols once again. As Hoelun's followers deserted her one by one, she and her sons were reduced to destitution and forced to hunt and fish to survive. Temujin and his brother Khazar proved the most effective at catching the prey, but their elder brothers Bekter and Belkutai began to lay claim to their food. On one occasion, Bekter stole a large fish that Temujin and Khazar had caught and proceeded to cook and eat it. The younger half-brothers responded by ambushing Bekter while Belkutai was away and showering him with arrows. While Belkutai did not seek to avenge his brother's death, Hoelun was incensed and warned her sons that the family could not hope to confront their real enemies by fighting and killing each other. Hoelun's fears proved justified, as the Taichu leader Tarkutai used Bekter's murder as the pretext to capture Temujin. The boy escaped into the woods and survived for 6 days before hunger eventually forced him to escape, during which effort he was captured and taken into Taichud captivity. Although he was forced to wear a device that restricted his movements, he managed to overcome his guard and was rescued by a sympathizer to the Borjigin cause. By the time he returned to his family, the 14-year-old Temujin found them without anything to their name apart from 9 horses. The once proud family had fallen quickly. When the Taichud then raided their camp and took 8 of the horses, Temujin took the remaining steed and relentlessly pursued the enemy. On his way, he encountered a young warrior named Bo Orchu, who immediately became his friend and companion and joined the pursuit of the Taichud. After recovering the horses in a daring night raid, they were struggling to get away from the Taichud riders when Temujin noticed that the leader of the pursuit had ridden far ahead of the rest of his men. Bo Orchu took the opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Taichud leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Bo Orchu would build up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borukul joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongirat territory in Bo Orchu's company and claimed Borte as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Dai Chen, having been away for several years. 2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large American raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother, Horelun, Borte appears to have been deliberately left behind in order to enable Temujin's flight. As he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief Tochris and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father, Yesugai. Tochris accepted Temujin as his adopted son and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Borte was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Borte had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Borte gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Jochi. The following year, Borte gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Jochi's illegitimacy. Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarak clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Merkit, but after a couple of years, they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Borjigin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jeshmer, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subide, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Borte gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Borjigin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan Baljut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subide, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Tochris of a powerful ally, and Kerai Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jinn and the Tartars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongerad. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jinn frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tartars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Toghrich and restore him as the Karaite Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tartars by reviving his feud with the Merkit. 21-year-old Shubideh infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign. A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s for Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Naiman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who in response elected Jamuka as universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, but many individuals were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. Forewarned of a surprise attack by Jamuka, Temujin sought Toghrech's assistance and won an easy victory as a snowstorm threw the coalition forces into disarray. Temujin pursued Jamuka's Taichud allies and engaged them at Koyiten by the banks of the Onon River and routed them again. However, on this occasion, he was wounded in the neck by a poisoned arrow. According to Mongol law, his life was only saved because his general Jeshme sucked the venom from the wound and spat it out while Temujin lay unconscious. As the prisoners of war were rounded up, the man who had been responsible for the near-fatal wound was brought in front of the Khan. Rather than executing him, Temujin praised him for his marksmanship and recruited him as an officer. He soon acquired the nickname Jebe, or the Arrow, and would go on to become one of the Khan's greatest commanders. Jamuka's defeat led to the temporary fragmentation of his coalition, yet by 1202 he had formed a new alliance with the Naiman and a number of defectors from Temujin's forces, including several disaffected uncles and his brother, Azar. Jamuka then launched a concerted attack on Temujin, but the Borjigin Khan proved equal to the situation, maneuvering his forces skillfully and switching between guerrilla tactics and field battles. In the winter, after a formal ceremony confirming him as heir to Toghrech's Karaite Khanate, Temujin and his adopted father defeated the Naiman. In an effort to consolidate his alliance with Toghrech, he proposed that his son Jochid marry Toghrech's daughter. The proposal infuriated Toghrech's disinherited son Ilka, who defected to Jamuka after his father refused to break ties with Temujin. With Ilka at his side, Jamuka rode to Toghrech's camp and forced him to join the anti-Temujin coalition. In 1203, Temujin was defeated by a Karaite army commanded by his adoptive father, but escaped with around half his force when Jamuka called off the pursuit. His old companion, Ochu, and his son, Ogedei, were initially unaccounted for and returned to camp with heavy wounds. While an angry Temujin sent a series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition. From his new base near the Baljuna convent, Temujin and his senior commanders swore an oath to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the members of the coalition lost faith in Toghrech's leadership, and Temujin's brother Khazar returned to his side. In the autumn, Temujin went on the offensive against Toghrech and defeated the Karaite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days until Temujin's general Mukhali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Toghrech was killed by some Naiman bandits.
Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Karaite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Karaite nations, and welcomed several of Togrist's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's latest success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuga and the Naiman. As part of his preparations for this final confrontation, Temujin began to reorganize his army into units of tens, hundreds, and thousands, following the example of the Jin Chinese Empire. He also formed an elite bodyguard and began to set up administrative structures to govern the recently pacified tribes. He soon developed a formula which promised autonomy to peoples who agreed to submit without a fight, while threatening dreadful consequences for those who chose to resist. A method of psychological warfare which would be used consistently by the Mongols in their conquests over the next century. In 1204, Temujin convened a Kurultai, or Grand Council, to plan the upcoming campaign against the Naiman. The Khan was persuaded to launch his campaign early on the 17th of May 1204. By the end of June, the Mongols reached Naiman territory, and the first clashes took place. Although his army was far smaller than the enemy's, Temujin ordered his men to light 5 fires per person at night to give the impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Taiyang Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Taiyang prepared to do battle at Chakirmut, at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuga suddenly led his men away from the field, depriving Taiyang of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard, and the Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last-gasp charge and offered the Naiman honorable terms of surrender, but they preferred to fight to the last man. Taiyang was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakirmut seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuga was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained with Jamuga tied him up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jamuga's captors for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew, Chigidai, to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguts to the south, while Subedai worked to further pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh Merkid rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Kurultai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol Empire. It was at the juncture that Temujin, a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Genghis Khan. The name is usually translated as Universal Ruler, though recent scholarship suggests Fierce Ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers,
His long-standing companions, Bo-Chu and Borku, were given the highest ranks, and the likes of Jebe and Subede were ranked one step below. The four were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people with huge amounts of wealth, plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Ming Chan, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known, since each of Genghis's subjects was attached to a Min Chan. This decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes. While most of the leaders of the Min Chans were from the old aristocracy, a significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshik, to over 10,000 men, who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Juhi was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ogide served as head of the nascent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Tului, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis's sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Tului, their military authority only extended to their own Minchans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis's family members. The 4 sons were each given their own fiefs with the potential of further expansion, while Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government. The imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa codified the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and the punishment they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of Buddhists, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, the Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers. Though wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines, the Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Keshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying and map making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Jochi served as the main form of training for Genghis's armies. As in a military campaign, the two ends would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to complete the slaughter. The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men. The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range bow. Each horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles, though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating speed and power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback while riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol armies moved was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and cut them to pieces in the open field. Although the Mongols later employed Chinese siege engineers, they were not used to siege warfare, and Genghis initially avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack smaller towns and distributed the resulting plunder evenly among his otherwise unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, Jochi led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Oirat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur Kingdom in East Turkestan, now the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs had once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Karakitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts. With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were 4 such states: the Jurchen Jin Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shah in the north, Karakitai in the northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although the Song was the only one of these states ruled by the Han Chinese majority, the rulers of all four states adhered to Chinese customs and administrative practices. The Mongolians would benefit substantially from the divided state of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire both as a source of plunder for his restless armies and a testing ground for their ability to fight the more powerful Jin. After the initial raid in 1205, Genghis launched a larger campaign in 1207, which forced the Tangut to agree to pay an annual tribute. When the payment was suspended in 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force and embarked on a punitive expedition. Eventually, the desperate Tangut decided on a formal submission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns. By 1211, with his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was motivated in part by the desire to avenge frequent Jin raids into Mongol territory, and the relentless logic of perennial conquest to feed and pay his troops, the invasion of northern China had been a long-held ambition. The Jin had conquered northern China from the Khitan Liao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century and proceeded to drive the Sung emperors south of the Yangtze River. While a peace treaty was signed between the Jin and Sung in 1142, relations between the two Chinese powers remained uneasy, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Song embarked on an effort to reclaim territories north of the Yangtze River. While the Jin easily defeated the invasion force, within a few years the Jin heartland of Manchuria faced a Khitan rebellion, partly encouraged by Genghis. Having been preoccupied with its wars against the Sung dynasty, the Jin left its northern frontier relatively undefended. As the Jin planned to strengthen its northern defenses by building a new wall, Genghis decided that it was time to strike. In early 1211, Genghis called a Kurultai, or Grand Council, in which he set out his plans to conquer northern China. Unlike previous steppe peoples who had intermittently conquered parts of northern China and abandoned their homelands to newcomers, Genghis intended to maintain his power base in Mongolia, from which he would rule over an empire that incorporated both the nomadic steppe cultures of Central Asia and sedentary cultures of China. The invasion force of around 100,000 men began moving in March. Genghis divided his army into three columns. The eastward column was commanded by Jebe and Supide. The central one was led by the Khan personally, alongside Tolui and Mukhali, while the western column was commanded by Genghis's three other sons. While Genghis's elder sons faced no opposition after crossing the Gobi Desert, the other two columns raided the area north of Jin in an attempt to draw the enemy out to battle. When the Jin armies refused to take the bait, Genghis decided to march his forces south. In response, the Jin formed two armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column and eliminate the threat to his flank, leaving the Jin with a single army. While the Jin commander deployed his forces in a narrow pass to prevent the Mongols from fighting on open ground, the momentum of Mukhali's charge proved overwhelming for the Jin cavalry, which trampled over the infantry as it took flight. The Mongols went on to win two further pitched battles to destroy the Jin field armies. Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jebe to advance to the Juyong Pass near the Jin capital of Chengdu, modern-day Beijing. Unable to take the pass by direct assault, Jebe feigned retreat and went on to destroy the garrison in front of the pass. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city. Despite their battlefield successes in 1211, once the Mongols returned home for winter with their plunder, the Jin reoccupied all the cities they had lost. The following year, Jibei led a raid deep into Manchuria and sacked the city of Liaoyang, encouraging a major Khitan uprising in the process. In October 1212, Genghis joined Jochi, Chagatai, and Ogedei to attack the city of Datong, but the Khan was wounded by an arrow and broke off the siege. In 1213, Genghis defeated a new Jin field army before taking the Juyong Pass and surrounding Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Sha-shu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, to overthrow the Jin emperor and install a puppet ruler with himself as regent. In November, Hu Sha-shu managed to defeat the Mongols outside Beijing, but was defeated a couple of days later and killed by his deputy commander. Genghis maintained 5,000 men around Beijing and divided his army into 4 columns, which ravaged the whole empire. Genghis and Tolui led the largest detachment south and threatened the southern Jin capital of Kaifeng. In the space of 3 short months, the 4 Mongol armies rampaged through the entirety of Jin territory and left behind a trail of devastation by destroying all the crops in an effort to starve the population into submission. While Genghis returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin emperor to submit to him. Although the Jin signed a peace agreement in 1214, which provided for an end to the blockade of Beijing in return for a heavy payment to the Mongols, the Jin emperor almost immediately fled south and established his capital at Kaifeng. Genghis resumed hostilities and appointed a general named Samuka to lead the siege of Beijing. Although the Mongol army was also suffering from extreme hunger, and both besieger and besieged had allegedly resorted to cannibalism, Samuka remained methodical in his approach. 2 Jin armies sent from the south in early 1215 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched an assault on the city, and after overcoming the valiant resistance from the Jin defenders, the victorious Mongols sacked the city, devastating it to the extent that the population fell by more than 3/4 in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender. In 1216, Mukhali defeated a Jin counterattack in the east, while Samuka led 30,000 men south and joined up with a Tangut force to devastate the countryside around Kaifeng. Genghis hardened his peace conditions following Samuka's raid, and negotiations with the Jin broke down. When Genghis returned to Mongolia in early 1216, he left Mukhali in charge as commander in China. Mukhali was given an army of 70,000 men, but most of these came from recently subjugated nations who could desert him at the first sign of Mongol weakness. The limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations, and in 1218, Genghis himself had to lead a pacification campaign against the Tangut, who had moved away from a pro-Mongol policy under a new ruler. By the end of the year, Genghis supplied Mukhali with reinforcements, which increased the size of his army to 100,000 men. Although he could be as brutal as his comrades, Mukhali also sought to consolidate Mongol control by acting magnanimously towards his defeated foes, and he had methodically subdued much of northern China. He died in 1223 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle in his career. Mukhali was aided in his campaigns by an alliance with the Song dynasty, but following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to wait another decade to fully extinguish the Jin Empire. While Mukhali was campaigning in northern China, Genghis's attention had been drawn westwards. Since the beginning of the 13th century, Kara Khitai had been at war with Shah Muhammad II of the Khwarezmian Empire, situated to the east of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. In 1208, The fugitive Naiman prince Chukluk arrived in Karakitai and built up an army under the pretext of fighting Genghis, only to overthrow his overlord and declare himself Khan in 1213. The re-emergence of an old rival on his doorstep led Genghis to send an army of 20,000 men under Jebe to invade Karakitai. The Muslim majority population who had suffered under Chukluk's anti-Islamic religious policy welcomed the Mongols as liberators and defected en masse. After sweeping aside Chukluk's army, Jebe entered the Karakitan capital Balasugun in what is now Kyrgyzstan in triumph and incorporated it into the Mongol Empire. He then followed Chukluk south into Kashgaria, where he encouraged the Muslims to revolt by issuing a proclamation of religious tolerance. In 1218, Jebe eventually caught up with Chukluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east. While Jebe was pursuing Chukluk, Genghis sent another army north under Jochi and Subedai to pursue the remnants of the Merkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kipchaks, a Turkic people who occupied a large expanse of the Eurasian steppe from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Merkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the incursion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet the Mongols. Although considerably outnumbered, the Mongols managed to fight the Khwarezmians to a standstill before withdrawing. Upon hearing reports of the battle, Genghis was keen to maintain peaceful relations with Khwarezmia and to establish a mutually beneficial trading relationship, allowing him to turn his attention back to China. In early 1218, Genghis sent a large trade mission to Otrar in the north of the Shah's empire, a fort in the far east of Kazakhstan today. The local governor proceeded to massacre the entire contingent, claiming that they were spies. Genghis initially showed restraint and sent a team of 3 envoys led by a Muslim diplomat asking the Shah to hand over the local governor. When an indignant Shah Muhammad executed the diplomat in response, Genghis finally took action and declared war. As both sides prepared for war, Shah Muhammad and his advisors decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols by retreating into their cities and forcing them into costly sieges, which the Mongols were still not comfortable with engaging in, preferring battles in the open field. Meanwhile, Genghis received a steady stream of information about the Khwarezmian Empire through the network of Muslim merchants. He knew that the empire was ridden with divisions, and that the Shah had struggled to establish centralized control from his base in Samarkand. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Derken Khatun, was a powerful political figure and could issue decrees in her own name. These dynamics played perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the Khwarezmian officials by issuing false decrees from Derken Khatun. Although the terrain of the Khwarezmian Empire posed considerable challenges for any invasion force, Genghis was confident in his army's ability to achieve victory. A Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jebe and Jochi made the first move, heading west from Karakitai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219, after crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his 3 younger sons and Subedai, the strategic mastermind of the campaign, would strike at Otrar. Although the Khwarezmians had intended to pursue a defensive strategy, the appearance of the Mongols in Fergana provoked Shah Muhammad into sending a large army against them. Since Jebe and Jochi's army was intended as a diversionary force, Jebe advised retreat, but the headstrong Jochi disobeyed his father's instructions not to engage in a pitched battle.
Like their previous encounter, the battle proved indecisive, but the Mongols managed to inflict heavy casualties on the enemy before withdrawing from the field. By this point, the vanguard of Genghis's main army had appeared in the north and was advancing on Otrar. By October 1219, Genghis's force of 100,000 men, including allied contingents, arrived in Otrar on the banks of the Sir-Daria River. While Genghis attempted to lay a trap by sending a small force up the Sir-Daria towards the city of Central Asia at that time, the Shah counted on a strong 60,000-man garrison at Otrar to hold out against the Mongols. Once Genghis realized that the Shah would not take the bait, he ordered his sons to besiege Otrar with full force. With several years of experience besieging Chinese cities now behind them, the Mongols were far more proficient at siege warfare than the Khwarezmians had anticipated, and Otrar fell quickly in February 1220. In the meantime, Jochi marched north to capture the cities along the Sir-Daria, while Jebe turned south to close off any escape route from Samarkand. Genghis and Tolui took 40,000 men and marched southwest across the Kizil-Kun Desert and arrived at the oasis city of Bukhara in February 1220. The bewildered Shah Muhammad was now surrounded by Mongol armies on all sides. Genghis had a particular interest in capturing Bukhara, since the city was fabulously wealthy. The Mongols captured the city after 2 weeks, and Genghis proceeded to levy heavy taxes on the wealthy elite. The capture of Bukhara opened the road to Samarkand, some 150 miles to the east. Though the Shah's capital was well fortified and defended by a garrison of up to 100,000 men, the run of spectacular Mongol victories had dented Muhammad's confidence. Genghis and Tolui were joined by Chagatai and Ogedei in the siege of Samarkand. Genghis employed a favorite tactic of placing prisoners of war in the front ranks to lead the assault. Those who weren't cut down by their compatriots turned tail and fled, giving the impression that the Mongol army was collapsing. The defenders sallied out in pursuit, allowing Genghis to move in for the kill at the head of his Mongol veterans. While Shah Muhammad II managed to escape the encirclement, the Mongols captured Samarkand after a 10-day siege and proceeded to sack it with impunity. Genghis rested most of his army, but sent a force under his elder sons to take control of the Amu Darya, known in classical antiquity as the Oxus River, which separated Persia from the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. The fugitive Shah Muhammad struggled to formulate a recovery plan, and eventually moved to northern Iraq. Jebe and Subedei led 20,000 men and captured several cities in Persia and Iraq, and drove Muhammad out of his latest refuge. The defeated Shah retreated north and escaped to an island in the Caspian Sea, where he died of illness in January 1221. While the Shah was on the run, Genghis sent additional forces to invade the Khwarezm heartland. After taking the city of Khiva in December 1220, Jochi arrived at the walls of Gurganj. A relief column under the command of Shah Muhammad's son and successor marched east towards Gurganj, but failed to secure the support of rival factions and marched away. As Jochi continued the siege, an impatient Genghis decided to send a large force under Chagatai to reinforce him. The two brothers had always hated each other and soon began to feud, and it was only the intervention of Chu that prevented them from coming to blows. Genghis would respond to the familial infighting by demoting Jochi and Chagatai in the succession and nominating Ogedei as his senior heir. Ogedei brought another 20,000 men to reinforce his brothers and took command of the siege, taking the city in April 1221. After such a long siege, the Mongols carried out another notorious massacre, killing almost every single one of the city's inhabitants. The Mongols went on to treat the whole province of Khwarezm in similar fashion. The trail of Mongol destruction did not end there, as Genghis dispatched Tolui to invade the Khorasan region across the Amu Darya on the Iranian plateau. The merciless Mongol prince proceeded to sack the cities of Merv and Nishapur, both of which were major centers of Islamic learning and culture, and were among the wealthiest and most populous cities in the medieval world. According to some estimates, Tolui's campaign resulted in the loss of over 1 million lives. In the meantime, Genghis continued to campaign in Central Asia, around what is now Afghanistan, eventually pacifying the region in the course of late 1221 and early 1222. He also launched a probing attack into India, but decided that it was not worth his while to entangle himself in a new war with the powerful Indian sultans, an initiative which would overstretch his resources. Before returning home, he ordered Ovidey to pacify the Hindu Kush, while an ill-conceived revolt amongst the people of the province of Khorasan also had to be suppressed, and insurrections at Merv and Herat. Although a number of Khwarezmian mountain fortresses continued to resist, by 1223 the last remnants of the empire were extinguished, effectively leaving the Mongols in control of the vast majority of Central Asia, a region approximating to modern-day Iran, Afghanistan, parts of northern Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. It had taken Genghis less than half a decade to do so. While Genghis and his sons were completing the conquest of the Khwarezmian Empire, Jebei and Subedei were carrying out the greatest long-distance raid in history. Shortly after the death of Shah Muhammad in early 1221, Subedei obtained permission from Genghis to lead a campaign directed at the Kuman heartland on the Russian steppe, stretching from north of the Caspian Sea all the way westwards to Ukraine. The Khan gave him a force of 20,000 cavalry with instructions to return within 3 years. After reducing several cities in northern Persia, they turned north towards the Caucasus. As they approached the city of Tabriz in what is now Iranian Azerbaijan, the city's governor meekly surrendered and agreed to pay an astronomical tribute. The Mongol victories prompted groups of Turkmen and Kurdish raiders to join them to share the spoils. These auxiliaries served as the vanguard for an invasion of the Kingdom of Georgia, with the Mongols following behind. After ordering the vanguard to lay waste to the countryside, Subedei enticed the Georgian army into battle and won a decisive victory. After returning to northern Persia to cover Tolui's northern flank as he laid waste to Khorasan, Jebei and Subedei returned to the Caucasus late in the year and defeated the Georgians once again. After crossing the Caucasus Mountains, the Mongols descended into the Eurasian steppe, which was dominated by the Kumans. When 2 large Kuman armies were defeated, they sought assistance from the Russian princes. At this moment, the Mongols received an envoy from Venice, offering a lucrative trade agreement in return for military assistance against their Genoese rivals on the shores of the Black Sea. The Mongols accepted the offer and destroyed the Genoese trading colony here. Then, armed with Venetian intelligence about the principalities of Rus and their traditional antagonistic relationship with the Kumans, Jebei and Subedei and their men spurred on their steeds. Not long afterwards, the Mongols met a grand coalition of Russia, Kievan, and Kuman leaders and their men at the Battle of Kalka River in what is now Ukraine on the 31st of May, 1223. It resulted in a major Mongol victory and the beginning of Mongol rule in southwestern Russia. It was also an astonishing statement of how successful Genghis's conquests had been, that his forces were now winning victories on the edges of Europe. In its aftermath, Jebei and Subedei turned east and began the journey home. In the words of the Novgorod Chronicle, God knows whence he fetched them against us, or where they hid themselves. It would be another 14 years before the Mongols returned, and when they did, they would campaign as far as Hungary, an expedition which neither Alexander the Great's Macedonians or any other commander equaled in history in terms of how extensive the conquests were. Jebe and Subede eventually returned back to Central Asia by 1224, when Jebe died shortly afterwards. Around that time, Genghis began the homeward journey to Mongolia, arriving back on the steppe in February 1225. During the Khwarezmian campaign, Genghis had learned that his unreliable Tangut allies had become traitors and joined with the Chinese against the Mongols. Determined to settle scores with the Tangut, Genghis personally led a new campaign accompanied by Ogedei, Tolui, and Subedei. Although the Mongols were held up by lengthy sieges, by the middle of 1226, Subedei had conquered the Gansu corridor north of Tibet. As the Mongol neck closed around the Shah capital of Zhongxing later in the year, Genghis defeated a relief force in spectacular fashion by riding over the frozen Yellow River floodplain. He left the siege of Zhongxing to his subordinates and joined Subedei in raiding Jin territory. By the time the Shah agreed to surrender in July 1227, the Great Khan was close to death. Shortly before embarking on his final campaign, he had fallen from his horse and his health had never recovered. During the campaign, he convened a great Kurultai to formally proclaim Ogedei as his successor as Great Khan, while stipulating that Ogedei's successors would be chosen by the Kurultai. Genghis Khan died on the 25th of August 1227 at roughly 65 years of age. According to the secret history, his body was taken back to Mongolia and entombed in his homeland. But some historians theorize that he was actually buried in the Ordos Desert, as his body would have decomposed rapidly in the summer heat. The location of Genghis's tomb remains one of history's great mysteries, and the tale that anyone with knowledge of the site was put to death is probably true. Genghis's death did not bring the Mongol conquests, which he had initiated, to an end. Under Ogedei's rule, fresh invasions were launched into Persia, and new attacks were launched against the Arab Caliphate in what is now Iraq, beginning a war in the Middle East that would last several decades, eventually culminating in the siege and capture of Baghdad, the capital of Islam since the middle of the 8th century, in 1258. The Mongol Empire would eventually extend nearly to the Mediterranean Sea here, before the expansion ended. To the east, Ogedei also launched the first invasion of the Korean peninsula. After the short reign of Gaya Khan in the mid-1240s, Bunga Khan, a grandson of Genghis, succeeded as the fourth Khan. His reign was one of consolidation, as the administration of the vast Mongol Empire was improved, and largely conquered territories were brought fully under Mongol rule, particularly in the Middle East. Thereafter, the empire fragmented into several khanates, owing to succession disputes. These included the Golden Horde, or Jochid Khanate in Russia, the Yuan dynasty in China, the Chagatid Khanate in Central Asia, and the Il Khanate in the Middle East. The greatest of the later Mongol rulers was Kublai Khan, who ruled between 1260 and 1294, and was a grandson of Genghis. He completed the conquest of China, and even attempted to launch invasions of Japan, though these were unsuccessful. It was to Kublai's court that the Italian explorer and merchant Marco Polo arrived in the late 13th century, leaving behind a Western account of the splendor and grandeur of the court of this Mongolian ruler. It was a long way from the desperate straits Genghis had found himself in as a young man on the Asian steppe a century earlier. Genghis Khan leaves behind a legacy as one of the greatest conquerors in world history. After emerging from relative obscurity to take control of the Burjijin clan, Genghis had to fight bitter campaigns to eliminate his rivals and unite the tribes of Mongolia into a single state. He went on to conquer much of northern China before turning his hordes west and vanquishing Kurakitai and the Khwarezmian Empire in Central Asia. His successes were achieved because of three factors. Firstly, he managed to unite the traditionally divided tribes of the Asian steppe into a formidable army. Secondly, he took advantage of the military machine that Mongolian cavalry archers riding swiftly on horseback across Asia constituted, and was a formidable general himself, one who showed his adaptability by adopting Chinese siege engines into his armies with relative speed. But thirdly and finally, Genghis was also somewhat lucky. When he began his conquests, Imperial China was in a weakened and divided state, while to the west, the great Muslim powers of the Middle East and Central Asia had declined considerably since the glory days of the Arab Caliphate centuries earlier. Genghis's accomplishment was that he managed to exploit these highly advantageous circumstances. His sons and his descendants would build on their father's conquests to create the largest contiguous empire in human history. What do you think of Genghis Khan? Was he a great conqueror and pragmatic political leader who was adept enough to build an empire that encompassed dozens of nations and multiple religions? Or was he a cruel and manipulative despot who ruled with an iron fist and allowed his armies to commit unimaginable atrocities on the thinnest of pretexts? Please, let us know in the comment section. And in the meantime, thank you very much for watching.
So let us begin with a very basic question. If we want to look at the history of the current conflict, in particular between Israelis and Palestinians, when do we begin? I'm going to spend a very short amount of time going through a blinding review of the relevant moments in this history from the Bronze Age, really, and then we're going to slow down considerably when we get to the 19th century. So when precisely does this begin? One might say, perhaps, that the entire story begins with the episodes surrounding this particular coin, the infamous Judaic Apta coin, one of some dozen odd similar coins minted by the Roman Empire to celebrate the capture of Judea. That's the Roman name for the province that occupied much of what is today called the State of Israel. And the imagery here is unmistakable. In the center is a balsam pine, which is one of the great exports of the land of Israel in antiquity. And on the left is a large looming soldier after the battle as some kind of centurion. He's got his foot on his helmet because he no longer has to worry. His enemy is totally defeated. And on the right is a grieving woman with her head in her hands, lamenting the fate of her capture by Rome. This represents the beginning of the great Roman diaspora. That is the exile of the Jews from the land of Israel in approximately the year 70. There is a widespread misconception that all Jews left the land of Israel in the year 70. In fact, that's not at all true. There was a very significant number of Jews that lived there throughout the entire period. Even though it dwindled to a tiny fraction for part of the medieval period, there nevertheless always was a presence of Jews continuously in the land of Israel. But nevertheless, this represents a massive turning point because this represents the point where Jews are significantly invested in
The man known to history as Genghis Khan was born in the middle of the 12th century, while different sources place his year of birth
Israel is, of
between
course, at the center of
1155
our
and
imagination.
1167.
In many
The
ways,
most commonly
particularly in
accepted
Western
date is
civilization, you can see
1162.
in this remarkable
His
map,
personal name
very
was
creative and
Temujin,
innovative map
and
created
he
by
was a member
Heinrich
of the
Witting, who was
Borjigin
a
clan.
16th
There
century
is also no
Protestant theologian,
consensus on
who wasn't
Genghis's
especially
place of
good at being a
birth,
theologian, but
but
he
it
really
is
enjoyed
likely
making maps
that he
and
was
made some
born
beautiful
around the
maps.
upper valley
This
of the
so-called
Arnon River,
cloverleaf map
near the
shows
sacred
the land
mountain
of Israel,
of
Jerusalem at the
Burgan
center,
in the
in the
Khetri
middle of a
Mountains
cloverleaf,
in
the
northeastern
three
Mongolia.
continents of Europe, Asia, and Africa that all meet at its center.
Temujin's father
And it
was a
seems when
Mongol
you open
chieftain
up the news
named
today
Yesugai.
that Israel is
According
in
to
fact
the
at
secret
the
history
center
of
of
the
our
Mongols,
thinking.
the
Always,
official
this is
history
not
of
an
Genghis's
anomaly.
life
So if we
and
were to really begin
conquests,
the story,
written for the
we
Mongol
have to
royal
begin with the
family after
Bible,
his death.
which is the
Yesugai
key
was the
document, the
grandson of
foundational
Habur
document
Khan,
of
the
Western
head of the
civilization.
Borjigin
And
clan in
of
the
course,
early
it
12th
describes
century.
the
Some
relationship
historians
of
argue
the
that this could have
ancestors
been
of the
later
Jewish
propaganda
people
to
with the
enhance
land of
Genghis's
Israel.
lineage.
However,
Yesugai was not
obviously
related
not
to the
everyone
royal clan at
holds
all.
with the Bible as a
Nevertheless,
valid
he was
historical
clearly the
source.
leader of a
And
fearsome
I think
band of
that's
warriors who served
a
Habur's
challenge to
Tula
using
in
that
the
text. So
1150s.
let us, for the sake of
Yesugai was
argument, go
also
to
the
the first
sworn
extra
brother of
biblical
Togris,
reference, and
the
it would be
leader
this
of the
document
Karaite
here, which
tribe,
is actually
one
a
of the
large
5 major
stone
tribal
obelisk.
confederations of
It
Mongolia.
stands about 15
Yesugai and
feet
Togris
high. It's
often
the so-called
fought against the
Neptis
Merkit
which
Confederation,
is
and in around
victory
1160,
slab.
Yesugai
Hebrew would be
abducted
called
a
Matseva, so
15-year-old
it looks
girl
like a
named
gravestone, but it's
Hoyun,
really
who had been
commemorative
betrothed to
slab that
Merkit's
describes the
chieftain,
victories of
sparking
the
a
pharaoh
feud that would
Renata,
last more
who
than
was
half
the
a century.
13th son
Over the course of
of
the following
the
decade,
pharaoh Ramses
Hoyun would
II.
give Yesugai
And
4
that's especially
sons and a
ironic because
daughter,
Ramses
of
II,
whom
according to
Temujin
many
was the
scholars,
oldest.
is the
By the time
unnamed
of
pharaoh
Temujin's
in the book
birth,
of Exodus.
Yesugai
At
already
any rate,
had
on
2
this
sons
particular
from another
Renata
wife,
Sila,
and he was not his
lists
eldest
all of
son,
his various
clear
victories
heir
and
of
various
any kind
battles
to
throughout
him.
the region. And at the very bottom, in a region
From a
which is
young
highlighted
age,
there, you can see there's
Temujin
one
learned
phrase that
horsemanship
says,
and archery, the 2
Israel
skills
is
that formed an
wasted,
essential part of
its
warfare for
seed
the
is
nomadic
no
peoples of
more.
the Eurasian
This is
steppe.
the very
The vast
first
steppe
reference
stretching from
to
Hungary
the
in the
people
west
of
to
Israel
Manchuria in
in
the east.
history, outside
As a
of the
child,
biblical text.
Temujin was
It is,
also
of course,
introduced to
ironic,
hunting
I
and
get it, that
falconry,
the very first
which would
thing that
become
anyone
his
says
favorite
about
pastimes
Jews
as an
in
adult.
history is going to be a
While
negative
Temujin
statement.
was close
But
to his
what this
siblings,
statement
his
meant to
closest
say was that
childhood
Renata
friend
went through
was a
this
boy from
rampage
the
throughout the region,
Jandara
and
clan
among the
named
many
Jamuka,
peoples that he
and
destroyed
the
along the
2
way
became
was
sworn
the
brothers.
people of Israel.
During
They
his
would no
childhood,
longer
Temujin began to learn about the
because
complex
Renata had
relationships
destroyed
among the
them. Like
Mongolian
Mark Twain
tribes.
might have
The
said,
Mongol tribe into
the
which
obituary
Temujin
was
was born
somewhat
was
premature
divided
because
into 2 major
the
clans,
descendants
the
of that
Borjigin
people of Israel, of
and the
course, are still
Taiyuj.
with us today.
The
But nevertheless, this
Mongols
is
were
the
one of
first
5
reference
major
we have
tribes in the
to
region,
the
the others
people of
being
Israel
the
in the
Karaite,
land of Israel,
Merkit,
and goes back
Tatars,
to the
and
13th
Naiman.
century.
The peoples of
As the
Mongolia were
biblical account
surrounded by
describes it,
powerful
the
neighbors.
Jews
To
settled,
the
and
east
by
and
the way, referring
southeast
to them as
was
Jews,
Imperial
although they would
China,
not have referred
which
to
since
themselves as Jews until
1115
somewhat
had
later.
been ruled by the Jin
The biblical
dynasty
account
founded by
has
the
them
Jurchen
settling
tribe
in
from
the
Manchuria.
land of Israel
To the
and
south
in the
was
land
the
of
Western
Jordan
Shah
and
in
also
northwestern China,
Lebanon,
ruled by the
according to a
Tangut
map,
people
something
from
like
Tibet.
this. And
To
note
the
here
north
that there's
was
another
the
people, of
desolate
course,
and
also dating
inhospitable
back to the
region we
Bronze
call
period,
Siberia
called the
today,
Philistines,
while
a
substantially
region
to the
right
west
around
and
Gaza, and
southwest were the Muslim powers of Central Asia and the Middle East, which were in a period of some decline by the 12th century, the Arab Caliphate having gone through its golden age centuries earlier between the 8th and 10th centuries. In around 1171, when Temujin was probably around 9 years old, he was betrothed to Borte, the daughter of Dai Senchen, a chief of the Ongirad tribe. The leaders of prominent Mongol families often married Ongirad women. This required Temujin and his father to travel on a long journey across the Gobi Desert to take part in the betrothal ceremony. Although he was a powerful warrior, Yasugai could only afford to offer Dai Senchen a single horse for his daughter. Although the Ongirad chief agreed to the match,
other
He
words, it's going
stipulated
to
that the
be
horse would serve as an
David.
initial dowry,
And then following
and
that,
until a greater dowry was
after the
paid,
kingdom of Solomon
Temujin
ended,
would have
there
to stay
was a
behind
civil
and
war
work for his
and a
future
division of
father-in-law,
the land
while the
into
young
two kingdoms,
Temujin
that
was
of
ashamed
Israel
that his
proper
father
in the
could not
north,
afford to
and
pay for his
Judah
bride
in the
straight
south.
away.
The
He spent
kingdom of
3
Israel,
happy
which was
years
based in
among the
Samaria, which
Ungirad,
was broken off
working
from
as
the
a
central
herder.
kingdom in
Temujin
Judah, according
heard
to the books
stories
of
about the
Samuel
burgeoning
and
trade
Kings,
between the
was
Ungirad
later
and the
invaded by
wealthy
the
Jin
Assyrians,
Empire
and
south of the
much
Great
of their
Wall.
population was spirited away to places
Temujin's
in
time
Lebanon,
with the Ungirad
Syria,
ended when
Turkey,
he was around
and in
12 years
Iraq and
old.
Iran. These are the
During one
so-called
of his
lost
raids,
tribes.
Yasugai
Were not
encountered a
precisely
band of
lost, but
Tartars.
certainly a
Rather than
large
launching an
percentage of them
attack,
were
the
taken away
Tartars
and
invited
eventually,
him to dinner.
most
Bound
likely,
by the step traditions
assimilated
of
into the people they
hospitality,
live with.
Yasugai felt he
The
could not refuse,
kingdom of
and
Judah
was duly
remained, however,
poisoned
but
by
in
his hosts.
586 they
The
were attacked
slow-acting poison
by
enabled
the
Yasugai
Babylonians,
to leave
and this
instructions
was
to
the
bring
great
Temujin
Babylonian
back
exile
home.
as well. So
Although
the
Dai
Jews now have
Chen
been
was
exiled
reluctant to
twice
part with
from
the
their
boy,
lands.
he
They
recognized
did
the difficulties
return
Temujin's
some
family
7
faced
decades
and allowed
later.
him to
They
leave.
would rebuild
By
the
the time
destroyed temple
Temujin
a
returned
second
home,
time.
his
But
mother,
this is our
Hoelu,
next
had
reference
tried
to
and failed to assume her late husband's leadership
literature.
position
And
in the
again,
name of her
it's not
teenage
necessarily
sons,
referring
and the
to people who
Taiyuchud
today would
claimed
call
leadership
themselves
among the
Palestinians,
Mongols once
but the
again.
name Palestine goes back
As
to this
Hoelun's
5th
followers
century
deserted her
document
one
in
by
the
one, she and her
Herodotus,
sons
who
were
refers
reduced to
to the
destitution
term
and forced to
Palestine
hunt and
as
fish
a
to
region
survive.
on the coast.
Temujin and his brother
Around the same
Khazar
region we saw
proved
earlier
the
with the
most
Philistines.
effective in catching the prey.
There
But
are
their
people
elder
living there
brothers,
who are originally
Bekter and
Jews.
Belkutai, began
The
to lay
name
claim to their
Palestine
food.
as a
On one
geographic
occasion,
locator
Bekter stole
was
a
actually
large fish that
reintroduced
Temujin
to
and
the area
Khazar had
after
caught
Emperor
and
Hadrian
proceeded to cook
fought
and eat it.
Second
The
Great
younger
War
half-brothers
against
responded
the
by
Jewish
ambushing
people in
Bekter
the land of
while
Israel.
Belkutai was away
The Jews
and
by this
showering
point
him
have
with
been
arrows.
taken over by
But
the Greeks.
Belkutai did
They
not seek to
rebelled against
avenge
the
his
Greeks
brother's
and
death.
they reestablished their
Hoelu was
sovereignty.
incensed
That's of course
and warned
celebrated
her sons
in the
that the
holiday
family
of
could not
Hanukkah.
hope to
And then the
confront their
Romans
real
came in,
enemies by
and they
fighting and
conquered the
killing each
region,
other.
and they remained there for
Hoelun's
quite
fears
some
proved
time
justified
until
as the
70s, when there
Taichu
was a
leader
great revolt,
Tarukutai
which
used
resulted
Bekter's
in
murder
the
as
expulsion
the
of many
pretext to
people
capture
from the land of
Temujin.
Israel.
The boy
Josephus,
escaped
the
into
great
the woods
historian
and
of the era,
survived for 6 days before
100,000
hunger
people
eventually
were shipped
forced
off
him
in
to
boats
escape,
to Rome at this
during
point.
which effort he
But
was
there were
captured and
significant numbers
taken
still left
into
behind the land of
Taichu
Israel, such that they
captivity.
rebelled
Although he
in the
was
year
forced to
115
wear a
and
device
once
that
again
restricted
under
his
Bar Kokhba
movements,
in the year
he managed to
135.
overcome his guard
This was during
and
the
was
period of
rescued
Emperor
by a
Hadrian,
sympathizer
who
to
had
the
to spend
Borjiji
2 to
cause.
3 years working against this
By
very
the time he
determined
returned to
movement.
his family,
They finally
the 14-year-old
crushed the
Temujin found them
rebellion
without
at
anything
Beitar,
to their name,
and
apart
finally
from
take over the
9
country
horses.
completely.
The
It was
once
at
proud
this
family
point
had
that
fallen
Hadrian
quickly.
made a concerted
When the
effort
Taiyuchud
to
then
completely
raided their
wipe
camp
out any
and took 8
historical
of the
connections
horses,
between the Jewish
Temujin
people
took
and
the
that
remaining
region.
steed
He
and
renamed
relentlessly
the
pursued
city
the
of
enemy.
Jerusalem, for
On his
example,
way,
after
he
himself.
encountered a
Island
young
of
warrior
Tatamina at this
named
point.
Or
The temple had already
who
been raised
immediately
some 6
became his
decades
friend
earlier,
and
and it was
companion
treated as a
and joined
refuge
the
dump.
pursuit of the
And the
Taiyuchud.
entire
After
region
recovering the horses in a
renamed,
daring
no
night
longer
raid,
keeping the
they were
word
struggling to
Judea,
get
which the
away
Romans
from the
had used
Taiyuchud
earlier,
riders
which
when
has
Temujin
obviously
noticed
connections
that
to
the leader of the
Judeos, the
pursuit
Jews.
had ridden far ahead of the
Renamed
rest of
it
his men.
after the historical
Or Chu
enemies
took
of
the
the
opportunity to fire an arrow which wounded the Daiju leader, enabling the pair to get away safely. Over the next few years, Temujin and Bor built up a band of loyal raiders. During this period, another gifted warrior named Borol joined Temujin and became a close companion. In around 1178, when Temujin was 16 years old or so, he rode to Ongirat territory in the Jewish company and claimed Bode as his bride from his proud father-in-law, Daisachen, having been away for several years.
As we shall see,
2 years later, Temujin would suffer one of the worst humiliations of his life. A large American raiding party of 300 horsemen descended upon Temujin's camp and scattered them. Although Temujin managed to escape with his brothers and his mother alone, Bode appears to have been deliberately left behind In order to enable Temujin's flight, as he pondered how to recover his wife, Temujin reached out to the Kerai chief Doresh and appealed to him by reminding him of his sworn brotherhood with Temujin's late father Yasugai. Doresh accepted Temujin as his adopted son and organized a large army to fight the Merkit. The alliance prevailed in the ensuing campaign, and Bogday was rescued. During her time in Merkit captivity, Bogday had been given to the brother of the Merkit chief, and by the time of her liberation, she was pregnant with his child. Nevertheless, when Bogday gave birth to a son in 1182, Temujin accepted the child as his own and gave him the name Johi. The following year, Bogday gave birth to a second son, a biological child of Temujin named Chagatai, who would never stop reminding his father of Johi's illegitimacy.
Local places of worship.
Now in his early 20s, Temujin had established himself as a reasonably powerful Mongol leader, but also one who was widely feared and respected for his bravery. His main rival during this period was Jamuga, his childhood friend and sworn brother, who was by the early 1180s the leader of the Jadarak clan. The two men had crossed paths again as part of the coalition against the Merkit. But after a couple of years, they went their separate ways, each with ambitions to unite the Mongols under their leadership. Although Jamuga could count on large numbers and the support of an older and more conservative generation, Temujin had the support of most of the Bonjijin clan and was attracting many talented followers from humble backgrounds to his cause. These included Jasmine, a recruit from one of the tribes who lived in the northern forests, and his 10-year-old brother, Subedei, who, despite his youth, would soon become a trusted and talented warrior. In 1186, Temujin's wife Bogday gave birth to a third son, Ogedei. The same year, Temujin's followers elected him Khan of the Bonjijin clan. However, his rise was seemingly halted the following year after he was defeated by Jamuga's army at a place called Dalan Balchut. The main sources for Genghis or Temujin's life are silent for several years thereafter, suggesting that he had lost most of his following and was forced into exile. According to the biography of Subedei, during this period, Temujin and his remaining followers took refuge in the Jin Empire in China. Temujin's absence deprived Toresh of a powerful ally, and Kerai Khan was also overthrown and forced into exile. In 1195, Temujin finally had the opportunity to re-establish himself when the Jin and the Tatars began fighting over the spoils following a joint victory against the Ongar. Temujin offered an alliance with the Jin frontier commander and proceeded to deal the Tatars a series of heavy defeats in 1196. The resulting plunder made Temujin rich, and he used his position to re-establish his alliance with Toresh and restore him as the Kerai Khan. In 1197, Temujin exploited the momentum in his victory against the Tatars by reviving his feud with the Merkit. 21-year-old Subedei infiltrated the Merkit camp and used the intelligence he gathered to lead a short and victorious campaign.
That is something they share.
A further series of victories followed in the late 1190s and into the early 1200s, when Temujin and his allies against the Merkit and other rival peoples of the steppe, such as the Narman. These victorious campaigns caused considerable anxiety among rival tribes, who in response elected Jamuga as universal Khan, a grander title than Temujin's own. Over 15 tribes had joined this new coalition, and many individuals were disaffected and supported Temujin's cause by passing on key intelligence about the coalition's plans. For, surprise attack by Jamuga
all-encompassing law system that govern all aspects of life, civil, religious, ritual, criminal, something we don't have the same in Christian. So where we see that coming to a pragmatic implementation is that Islam, through a document known as the Act of Umar, which claims to be somewhat earlier, but is probably from the 9th century, was essentially a document that laid out what are Jewish privileges and responsibilities as a minority in Muslim society. Jews were to be the status of being a protected people, which also means essentially a second-class people because they did not have the same rights as Muslims. And they suffered a list of disabilities, which were mainly symbolic in nature, like not bearing arms, not riding horses, things like that, riding donkeys instead. Sometimes assigned colors, the idea of the Jewish badge actually originated in Muslim culture, and sometimes there were economic penalties as well. Jews could not build new synagogues, but they could live there or so on. And on the one hand, for a 21st century approach, this is obviously intolerable as a second-class status, discriminatory, but within a medieval culture, he was actually something the Jews valued as it represented order. And as a tiny minority, often in a very hostile cultural environment, the Jews need to know that whatever the laws are, even if they are mildly discriminatory, as long as they are enforced, that they are safe. They know they can rely on the government to enforce the rules of the bar. No one is allowed to run rampant, there's no pogroms, things like that. Those are the kinds of things the Jews are especially concerned about. Let's speak about more about this if you like the question session, but one of the great high points of the Muslim-Jewish coexistence, which can be somewhat exaggerated. There were definitely moments of persecution. There was definitely punctuation of violence. There were even some forced conversions of something like the Inquisition.
While an
and
angry Temujin sent a series of letters to his former supporters accusing them of betraying him, he began to build a new coalition.
In general, we're talking
His
about
new base
massive
near
all the way
the
from St.
Juna convent,
but
the
the high
and
point
his
is
senior
something called la
commanders swore
convivencia,
an
which
oath to
is
fight
literally
to the bitter end.
coexistence,
Meanwhile, the members of the
which is
coalition
a period
lost
of about
faith in
100 or
Togrish's
200
leadership,
years in
and
medieval Spain,
Temujin's brother
where Jews
Kasa
reached
returned to his
phenomenal
side.
heights in their activities and were
Temujin
granted
went on the
tremendous
offensive
privileges and
against
exercised
Togrish and
significant
defeated the
power.
Karaite army after a hard-fought battle that lasted 3 days until Temujin's general Mukhali broke through to the enemy's camp. While escaping from the battlefield, Togrish was killed by some Naiman bandits. Temujin then assumed the leadership of the Karaite and announced the unification of the Mongol and Karaite nations, and welcomed several of Togrish's lieutenants into his ranks. Temujin's later success led to the formation of another coalition between Jamuga and the
That's kind of like what you
As
hear in
part
the
of his
rhetoric today,
preparations
some
for
of the
this
protests
final
that,
confrontation,
if
Temujin began to reorganize his
Israel
army into
were
units
to,
of tens,
God forbid,
hundreds,
disappear
and
from the map,
thousands.
then the
Following
Jews
the
who live there
example
would
of the
be
Jin
accepted
Chinese
as
Empire,
enemy, and this is kind of
he also
ISIS
formed an
model
elite
for
bodyguard
modern
and began to
caliphate
set up
countries who
administrative
fit
structures
Not sure
to
how
govern
complicated
the recently pacified
There
tribes.
are several
He soon developed a
Muslim
formula which
empires,
promised
three in
autonomy to
particular,
peoples who
that
agreed to
vie
submit
for
without
power
a
over
fight,
the next
while
millennium.
threatening dreadful
The one that's most
consequences for
important to us
those
is the
who chose to
Ottoman Empire
resist.
that
A
lasted
method of
for
psychological warfare
700
which
odd
would
years,
be used
and
consistently
you
by
see
the
here it
Mongols in their
encompasses the entire
conquests over the
eastern
next century.
Mediterranean, much of the area of the former
In
Byzantine.
1204,
And one of the
Temujin
things that's especially
convened a
noteworthy in
Kurultai,
terms of the
or
history of the
Grand
Jews and
Council,
their
to
conflict
plan
with
the upcoming
the
campaign
other
against
peoples
the
living
Nile.
there, is that
Khan
it
was
was under the
persuaded to
Ottomans
launch
that
his
there was a
campaign
huge
early
influx
on the
of Jewish
17th of May
refugees
1204.
from the
By
Spanish
the end of
expulsion
June,
of
the Mongols
1492
reached Naiman
and
territory,
also
and the
later
first
the
clashes took
Portuguese
place.
migrations that brought
Although
many
his
Jews,
army
in
was
particular,
far smaller
to
than
the
the
region of
enemy's,
Sfat in northern
Temujin
Israel,
ordered his
where
men to
a
light
concentration
5 fires
of
per
the
person at night to give the impression
impression of superior numbers. The Naiman commander, Tayyab Khan, was deceived by this ruse and proposed retreating to friendlier terrain in the Altai Mountains. However, his subordinates compelled him to pursue an active strategy. Over the next few months, both armies danced around each other until Tayyab prepared to do battle at Chakiyamos at the foot of Mount Nachu. As Temujin and his leading generals spearheaded the attack, Jamuka suddenly led his men away from the field, depriving Tayyab of his numerical superiority. Despite this, the Naiman army resisted bravely, but Temujin's initial charge caught them off guard. The Mongols gradually surrounded their valiant enemies as they retreated up the slopes of Mount Nachu. Temujin was astonished to see the enemy storm down the hill in a last gasp charge and offered the Naiman honorable terms of surrender. But they preferred to fight to the last man. Tayyab was taken prisoner and died of the wounds sustained during the battle not long afterwards. Most of his allies submitted to Temujin. At the age of 42, after suffering several setbacks over the course of his life, Temujin had vanquished his enemies and united over 30 tribes under his rule in a large tract of the Asian steppe. Temujin's victory at Chakiyamot seemed decisive, but the mysterious Jamuka was still unaccounted for. While most of his followers had deserted him and submitted to Temujin, he fled into the mountains with a dwindling band of men. Upon hearing that Temujin had put a large bounty on his head, the 5 men who remained with Jamuka tied him up and brought him to Temujin. As Temujin prized loyalty above all else, he executed Jamuka's captors for their treachery, but took considerably longer to decide on the fate of his sworn brother. Eventually, he ordered his sadistic nephew, Jigidai, to carry out a brutal execution by hacking him to pieces. In 1205, Temujin began to launch raids against the Tanguts to the south, while Supinei worked to further pacify the new subjects of the Mongols by suppressing a fresh Merkit rebellion. The following year, 1206, Temujin held another Kirtai, which brought together all the Mongol nobles to officially proclaim the creation of a new Mongol empire. It was at this juncture that Temujin was given a new title, Genghis Khan, which should more accurately be rendered as Genghis Khan. The name is usually translated as Universal Ruler, though recent scholarship suggests Fierce Ruler is a better translation. Temujin accepted the imperial throne on the condition that everyone would obey his word. After assuming imperial power, Genghis began to reward his followers. His long-standing companions, Orchu and Morku, were given the highest ranks, while the likes of Jebe and Shubidei were ranked one step below. The 4 were members of a 9-man cabinet that enjoyed the greatest privileges and took part in key decision-making alongside the Khan. While Genghis had united the tribes of Mongolia through conquest, he faced a monumental task in eliminating various tribal and clan loyalties to forge a single Mongol nation. In order to achieve this, Genghis set out to build a new political system in which his subjects placed allegiance to the Khan and the Mongol nation above kinship ties. The success of this would depend on his ability as Khan to provide his people with huge amounts of wealth plundered from enemies through new conquests. This incentive system demanded frequent campaigns outside the new empire's borders, and Genghis consequently continued the military reorganization that he had started in the latter stages of his unification campaigns. The basic organizational unit in the new decimal system was the Minchana, or 1,000 men, though the formidable 2 men or 10,000 is more widely known. Since each of Genghis' subjects was attached to a Minchana, this decimal system was also intended to replace the old social structure of clans and tribes.
Most
I'd
of
like
the
to
leaders of
begin
the
with
Minjans were from the old aristocracy. A significant minority had more humble origins, reflecting the meritocratic ethos that had allowed Genghis to find some of his greatest commanders among the lower classes. To cap it all off, Genghis strengthened his bodyguard, or Keshik, to over 10,000 men who were recruited from the sons of powerful men to ensure their good behavior. Genghis gave his 4 sons senior responsibilities. Johi was master of the hunt. Chagatai was responsible for enforcing the new law code. Ohide served as head of the nascent civil bureaucracy, and the youngest, Lui, was named commander-in-chief. Despite this, Genghis' sons complained that they lacked military authority, and apart from Ptolemy, their military authority only extended to their own Minjans. This prompted Genghis to set up a new division of empire to placate his sons in 1209. 45,000 men were divided amongst Genghis' family members, and the 4 sons were each given their own fiefs with the potential of further expansion. While Genghis stipulated that these realms would be subject to control by the central government, the imperial princes often ignored the officials appointed by their father to monitor their activities, and their domains would eventually form the basis of increasingly independent states under their descendants. As part of his state-building program, Genghis introduced a new law code known as the Great Yasa. While large parts of the Yasa codified the traditional customs of the steppe peoples, it was also an attempt to establish a common set of laws for the new Mongol nation. Part of the code took the form of military regulations concerning the mobilization of armies, the duties of officers, and punishments they would suffer if they failed to carry out those duties. With regard to taxation, Genghis gave generous exemptions to religious leaders and foreign merchants. While the Khan maintained his traditional pagan beliefs, his policy of religious toleration would eventually allow him and his successors to rule over a vast empire of priests, Muslims, Nestorian Christians, and Confucians right across Asia. He maintained good relations with the Muslim merchants who operated along the Silk Road to the west and sought Mongol assistance to access the Chinese markets to the east. There were also harsh elements to this. For instance, Yasa mandated the death penalty for a wide range of crimes, including lying, contaminating running water, and the failure to share food with strangers. The wealthy criminals could often escape capital punishment by paying large fines. The Yasa only applied to Mongols, and there was little consideration for the fate of foreigners. Accordingly, the Mongols habitually captured foreign women on campaign and took them as concubines. Genghis and his sons had the first pick of the female captives, and he would go on to have 23 official wives and a harem of over 500 women. Some geneticists and historians have speculated that as many as 16 million people today may be descended from Genghis Khan. Over the course of the 3 years between 1206 and 1209, Genghis continued to make changes to his new military organization, and parts of the Akeshik or bodyguard were assigned specialist duties such as intelligence gathering, surveying, and map making, and organizing the supplies for the army. In peacetime, the annual hunt organized by Johi served as the main form of training for Genghis' armies. As in a military campaign, the two men would work together and surround the animals across a large area before gradually closing in for the kill. Anyone who allowed an animal to escape the net or killed an animal before the Khan's arrival was subject to severe penalties. Once everything was ready, Genghis and his inner circle would descend upon the encircled animals before allowing the officers and their men to complete the slaughter.
Muslims
The exercise not only enabled the Mongol armies to practice their maneuvers and communication methods, but also provided a vast quantity of food to feed the men.
And ultimately, it turned out that it was
The Mongol cavalryman's primary weapon was the bow and arrow, and each man would carry a short-range and long-range
of
bow.
how that came to be.
Each
So,
horse archer was equipped with 60 arrows in total, divided into short-range and long-range projectiles. Though the most ferocious was the relatively small composite bow, which required great upper body strength to use effectively, but which landed arrows with devastating speed and power. Most notably, it could be fired from horseback or riding by a skilled cavalry archer. It was this weapon which would enable the enormous conquests which were to follow. Each Mongol warrior also had at least 6 horses, enabling them to travel up to 65 miles a day. The speed at which Mongol armies moved was Genghis's main strategic advantage. Since his armies were often outnumbered by the enemy, Genghis employed a range of tactics to exaggerate the size of his own forces. One of the best-known Mongol tactics was the feigned retreat. If the army was struggling to make progress against a strong defensive position, it would withdraw from the field and leave their plunder behind. While the enemy was distracted by the loot, the Mongols would turn back and cut them to pieces in the open field. Although the Mongols later employed Chinese siege engineers, they were not used to siege warfare, and Genghis initially avoided attacking well-fortified cities. He preferred to attack small towns and distributed the resulting plunder evenly among his otherwise unpaid troops. After his elevation as Khan, Genghis rarely took personal command of military campaigns, preferring to send his sons and senior generals instead. In 1207, he led a successful campaign against the Turkic forest peoples in southern Siberia, who included the Buryat, Kyrgyz, and Buryat. In 1208, Subutai won a crushing victory against the ever-rebellious Merkit, though he was criticized by Genghis for allowing some to escape further north. In 1209, Genghis secured the submission of the Uyghur Kingdom in East Turkestan, now the Chinese autonomous region of Xinjiang. The Uyghurs once ruled a mighty empire that included much of Mongolia, but by the beginning of the 13th century, they had submitted to the Karakitai, whose empire extended from modern-day Kazakhstan into northwest China. Genghis subsequently recruited many Uyghurs into the Mongol imperial administration and adopted the Uyghur script for the first official Mongol written texts.
I don't want to spend
With the conquest of the forest peoples and the submission of the Uyghurs, Genghis laid much of the groundwork for an invasion of China. Since the collapse of the Tang dynasty in 907 AD, China had been divided between a number of competing dynasties. At the beginning of the 13th century, there were 4 such states. The Jurchen Empire in the northeast, the Tangut Western Shah in the north, Karakitai in the northwest, and the Sung dynasty south of the Yangtze River. Although the Sung was the only one of these states ruled by the Han Chinese majority, the rulers of all 4 states adhered to Chinese customs and administrative practices. The Mongolians would benefit substantially from the divided states of China at this time. Genghis came to see the Tangut Empire both as a source of plunder for his restless armies and a testing ground for their ability to fight the more powerful Jin. After the initial raid in 1205, Genghis launched a larger campaign in 1207, which forced the Tangut to agree to pay an annual tribute. When the payment was suspended in 1209, Genghis organized a large invasion force and embarked on a punitive expedition. Eventually, desperate Tangut decided on a formal submission to Genghis Khan and promised to supply troops for future campaigns.
The settlement, that is, the Jews living
by 1211, with his rear secure, the 49-year-old Genghis Khan was ready to turn his attention to the Jin Empire. While this was motivated in part by the desire to avenge frequent Jin raids into Mongol territory,
and the relentless logic of perennial conquest to feed and pay his troops. The invasion of northern China had been a long-held ambition. The Jin had conquered northern China from the Khitan Liao dynasty at the beginning of the 12th century, and proceeded to drive the Song emperors south of the Yangtze River. While a peace treaty was signed between the Jin and Song in 1142, relations between the two Chinese powers remained uneasy, and the peace was interrupted by occasional conflict. At the beginning of the 13th century, the Song embarked on an effort to reclaim territories north of the Yangtze River, but the Jin easily defeated the invasion force. Within a few years, the Jin heartland of Manchuria faced a Khitan rebellion, partly encouraged by Genghis. Having been preoccupied with its wars against the Song dynasty, the Jin left its northern frontiers relatively undefended. As the Jin planned to strengthen its northern defenses by building a new wall, Genghis decided that it was time to strike. In early 1211, Genghis called the Kurotai, Grand Council, in which he set out his plans to conquer northern China. Unlike previous steppe peoples who had intermittently conquered parts of northern China and abandoned their homeland to newcomers, Genghis intended to maintain his power base in Mongolia, from which he would rule over an empire that incorporated both the nomadic steppe cultures of Central Asia and sedentary cultures of China. The invasion force of around 100,000 men began moving in March. Genghis divided his army into three columns. The eastern column was commanded by Jebe and Subedai. The central one was led by the Khan personally, alongside Tului and Mukhali. The western column was commanded by Genghis's three other sons. While Genghis's eldest sons faced no opposition after crossing the Gobi Desert, the other two columns raided the area north of Jin in an attempt to draw the enemy out to battle. When the Jin armies refused to take the bait, Genghis decided to march his forces south. In response, the Jin formed two armies, one to face the advancing Mongols in a frontal attack, and the other to strike against Genghis's right flank. Genghis ordered Jebe to march his men westwards behind his column and eliminate the threat to his flank, leaving the Jin with a single army. While the Jin commander deployed his forces in a narrow pass to prevent the Mongols from fighting on open ground, the momentum of Mughali's charge proved overwhelming for the Jin cavalry, which trampled over the infantry as it took flight. The Mongols went on to win two further pitched battles to destroy the Jin field armies. Genghis followed up by capturing several major cities and ordered Jebe to advance to the Juyong Pass near the Jin capital of Tunggu, modern-day Beijing. Unable to take the pass by direct assault, Jebe feigned retreat and went on to destroy the garrison in front of the pass. He marched on to Beijing, but was recalled by Genghis, who realized that the Mongol army was not yet equipped to capture such a well-fortified city.
But this is basically what,
despite their battlefield successes in 1211, once the Mongols returned home for winter with their plunder, the Jin reoccupied all the cities they had lost. The following year, Jebe led a raid deep into Manchuria and sacked the city of Liaoyang, encouraging a major Khitan uprising in the process. In October 1212, Genghis joined Jovi, Chagatai, and Logitei to attack the city of Datong, but the Khan was wounded by an arrow and broke off the siege. In 1213, Genghis defeated the Liu Jin field army before taking the Juyong Pass and surrounding Beijing. The Mongol successes led Hu Sha-shu, the commander of the Beijing garrison, to overthrow the Jin emperor and install a puppet ruler with himself as regent. In November, Hu Sha-shu managed to defeat the Mongols outside Beijing, but was defeated a couple of days later and killed by his deputy commander. Genghis maintained 5,000 men around Beijing and divided his army into four columns, which ravaged the whole empire. Genghis and Tului led the largest detachment south and threatened the southern Jin capital of Haifa. In the space of 3 short months, the
the four Mongol armies rampaged through the entirety of Jin territory and left behind a trail of devastation by destroying all the crops in an effort to starve the population into submission.
Collect the goods.
While Genghis returned to Mongolia, he maintained a tight blockade on Beijing and encouraged the Jin Emperor to submit to him. Although the Jin signed a peace agreement in 1214, which provided for an end to the blockade of Beijing in return for a heavy payment to the Mongols, the Jin Emperor almost immediately fled south and established his capital at Kaifeng. Genghis resumed hostilities and appointed a general named Samuka to lead the siege of Beijing. Although the Mongol army was also suffering from extreme hunger, and both besieger and besieged had allegedly resorted to cannibalism, Samuka remained methodical in his approach. Two Jin armies sent from the south in early 1215 were defeated by the Mongols. In May, the Mongols launched an assault on the city, and after overcoming the valiant resistance from the Jin defenders, the victorious Mongols sacked the city, devastating it to the extent that the population fell by more than 3/4 in the process. Despite this enormous setback, the Jin government in Kaifeng refused to surrender. In 1216, Kali defeated a Jin counterattack in the east, while Samuka led 30,000 men south and joined up with a Tangut force to devastate the countryside around Kaifeng. Genghis hardened his peace conditions following Samuka's raid, and negotiations with the Jin broke down. When Genghis returned to Mongolia in early 1216, he left Mughali in charge as commander in China. Mughali was given an army of 70,000 men.
There's so much more to say about this.
Came from recently subjugated nations who could desert him at the first sign of Mongol weakness. A limited manpower forced the Mongol commander to scale down his operations, and in 1218, Genghis himself had to lead a pacification campaign against the Tangut, who had moved away from a pro-Mongol policy under a new ruler. By the end of the year, Genghis supplied Mughali with reinforcements, which increased the size of his army to 100,000 men. Although he could be as brutal as his comrades, Mughali also sought to consolidate Mongol control by acting magnanimously towards his defeated foes. And he had methodically subdued much of northern China. He died in 1223 with a pristine military record, having never lost a single battle in his career. Mughali was aided in his campaigns by an alliance with the Song dynasty, but following his death, conflict arose between the erstwhile allies, enabling the Jin to make a brief recovery. The Mongols would have to wait another decade to fully extinguish the Jin Empire. While Mughali was campaigning in northern China, Genghis's attention had been drawn westwards. Since the beginning of the 13th century, Kara-Khitai had been at war with Shah Muhammad II of the Khwarezmian Empire, situated to the east of the Caspian Sea in Central Asia. In 1208, the fugitive Naiman prince Chukluk arrived in Kara-Khitai and built up an army under the pretext of fighting Genghis, only to overthrow his overlord and declare himself Khan in 1213. The re-emergence of an old rival on his doorstep led Genghis to send an army of 20,000 men under Jebei to invade Kara-Khitai. The Muslim majority population who had suffered under Chukluk's anti-Islamic religious policy welcomed the Mongols as liberators, but defected en masse. After sweeping aside Chukluk's army, Jebei entered the Kara-Khitan capital Balasukun in what is now Kyrgyzstan in triumph and incorporated it into the Mongol Empire. He then followed Chukluk south into Kashgaria, where he encouraged the Muslims to revolt by issuing a proclamation of religious tolerance. In 1218, Jebei eventually caught up with Chukluk in northeastern Afghanistan and executed him. So began the Mongol westwards expansion into Central Asia, even as other parts of Genghis's armies were still undertaking the conquest of China far to the east.
Annexed the Golan Heights
While Jebbe was pursuing
That
Chuluk,
is
Genghis
the
sent
Golan
another
Heights
army
north, which I
north
was
under Togi and
military
Sube'etei
advantage because
to
it
pursue the
overlooks
remnants of the Merkit, who had allied with the Kuman or Kipchaks, a Turkic
So they
people
decided
who
to
occupied
take
a
that,
large expanse of the Eurasian
so on.
steppe, from the lower Danube in the west to the Irtysh River in the east. The Mongols had driven the Merkit Kuman army into Khwarezmian territory and defeated it in battle. Angered at the incursion, Shah Muhammad sent an army to meet the Mongols.
Especially the West
Although
Bank,
considerably outnumbered, the Mongols managed to fight the Khwarezmians to a standstill before withdrawing.
which, although
Upon
it
hearing
has somewhat
reports of the battle,
offensive
Genghis was keen to maintain
connotations,
peaceful
and especially
relations with
association with South
Khwarezmia
Africa,
and to establish a
there
mutually
we
beneficial
have to take
trading
that
relationship,
seriously because
allowing him
in
to
the
turn
West
his
Bank
attention back
in
to China.
particular, and
In
also
early
in the Gaza
1218,
Strip, which was
Genghis sent a
the
large
tiny
trade
piece that
mission
extends
to
from the Sinai.
Ottoman in the
There
north of the
were
Shah's
well
empire,
over a
a
million
fort in the far east of
Palestinians.
Kazakhstan today.
If
The
the
local
regions
government
were to
proceeded
be
to massacre
annexed
the
in a
entire
made part of
contingent,
Israel
claiming
proper and
that they were
forever
spies.
by right of
Genghis
conquest,
initially showed
then those
restraint
people
and
would
sent
have
a
to be
team
given
of 3
citizenship.
envoys led by a
There
Muslim
are
diplomat, asking the Shah to hand over the local governor. When
Israel's
an
population
indignant Shah
of the
Muhammad
1949
executed the
boundaries
diplomat
are
in
not
response,
Jewish. There are
Genghis
Arabs,
finally took action
a little
and
over a
declared
million
war.
Arabs living in Israel with full rights as
As both
citizens.
sides prepared for war, Shah Muhammad and his advisors decided that they could most effectively fight the Mongols by retreating into their cities and forcing them into costly sieges, which the Mongols were still not comfortable with engaging in, preferring battle to the open field. Meanwhile, Genghis received a steady stream of information about the Khwarezmian Empire through the network of Muslim merchants. He knew that the empire was ridden with divisions, and that the Shah had struggled to establish centralized control from his base in Samarkand. Furthermore, the Shah's mother, Teliken Khatun, was a powerful political figure and could issue decrees in her own name. These dynamics played perfectly into Genghis's hands, allowing him to sow disinformation among the Khwarezmian officials by issuing false decrees from Teliken Khatun. Although the terrain of the Khwarezmian Empire posed considerable challenges for any invasion force, Genghis was confident in his army's ability to achieve victory.
It could be anywhere. It could be America, Canada,
The Mongol army of 30,000 horsemen under Jebbe and Johi made the first move, heading west from Karakitai and entering the fertile Fergana Valley in the spring of 1219, after crossing the high passes between the Pamir Mountains and the Tian Shan. Meanwhile, Genghis's main army, accompanied by his 3 younger sons and Sube'etei, the strategic mastermind of the campaign, would strike at Akran. Although the Khwarezmians had intended to pursue a defensive strategy, the appearance of the Mongols in Fergana provoked Shah Muhammad
The
into
United
sending a
Nations
large
treated
army.
it by issuing Resolution 242, which essentially called for Israel to withdraw from the current boundaries back to 1967, and also called for the neighboring countries to stop attacking Israel. And those two things, neither of them could happen unless they both happen, and they have not happened. One state, however, was able to make a deal with Israel. On the left, you see Anwar Sadat, the 3 very happy men. Anwar Sadat on the left, Jimmy Carter, the American president. Anwar Sadat, the president of Egypt. And on the right, the great Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Anwar Sadat, after another war with Israel in 1973, he calls up Menachem Begin and says, maybe we can renegotiate the Sinai. And Begin, although he was remarkably hawkish in most of his policies, he agreed to the idea, and they signed a peace treaty between Egypt and Israel that is not a warm relationship, but nevertheless has maintained itself to the present day. And in exchange, Sadat received all of the Sinai Peninsula, with one exception. He did not want to take over the Gaza Strip. The Gaza Strip, highly populated, he said, you can deal with that headache, but he took back Gaza. He took back the Sinai. For his troubles, he was later assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood at a public event. The Muslim Brotherhood is the parent organization of Hamas. Hamas. A new and significant surge of terrorism followed. The Palestinians felt that they were largely sidelined, and under Yasser Arafat's leadership, they strove to gain attention on the world stage by launching some very public attacks on Jews all around the world. In some cases, airplane hijackings was most common. There's also the infamous attack in 1972 on the athletes at the Munich Olympics, the horrific attack at Mayanot in northern Israel, and so on. And all of these things were intended to try to bring attention to the Palestinian demand for statehood. They were largely unsuccessful, although many people were tragically killed in these attacks. They did not actually result in any improvement for the Palestinian situation until the first Intifada of 1987. The term Intifada means shaking off and is invariably associated with the idea of uprising leading to revolution. In 1987, you had the beginnings of a movement which was not associated so much with Yasser Arafat, but with the Palestinians living in the West Bank in particular. And they were exceptionally good at capturing the mood of the world and conveying it through the media. This iconic photograph of a young boy throwing a rock at a heavily armored Israeli tank gives the idea of how the David Goliath picture has been turned upside down. In order to deal with this first Intifada, which was largely civil disobedience and lower key violence, the Israelis imposed all kinds of things like checkpoints, where the huge number of Palestinians who were in the land of Israel had to go through security before they could cross the border in the West Bank. Proper
watching the stream while they were making all these claims, and they already contacted the FBI liaison, and they're already looking into it. So anybody that wants to do it, go ahead.
No surprise for most of the people on this call. By the way, I can see from the clock that to conclude this properly, I will need to go over time very slightly. I will stay for questions, and I apologize for the extent, but I want to explain this properly even within such a truncated time. We should recall, of course, that Israel is a very vigorous democracy with a wide range of political viewpoints. There are those Jews who were waiting for the phone calls to be able to trade land for peace, as the argument went, just like they did with Egypt and the Sinai. They were willing to work with Jordan to give them the West Bank. But at the same time, there are many Israelis who said, no, it's not going to happen. We should simply demonstrate facts on the ground and establish settlements in these territories to keep them for Israeli sovereignty, despite the challenge of the large Arab populations. So you can see here a very significant number of Israeli settlements are established, and the degree to which these are tolerated or not tolerated is very much related to the political mood of the country and the leadership that it democratically elected at the time. This obviously would be a challenge for the so-called two-state solution, which was essentially what the Americans had largely been arguing for. A major turning point happened after the fall of the Soviet Union, which was a principal backer of the Palestine Liberation Organization. And so Yitzhak Rabin, the Israeli PM shown here on the left, reaches out to Yasser Arafat, the known terrorist leader, but nevertheless, he felt that if he did not make peace with one enemy, he would later have to make peace with 1,000 enemies, because Arafat's organization was definitely on the decline, and the Rabin felt that it would be best at this point to make peace with them while he is weak. President Bill Clinton, of course, was overjoyed to participate in the famous signing of the Accords, and for his efforts, just like Anwar Sadat before him, Yitzhak Rabin was assassinated, this time by a Jewish extremist who felt betrayed by Rabin's agreement to possibly cede territory to the Palestinians in exchange for peace. The plan that they worked out in the city of Oslo, and this is called the Oslo Accords, was essentially to take the two territories which were occupied in 1967 and to give them to a Palestinian autonomy or a Palestinian authority, with the notion that with confidence-building gestures, they would be able to develop eventually into a state. And Israel would cede that land to that state. So they created this kind of confusing map, which shows the West Bank and Gaza divided into various areas. You see the person who put this map didn't spell Israel right. Sorry about that, but that's not me. These areas would have different levels of authority in the region. The Palestinians, some places would take care of municipal things like trash collection and water. In other places, they would take care of security. But the idea was that they would communicate with the Israelis to prevent terrorist attacks. Gaza was a somewhat different story. It was actually simply abandoned in 2005 by Israel, as we shall see momentarily. But while Palestinians may look at this map and say, you know, the territory is a tiny, tiny fraction of what they had before, Israelis often look at this map and say, these are the Arab League countries. There's so much territory there. Israel is this tiny little piece in the middle there. There certainly must be room for Arabs who wish to live in a Muslim land. At any rate, maybe we'll talk more about that next week. Things change even more dramatically. The Oslo Accords, which characterized much of the efforts of the 1990s, they come to a halt in the 2000s with the beginning of the Second Intifada. And whereas the First Intifada was largely, less violent, the Second Intifada was horrifically violent, with more than 135 suicide bombings in very public places, schools and restaurants and buses in particular. And it was absolutely intolerable. This particular image, this was taken during the Second Intifada, refers to a point where some Israelis wandered by accident into the wrong part of the West Bank, and they were seized and literally lynched and torn apart with people's bare hands. You can see this person raising his hands, stained with blood, and this has ironically become a symbol for contemporary protesters as well. As you can see, this occurred just last week. The Israelis attempted to deal with this by building a massive fence, or security barrier, as they call it, a concrete barrier in some places that aims to hold back any incursions from the West Bank into Israel. And they also relied very heavily on technology through the use of the Iron Dome to hold back rocket attacks that continue to rain upon them, especially from Gaza. And this led them to something of a state of a false sense of security that would be broken in 2003 with the October 7th attack. And here we're now already in, contemporary history, and so I can certainly truncate to a certain degree because we will pick this up next week. It's going to be crucial. Gaza, of course, under Jewish control from 1967 and the Six-Day War, but only sparsely populated by Jews in a few settlements, about 5,000 living among about 1.5 million Palestinians who were increasingly restive. In 2005, in a very, very painful move which divided the country, the government under Ariel Sharon decided to divest, to disengage from Gaza and to simply remove themselves from it entirely, thinking that it was a demographic time bomb. It was very difficult to control this large and unhappy population, high levels of unemployment, more than half of their population under the age of 18, and so they simply decided to pull back. And the experiment was, let them have their state, as it were, and let's see what happens. Of course, it did not work out well. They had elections shortly thereafter. In these elections, the two major parties were Hamas and Fatah, Fatah being the party of Yasser Arafat, who has now passed away. And as you can see in the West Bank, Fatah has the slight edge. In the Gaza Strip, Hamas actually came out on top, and then later they would have a coup and they would drive out any of the Fatah associates as well. So basically, Gaza since then has been ruled by Hamas, and it's been blockaded by Israel because there's constant rocket attacks, and there was concerns about import of munitions. We'll have to return to these very complicated issues at the beginning of next week's session. I'm going to skip through this because this will be also related to next week. But I will conclude with two ideas. The first is that with the October 7th attack, Israel responded with something called the Dania Doctrine, which is basically this military tactic or strategy that if Israel is attacked, they must counterattack with disproportionate force in order to deter future attacks. This Dania Doctrine has proved to be fairly useful and instrumental for establishing great bonds with many of its neighboring neighboring countries. And in fact, today Israel does have a peace treaty not only with Egypt, but also with Jordan and several other Arab states. But it has not proved to be effective dealing with Hamas, at least not yet. So let me conclude finally. We began this discussion with, when do we begin this talk? And I offered you a coin from the Roman era, the Judea Kappa coin. This is a commemorative medal that was struck in 1958 by the young state of Israel, then 10 years old. And on one side,
I've been running Legacy since School War.
Obviously evocative of that original Roman coin, and it says underneath, the Galta Yehuda of 1959, the Israel is exiled Israel is exiled, and it's a reference to the original exile. But then on the obverse, you have something really fascinating. It says in Latin, Israel liberata, Israel liberated, and it shows you an image that is evocative of the original Judea Kappa, but says so much more in a positive vein. Where the Roman soldier once stood, you have a young woman playing with her child. Where the despondent Jew sat, we now have a farmer planting a tree for the future. And I think this is how Israelis, Jews the world over, view the state of Israel. Not as warlike and engaged constantly in conflict, but rather a country that is dedicated to growth and to peace.
How are you, TYB?
And hopefully we should...
What's good, TYB? Can you hear me, Pimp?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, you.
Yo, is that you in the 8 Rock Disco server?
Yeah, but you got to be 18 to be in here, big dog.
I am.
How old are you?
18.
No, it took you too long, Doug. Come back when you're 18, my friend.
I am.
Okay, come back when you're 21.
I'll show you my ID.
All right, you want to send your ID? I'll take that. Yo, pimp.
I have a question before I leave.
What's up?
When are you leaving the Discord server?
I don't. I've been in there for like over a year.
Are you ever leave?
No.
What happens if Ada Ross joins that Discord server and says hi?
He has, and he's been in my stream. So what?
Oh, okay.
I'm about to take a loss. Ooh, on the way like a do-rag. Being older than you? Yeah.
Yo, buddy, you can't be in here if you're not 18.
I'm 18.
I don't believe you.
Sing it together. Ouch. Bring out your with me, baby. And in this whole wide world don't mean a thing. Bring out you with me, baby. I didn't do the outro, but I knew the outro.
Buddy, you can't be here if you're not 18.
Abby, I'm 18.
You sound like you're 12 years old.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Send me your ID or I'm going to have to ban you.
Okay, I'll send you your ID. But I have a question.
No more questions, big dog.
Not one more question.
Nope.
Just one question.
Dog, you're getting banned, my friend, if you don't send your ID.
Okay, I'm sending you the ID.
Okay.
What? I'm 18. Abby, I'm 18. Trust me. I'm 18.
Saturday workouts. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad
Palm Beach, Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands, and each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene. I'm ABC's Mark Brown, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country to look at Jeffrey Epstein and the allegations of his horrifying abuse, to hear from the girls who suffered it, now women fighting to recover from it. Truth and Lies, Jeffrey Epstein. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With You. I say let's connect. This is our new podcast where you watch I'm thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show. Part of it. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use him and our relationship to it. These 20 years later, to talk about life and love, art, and everything in between.
sure that's the way some people, deal with fire. Bring out the beer bong. Might as well enjoy it. That's right. Did you ever beer bong when you were in college or high school?
I think I tried that one time around that period. I was more into the shotgun.
I could never figure out the beer bong. How do you open your throat and let it all, just show down your belt? Hey, did you know your beer bong?
I never have. I've been like long day.
Have you? Well, you don't smoke pot either, right?
No, I don't.
Have you ever tried it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, it's not 1948, right? That's right. Did you inhale?
Oh no, I didn't inhale. Come on.
But you didn't enjoy it. Was it in high school or college?
Yeah, I was in Montana.
Okay, you didn't like it? Didn't do anything for you?
Yeah, I just ate way too much.
Oh, okay. No, you smoked and then ate.
Yeah, like super rambunctious, you can say.
Robin, you smoke weed? You still look at gals.
Not anymore. I heightened my emotions, and I did it in college, and you can only imagine how you feel in college, and your emotions heightened even more.
One more for me. I need a little more. What does that mean? What is your emotion about?
Because you're very young, very stupid, and you do whatever.
We should be in college then. You're working.
Sounds like a great story today. You make it sound so much fun. I want to go. I think I'll change my mind about doing it.
What's the dumbest thing you did on it?
I ate too much edibles. I was supposed to go to the theaters to watch who knows what movie. And I got so high that I had to end up taking a shower my whole time. Yeah.
It's the craziest thing you've done. And that's why I don't do pot. I took a shower with my clothes on. Did they turn that story down for a member of the show? That's amazing. That's incredible. Amazing story. Thanks, Robert. We'll call you next. She's not smiling. That's great. She's just. Get rid of all. All right. So we're getting the water out. That's a big deal. Keep an eye on that. Fire. We're going to come back with updates on all. We're live on Camp Live. We're not.
Lab notices have been emailed to staff at USC as it first to address the university's more than $200 million operating deficit. And people is recovering after being stabbed multiple times during a fight in Long Beach. The suspect has not been caught. We'll take a look at the freeways next.
All right, your roof sucks. You got to get a new one. And, oh, man, I hope this young guy on Camp Live point me in the right direction. Well, I can. Roof button, the best. It's sunny out now. It's hot out now, but the rain's coming. I know. Let's see. It's coming. If your roof's not ready, you're going to be catching a lot of water in salad bowl. Avoid the drama. Call Roof Buddy at 866-95-BUDDY. You're going to get a free estimate. They have the lowest prices, 0 down, no payments for 24 months. That's 2 years of not binge watching weather reports. Also, bonus points if you're a senior, military, or healthcare worker, you're going to get the extra discount. And if you mention KFI, you get $750 off. Like a great new TV. So phone up right away. Get your roof fixed. They have hundreds of 5-star reviews at Roof Buddy. Thousands of happy, dry customers. 866-95-BUDDY. 866-95-BUDDY for the website. RoofBuddy.com. RoofBuddy.com.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, see more at the Pumpkin Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Let's head out to Irvine.
It's on the 5 that was slowing down northbound, getting away from just about Sand Canyon, pretty heavy ahead all the way into Anaheim, better past Harbor. And the drive in Garden Grove, it's loading up on the 22 westbound. It's improving quickly, but I'm still seeing some slow traffic getting away from Knott Street as you make your way towards that 405 merge. 405 northbound near Seal Beach Boulevard, there's a crash that's been cleared out of lanes. 405 northbound is slowing out of Westminster, getting away from Westminster Boulevard. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Angel Martinez.
This is the Shocking Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was taking your kids to the first baseball game. Starts with the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town. But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped. Yeah, that's interesting. Started basically to start driving. He's like, I looked at that here. He's like, I just got somebody. A dramatic carjacking. A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill. Do you think you would become a serial killer had conscience? It just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life. The most evil person you've ever met. Urge to Kill, a new podcast from KGW News and Vault Studios.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast App Store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Records, milestones, firsts, glass, and everything in between. What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio? What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, August 7th. We'll start today in 1999. Wade Boggs, playing for the Tampa Bay Devil Rays, hits a home run off Indians pitcher Chris Haney to give him 3,000 hits for his career. It was the first time a player hit a home run for his 3,000th hit, and was the first notable moment in the early history of the Devil Rays. Boggs would be inducted into the Hall of Fame in 2005. Sticking with Hall of Famers, today in 2004, Greg Maddux becomes the 22nd pitcher in Major League history to reach 300 victories, leading the Chicago Cubs to an 8-4 victory over the San Francisco Giants. And today in 2016, Manny Machado becomes only the second player in Major League history to homer in the first, second, and third innings, driving in a career-high 7 runs in a 10-2 victory over the Chicago White Sox. Now you know, today in sports history on iHeartRadio. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
On the next edition of Later with Mo Kelly, the sex doctor is in and he will see you. New contributor and qualified sex doctor Sam Zia will join us to take a serious look at the intersection of sexuality, politics, and culture. The sex doctor is in and we will see you right at 9 p.m. on the next edition of Later with Mo Kelly.
KFI AM 640 is the topic that we have no update on the water. When the water will be restored and when you can go back to using water without boiling. There wasn't an update. We'll give you a quick update on what they're trying to do. They're trying to bypass the valve that's broken.
concern is the elevated fire danger, especially with those triple-digit temperatures. A forecast for today, we're at LA City Fire Station number 8 here on Tampa. This is just north of Rinaldi in the area being affected by the water shortage and outage. And you can see they already have a water tender station here just in case. And this is one of many areas where they say they've pre-deployed, they've stationed these water tenders just in case. Meanwhile, the DWP continues to work around the clock to repair that valve, which basically just won't open, leaving a 10 million gallon tank of water that services this area empty. The faulty area, though, is buried deep underground, which complicates the repair work even more.
Crews are working to remove the valve that failed to restore water flow to the tank. The location of the valve is 24 feet deep. Connectors are very complex. They found 2 oil pipelines, active pipelines, a gas line, and latch boulders that have complicated our excavation efforts.
And those complications may push the repair work even further back than Friday, which was the estimated date for it to be fixed.
Now it might be Thanksgiving.
Residents who have little bit of water are being asked to boil the water before using it for any purpose. And if you do have water, you're still being asked to conserve it. Please turn those sprinklers off. Don't run the washing machine or the dishwasher.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that. All right, they said it might be tomorrow, might be Saturday, might be Monday before you get water back. So you may want to go to Costco tonight, or Bonds, Rounds, I don't know where your market is. Whole Foods, we got that kind of dough, or perhaps Gelson's, we got that kind of dough. Get yourself some bottled water before it's all gone.
LA City Fire telling us they are working very closely with the DWP, the City of Los Angeles, and LAPD. In one area, they've increased patrols in these neighborhoods just in case. Time is of the essence. Should a fire start, of course, heat doesn't start a fire, but it could cause the conditions for a fire to quickly spread. So if you see something, please, as always, say something.
Yeah, see something, say something, because the hydrants are dry in that part of the valley. There's no water. Zero.
Reporting live this morning at LA City Fire Station number 8 at Gigi Garcia.
All right, thank you, Gigi Garcia. So it looks like it might be tomorrow. Again, it might be a weekend. Maybe Monday, if they can get this workaround is successful, they might be able to get water late tomorrow night or early Saturday. But it's going to be a very tough weekend for people to live up there. Because not only look out the window, you see the smoke from that fire, the canyon fire. So you're sort of worried about that. You know, you don't think that fire is going to cross the 126 and come towards you. But we never thought that the Palisades, Malibu, Altadena, that those fires were going to explode either. So you always have to be extremely cautious. And it's going to be a sleepless night. You know, knowing that there's a fire out there and the hydrants in front of your house, if you live in the Northern Valley, are dry. They're not working at all. And you have your animals to worry about. Animals freak out and they can smell the smoke. And then it's your sixth sense that we don't have. It's just be a long weekend. And you're going to get all the information you need here on KFI on the weather, which is going to be hot this weekend, on the water outage in the Northern Valley. They're going to try to fix that by tomorrow, maybe Monday, the latest they say. And then we got the canyon fire. So we'll continue to talk about all 3 of those stories tomorrow, and I'm sure Mo will have updates for you all night long here as well. This portion show was brought to you by Advanced Air. One day treatment life change results, make your women safe at advancedair.com. Mo Kelly and his whole entire crew next, right here on KFI AM 600.
KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County, more stimulating talk.
Not taking no for an answer. I'm Mark Conner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The Trump administration has asked the Supreme Court to block an immigration order issued in LA. The order bars immigration agents from stopping people based on their race, language spoken, or where they were working. The Federal District Judge says agents need probable cause to make such stops. The Federal Appeals Court agreed and upheld the temporary restraining order. Immigration enforcement actions have been much quieter since that decision compared to earlier in the summer. The White House says the order threatens agents' ability to enforce federal immigration law by hanging the prospect of contempt over every stop of a suspected illegal alien. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The original suit was brought by the ACLU and local
permits, hearing on a possibly longer injunction has been scheduled for district court in September. A wildfire burning near the Ventura and LA County line is one of more than 1,000 acres, prompting evacuation orders in areas around the Lake Pico recreation area in order to evacuate the fire started east of there in Ventura. The Canyon fire is burning in the direction of ranch homes. Flames are expected to run into LA County. The evacuation warning has been issued for the west end of Tulsa Canyon in Val Verde. More than 9,000 LADWP customers in the Border Ranch in Granada Hills remain without water service. Repaired working a water pump yesterday, saying a valve failed to open. LA City Fire Captain Eric Scott says the department's brought in additional equipment to keep water available in case of an emergency.
We've also directed our battalion chiefs in that area to engage with captains and firefighters in identifying alternative water sources, such as how to utilize the water shuttle, recycling, swimming pools, and other contingency methods.
The city's main water distribution sites available for affected customers. LADWP says work to restore full service.
I kind of have a headache. It like literally just started. Right. What's up, iCardi? Hello.
Phoenix about the same. On Wednesday, it was 110 degrees when a neighborhood in North Phoenix lost electricity.
And summer's not a good day to have a power outage.
Target power lines causing the electricity to go out as power crews moved in to get AC running again.
What's up, iCardi? Hello, I'm Turkish. Are there any other Turks here? Oh! Streamers on their phones, Hunter. Dude, I know. Uni's killing me.
President Trump says he's directed the Commerce Department to start working to make sure the census will not include people in the country illegally.
Christians who demand immigrants here illegally be excluded from the census would simply run afoul of the Constitution. The 14th Amendment says the count every 10 years is to give the full number of persons in your state. The only exception back in 1868 when it was ratified was for those living on Indian reservations who at the time were taxed.
ABC Stephen Portnoy says states urge full participation in the census because it shapes each state's House delegation and electoral votes, as well as billions in federal grants. And former Superman actor Dean Cain says he signed up with Immigration and Customs Enforcement to help carry out the Trump administration's mass deportations.
With our ICE agencies, it's been crazy. These are wonderful men and women who are enforcing the law. They deserve our protection and our respect, and I am so happy to be able to join up with them.
He told Fox News he's already a sworn deputy sheriff and a reserve police officer and will be sworn in as an ICE agent to help protect this country. Self-line weather from Kim. Mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny and high again tomorrow. Highs around 90 to 100 in the valleys, 80 and 90 and 80 at the beaches. A couple of degrees or so lower for the weekend. Right now it is 79 in Seal Beach, 87 in Florida, 92 in Malibu, and 92 in Northridge. The Cat 5 Financial Report, the Dow goes down 224 today. S&P 500 down 5 and NASDAQ up 73. Don't get a stalled sell on the 57 in Diamond Bar.
That's heading northbound right at Pathfinder Road. It has the right lane taken away, so causing a busy ride back up to the top of Canyon Road. And if you're on the 91 eastbound, that's in Anaheim Hills, seeing some bright lights as you approach the 55. It's a slow ride on to until you get to Gypsy Canyon Road. Orange 22 westbound at LaSalle Street. You got a wreck there that has the right lane off limits, so your drive is jammed up on the 55. When you're off the
Okay, what you say?
seeing some bright lights.
Just wanna have fun. Listen, Carlos, on your
Olympic, the 101 southbound from Massage Republic Western is going to stay that way into downtown. Clears up just after the 110. And the 15 northbound in the Gunwale Patch, we'll see some brake lights just after the 215. That stays slow to 138. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He said, "You are a number, a New York State number, and we own you." Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Here's that song again. Here's that song again for the 100th time today. Here's that song again. It's gonna be snowing in your head all day. Here's that song again. It will make you crazy.
bajillion times. Love them enough to make sure they're in the right car seat for their age and size. Show them you love them and keep them safe. Visit nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, just to let you know, we are on it, and we are monitoring it. And then Nixon will tell you about the latest with LAPWP, that service outage, which has impacted so many people. We're watching that story as well. There's a lot going on this day. We think fire is not a good time to have a fire when you have this heat, or if you have a water service interruption. It's not a good time to have that when you have this heat. That's the way it's been going for Southern California as of late, where these things, some conflicts or things happening at the same time. And sometimes I think LA just can't get a break. But we will be watching those two stories specifically, the Canyon Fire and also LADWP, to see if there are any updates from either or both, mainly the Canyon Fire and some of LADWP. I don't think they're scheduled for another update until tomorrow morning. We'll get into that. Also, we'll let you know if your car is on the list of the top stolen vehicles. And we know in Southern California, car theft is a thing. And depending on your make and model, you are either more likely or less likely to become a victim. We'll tell you what are the top stolen vehicles in Southern California. And also, LAUSD unveiled its new feature attraction, buses with Wi-Fi. I wish they would have had that when I was growing up. Well, I got a ride to school, but just in general, Wi-Fi would be kind of cool. They have all these devices, and you're sitting on the bus for maybe an hour or so. We'll tell you about that before the end of the hour. And it's Tech Thursday, so you know what that means. The lovely Marsha Collier will be joining us in studio to talk about the latest with privacy, AI, and also some of the new Samsung devices which have been revealed at their Unpacked event. Samsung has their event. I know Google's is coming up in the next 2 weeks or so. So we'll learn what possibly is on the docket, as they say, for Google. And remember, you may not remember, but some weeks ago we told you how AMC Theater specifically were going to lengthen their pre-show programming content. You have trailer, ad, trailer, ad, trailer, and then your movie would be new. And it was added up to anywhere between 25 and 30 minutes. And we said, oh, that's not a good idea. You're actually joking around. Joking with Tuala and Mark. He was involved, and we said, you might as well just not show up for an extra half hour. Show up a half hour later and miss some of those ads. Because it's nice to see some of the up-and-coming movies in the trailers, but not at the expense of extending your movie time an extra half hour. Ads. They should be required to tell you when the movie actually starts. Right? And I was asking you all, I specifically asked you, okay, so the time that you want to see a movie is the start of the pre-roll, or is it the start of the movie? And I was joking with Mark Bonner. He's going to a movie which started, quote unquote, at 12:15 a.m. And I thought, well, that means it doesn't start till about 1:20, 1:30 in the morning. I'll be rolling around home at daybreak. That's exactly what happened. We saw Superman and but Fantastic Four. Yeah.
Well, World Cup comes, we're expecting a win here in Los Angeles for the USA. Aren't we? And so we're here to support you and get that done. So welcome. I bought something because my grandma told me don't go somewhere without bringing the gifts. Here you go.
It didn't work that way. It turned into a lot of new subscribers. They made a lot of money for Netflix. HBO Max, I think, we can do that too. So HBO Max is set to crack down on password sharing on its platform in the next month. And say goodbye to, well, not the service, but the app. The app is going away. We'll tell you about that. And it's Thursday, so you know the sex doctor is going to join us. Sam's in. He's in. I have no idea what he's going to talk about. We'll probably take him to the hallway at some point. And Uber, we've talked about this, but now it's become a national issue. And if anything, we can almost connect it to the future of autonomous vehicles, robotaxis. Uber cannot hide the fact that it's been dealing with an internal sexual assault problem. And you know, give a company the face an excuse in the ability to get rid of its quote-unquote workforce, and they will. This might be the death knell for drivers. Rideshare apps, not just Uber, but across the board. We'll get into that. And I have my final thought tonight. It has to do with sports and politics because once again, politics just can't seem to stay out of sports. Every time you turn around,
Data recipients. Well, a very, very dear friend of mine, actually, needs a kidney, and he's on the bottom of the list. Richard Lewis, perhaps. Yes, I have. Where's Black? Yes. Yeah. I would give him my own kidney if only we were a match, but unfortunately, that's the last. That is not the case. That's correct.
excuse me.
I'm the head of the foundation that finds kidneys for data recipients. Well, a very, very dear friend of mine, actually, needs a kidney, and he's on the.
Very close. So.
You can afford to live close to here. That's close enough. Yeah, just gotta pick up some extra shit. Working the board.
Places are out there, like at least 400.
Okay, let me just get you this real quick. Is it rent control?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Those are hard to get in. Those are hard to find these days. Do I have to disappear somebody? Right. Get on the list for one of those. How's that work exactly?
Well, I mean,
There's gonna need to be an accident. You have to look up and you don't want to reveal how that deal with that. Say like, look, I'm first in business. He's only off the air. Don't listen to them. Well, welcome, Rob. It's good to have you back. And hey, Mark, just asking you, do you know in advance of your water report tomorrow what you might be talking about? Worship for that new horror film called Weapons. Oh, yeah. You have high expectations. I do. I've heard some good stuff about it. But, you never know. Naked Gun got a 90% positive on Rotten Tomatoes, and that was one of the worst things ever made. So it's always a crapshoot. You're going to take 12 minutes. I got us to about 50 times. Everybody named Tawana. I have denied it. There's no way in hell I'm going to go see that. And here's the crazy thing. He does not remember when we went to go and see Fantastic Four. For some reason or other, this was one of the trailers that they played in front of it. He did not notice that I not only closed my eyes, but I just put my head down. I didn't want to look. I didn't want anything to do with the trailer. You'll be okay. You got a protection. I'm not going to have I don't do horror, Mark, especially something that's with kids disappearing. That's not my story. I'll hold your hand through the whole hand on his hand is Mark, don't bring up the popcorn bucket thing, okay? Oh, did you preach it to? Let's see, we better move on now.
I actually wanted to be on, like, I wanted to be, you know, the twins from Shining. I'm my twin brother, so that wouldn't really work. But I was a weird kid. I wanted to be those kids.
I can see that. Red Rob. No, the twins in the hallway didn't say anything. I know that Red Rob was standing. I know that, but I just know this is the only thing I got from The Shining. Red Rob. Here's Johnny. That's true. Okay. It's like, okay. Damn, I am sort of live on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, and our relap Mark Rothschild. There's the latest to the Camp by 24 Hour News with the union representing about 12,000 state and representative employees across Southern California has reached a 10-day contract agreement that includes higher wages, additional pension contributions, better and faster access to health care benefits, and improvements in staffing. Workers authorized to strike, but the deal wasn't reached. A Miami federal judge has ordered a temporary pause on construction at the correctional detention facility known as Alligator and Alcatraz.
Who I read something today said that, you know, Caitlin Clark. I don't agree with Jeff. I don't agree with Jeff Teague, who I read something today said that, Caitlin Clark, or she's just a good player. She's not a great player. Jeff
said that? Oh, she good, but she not that good.
I love you. You weren't a great player, okay? You were serviceable. I know you made the All-Star team one time. I'm sorry. If we're gonna be honest, I'm happy for your career.
Jeff, my guy. Caitlin's great.
She is great.
Give us the room. Y'all, they don't need CC. Let me rock out. That's why I've been saying that.
With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno. This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He's a new more than number, a New York State number, and we own you. Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and I know for a fact that it was her. So this winning sacrifice anything in order to put love in such a every week I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't nearly as bad as what a real conversation. Straight up. So this is a window into my world and the stories that make me welcome. This is on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. I'm so sick of hearing men talk about women's basketball. If only there were a professional WNBA player with their own podcast I could listen to, right? Hey, this is Lizzie Brown. And this is Mariah Rose, and you're showing me this celebrity on Providers on TikTok, and we come to the podcast full circle. Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball, and not just in the WNBA, but what happens in women, unrivaled, and college basketball. We've got you analysis, inside stories, and a little bit of tea. I know you guys have seen a lot of former current basketball players telling their stories from their community, and I just think it's time for the girls to tell. We want to share all of the women's basketball stories that you won't see anywhere else. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about a new podcast called Casuals, starting January 21st. It's a sports podcast, but for people who don't necessarily consider themselves as listeners of sports podcasts. It's just regular people laughing about sports, not scream. I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be about something very silly, and not about something as serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. And just making sense, you guys kind of get the vibe. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if you're feeling froggy, go and click that follow button. Because listen, it's unclickable. You can always unclick it if you feel like that was a bad decision. As long as I get a notification, I can do that. But if you click it now, you'll never miss an episode. And that's ideal. This is going to be good. Oh, it's going to be good.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
When's the last time you took a chance?
I was traveling, and a few girls sat down next to me. That was enough for me.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling. Each week,
We'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and ultimately change your life forever. Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters with me, Francesca Street.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. On the next Bill Handle Show, you send in your questions, I'll share my answers, regardless of how embarrassing they might be. That's Ask Handle Anything after Foodie Friday, coming up tomorrow, starting at 8 on the next Handle Show. KFI. It's late with Mo Kelly. We're live on YouTube. Come on, enjoy the Amigos. Make sure you subscribe, like, and share. Something special.
And actually spinning back into fair territory. It's picked up by Candelario. The throw to first. Crawford's out. Crawford shows spot, drops it down third base side. It's going to roll foul. And actually spinning back into fair territory. It's picked up by Candelario. The throw to first. Crawford's out. I have never seen something like that. Unbelievable. Crawford bunting it off the end of the bat. Thankfully for two going, Montigua advanced to third. Crawford had stopped running. And with the side spin, the English on it off the end of the bat, even though it went 5 feet foul, it spun back fair. It went all the way up into the grass and foul to bench. Crawford shows spot, drops down third base.
Water incident. Here is what was happening earlier today, and then I will give you an update on the notice to oil water. A long line of cars sit idly on Cessna Boulevard Thursday morning, waiting for 5 a critical fiber optic line and large boulders have made the excavation process harder.
There's nothing that I can do about it, so, just go ahead with, anything that I can do to conserve water and just get through this.
The department set up 3 water distribution sites set to reopen at 7 a.m. But delays led to growing frustration.
It's already 7:08 and nobody's here, and they say thank you for being patient. I mean, we have to work, we have places to go, we have to attend to our kids.
And then it goes on as a result of being bound to a large diameter trunk line that supplies water to the area. Customers in those communities have either lost water service entirely or have low water pressure at their homes and businesses. As crews make progress toward refilling the water system in the area, customers may experience low water pressure at their tap. We need customers to keep their taps shut and use bottled water for drinking and cooking, which uses to allow the pipes and tanks to serving their neighborhoods to refill. So even though you may have low water pressure, that is not a going in for you to use your tap at this time. And this is assuming that you are presently under a boil water notice. Using tap water during these operations will cause a loss of pressure that is television and the quarter ranch. We're not in those areas, so just keep it right here. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app. One button for you. The U.S. Supreme Court's been asked to block a court order that was supposed to stop immigration agents from stopping people based on race, language, or location. Trump administration, which has been on the losing end of the argument, says a federal judge in L.A. threatens immigration agents' ability to enforce the law. Real support of the lower courts to judge.
Oh, check it out. She started hitting them. Oh, why you she out here going started.
She starts becoming more and more unpredictable every single time she comes into the room. She starts to bring with her this
somebody shit to spit on her lady face with the baby. Nah, she got a slap.
Did y'all see? Did y'all see the white woman that got in trouble for saying the N word? I know. Did y'all see? Did y'all see the
Excuse me, sir. I had a question right over here. Do you think two people could fit in this bed here?
Depends on their size.
Can we test out real quick?
Yeah, sure. Since I'm here to witness this.
Gotcha. Well, I was more so curious about two people. Do you think you could hop in with me? We don't gotta make a beer or anything. Of course. Gotcha. Let me roll on over here.
What were you thinking? Like just like regular, like sitting?
Yeah, it's like laying down right up here, chilling, watching a movie or something. Yeah.
Like this sturdy.
Do you think we can slip under the covers or no?
Probably not.
Okay, yeah.
Since it's a display out here.
I was just trying to like cuddle around or something like that. Gotcha. You think we could like role play or no?
Probably not.
Okay.
Because then again, I'm still on the clock.
Yeah. We can do that tonight. Yeah. What is that about? What do you think that is? About 4 inches? I think I might know. A thing or two about 4 inches. Probably.
Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
iHeartRadio Earth is here. A little tip for a healthier planet.
every dollar we spend on any
Earth is drinkable, and humans are using it faster than nature can replenish it. Reduce the amount of water you use in the bathroom. Turn the water off while you brush your teeth. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own.
I don't want to go through it again with the hammer. Oops. It is a repair patch. It doesn't take any mud. There's no spackling.
Podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Parties on this year.
Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio's there.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. You ever wonder?
Hey everybody, Dean Payne here. For those who don't know, I am a sworn law enforcement.
He was essentially sent in order to control. Inside the black hole, blackness could be a consequence of the way that we understand the universe. We have answers for you. I write original podcasts and design stuff. Join me for each one. Tackle questions you always wanted to know the answer to. Animals, space, our brains, and our bodies. Give yourself permission to be a science nerd. Let's go to science stuff.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AFI 640 and iHeartRadio station for stimulating talk.
That's the wrong bumper. That's my bad. Wrong bumper. Just have to the cars, but not there. Get my agents for a lot of people at our radio app and also on YouTube. We were going to talk about that. Actually, we are going to talk about the most stolen vehicles. And these are targeting one type of car above all others in the country. And it's far more frequently stolen than any other make or model. You're probably wondering, well, is it mine? Should I go out and check out my car? List 20, but we'll give you the top 10. These are the most stolen cars in America. Mark, you have any predictions before we get going? Hondas and Toyotas. No, customarily, that's the case. So I think these are great guesses to all.
I know for a fact it is not the Ford Bronco Sport.
Kia is because they have that issue with the whole USB thing. They were stealing Kias.
Definitely not the number one.
That's what I'm thinking. All right, let's see. Coming in at number 10. Dodge Ram 1500 cab, short wheelbase, four-wheel drive truck out soon. Coming in number 9. The most stolen cars in America. Land Rover Range Rover four-wheel drive. Really? Yeah, that sounds crazy. I know. Except ain't no luck. Yes, I get this dangerous car.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Ready to get your ass rocked? Zoot, remember that time I talked to you and you talked back? What's up, pimp?
I'm just chilling.
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
No, I mean, are you ready to get your fucking ass rocked?
Yeah.
Zoot, we're going to go over something, okay? In the history of your life, which is a considerable amount of time,
Really fat.
you have never beaten me in a game called Match Monsters. Were you aware of this fact?
Yeah, I'm aware.
Are you going to be able to change that?
Yeah. 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 Let's go.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Dude, I've now sent you an invitation. Remember that time that you selected a team? Are you going to go? Zoot.
Yeah. Oh. Oh no, this is not good.
What?
Oh, you chose the fire one on the. Oh.
Oh yeah, you're fucked, big dog.
Wait. What does red do?
If you get a red, it drops me by 5 points.
Does what back?
It like removes 5 points from me. Electro Claw.
Holy shit, that did no damage.
Yeah, Electro Claw is weak as fuck, son.
I'm just very discriminating when it comes to muscle cars, and I don't like the new Corvette ride style. No, I don't like that. You're right about that. Right. The new Camaros and Chargers.
I think the evolution.
The Charger, yes. The Charger, I'm like, you're not seeing them just out in the streets like that. Not right now. Out here.
The evolution for the electric one is like very powerful.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I think it sucks dick.
No, it gives you like so much grip power.
Dog, I'm gonna destroy you. This is like my home base.
Whoa, you get 20 HP attack?
What?
But the thing is, like, yours, it takes a lot to get to the end.
That's correct, son.
Okay.
Good move.
It's okay, mate. But I helped you a bit.
That's got this is definitely Midwest, like college town. Yeah. Johnny got a Camaro XYZ STL1. Congratulations.
Dude, this fucking
Does a lot of damage.
yeah, it does.
That does a lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
Number 13 Honda CRV hybrid four-wheel drive. Number 14 the GMC Sierra. 15 Dodge Durango two-wheel drive. 16 GMC Sierra.
You're good, Nick.
17 BMW X7 four-wheel drive. It's a large luxury.
Oh, you.
Oh, I bought the wrong one.
Why would you evolve that shitty? That guy sucks.
I bought the wrong one.
Southern California. And number 20 is Cadillac Escalade ESV four-wheel drive. It still sounds like vehicles are still.
You just helped me.
Right. Here are the least.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
ready? You ready to see what a lot of damage does?
Yep. That only does 10 damage.
But look, it gives me brain.
It gives you what?
It gives me brain. It gives me it automatically gives me power. Ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I gotta prevent you from getting that.
Fuck you.
I think that was a good move.
Yeah, I fucked up. Are you gonna go?
Yeah. That's gonna help you if I move there. Best move here. My best move might be this.
Tesla Model 3 4-wheel drive. Yeah. The resale market on parts, electric vehicles
Oh no!
almost non-existent.
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
you fucked me, you little cunt. Sorry for saying.
You're good. Thanks, big dog.
Okay, that's good. Okay, that's really good. Oh no! I give you an extra move and you heal. Yeah, you didn't heal that much.
I'm not talking about insurance. I'm not talking about lease. I'm just talking about the car itself. Yeah,
You win. You won.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did.
Alright, let's go again.
Dog, you got your ass whooped. You have 0 wins. Why do you think you're so dog shit?
Man.
So anytime there's a recall, which is fairly often, you can just disappear the car. Yeah, you can disappear the car. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's counterintuitive.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna pick something? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
I have a feeling that we're going to go into a water map. Fuck!
Electric one.
Oh, fuck.
2 tiles are electrified every turn, son. Are you gonna go?
I think that's going to help me.
That did help.
Sorry?
That was a good move. Dog, you fucked me.
No, there's the electric fire. But you helped me. That's not going to help me, though.
Nice extra move.
Didn't help much. The universe is not. Are you happy with your day?
Yeah, it was great. Hydro Rush?
Did I get an extra move?
I think so. Dude, you just destroyed me. Another Hydro Rush?
Yep. Oh. Boom.
That didn't make any sense.
I was trying to move it to the right. Brother, I just gave you. I might have gave you the game there.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
I mean, it was my fault. I slipped up. Hey, Rabbi.
Yo,
Why
pimp.
don't you do this?
You're up, big dog.
Okay, this is the better move. That's an okay move.
Oh, big time. Big time. Are you gonna go? Oh no.
Oh,
Extra move.
shit. Oh, shit. Which one do I vote?
Whatever you want, baby.
I'm gonna vote him because he's closer. What's the best move here?
This is gonna hurt, son.
Rabbi, it's your turn.
I know.
Oh no.
We're tied, son.
Yeah, but I am closer to beating him.
Are you gonna go?
Yep. And then I'm gonna do this.
My turn.
Fuck. Rabbi, I might have helped you.
I hurt myself.
But I might have.
I hurt myself.
I might have fucked you a little.
I hurt myself.
I might have fucked you a little. The fire guy is so powerful, but the problem is like he
So hard to get that many.
Shit's hard. Yeah.
You know that it's your turn?
Yeah. I think this is the best ever.
Hydro Rush.
Yep. Oh, I'm not involved. That's the problem. Oh, you just helped me. Right, you just helped me. Oh, what? Oh, no, you helped me.
Extra move. And you're evolved.
Yep. Yep. Okay, now I'm in front.
Some of the buses will run on alternative fuel sources, like probably gas, natural gas, improved
Okay.
and Wi-Fi on board all 1,000 buses in the fleet.
You're up, pimp.
Here's what I think is the best part. All the buses have been outfitted with GPS technology that connects to an app, which will allow parents and school officials to track the movements and schedules of each bus. That's kind of cool. That's a good way of utilizing technology. I was a kid, unfortunately.
Big dog.
My parents taught at every school I attended.
Oh, what a big heel leaf.
Fuck.
What a big win, son.
Fuck, you were so far behind as well.
Did you know you just lost?
Yep, let's go again.
There's nothing I can get away with. Academic. So there was nothing like one. We had this thing called VLers behind the library where people go to smoke cigarettes.
I am going to do.
Impossible. I grew up in a latchkey generation, but I never had a key to my house because they wouldn't have allowed it. Anytime I was going to enter the house, they had to know about it. That is a nightmare. Oh, no, it is. It is. And we had issues along the way. Let's put it that way. You must have acted out in some way. Oh, absolutely. I don't know if they still do it today, but it used to be where you have citizenship grades. You have your letter grade, and then you have citizenship grades, and it's excellent, satisfactory, unsatisfactory. I would get an A.
How about showtime?
I know.
Citizenship. Because I was just going to be a smart ass. I was mouthing off all the time. As far as I was concerned, I'm getting the grade. So shut up, mom. Okay. I didn't get the good grades either.
Ready?
What is this? You have citizenship grades. You're going to have to explain that fascist system we had to the young person. Citizenship, we graded on how we comported ourselves, whether we behaved in class, and we got either E for excellent, S for satisfactory, or U for unsatisfactory.
Extra
No,
move.
I think you already won.
Extra move. How did I already win?
Look how shit I'm doing.
Well, you always do shit, dog.
Look how far ahead of you are with me right now.
You have the lead.
I don't even have a score. Anyway. You can do so much damage to me right now. That works. Okay. I'm winning.
You stole my guy.
And I get an extra move. Okay, we're tied.
Are you gonna go?
And I am going to fuck you a little bit. Okay. That worked. Rabbi, who do you think is going to win?
I am.
What if I do this?
You did a really good move.
No. And
I believe she's still with us. Fourth grade was Harold Crumley. He's passed on. Fifth grade was Shirley Traver. Who's that one with the great name that I want to use in the story? You had one with just a bad sixth grade. And that was Cletus Nesselman. I got it right there.
that was the best move you could have made.
Thanks, baby.
But that was the worst move you could have made because you didn't block the fire. They just do 20 points damage. Oh, even better. Right?
No way.
How much does it do?
What are you saying, Zoot?
Which one do I involve?
Look who it is.
Oh shit, you scared me. Is it Riza?
100%.
No.
What up, pimp? How are you?
Doing good. What are y'all up to?
Losing to Zoot and Match Monsters?
You're not losing.
You dragged him in to Match Monsters again?
Technically, he introduced the game to us.
Yeah, well, I didn't think you guys were playing.
Fuck. Oh, fuck. Not good. Not good. Really not good.
He'll leave.
Yeah, but the good news is I can do this.
Zoot, do your thing where you go, I just won.
Can't say it if it's not true.
Can. I might have just won. Okay, you just got an extra turn. Rabbi, I don't think he scored that. I don't think it's going to be that great, though. Oh, he's got 7. And he's evolving. Fuck.
You're up, pimp.
You're evolving. You don't get it, though.
I think you get plus 10 healing. if you evolve in this one.
You get plus 10 health if you evolve.
I think so. Evolving restores 10 hit points. What'd you say?
Water and fire.
I'm green and red. Oh, Zoot, you just fucked me. Zoot! That was uncool.
Some unclear copy here, so we'll just move ahead. Sergeant Cornelius Radford was tackled by other soldiers and helped to legally arrested. He's believed to have used his own personal gun and shooting, not an army-issued weapon. And 2 people have died this morning when a helicopter crashed into a barge in the Mississippi River near East Alton, Illinois. Missouri Highway Patrol confirmed no one was on the barge and no other injuries. They say the helicopter ran into a power line before it crashed. It's about 20 miles.
Rabbi, have you heard Duke recently say that he has to go walk his dog?
No.
I haven't heard that shit in a long time.
Yeah, how is Yoshi doing?
Sorry.
Zoot, did you know it's 4 days away from you doing stand-up comedy?
Yep.
Are you going to do it this time?
Yep.
Like, you're not going to pussy out? You're not going to be late?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Are you excited to do it?
Yep. Are you excited to get hit hard?
Yeah, hit me with it, baby. Oh, you just healed? Son, you just healed?
No, I didn't heal.
Son, you just healed?
How do you heal from evolving?
Dude, you're going to destroy me. Just do it, Zoot. Do it. $20 damage. Oh, man.
20 damage, yeah. Oh, you just healed though.
No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Barely.
You just healed, but you're in a shitty situation.
Zoot.
So I can do this.
Let's see you do it. Do it, Zoot.
I just won.
Fuck you, Zoot. Zoot got his first win. Riser, are you ready for golf?
How does it feel to lose when you have a healer on your team?
Dog, I let you win. I got distracted by Riser. Riser, we're waiting on you, dude. What are you going to do? Just J-Yor? Zoot, do you know what it means to J-Yor?
No.
J-Yor means jerking yourself off raw. Riser, what are you doing, dog? Are you just J-Yoring? Dog. Riser, you have the invitation.
I'm here.
Oh, no, hit the tree. Boy, I gave you guys easy shots. Zoot might have had one of the worst shots you could have had. Now it's Riser's turn. Riser's just J-Yorn. No.
Fuck you. What? No.
Thank you. Riser, thank you. Riser, did you know you gave me one extra point? Riser, did you know that you gave me one extra point?
Yeah, I mean host advantage at its finest.
Yeah, Rabbi's going to go into the. That blocks everyone from getting
hard. Hard.
He blocked everyone from getting a hole. He blocked you from being able to get a hole in one. And I knew you guys were going to do that to actually help me out of anyone.
Stop. Stop.
Why don't you just make the shot?
I mean, I have the advantage here. You know that I'm scored a point above both of you because of the way you play. Like, Rabbi, you're on your third shot right now.
I know, baby. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is. Look how good a shot this is.
Riser, go the other way. You don't have a chance.
I would have fucked up. He's not going to make it. Nope.
You have to make the shot, Riser.
This would be a big shot for Riser. Too bad he hit it too hard.
Look who's in the lead.
Dude, no one, not Riser and not I, are worried about you right now.
I mean, shot like that. That was a good shot.
That was a good shot, son.
I mean, I probably helped you, but you did the worst shot I've ever seen.
Totally.
Oh. Riser, if you get rid of the tree for me on the left, it's perfect. Okay. We can work with that.
Hit that tree.
Alright, go to the right. Good. Oh, go in. Wow. You might have the win here.
So, bye-bye. So I have 5 points. I have 5 points.
WTF, dog.
Maximum.
Oh, thanks, big dog. You're done. You're done. Dude, I have to make this.
You're going to miss. I can already tell from here that's a miss. Easy miss.
Okay.
You have to make your shot because you went before me.
Yeah, you know this is in. Like one of the greatest shots. Fuck.
I beat Rabbi and Riser.
When's the last time Zoot beat us?
He hasn't won yet. It could very well still be a tie.
You give me the worst fucking hole imaginable.
Or Workman blames the field.
Even if I don't score here, I'm still in the lead. That's a good shot.
Yeah.
That was a really good shot.
You're fucked, Zoot. That's a bad shot. Oh,
No, it was a
beautiful.
really good shot.
Beautiful, dude.
Now Riser has to help me.
No, he doesn't.
If he wanted to get free, he should have helped me.
Oh, Zoot.
Riser, we're giving Rabbi the lead here.
Yeah, a little bit. That's fine.
Riser, bad shot.
Dude, you need to get this ball in the hole in the next 3 shots.
Next 2 shots for me.
Yeah.
And I have to score a 0.
Oh, there's a chance.
There is a chance.
It'd have to be the greatest shot of all time.
Zoot, it would have to be the greatest shot of all time. But there's kind of an angle. Too hard.
Yeah, bounce it out. That whole bullshit.
Dude, I saw this guy. I saw this guy do this amazing shot one time on here not too long ago. He hit it all the way to the end and then went like diagonally. It was, I think, a phenomenal strategy.
Are you gonna try it?
No. Oh, that's a good shot.
Do water bump Rabbi if you want to win. Just knock his ball down further. That was not. Now you gave him a water bump.
Look how good this water bump is.
Water bump.
That's in the water.
That's a high IQ.
High IQ is right.
Why would you do that? You're never going to win if you just keep water bumping.
You're the one who started it. Oh, what an amazing shot.
Wait till you see my next shot.
I think I'm a genius. I think I'm a genius.
Would you invent something cool with it or solve a problem?
That's water bumpable.
That's a genius shot.
Stop. Oh, are you kidding me?
Water.
Are you kidding me? Get him, Riser. Riser, what are you doing?
Riser on our time.
No, you're not.
I just won.
You lost.
7-3, 7-4, 7-4-4-4.
I can't believe Zoot just won.
Yeah, because you guys were being stupid.
Remember that time I had one of the greatest shots that we've ever seen on this hole? What are you gonna do, Zoot?
Yeah, but you're in the net.
Zoot, what are you
You're in
gonna
the
do?
wrong place because
Zoot, what are you gonna do?
the hole.
Zoot, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
It's definitely not there. Riser, what are you gonna do?
The hole underneath the barn. That was a good shot. Now I'm in the best position out of anyone.
Dude, help me take out the 10.
Zoot, take out the windmill. Windmill, dog.
Not in the
Windmill.
window. Where's the shadow, dude?
Barn.
Doghouse.
Take out the 10.
Doghouse.
Bad shot. It's underneath the barn. Told you it's underneath the barn. I'm just going to help Rabbi when I do this.
Doghouse.
You mean the doghouse? Dude?
Yeah, I think it is.
Oh!
Rabbi's in the worst position.
Even
Dude,
worse
make
now.
Make it.
I think I am gay.
Did you just say you think you're gay?
Yeah.
Said I'm gay.
That doesn't even make sense. What would make
I think
sense?
I beat Rabbi.
Dog, STFU, man.
I am going to agree. Well, like you.
Marsha, I know that beyond the conversation of AI, every single device in the IoT Internet of Things will possess, include AI. Always have a reasonable assumption. Your refrigerator is going to have AI.
Oh, that was almost a really good shot. Zoot, hit your ball. No, that was a bad shot. Riser, what did you think of that shot?
See you guys.
Zoot fucked you. Hey, Riser, what did you think of the William Montgomery show this week?
I didn't watch it.
I thought you were a fan of William Montgomery.
I just didn't like the guy based on the profile. I didn't watch it.
You have something against fat dudes?
No?
Riser, Zoot, that's going to hit that ball. This is a bad shot, Zoot.
That's good, dude. Good.
Bad shot, Zoot.
Hey.
What'd you think of those angles, Riser? Riser, what'd you think of those angles, son?
There's no way I can win.
Why do you say that?
Because you both are in front of me.
That's incorrect, son.
You both have jet to shoot before me.
Oh, okay.
That was a terrible shot by me.
Oh, yeah.
Quit with that bullshit, Zoot.
I don't have any stickers or badges yet.
What are you doing?
Are you gonna make this shot, Riser? Riser, that was garbage. Oh boy, that's a close one. Zoot, what are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, Riser? What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? That's a miss. That's an obvious miss. Obvious miss. Look how sick that shot is. Zoot, you have a big shot here. And you just missed it. Zoot's done. Zoot is done.
Has dude ever gotten to him?
No, that's impossible. That's goofy talk. Riser, that shot is absolute dog shit. Oh, that is a great shot, dude. He just left.
Yeah. I don't know why. Are you surprised?
Look how good this shot is. Do you think that's one of the best shots you've ever seen?
No.
Don't water bump me.
I hate this thing.
Look how sick this shot is. Riser, what are your thoughts on you being many shots away from the hole? In the water. In the water, son. Look how perfect that shot was. Dog, we're looking at one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Oh, I have to go first? That's unfortunate. Stop. Are you going to water bump me? What are you going to do, son? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Are you proud of that shot?
Oh, yeah, I'm proud of it. So I'm proud of stuff.
Oh, are you serious? Are you? No, I'm not.
Look at this shot. Ready?
No way. That's going in the water. No way. What are you doing?
You are so done. It's not even funny. Water.
But they're getting clicks, so they're advertising. See, now we make money in many different ways.
No way do you make this. Newfie as fuck, dude. Newfie as fuck.
Those things are expensive, and as far as I can tell, they don't do that.
And they want to need that glue at the end when they get fired.
You sent me 2 invites. I don't know if we're in the same game.
Dog, just you're in the right one. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J-Yor?
Oh, I didn't put on the green guy.
Oh, well, it looks like you fucked up, son. You chose the red guy?
I meant to choose the fucking green guy.
Are you gonna go? What a major miss. Extra move.
So to maintain firefighting readiness, we pre-deployed additional resources and had them strategically positioned in the affected areas for the engine production.
I don't think so.
The research shows the death toll from the wildfires in LA in January is much higher than what's been reported.
While the official death toll stands at 31, the actual number of fire-related fatalities is actually 440, according to a research paper published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. The study shows the additional deaths are
Oh, the green ones?
factors such as
That sucks.
exacerbated by smoker stress and indirect causes
Dog,
disruptions to health systems
I can't do anything.
Yeah.
What should I do? Dude, what should I do?
Fuck J-Lo.
Are you gonna go? Extra move, dog.
Well, if you get 2 crosses, you get 9.
Yeah, you didn't know that? Same if you get an L, son. Well, why don't you figure it out? Play the game more. Did you know it's your turn?
What happens if you don't do a turn?
It just skips. Dog. Nothing is good here. Dog.
You have a green one you can do.
Dude, I just gave you something good.
You fucked up.
STFU, dog. I gave you 2 really good things. Oh, dog, don't do it. You fucked up.
Where are you talking about?
Doug, what do I do?
How did you big move?
Dude, STFU, you stole my guy. You stole my guy. Doug, you evolved that guy?
Yeah, because there's going to be less Fucking red squares coming out.
know that they're the ones who are running the largest child abuse websites on the darknet. Journalists working to expose the darkest corners of the internet.
That's your playroom floor. That's your baby's clothes. That's my house.
The police hunt down online predators.
Are you fucking serious? Dude, I just helped you a lot. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna jail? Good job. The ice is there, dog. Dude, what are you doing with this Hydro Rush bullshit? Flair, bitch. You aren't even a fan of his. You didn't even watch him. What is yesterday's episode on your, like, in your basket of episodes you're just holding off on? Yo, dog, I just asked you a question. Are you going to answer it, son? Yo, dog. Why not? Why didn't you watch the episode? If you say you're a fan of William Montgomery, you watch his good episodes, you watch his bad episodes, you don't discriminate against people based on their size. Are you proud of that move? Look how sick this move is. Oh, what a terrible move. 20 damage. Dude, what do I do?
Obvious move. It's so obvious it's painful. That doesn't know. That doesn't know.
Are you gonna go?
Specifically related with motel. That's something we talk about often on the show, movies and movie theaters. And we've talked about how movie theaters were specifically trying to make more money, get another stream of income, if you will.
Dog.
I don't like this map.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
You fucked up. You fucked up. You're done. May as well just give up now.
I'm talking about full-blown commercials, which are after the lights have come down. I'm not talking about the M&Ms. I'm not talking about what they say, don't talk or text. I'm talking specifically about this product or that product.
show, if you will, 28 to 30 minutes long of you watching trailers and adverts. And so people started saying,
Look how sick this move is.
half hour in which I'm going to be watching this non-movie content. People like Mark Runner, people like 12 Sharp say, hey, why don't we just show up a little bit later, like a half hour later? Why? Because
Are you gonna go?
you have reserved seating. You don't have to fight for a seat or make a point to claim a seat. You probably have already purchased your seat or reserved your seat weeks or months in advance. To all of them, I hate to tell all this business, but whenever a movie goes on sale, he wants to see it. He will often buy the ticket the first day.
Smoke you.
So he knows
Shut the fuck up.
where he's going to be, when he's going to be, what scene he's going to be in, and what time the movie starts. And the listed movie time
Yo,
Play
pimp.
basketball or archery or something.
actually starts. So when a company
What, you feel like you should get to be able to request? You think you should fucking be able to request? Who the fuck do you think you is, baby? Who the fuck do you think you is?
I want to see a crazy movie right now.
Yeah. Let's see it, baby. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen. Like I've been playing this game for some time, and literally you just had one of the worst shots maybe in the history of this game, and it's like thousands of years old. Your dog shit shot will rest in the annals of history as one of the worst shots anybody's ever seen ever. Now you ready for a newfie shot, son?
I'm waiting for it. What happened? I missed it. You shoot it into the thing.
Did I put the slider into the hole? Did I put the slider in the pocket? Yeah, I did. Purposefully. To make you feel like you had a chance of winning. That's a terrible shot. No way, you could do the thing here. Get it, baby. I ain't mad at you. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Dude, that's baller. But are you gonna go? So do you want to know what you missed in the William Montgomery show?
Okay.
One of the greatest William Montgomery shows ever. They talked about being redheads, and they talked about their dogs, and they talked about Las Vegas, and it was that fat guy, William Montgomery, and then their girlfriends off camera, and so you got to hear all of that goodness. Joe Rogan was on it. Did you just hear me? Joe Rogan was on it. Tony Hinchcliffe was on it. Madonna came on. They also had.
Why are you lying?
They also had Enrique Iglesias. He made an appearance. And then they did call-ins. They had Ghislaine Maxwell call in. They had Donald Trump call in right after her. It was pretty amazing. Then they had Casey Rocket on. He called in. Then they had Brian Redband. He called in. They had Wayne Gretzky on. Wayne Gretzky actually devoted his career to William Montgomery, which I thought was really nice. Then they had on Ava Longoria. That was really neat. They had on Ed O'Neill. That was cool. They had the whole cast of Happy Gilmore 2 on. Everybody. Even that lady who died at the beginning. Then they had on I wouldn't say they necessarily had him on, but they had a tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner. They also had a tribute to Ozzy Osbourne. They had a tribute to Hulk Hogan and Lonnie Anderson, which I thought was really touching that they would include Lonnie Anderson. I didn't know if they'd have time to do it, to have a tribute to her, but they did. And I really thought the tribute to Malcolm Jamal Warner was really tasteful. They had a highlight clip of his most famous times on the Cosby Show. So they had Gordon Gartrell on. They had the one where Stevie Wonder's on. Stevie Wonder showed up. I thought that was really cool. And it was a jam-packed William Montgomery show. They also had on Mario Andretti. They had on Michael Andretti. They also had on Sydney Sweeney. She talked about her jeans ad. And they had the cast of The Fighter and the Kid. They were on. So Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, he was on. And then they had on, I thought this is, do you know who Timmy No Breaks is? Of course you don't, but they had Timmy No Breaks on. They had Howie Mandel on, which I thought was cool. Then, I mean, the thing that I thought was probably one of the coolest parts of the episode was when Michael Jordan was on. They had Michael Jordan and LeBron James, and they played one-on-one basketball against each other, not just in real life, but also on NBA Jam, which I just thought was really cool. Like, it was tasteful. It was a really tasteful episode. So after Michael Jordan and LeBron James played one-on-one and then played NBA Jam against each other, and they tied. They tied at the end, which wasn't even possible in that game. But they tied, and then they all had sundaes, like ice cream sundaes, and I think a couple people had banana splits. I'm almost certain Erica had a banana split, though she wasn't on camera, so you don't really know. But she was talking about how much she liked banana splits. Then they also had on Phil Jackson, former coach of the Bulls and the Lakers. And then they had on Kobe Bryant's widow, Vanessa Bryant, and she declared her love for William, which, Erica kind of got mad about. Then they had on Tyler Halliburton. Dick Cheney showed up. Dick Cheney, he came in via satellite. That was really interesting. It was a really cool show. Why didn't you watch it? Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention. I was telling you about the William Montgomery episode.
Basketball. Are you proud of that summer?
Why do you like basketball so much? I thought you hate flick games.
Basketball is only good for
For like what?
Basketball is the only good flick game.
Next night is the game of record, and the Cubs beat the Mets 6-4. And today in 2006, Roger Goodell is chosen as the NFL's next commissioner. Goodell joined the NFL League office in 1984 as an assistant in the public relations department. Now you know. Today is sports history on iHeartRadio.
You wanted to be a teacher when you were little, but you grew up and things changed. Well, it's time to
Are you proud of that? 9 points? That's good.
Yeah.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Do you want to hear who else was on the William Montgomery show?
No. Yeah.
Dude, 2 swishes? You're on fire, son. You could quit. You could quit. 3 swishes? Dude, 10 points on the second level is unheard of.
And my dog is like in the way, like it's ready to cook it.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
Trade a dog shelter.
We will. We're going to call it the Rabbi Made a Comeback Dog Shelter in honor of Yellow.
It all comes out of it.
All right. Well, do you want to hear what's on the William Montgomery show or no?
I don't. I made that extremely clear. Yo!
That was
God
good.
damn it.
That was good.
Fuck. Why are you here?
It's over. It's over, son.
No!
What a comeback. Dog. What a comeback. What are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed?
My dog was literally like doing my last round.
Dog, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, what do you want me to do about it?
Send me an invite.
I just did. I've realized that you have stolen all of my comebacks.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
Nope.
That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. But you're not doing as well as you did the first game. You played balls to the walls the first game. 8 points. That's still good. Not as good as.
I told you that your comebacks were actually stolen from other people.
I would tell you that you're a liar. You're a straight up liar, son. All my shit is fucking.
You said that before.
I don't take anybody's shit. You call me a comeback thief? Whoa. How'd you like that one, son? Remember that time you critiqued all of my comebacks and I came out with 13 points? Do you remember that? You're done. 17. Are you proud of that?
I haven't even tried yet. So. I don't need stolen comebacks to help me.
Did you? Yeah, well, guess what? Look at the scoreboard, son. Look at the scoreboard. Perfect shot. Dude, you're on fire. Dog. 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 Dog.
Oh.
Are you proud of that? Are you proud of that?
I'm going to lose by 1 again. Let's see. No. No. No, 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 no.
Doug, what are your thoughts? Do you want to be interviewed?
You had a crazy first round there.
Doug, do you want to be interviewed? Well, you are being interviewed. Okay, what are your thoughts on getting your ass handed to you? Go.
I'd do the same thing if it was in an athletic sport such as archery, not a flicky bullshit sport.
That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. That was good. If you suck, are you ready for this?
Let's do it.
Well, that's a good one to go out on, but yeah, but they can get my money since then. That's the problem.
Oh, what the fuck is this? No way.
Dog.
Jesus.
Dog, what are your thoughts? In the first round, I doubled you. Dog. Dog, what are your thoughts? That's a miss. Make. That's a miss. A big miss. That's a big swish. Are you going to be able to get 14 in the second round? Oh, look at you tying it up, taking the lead. Oh, big time. Big round. 11, dog. That's really good if you suck dick.
Let's see you beat 11 right now. I want to see it. The people want to see it. And this might be a record score here for you.
I mean, maybe. I'm not even trying. That was pretty good. 27. Are you ready for a record?
Let's see this high score. Terrible start.
Terrible start.
High score, geez.
Terrible start.
Terrible start.
Fire finish, baby. Fire finish, baby.
Wow, what the hell?
How'd you like that?
That was crazy.
Riser, how'd you like that?
Quick draw time.
This sucks, and I have to go first. Now, don't distract me.
Oh no. Not as good in archery as basketball. Oh no way. No way. Why is my target all the way to the thing?
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
But it's still for me and my lifestyle. What I was paying for direct TV satellite, I'm not still anywhere close. I'm still under $100. Do you share that with anybody? I'm not saying that. No, of course not. They need to bust you out on the air. That's inappropriate. That's downright stealing. No, you believe in the law. I should make that clear to everybody listening right now. Sam, the sex doctor, joins us next. This labor punk KYH.
Oh bullshit. What? How do you instant fire like that?
Yo, Doug, what do you want me to do about it? You need 2 bullseyes. That's 1. You need a second one here. A big shot for you, son. and he gets it. No way. Oh, what a bullshit thing at the end.
What do you want me to do? Oh, you need a couple big shots here. Let's fuck this up. Let's fuck it up. Last one. Let's fuck it up.
Groups identified Home Depot, Walmart, Target, McDonald's, and others as their targets. Next Tuesday, groups are calling on workers to stay home.
You need one shot, 1 point.
I don't know how the hell it's saying that I got less shots off than you. You take forever to hit. Shoot, I literally shoot way faster. Oh yeah. Have to change the game mode, of course. Changes the game mode, folks, so you can have infinite time practically to shoot the arrow. And still you screw it up.
Dude, how about you just go and you quit flapping your lip? Oh, that's a big make. You just need 2 8s. Are you going to be able, or 2 8s? That's a 9. You just need a 7 here, son. Can you get a 7? Are you going to be able to get a 7?
U.S. tariffs imposed on dozens of countries have gone into effect. President Trump's policy includes the European Union, Japan, and South Korea as of midnight.
More than 90 countries now facing tariffs ranging from 50%
Colossal
to
fuck up. Not good.
Doug, I'll take that.
Those tariffs will be paid by companies, regardless of what the cost may be passed on to consumers.
ABC's Rachel Scott reports the higher import tax is supposed to encourage foreign investment in America. There are signs, however, of a hiring slowdown and rising inflation.
Dude, that's a big bullseye. You need at least a 6 here. Are you going to be able to get it? Are you going to be able to get a 6? That was not good. I'm about to put you away,
Talking
right?
in my backswing, it's actually kind of rude. Usually you don't talk.
Dude, I can't. You're making me laugh.
Usually you let the sport shooter concentrate and not.
Dude, you're making me laugh. Shut the fuck up.
Usually what happens is that.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Dude, shut the fuck up. I can't believe that you want me to tell you more about the William Montgomery show from yesterday. You just need 2 7s, dog. Don't fuck up. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. Don't get a 6. And he just got a bullseye. All you need is a 4. Don't fuck this up. Like you did before.
Oh, I almost messed it up.
Yes, you did.
Literati.
Oh, it's over.
You didn't get a single bullseye that game.
Okay, well, what the fuck you want me to do about it?
I'm just saying that's embarrassing.
Now, you said something that I find very offensive, that I steal all of my comebacks. I want to know what comeback you think I've stolen, because all of my comebacks are organic, son.
Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
I'm waiting, dude.
I have to concentrate.
Doug, no one wants to hear your bullshit excuses.
Vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
We're live everywhere on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, the iHeartRadio app. It is now time for the Sex Doctor, Sam Zia, who joins us in studio. Good evening, brother. How you doing tonight?
Good. It's good seeing you. How's it going?
It's going well. You and I have discussed this next topic any number of times. How this country specifically can
Fucking go there.
as it relates to sex, comparatively speaking to other countries around the world. We have had some
What do you want me to do about it, son? What do you want me to do about it, son?
for centuries. Some are still there. Some have been overturned. You think we're getting a little better, and then we go back, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back.
God damn it.
Where are we now in a litigious sense, in a legal sense, with dealing with the idea of sex in America?
Well, we were talking a couple weeks ago. We brought in the giant box of sex toys and all novelty.
Doug, I can't believe how long you take. Are you serious? That's what you just did?
These fucking words suck so much. Or the letters, the letters, whatever. I just handed you a gift for no reason. No, you can't go there. Go to a different side.
There she is. Miss Aquarius. Oh boy. Let's see if I can play 2 games at once. All right, Miss Aquarius, are you ready? It's going to take too long.
We can play tomorrow.
Nope, we're playing tonight, girl.
Mother.
Yo.
Hi.
What's up?
How are you?
Losing at literati, but we're gonna get.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good. Oh, here you go. Yay. Okay. All right. You can play 2 games. Let's go. Okay.
I'm going to try.
Can't understand. Hey, wherever you are. There you go.
So it's kind of law specifically about billion. I didn't say that. They play the promos all day. Come on. No, not just people always want to blame me for everything I didn't say. That's what I'm clear. I said when you gotta get that supplement. We can test out that stuff with that entire city right there in Alexandria, Minnesota. Logan County, Colorado. It's illegal to kiss a woman as she's asleep. Yeah, that's consent. You need consent. I can't kiss my wife.
Go, Rabbi.
She's asleep. Like, for example, my wife can kiss me fine, and I can be asleep, but she's getting ready to leave to go to work. That's kind of like our routine. Yeah, that would be illegal. No, it's not illegal.
Yay. Okay.
Let's see.
He multitasking. I like that.
I'm doing what I can, girl.
I'm trying. What's y'all playing?
Literati.
Oh, they did say that. Go, Rabbi. You go. Go, Rabbi. If you can't, don't do it. Okay. Good job.
Yes. No, it doesn't say sitting. It just says you can't do it.
Mm.
Okay, I was hoping you can't be sitting or lying in bed having a beer. If you want to stand in bed, go ahead. But no, they specify you can't just be in bed doing it.
Okay.
Trenton, Utah, it's a crime for a woman
All
to have
right.
sex with a man who is in an
Next.
ambulance. She can be charged with wrongdoing and her name will be published in the newspaper.
It doesn't delineate between riding as someone who's an aide or someone who's actually a paramedic.
It doesn't specify. It is a crime for a woman to have sex with a man.
But it's not a crime for the man to have sex with that woman.
Exactly.
What in the world was on that thing?
Having sex with another woman, they don't specify.
You just can't. It's blowing my brain.
Yeah. In Hastings, Nebraska, law states that people visiting hotels must have white nightgowns. And like if a couple wants to have sex in a hotel in Hastings, Nebraska, they must wear these clean nightgowns, which are
All right, Rabbi, next. Let's pray.
How are they supposed to know this? Like, do they have cameras inside your bedroom or something?
Yeah, but these laws probably predate cameras. Security cameras.
Yeah. So somebody has
Nice job, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you.
Hey, I get to see you in that nightgown.
You gonna do one more?
Absolutely.
Yay. There we go. Let's go.
Both of them have to be. No couple is allowed to have sex in a hotel unless they're wearing these clean shirts. In Michigan, I'm apparently, I lived in Michigan for a couple years. I'm apparently a felon. It is
Oh, all right, Rabbi, you got this. Next.
This law has been on the books since 1931. It states that any man who shall seduce and debauch any unmarried woman shall be guilty of a felony. Prison, 5 years of prison, a fine no more of $2,500. Man, I don't know if I should put you guys into that. I have debauched a few people. I'm just thinking of
I've never heard that used as a word. It's a verb. I've heard it used as like a noun, watch. Yeah, but not like verb.
Oh, that was a good spin.
I mean, do like cops interfere with debauch?
Rabbi.
Like, do you have the law?
Debauch you. See the debauch out of you. That doesn't work.
I'm tired of
Get it.
it. Yay. Oh.
No.
People about polygamy. In the instruction on polygamy, it says it is illegal to teach any other doctrine, principle, or tenets, or any of them of polygamy. You are not allowed to teach any of that stuff. It covers a $500 fine and 6 months in jail.
Does it mean that it's also illegal to engage in polygamy or just don't teach about polygamy?
Don't teach about it. It's engage with it.
Yay. Good strike.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can you give knowing winks? like give like that, like little like suggestive eyebrow raise. Hey, do you? I'm Robert. Robert. I believe in polygamy. I'm not teaching. I'm not teaching.
Riser, what'd you think of that one?
There you go. That is right. Let's go.
It is illegal to have pillows that are in the shape of women's breasts and having them displayed along the side of the hive.
That is so damn specific.
Yeah.
It's also reversed because women's breasts are in the shape of pillows. Get it correct, William.
And it says vendors can't sell or even display booby pillows within 1,000
All right, Rabbi.
feet of a highway.
You got this. You got 2 strikes, so. Yes, there we go. Okay. Good spare. Go, there we go. Strike, strike. Okay, you got it. Yay! Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll play again, guys. Winning tomorrow.
Absolutely. Take care. Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
You too. I stay in here, okay?
Excellent.
Remember?
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah. Okay. In the morning. Night, brother. Night.
Riser, what's it feel like to be losing to a person who's not even paying attention to your game?
They're the luckiest mothers. I'm not even kidding. I get the most bullshit. Like,
No, what do you want me to do about it?
yeah.
Joy? That was great, dude.
34. Oh, so good. Fuck off.
I mean, what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
Oh.
This is the Shock Incarceration Podcast. What would you do if one bad decision forced you to choose between a maximum security prison or the most brutal boot camp designed to be hell on earth? Unfortunately for Mark Lombardo, this was the choice he faced. He said, "You are a number, a New York State number, and we own you." Listen to Shock Incarceration on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Shock Incarceration and start listening on the free iHeart Radio
He's
app.
gotten 3 after this game, which is
I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, I'm asking you a question, and you have refused to answer it. What do you want me to do about it?
I'm just pointing out the fact.
Did you know Diddy is planning a Madison Square Garden concert when he gets out? Yo, Doug, what are your thoughts on that? The largest unsolved crime in Canadian history.
This meme was never funny. I don't know what the fuck. You're making fun of a plane crash or something.
That happened like 50 years ago. I don't think it's funny. I'm just asking you, what do you think of it? You didn't even know it existed. I had to educate you on it. You didn't even know about it. It's your own history.
No one has ever heard of that shit.
And I had to educate you on it.
Get ready for Greatest Escapes, a new comedy podcast about the wildest true escape stories in history. Very few people know this story. Each week, I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers and comedians. People like Ed Helms, and he climbed up and was just like, "Ah!" Diane Guerrero. And she goes, "You're on your own. You have to run." And Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I love storytelling and I love good stories.
What the fuck is Val? What the fuck is Val?
Oh, you don't know what Val is?
No, what is it?
It's the 6th letter of the Hebrew alphabet. You should know that.
Dude, okay, I know that, but that's not an English word.
Well, that's how you spell it in English.
I did not know that counts in this game. Considering it's another language.
What the fuck is this?
Yeah, dog, what do you want me to do about it?
Look at this bullshit game. Seriously.
And that's not even the standard way that it's spelled in Hebrew. It's generally spelled VAV. Dog, how is it that you were beating me by so much, and then it's just like I went into another gear, and now I'm up by more than 70 points? How is that? I think it's one of the greatest games in the history of mankind, in the history of humankind.
If it was good at you getting me fucking actual non-bullshit fucking word. I love you. Do you know what va means?
I know what Vav means. I know Va is an alternative spelling of Vav, but that's not generally used. And it's another language, so I didn't think it would be allowed.
First place we're going to stop is in Lebanon, where sexual relationships with animals are allowed as long as the animal is of the opposite sex. Get bestiality out. You can do whatever, providing, including hedgehogs. Providing. The object of your affection is not the same sex as you. Yes, because they're really against gay relationships.
No way, don't do that. You're not going to be able to do that.
Maybe if I had more time, I could have spoken this to you longer. That's just my name.
Anyone caught in the act of masturbating will be beheaded.
Dude, I only have vowels left. There's a chance you could win.
Yeah, I only have 8 tiles left, so I need to somehow get crazy way.
Dude, you could make a comeback. Welcome.
Who said welcome to Snap?
Yo, dog, you got to be 18 to be in here. How old are you?
Hey, I'm 18.
No, you're not. You need to leave.
No, I'm not.
You need to leave, or I will ban you.
You sound like a 40-year-old. You're a pedophile.
That's because I am a 40-year-old. I'm glad I saw my age.
You're a pedophile.
Get out of here, garbage. All right, here we go.
Saying a pedophile.
Get out of here, dude.
No, dude. You pedophile?
Ban.
People on Discord are so interesting.
Agreed.
That's why they have it so pixelated. Yeah. And it's all you know that you said that really fast. I did know that. I went to Japan a couple years ago and I looked down when I went to the bathroom to see if I was pissing. And I was disappointed when I wasn't. But it was I got remarks. It's not like you. But because of these laws, it led to the creation of tentacle porn, which is something that is a thing in the Japanese manga and anime. Yes. Hentai. Yeah, that's what it is. Want to elaborate? People don't know. It's animation that does a lot of suggestive stuff without showing, because it's illegal to show humans procreating a physical act. So they'll substitute a human appendage for an octopus appendage. It's animated, folks. It's not real.
Dog, this is the best game you've ever had against me, and you're still gonna lose unless you have something really good here. Oh, baby, he came back. That's what I like to see, baby. That's what I like to see.
Are you gonna get the 300?
Yeah.
Wow, you literally stole my word.
I mean, what do you want me to do about it?
You stole my word like twice.
Dog, what do you want me to do boot it? Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
You fucking fucked it up so I can't play words.
I mean, again, do you want to know what my opinion is on the matter? What do you want me to do about it, baby?
I have a word, but I don't know if I can place it anywhere.
You are still looking for these loopholes. It's still pornographic. Also, and I think we can cap it off with this one. Australia, they have. It's interesting. There's spiders in Australia, so yeah, that's all right. But they have a fear.
Are you gonna win?
Save me, why? Save me, why? Come on, why?
You're just randomly putting that anywhere. I know where you can put a Y. I know where you can put a Y.
That basically says if you're going to have somebody naked, or publications are going to have offensive depictions or descriptions of people.
300.
Oh, I was close there. I fucked up a few times, and also the game doesn't give me any good letters.
I mean, again, do you want to know what do you want me to do about it? I'm asking you a question.
I'm asking you, I'm just stating a fact that this game doesn't give me 3 S's every fucking turn.
It gave you 2 blank tiles. I would rather have 2 blank tiles, my friend. I would rather have 2 blank tiles than 3 S's, son. You got 2 blank tiles. Do you recognize?
How do you know I had 2 blank tiles?
Because it shows on the board.
You know how many points you get for blank tiles? 0. Done.
But they can do anything for you. They can be S's. Riser, did you know that you had an invitation? Are you just going to J-Yor? Are you going to J-Yor?